'cause we really know it. I got to really hold it. Whoa. You there, give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down, we're gonna get down. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down, we're gonna get down. And when the night is done, you like that interaction. We're going up now. Just keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. We're gonna get down, we're gonna get down. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Come on down, let's pay the fare. 1, 2, 3, 4. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down, we're gonna get down. We're gonna get down, we're gonna get down. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down, we're gonna get down.
Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Wake up with no alarm, brand new kind of charm, and fresh hot coffee in a big old mug. Can't wait to get my face in the morning sun, yeah. Make a list, check it off, doing only what I want. 'Cause there's nothing better than making waves. I'm front and center in my own parade, on parade, on parade, on parade. Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Solid gold, I'm shining into full. So come and take a look. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling. Hold up, windows down, rolling with the classic sound. I spent $5 on Walmart shades. Can't wait to stop traffic in my own parade, on parade, on parade, on parade. Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Solid gold, I'm shining into full. So come and take a look. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling. parade, on parade. Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Solid gold, shining into foot. So come and take a look. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling so good.
down for the count. You think I'm out of the bout, that I'm about to strike out. I'll rise and silence the doubt. Just when you think that I've got nowhere to go, that it's the end of the road, the curtain's closed on this show. It just keeps getting better and better. Getting better, just keeps getting better, better. Getting better, just keeps getting better, better. Just when you think we take our foot off the pedal, we get better, we find another level. Getting better, just keeps getting better, better. Getting better, just keeps getting better, better. Just when you think we take our foot off the pedal, we get better, we find another level. Just when you think I'm over the hill, that I've forgotten the thrill, that I'm losing my will, I go in for the kill. Just when you think I'm wasting my time, I'm at the end of the line. But just like a fine wine, it just keeps getting better, better. Getting better, just keeps getting better, better. Getting better, just keeps getting better, better. Just when you think we take our foot off the pedal, we get better, we find another level. Getting better, just keeps getting better. Just keeps getting better. Just keeps getting better. Just when you think we take our foot off the pedal, we get better, we find another level. Getting better, just keeps getting better, better. Getting better, just keeps getting better, better. Just when you think we take our foot off the pedal, we get better, we find another level. Just keeps getting better, just keeps getting better, we get better, we find another level.
Out on the street, people pass you by. You don't meet their eye, you don't care. And out in the night, you see a light. From the cafes, there's more singing than despair. Hold me tightly before the night swallows the sun. And I'm done. At the bar, too drunk to sit. They're talking shit of what's been before. And the dancing girls, they twist and twirl. They sweat like beads of pearls, scattered before swine. Hold me tightly before the night swallows the sun. And
DreamLeague Season 22 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
Good morning! We are only one day in here at DreamLeague Season 22 and the madness is full underway. We have had Dagons, Rapiers, Carry Pucks that, by the way, were victorious as well. We're shaping the entire meta here with the teams playing here, and today will be no different. Looking forward to see what we have coming our way today, so let's get started. A warm welcome for the PogChamp Pandas there as well. Thank you so much, gentlemen. And we're here to talk to you about everything you want to hear in regards to Dota 2 generally. And a lot about yesterday as well, because we did have some crazy things happening. But let me take things slow first, introduce the people that are sitting here with me. Jenkins, how are you doing this morning?
I'm honestly really nervous because what we have here on the cast is this is the We Say Things podcast. I'm actually the third member of that podcast. I do sit in the chat silently, and a lot of the time it's muting.
Yeah.
I get muted.
Yeah.
But I am the third member of the podcast, so it's kind of like a tryout situation for me. If this panel goes really well, then they might let me have a voice on the actual podcast.
Does that make Shiver the guest?
Yes, you're the guest, Shiver.
Okay, welcome, host, guest.
Thank you very much for having me on the podcast. Enjoy it. Do you guys
You're
have
fired,
an
Jenkins.
application process?
That's a good question. Not really. It's just kind of wing it kind of situation.
How did you get the job?
Well, I created the job, as that's how nepotism begins, typically.
Boys back together, right? Podcast boys.
Yeah. Yep.
How did you get the job?
I love this guy.
Yeah, we play Minecraft together.
Ooh, you've really been working. Ooh,
Don't touch
that
me.
is very muscular, actually.
You're touching
Your
Cinder in
skin
it.
is really soft. Wait,
That's Cinder in it.
that's you. That's you. You have a really soft skin today as well.
It could have been me as well.
That's
It's the same thing, really.
The pasty. That's the pastiness. The trade-off for the pastiness is very soft.
Would you guys think it would be weird if we get like a triple massage together?
Are you more comfortable over here?
I'm just going to give them space. I'll be over here.
Come on, get a little closer,
Yeah.
big boy.
Yeah.
That's good. That's a good boy. We're business partners.
That's right.
Failing
Can I be on your
game company.
podcast?
What's that?
Can I be on your podcast?
No, I think you're fired.
That's good.
It's all good.
I don't want to be on it
We
anymore.
we do stuff. The new podcast.
We say stuff, we do stuff.
We say things that have nothing to do with Dota, as is this entire panel so far.
Shiver, take it away.
I'll take it away. I
Back
will
to you,
focus
Shiver.
us a little bit back on the Dota. I do enjoy this
Nonsense.
love triangle. I don't know.
Don't put me in there. I have nothing to do with this.
But I do want to focus a little bit about the ESL Pro Tour, which is why we're here. And we have got a lot of teams wanting to compete to be at the top of that board, because of course it will prevent you from playing any qualifiers, which is a very big piece of mind and potentially a big piece of prize pools of future tournaments as well. And here are the scores so far. And we, of course, we haven't seen any changes yet, because it's only day one that
It's been
happened.
day one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to consider this a power ranking, I don't know if that's what
Yeah.
you would do right now.
Ideally, that's the goal, right? Eventually.
Right. But obviously these, as is the case with Dota, things move really fast. So these scores are from, when was the last tournament exactly? How many months?
That's right,
for
Cinderin.
November, end of
November, right?
Backroom Dacha
Yeah.
was just last week.
Yeah, but that didn't
Oh,
count for
it
this.
was actually December.
Oh, you're talking for the EPT rankings?
Yeah.
I was ignoring you.
So in those 2 months, I would say this is not an accurate representation of how strong the teams are right now. We've got Gaming Gladiators in first, who didn't necessarily look their best yesterday, and Falcons just won a LAN and they're sixth. So I think this list will look very different.
Yeah,
in,
Falcons
in
is a
2
new
weeks'
team.
time.
That's fair for them. I do feel like game, and they always do. They were 1-3 in the group stage so far. Not so good, but that's so standard for them. Like Liquid as well. I feel like they always just end up making it through regardless.
Yeah, we can take a look at which teams can still have a chance to swap up their rankings. We got 16 teams playing here at DreamLeague Season 22, so all of these are still in just about 4 or potentially 5 days, depending on tiebreakers. We'll get rid of 8 of those, and that means also we'll have a little bit more of a clearer view of the potential power rankings, as we can take a look at also what is actually at stake. We do give points regardless of if you were eliminated early or not. We also give prize pool regardless if you were eliminated early or not. So, you get your participation trophy. That is lovely, but it's not going to get you very far in terms of the rankings. And there's a lot of reasons to do well, but 8 teams getting eliminated is a hard cut.
And 100 times more points
I was just going to say
than last.
I love that last gets 42 points. It's like very specifically you get 1%.
It's like a constellation prize.
It is
Because we're all millennials, right? So
Did you say constellation prize?
yeah, like Tories.
Is that like where you take your trophies and put them in a very specific way in your room?
Hey, he's North American.
Okay.
It's allowed to, we just don't have greatest education.
We don't.
It's all right.
We do things there.
We learn things on the fly.
Yeah.
We learn things. That's also a
Oh.
great pocket.
That's a good one. This is why you're the host. This is why you're the host of the We Say
I think
Things
if you
podcast.
guys did a podcast together called We Learn Things, who would be teaching?
Depends on what the subject is.
I think they would be getting the guest in to teach.
We have a guest teacher today.
That does
again.
sound
I mean, they
We-
should. You can learn everything. Like today, you are getting taught how to, write it in a different language, or how to do a pottery class. Or
We could bring somebody on and teach Cinder an emotion as well. That would
Oh.
be good. Yeah.
Yeah, I've tried
I think
that.
that's too hard.
Yeah.
Good
Try
luck.
to beat it down into him. It
Yeah.
doesn't work,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
beating is typically a good way to teach emotion. I
Good
heard.
response, yeah.
All right, circling back on the
Jenkins has no love handles. Isn't that incredible? No, that's
He
so
trained
great.
hard for that.
That is
you
insane.
could try that too.
I think I'd have a heart
Yeah,
attack.
you should try depression. It's really good for losing weight if you want to just
Yeah,
lose weight
all
very
right,
quickly.
well,
Anyway,
maybe one
Cinder,
day.
back to you.
Yep, thanks. I mean, I'm learning something right now. It's great. This podcast
I
going
do
well.
want to go back to the Dota 2.
Fingers are really sore.
As we have
Shipper.
been told, we got to talk about yesterday's games as well.
Oh, yeah.
We had a bunch of games. We were having 4 streams at the same time, and every stream has 4 series. And we started the day off. You guys actually started the day off here, Sind, with Bet Boom versus Game, and that was a 2-0. What did you think of yesterday's game?
Yeah, so that was. I mean, it's early days always in these tournaments. Some teams start hot, some teams start cold. But I personally wasn't really getting the full, Gaming Gladiators is going to get top 3 vibe. And I know it's just day 1, but it was part of it was the way the first game,
Always wrong.
the way the first game against Bet Boom went was a bit uncharacteristic, I would say, because it was one of those games where Gaming Gladiators do really well in lanes. They're ahead. They have a lineup that's good for team fighting and pushing, but they just got outplayed all around the map. And game 2, they didn't even really show up. They just got crushed. So that was not their best showing.
The first 3 of the 4 games we cast were very one-sided.
Yep.
But then the condas came out in game 4. That's as if we needed more condas in pubs. It actually showed how powerful. What was it? Tiny and Luna.
Tiny and Luna in the same
Rapier,
Just-
Conda.
They were killing people in the middle of toss.
Yep.
Typically, it's avalanche, toss, and then you get a couple hits in or something, and then maybe that's enough damage, but they're dying so fast. Pretty absurd.
Yeah, we had some pretty absurd games also for Team Spirit Liquid. The last game of the day had a carry Puck versus a carry Pango, which was definitely unusual. And Falcons and OG had some unusual things happening as well. And we have a little bit of a replay for that because Whisper was playing Rubik. And, I think Sid, he was having a great time with it.
Yeah, I love this guy. I feel like he's one of the offlane players that is willing to experiment the most. I think when it wasn't really a thing, Whisper was the one bringing out offlane Coddle a lot. Now we're seeing him play this offlane Rubik, taking advantage of the buff Dagon this patch, and obviously really nice together with the Arcane Supremacy, 3rd skill that Rubik has, and just, yeah, it's cool. I think that the thing about this OG team and about him as a player is if they're feeling themselves, I feel like they can beat anyone, and it's just about getting in that vibe. That game was a great example of it.
I want to put this out there and publicly shame Whisper because he's been doing this offlane Rubik shit for years, and I got so sick of it in these pubs. And now he's a tier 1 player, rank 1 or whatever he is.
And he does it again.
Owning friggin' Team Falcons, the arguably best team in the world, with offlane. Was that Falcons? I don't see who that was. Who'd they play? It was Falcons, right?
Yeah.
They did.
Beating them with offlane Rubik, he's been validated, but it took him like 7 years, because in NA, SA, this was always, it's like, please Whisper pick Timber, please Timber. Oh, he's Rubik on my team. And then the next game, he's Timber against you, 25-0. You're just like, what's wrong with this guy? But now he's beating the best team in the world with the offlane Rubik. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, you will get validated in life if you just do the thing that you're doing for 7 years.
Not
He's
always.
just good with Rubik, and when he was with you, he lost.
Or
I don't think so, man. I don't think so.
there were
You're wrong.
enough buffs that it finally worked. Eventually, for the Dagon. For the Dagon
I
build.
feel like some of these items, some of these heroes get micro buffed
Yeah.
like 10 patches in a row, and eventually somebody's like, maybe I'll try, and it ends up being like really overpowered. Not that this is, but
Well, we could take a look at the other games as well, the other streams, as we had the Ember stream going on, and we had quite a few ties yesterday as well, which I guess is, is inevitable with 2-game series as well. But we had OG 2-0, G2IX, G2IG rather, and Team Secret and Extreme tied. Azure Gaming tied, and Tundra got beaten by Extreme Gaming. I think here, Jenkins, there's not that much that you were not expecting here. Right?
No, I mean, not after Bet Boom. I mean, I suppose a lot of people might look at like OG and maybe Secret and say like these teams shouldn't be winning just based on the previous year's results. But at Bet Boom, like honestly, OG looked fairly good. They took some games off of teams that ended up getting like top 4 in the group stage. And it was like a lot of their games were very close. I really felt like they just needed that little extra push. And to be honest, a lot of the time it was their safe lane that was losing. They have Ari and Whisper in the offlane. This is like the highest MMR offlane duo that has ever existed in Dota. Like these players are incredible. So with Tomato coming in, they've got some fresh ideas. I'm sure they're just very excited to change things up in the team.
Yep.
It doesn't surprise me that they're doing very well with Tomato's injection.
Yeah, let's take a look at Storm as well, as we have more results to go through. I think Shopify getting a 2-0 there over Team Secret is probably a great morale boost as well, as they didn't have the greatest season thus far. I think Sin, the mental game is strong in them as well, tying with Aurora. Aurora looking pretty good actually.
Yeah, I think Aurora is a team that I guess it's kind of weird because they were the team in SEA before they were Aurora, when they were Talon, right? They get picked up by this org. It's like, you're not going to blame the org, but they're just not playing. They've not been playing well since they joined that name. So these players are capable, but it's just not been a good few months for them. So this is the right time to bounce back. Starting off with a 3-1 day 1 is very good. It's tied for first. No team went lossless, which is also great to see. I think the level of competition is very high. There's nobody who's clearly separating themselves.
there is a team that's winless though, and it's G2XIG, which really surprises me considering they have a very legendary general manager in the name of Korean Barbecue. I really thought that they'd be a team to contend with.
They just have a
far, not the
slow
case.
start. Have you not looked at other teams that Jack has managed?
Yeah, Jack is a very slow kind of guy. Literally falls asleep.
Very methodical. I mean, he did snap his what was it? What did he?
His fingers?
What was his injury? It was the
Something in his foot,
Achilles.
right?
No, he
Was
tore
his
his
Achilles?
Achilles.
Oh, he did tear his... Yeah.
It takes a while to get back to
He had a
true
shoulder
form.
injury as well. He just injures himself all the
Yeah,
time.
he's a very fragile young man.
Let's take a look at some other plays that have happened yesterday. As I feel like otherwise you would be missing out. In Virtus Pro versus Bet Boom, there was a Mars that unironically went triple Rapier Revenant's Brooch.
Nice.
Yep.
The Revenant's Brooch build, not the Rapier build, of course.
Yeah. And he had a Kunkka with him as well, so he didn't ever have to commit because he just got X-marked constantly.
Can I say something here? I want to say on the record, yesterday, I said VP is the team that in Bet Boom, they had like 2 or 3 like 70-minute games. For some reason, this team is always in the really long games. I think you asked me, Shiver, like what my favorite series of the day was on one of the streams, and I said the VP one because VP always has these 70-minute games. Look at this. Oh, that's actually Aurora 1 win. That looks like a big
That's
one
the
as well.
one we're looking at right now, as we have got them in a base race. Spoiler alert, Aurora did end up winning that one. Did I just ruin it? But look at how far they're behind. They're like 20k
that's crazy.
behind.
Aurora is another team that always ends up in these late game scenarios, and they always win them. VP loses the late game scenarios. I don't even have to look. I know VP probably lost their 60-minute
But
game.
he also they just X-marked the Terrorblade constantly. He just goes over, you know.
What's the story behind the Lauren of stand-in? Have we been?
Yeah, I mean that's a pretty obvious one. Congratulations, Armel, who just welcomed the baby into this world together with his wife, and I mean he can't play, so they have a stand-in, and it's Laurenov.
Do we know why they picked Laurenov in particular?
No.
Okay, because I was just curious, because this is a guy who I would say we've seen quite a few really good games from him in the Eastern European region sometimes, but I wouldn't say he's like necessarily on the top of people's radar right now.
Yeah, he's all right.
I was just curious why they chose him. I think he has like a subset of heroes that he's outstanding on, but generally when you talk about like the big up and coming mids, his name doesn't really get mentioned. So I just found it interesting that he was the pick, but going well so far.
Yeah.
So that's nice.
It's looking pretty promising for them. This was only day one, of course. A lot more to come. And when we're talking about more to come, let's take a look. 4 streams going on at the same time. 4 series happening per stream. So let's go through them real quick. I know that you'll be able to find your way over to regardless where you're wanting to watch. But to give you an idea, we are going to have a full day of Dota here. So on the Ember stream, I think the standout maybe Team Spirit Secret. Personally, I like that one, seeing if maybe Team Secret can show us a little bit more than what they have so far. And will be exciting. And then when we're looking at Storm, which one stands out to you, Sunsfan?
G2XIG versus Virtus Pro.
stop
The great
asking.
Korean
you.
barbecue.
Thank
Still
you.
looking for his first win, but I think he can do it here.
Now let's see if there's also a G2 IG game on the Earth stream.
I won't be watching this stream then.
Sorry, dude. Sorry, that is unfortunate.
It's so weird for me to see Heroic's name in a
It
Dota
is,
tournament.
yeah,
Yeah.
that is strange.
I love seeing that org represented. It's going to take a bit of getting used to. Whenever I see this, I just instantly think Counter-Strike. Like,
Yeah.
That's the only thing I think when I see that name. So it's cool. How was their day one, actually?
I don't know. Oh, I do know.
I think they're like 1 and 3.
They didn't start out too hot, right?
Heroic
I don't think it was the
did
best.
not win. They got 2-0'd by Virtus Pro, and they did 2-0 the
Oh, so they tied.
G2 IG
Oh.
squad.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
You have something to say about that, Shannon?
Team Falcons versus G2XIG is going to be on that stream as well later today. Be sure to catch that one.
yeah.
Give all your support to the great, legendary Korean barbecue.
Well, these are the games, of course. Today we have Team Spirit Extreme, Falcons, the fantastic G2 IG squad, and then Extreme versus Team Liquid as well.
They'll get that win today.
Yeah.
I'm calling it. Bold prediction.
All right. I believe we do have some group standings just to really hammer in how teams are doing.
Yeah. Yeah, G2XIG's got some ground to work. I mean, the good news is it was just day one, right? You got shellacked pretty hard, but there's plenty of time to come back. If anybody's a comeback king, it would be Korean Barbecue, who's also a legendary general manager now for G2XIG.
So every team plays 14 games.
Yep.
It's obviously early days, but I think it's worth keeping in mind that if you have a bad day 2, the hill you need to climb starts getting it's borderline impossible if you have like one or 2 wins only after the first day, because the level of play that we've seen from the current top 4 teams in this group, they're not going to be dropping a lot of weak games, I think. So especially Gaming Gladiators and G2IG need to get some wins in today, or it's going to be tough.
G2XIG.
Sorry.
Team Liquid in the bottom on this one, too. Kind of
Yeah.
surprising.
Look, the
was a
top
very
4,
split
all
group.
3-1. I was going to say in Group A, it looks like there's really going to be a tough battle to make sure to see who's in the top 4. But this one, it's done. Let's call it. You know, you got 4 teams that
little
need
bit
to
of a
move
buffer.
forward. Done. But yeah, Western Europe in shambles in Group B there a little bit. But normally they're also slow starters. We'll have to see though. A lot of things can happen.
Yeah, I mean, Liquid in game in day 1 is always...
There was one DreamLeague last year where Liquid
not
went
the
out
greatest.
really early.
They did.
right?
They were
Yeah.
the first team out
Yeah.
in groups.
So that was an anomaly, but we'll see if they can continue on.
Maybe it's
here.
going to become not an anomaly. Maybe they're going to be the G2XIG of this DreamLeague.
Who's the general manager?
Of Liquid?
No, G2XIG.
That would be the legendary Korean barbecue,
Yeah.
KBBQ.
Thank you. That's right.
I
We'll
love
see
that.
how he does.
Thanks for teaching us that, Jenkins. That's nice.
You had me on the podcast.
All right, we got ourselves a first series of the day. And now we're going to leave you to it You guys gonna cast Gaming Gladiators versus OG?
Oh, that's not
And
G2X.
we are going to get started with our first series of the day. So let's get going with indeed Gaming Gladiators and OG. All right. It should be a great series that we got coming our way. And for that, we go to great people. We're joined by Effie and BSJ. Our technical analyst, Brian. There's a lot of pressure on you. We're expecting some top-tier technical specialist analysis. Go. That's yeah, because you're the tech. Yeah, that's the thing.
I appreciate that. That's really nice. So I'm all about the carry meta. If I can, if I have any chance to nerd out about it, I will. So both these teams so far, we're seeing trends where Slark is 1-8 as a carry throughout the entire tournament. Both these teams have lost on it. Terrorblade's 5-1. Gaming Gladiators' only win comes from Terrorblade, and Naga's 3-0, and that's Tomato, 2 of those games. So what I'm trying to say is there's a brawl-heavy meta that we are coming off of with the Mage Slayers and Diffusals, and these heroes are losing. And both these teams, like GG, I think they still had that going in their drafts, and they're 1-3 right now. While we're looking at OG, the one game they lost, they had Slark, Primal, Batrider course. So they decided to win with Naga and Arc Warden. We also saw the Rubik offlane, but the Arc Warden also a very farm-heavy hero. So the pace of the meta we're looking at right now, it's going to be slowing down. These teams are going to be trying to farm a lot and farm up, and it's going to come down to these carry matchups where we see Naga and TB, very popular. Naga is actually Terrorblade's 6th worst matchup, according to Dota Buff, in the entire game of Dota 2. And then we've seen a lot of Sven, which Duraccio loves. And Sven is Naga's 6th worst matchup. So I think we're going to be seeing a lot of musical chairs of which carries are getting banned and picked. We saw the lane swaps from the Puck from Team Spirit yesterday, so we might even see some creative stuff like that. The flex picks are going to be really important going into this series.
So it's a little less brawly, more strategical, a little bit more, I guess I can call it traditional.
Yes.
Dota 2.
Exactly.
A little bit more, which, if you watched yesterday, our US Air Force Wisdom Rune of the day is highlighting a little bit less of the traditional Dota 2 here, Effie, because this was quite the Rubik performance.
This was so fun to watch. When we first saw the Rubik, we just assumed that was going to be played position 4. But putting the Rubik versus Weaver on lane was so genius because not only was Rubik able to contest every CS, I remember that game very specifically because in the laning stage, he was topping the CS, and you were like, what? That's an offlane Rubik? And then the second he hit level 6, he steals Shukuchi from Weaver, rotates mid, and they set up a kill on the Monkey King, who was kind of beating up BZM's Puck at that moment. And the entire game changed after Rubik got his Dagon. He was running around with Tiny. They were just bursting people from full. It was very fun to watch.
Have you guys ever seen ever been in a party queue stack where it's the one guy that has to try really hard and everyone else is kind of goofing off and having a good time? I feel like this patch is the carry role is the one normal person and everybody else the offlaners are doing these wonky ass builds and just getting to style on people. So carry players, stick to your guns, but everyone else,
What do you mean, dude? What about the carried Puck yesterday?
Oh, that was actually a swap because the Puck would have been against Sniper mid, so that was to enable the mid laner.
Of course, who's the true carry?
Yes,
right?
our
At
carry
that point,
players
yeah.
we're just supplemental at this point.
That makes sense. Okay.
All right, let's focus our attention first on OG for the 2 teams here that we're gonna watch, and with that, I want to focus a little bit more on 2 things actually. Let's go first to Seb because I do think he is one of the most unique players within Dota 2. Wins TI twice and then continues playing. Brian, I think having the drive to continue on before you get any comment, let's first hear what Seb has to say about that.
The love for the game has to be one thing, of course, and the belief that whatever is done and whatever is played right now can be broken, and that I know either how to break it or how to help the team break it. So then it just becomes really hard for me to just watch it on the sidelines and be like, well, this looks fun, or I can't do anything about it anyway. I just can't find a reason not to, if that makes sense. And I care a lot about OG's success, so I try to help as much as they can, help them, and often it just goes back to the why don't you just do it, can you just help us directly? And here I am again.
Did you want to comment on his gameplay or on his basketball form?
I thought that basketball form, he had good follow through there.
But why didn't they show the net? Is my question.
Like, did it go in?
There's so much left hanging here that we need to go back. We need production to put on the video of the net, see if he got it in.
Yeah, that's important. Much more important than anything I'm going to say. Mira?
No further comments.
Great.
Fantastic.
No, but he is a unique guy for the fact that he lives and breathes Dota. And I mean, he's right. If you feel like you can fix something and you otherwise would just be watching from the sidelines, I can only imagine. I mean, it would be otherwise very, very frustrating to just see people not change the things that you think should be changed if you think it's for the better.
Actually, that's really interesting, Cheever, because it feels like every pro player who retires has that same problem where they're just watching their former team or watching Dota in general, and they're seeing a situation unfold, and they think to themselves, God, if only I were playing this game, I would know what to do. Because I remember Faith Bian at the Riyadh Masters last year, when he was paneling, he was constantly saying, oh my God, if only, it's like, I would have won this game, I would have won this game. And then literally he's back to playing Dota.
I would have built that.
Untrue. He did not carry Fart Studios to TI.
That wasn't him.
That was, he should have.
I was going to say, you know, he's a pretty strong guy. He's pretty physically fit, but there's only so much weight he can carry at once.
That was his evil twin playing on Fart Studios.
Right.
But I'm sure it's hard for most players to retire, especially when they still have so much passion for the game. And I mean, Seb is a player that's proven that time and time again.
Yep, Seb is one of the older players here, 31, playing position 5. On the other side, though, I mean, I think there's a couple of older people as well on the side of Gaming Gladiators as we focus a little bit more on the opponents, because Ace is actually the oldest offlaner with 30 years old. But I believe you had a specific spotlight player in mind for Gaming Gladiators. Is that correct, Jake?
I did. It's Duraccio. I'm pointing at Tofu, but that
he
Duraccio,
is actually the youngest player with 22.
Yeah, he's you know, people always
youngest player of the squad. Sorry.
People always point at him, and he's like, "Is it Duraccio or is it Durachi throw today? Is he going to go in and get himself killed?" During the Bet Boom tournament, he was arguably one of the more stable players on the team, which is saying a lot for Gaming Gladiators. Like, this is obviously a team that's gotten first at almost every tournament in a year is very stable, but Duraccio was absolutely carrying those games. And I do genuinely believe that if that game 1, Sniper versus Puck, when they played against Liquid, did not go so horribly for them, that Gaiman would have made a deep run into the tournament, just like they usually do. That was like they really got gotcha'd. So I would never count this team out, especially when Duraccio is playing in his full form, despite, of course, Ame thinking that he's a B-tier carry.
I'm personally a big Duraccio fan. I think a lot of the criticism he gets is unfounded. I mean, the track record, honestly, at this point should speak for itself, but it works for the team. It always has. But I do wonder, Brian, I wanted to ask you, when you were talking about the importance of core versus core carry matchups in this patch, do you think that would be detrimental to Gaiman, who play a more sacrificial role for their carry?
Yeah, I don't think this patch fits Gaiman very well at all for that reason, because Duraccio's hero is usually meant to enable Quinn, and I feel like, other than maybe Huskar, Quinn's hero pool is like he wants to play standard Dota, he wants to just outskill you 1v1 in the lane, and people are just picking weird things, they're rotating weird heroes to weird roles, and I don't, like you were mentioning that they're very stable and very consistent on the side of Gaming Gladiators. I think this meta is like the complete opposite. We're seeing Condas, Dagons.
Crazy.
So
it's just turbo meta.
Yeah, and I think Duraccio's hero pool needs to be shifted towards prioritizing countering the enemy carry as opposed to enabling his own team.
Do you truly think that he is a B tier carry on this patch then? If we were to
we could take a look, I believe, at the tier list in case anybody's wondering why.
Here it is. This is Ame's tier list.
Yeah.
Of course, Yatoro at the top there.
Respectfully putting himself a step down from
naturally. They got a bromance going on, but really some disrespect thrown onto Duraccio. Yuma, it's, you know, he's a Nouns player. It's an NA Dota. I can kind of get behind that. People, you know, like to shit on NA Dota. But Duraccio, come on, this is a player who's gotten first at like 5 tournaments in a row last year.
Are these in order? Like, is Mickey considered the lowest of the A tier?
No. I would imagine he's a little bit higher, because you see him a little bit higher than Cheryl,
he's
a little
like
bit higher than Nightfall,
slightly
higher than
I see.
But it's still all considered not a tier difference, but like tiny.
So do you think he's B tier or C tier given the meta, or A tier?
I honestly think this meta is just really like C tier for Gaiman specifically, but I think Duraccio is able to adjust. And if there's one thing I've learned about this team is they will not stick to their guns for the sake of believing it's the best way to play. They will adjust if they think they need to in order to win.
Yeah.
So I think this tournament being long will favor them.
Also, we don't have enough sample size to say, oh, he's B tier, A tier, C tier in this meta. We have to wait and see. We don't have enough information.
We have 1 day of games.
So I think it's unfair, though, to put Jirachi on B tier. I mean, I think maybe that tier list, Ame was looking at overall mechanics or something of the carry players, but you also have to look at how a carry player fits into his team when you're putting them on the rating list. Because I saw some people in A tier that should not have been there, in my opinion.
Name some names.
Name names.
Call them out.
Ame is also like a very farm-heavy, like traditional carry player,
Yeah.
and I feel like Diracho is the complete opposite of that. So I think, like, if I'm naturally gonna put people lower on a tier list if I don't necessarily see eye to eye with their playstyle. So I think that also plays in coming from Ame's perspective.
We have seen Gaming Gladiators struggle on day ones of tournaments, and so far, every time, they've been able to adjust because they won so many things last year. I wonder if they can also adjust from the style that we have seen them play. I can only imagine that they should be able to, considering they're Gaming Gladiators. So we're going to find out as we are getting ready for the draft here of game number 1. Gaming Gladiators and OG. Gaming Gladiators is 1-3 right now. OG is 3-1. We'll see who comes out ahead of this one. OG Radiant gaming on the Dire side. And here we go. So we got some bans coming out already on OG's side. And I think we are sticking with the same. I guess Batrider is the only one, Brian, that is coming into play. You mentioned you had Batrider on your radar yesterday already. It seems like, well, especially I guess if you're up against OG because Whisper's Batrider is just
Dota's just a fickle game. Like a week ago, if you'd asked me about Batrider, I wouldn't have thought anything. But then I lost like 5 pubs in a row this week to Bat, and then
how many of those were Whisper?
None were Whisper, but
Okay.
a lot of them were off lane, and they were very high MMR players. So it's like something where what happens is one guy does it, and like if you're the opponent off laner and you're losing to it, you're like, huh, that's weird. We're losing to an off lane Batrider. Then you pick it. And Whisper, it's been a staple like his entire career. He's always loves these chaotic, creep cutting, like weird map movement shenanigans type of heroes. So Batrider fits him perfectly.
And not even that, it's just a very strong flex hero still. I think support Batrider is still very
It
good.
has a place,
Fine,
yeah.
It's still very good, especially for OG. Like, they've flexed their Batrider between Whisper, Seb, and Ari. And we might even see BZM flex it to the mid lane if they need it versus a certain matchup. So definitely a high-value hero for OG in particular.
The Rubik ban. Rubik's usually not a hero people prioritize. He's kind of like like he does his job. You know, he fade bolts, creeps in lane, has a little bit of team fight, a little bit of pick off. But usually the first round bans I've seen are niche heroes. You know, it's like a Batrider, you have to dress it, the DK, same thing. But
I mean,
the
in
fact
this
that Rubik's
case,
that's just
hero
respect
now.
is basically what
Well,
I'm trying to
also,
But also Magnus.
if you're gonna first pick Magnus, you gotta ban. Like, I can understand the ban. It makes a lot of sense.
But I want to defend Rubik a little bit because yesterday when I was looking over all of the games, I think Rubik might be the S tier support of this patch. He's
Really?
he's so good against a lot of the heroes that people are playing anyway. Like people are prioritizing this Magnus, this Mars. They have a lot of niche picks that come out that Rubik counters, like the Weaver, for example, that we saw yesterday. How effective he was when you could steal Shikuchi. We're seeing a lot of support Enigmas. Guess who's good against that?
Timbersaw as well.
We've.
I was gonna say
Rubik.
Rubik's good against Enigma Dragons.
Yeah.
But he's
I'm following.
Yeah, he's really good against all of these, and he has been buffed over and over, while a lot of supports that were strong in the last patch were slightly nerfed. So when that happens, he just kind of projects to high tier status. So I think he'll actually probably be the most contested support of this DreamLeague. That's my prediction.
I believe it.
Yeah, make a good case for that, and I think he will be banned out against OG. Regardless of that, of course, due to the Whisper's performance yesterday, but it looks like we're just going to get a Mars from him this time around. And a stable opening for both squads. I guess still with the, well, I guess not really new drafting pattern. I feel like we more and more see the first picks just be this, like, very safe picks. It was like, you don't know, like, okay, it's a Mars, it's a Magnus, they're good, but they're not telling you anything about the type of game they want to be playing.
Well, they do tell you what type of heroes are going to get picked. You know, you're going to pick some melee bruiser with the Magnus. You're going to pick some like AoE team fight to follow up the Mars, like a Willow or something like this. So, like I just say they indicate what's to come, but yeah, like you said, very stable picks.
I like, by the way, that Gaiman has strayed away from just first picking Leshrac. Like, that clearly wasn't working for them yesterday. They tried it twice. They lost both games. The first game, they played it with Quinn playing the Leshrac. The next game, they played it with Celery playing the Lesh. They tried to do, like, the 5-position swap. It just didn't work. It didn't look that good. I think in pubs it looks a lot better because people are less coordinated at countering the hero and like counterpicking it. So I'm glad to see that they're adjusting.
I will say that Celery actually had the best game of his team when he was playing 5 Leshrac, though. Everyone else was feeding. So, but I don't think it's strong enough to be a flex pick for sure.
I don't,
But
yeah.
there might be room for Leshrac in maybe the second phase
I agree.
when you're countering something like a Slark. But first phasing it, I don't think the changes were enough to make it a high tier hero, even if Quinn is playing it. And the +3 mana regen on Bloodstone is nice, but is that enough mana for Leshrac? It's really not.
Yeah, if you compare
He
it to
needs
like
way
the old
more.
Bloodstone and how much it
Yeah.
gave, right? The thing is, Lesh is 5-1 outside of those 2 games from game in this tournament.
And with
so.
Io still in the pool, that's still
I
a
think
strong
it's
combo, right?
I don't think it's a bad hero. I mean, I agree with the Io. Like, I think that's why it should move into the second phase because there's heroes that you want to pair with the Leshrac to make it good. I also think that there's potential for some like offlane flex Leshrac. Like I know Whisper likes to play it, for example. I think it needs to be figured out. But just first picking it and running it mid is like that does not seem like that's the way to me.
No, I agree. I think it's interesting that if Lesh is 5-1 and one team is 0-2 with it, I would not have put Gaiman. Like, if this is my prediction.
How could he be 5-1?
What I'm
if they're
saying is,
0-2 with it?
I'm saying the rest of the tournament he's 5-1. One team has
outside of that. Okay, I
specifically
see.
lost
Okay,
2 games with it.
Sure.
Usually, if
Not
Leshrac's
including
5, if Leshrac has a positive win rate, it's usually Gaiman carrying that win rate.
True.
So I just think it's funny that it's like somehow gone full circle here.
Yeah. It's all about Pango for them now.
Yeah,
Pango.
fake heroes. Yeah.
They'll get the Undying out first.
And Undying basically goes back to a little bit of what Brian was saying about picking a melee bruiser to pair up with a Magnus. I mean, when you think about Undying, you think about one of the strongest lane supports in Dota. What he excels at is securing farm for a carry who's very reliant on it. So if you can have this Undying for Gaiman set up a very good lane for whatever carry they're going to pick for Dyrachio, then the Magnus can just empower him later on, and the Undying can play with the rest of the team. Seems like a very nice setup for them.
I'd like to see Terrorblade here because that's their one win. Goes well with Magnus, goes good against Venge and Mars in lane. So I'd be honestly surprised if they don't pick TB because you want a ranged guy generally with Undying in lane, but you want a melee guy with Magnus.
Yeah.
So like Troll TB.
I like Troll. I think Troll Magnus is probably the best traditional
combo.
Magnus combination because Magnus enables so many things that it feels like Troll lacks without him, and it gives him the lockdown that he needs. Whereas, Terrorblade, while he's Giga empowered by Magnus too, quite literally, he can also have good games without him.
Wow, they went for a support here. Okay. So they've got the Mag Hoodwink offlane duo. They haven't seen anything from OG safe lane potentially. Like this could easily be Mars Venge offlane.
Yeah.
It makes sense to go for the support here, though, because they can just close out their 18 pick, whichever carry they want. I mean, if OG try to block pick a carry by taking it, they have the counter pick.
There's
there.
plenty of options as well, so there's not much blocking that can be done. I think this makes sense. I like Undying generally, by the way, against Venge and Mars. Like if I'm playing either of those 2 heroes and a Tombstone is dropped on the ground, I just feel so sad. Like, what are you gonna walk into basically melee range with Venge and hit it, or like hit it with Mars? He's like very slow attack speed, It's just a very disruptive thing in fights against
That's
heroes.
true, and Undying isn't the best swap target either because he just grab allies himself and prolongs the.
Yeah, you don't really want to go on an Undying anyway. It's always a debate.
I really think there's some carry musical chairs here because I'm thinking like you'd want Terrorblade also with Venge, but then they could go Troll on 8th pick for Gaiman, and Troll's really good against Terrorblade, so they're gonna go Naga. Okay. I like that OG is sticking to their Naga guns because this hero, Manta got buffed, Orchid got buffed. Like, I'm almost surprised more teams are not picking it.
And it's Tomato. This guy's a Naga freak. Like, he's been a psycho with this hero for 10 years now. He's obsessed with it.
If you want to get some, like, epilepsy, or just watch him play Naga.
Yeah, player perspective.
Like,
and
player
where his
perspective.
camera goes,
It's like lights flashing all
you
over
will
the place.
literally gain epilepsy, which is impossible, but from watching his
exactly.
Naga, it will happen.
But also, Naga's just a really good hero for this iteration of OG because it feels like the games that they do crumble, it looks like they're headless chickens running around in the mid game. They don't know what's going on. There's no solid game plan that they follow. But when they have this wave control, map control hero on Tomato, that's when they looked so confident yesterday. So because their lanes are always pushed out by Tomato's carry hero, they're making these really aggressive plays in the style of OG, where they're running around, they're running into people, they're Rubik tiny, they're just killing nonstop. So it feels like a very enabling hero for their playstyle.
Yeah, they're OG has overall last pick, why would they pick Invoker here if they can still...
Because I think why they did that is because you pick the Naga, which means the game is going to be baited to pick Leshrac. You pick the Invoker, that hero counters Leshrac. You get a Vessel, counters the Bloodstone.
That's
It deals with it very, very well in lane.
Yeah, but wouldn't you then wait for them to pick Leshrac to...
But they have bans.
But then they'll ban.
You think they'll ban?
They would ban the Invoker. Like
then.
Invoker's one of the best heroes, so they don't take the bait. They pick Puck, which is just generally good against all of these heroes. There's not good lockdown for the Puck. Does well against Invoker in lane. Does fine against Naga Siren. You can get a Maelstrom eventually.
Also, if Invoker is left in the pool versus OG after a second phase, it's banned out consistently in the last phase of bans versus OG. I think that hero has been banned every single time I've seen it not been played. So it's kind of like you pick it now or you pick it never.
Yeah, I think the Puck is a bit of a bait in the sense that Naga's going to have a really early Orchid, and also Mars will likely go for a Yule's as a way to, because you can Yule Spear the Puck before phase shift. So it looks on paper like it's unkillable Puck game, like they have no instant stuns, but I think that
eventually,
yeah, they will have that problem where they're not going to see enemy heroes. Like Mira mentioned, the Naga's going to clean up all the waves, give them all the information. So I'm just concerned for Quinn. Like you can't really itemize around this Yule's Mars. So
also this, like forcing the Puck pick here, because if they don't pick a good hero versus Invoker on lane, now they're just going to get their Magnus heroes banned, right? Their Troll, maybe their Sven.
Yeah.
They're just going to get taken out here in this phase by
almost
OG.
certainly Sven. Yeah, I think both those are good bans. Yeah, so there goes Sven. Good call.
I think most likely the Troll ban would make sense here too, because he's also a hero that if he gets swapped in, he can just BKB and ult.
I think Luna is also okay for Gaiman if the Troll gets banned as an alternative. Does pretty good against the Naga. Does okay in lane against Mars. She's gonna farm. They have a lot of heroes to run around and do stuff. I guess you still want the melee hero, but I have seen a lot of Magnuses just play around Skewer and Shockwave.
The thing I have a problem with is that one interesting thing about Dota is every hero I think is countered by specific roles, and I think most of Naga's counters are offlaners and mids. Like usually carry to carry matchup is not an issue for Naga, so I don't know. Like Alchemist is actually Alch is a really good band.
That would have been really good.
Yeah, Radiance Spire that also out tempos her. Those are really good bands.
And a melee hero that's
because
pretty strong in lane with
there's a lot of heroes that we've mentioned that are good for Gaiman, but I don't think as a Naga I would care who it is. Like, but other than maybe the two that they banned, which is smart bans. So at the end of the day, there's not going to be some amazing game-winning pick from GG, but it'll probably solid round out the draft.
It's got to be Troll, right? Like I feel like
makes the most sense.
This makes the most sense here. The only issue with Troll is that there is a lot of kiting for him in this game, but there's not much else that's good but the.
How bad is Bloodseeker?
Bloodseeker is actually good against Naga. PA is also good against Naga, so they might go PA, a hero that can get out of the...
God, that hero's so garbage, dude.
I'm just saying, Undying PA is a classic. If it's coming, or it could be.
Do you feel like there could be a place for a Seeker in this match?
Yeah, I do. I think Bloodseeker specifically, like the Maelstrom is one of the best farming items right now, and a lot of people are going these early BKBs. BKB got buffed.
It will be a Luna.
So they went for the Luna.
What makes Luna a good enough pick here?
The Shard improved her matchup against Naga a lot because you pretty much just kill the illusions if they're ever on top of you, so you should be able to navigate freely in fights. But you are a ranged hero against Venge. Like if you get swapped in, you don't like that. You're also against Mars, so through Arena you don't do any damage. It's gonna be tough for him to output damage, I think, on Duracho, but he does fix the lane problem that Mira mentioned.
But on the other hand, like Luna does do well versus Mars on lane. It's just after that she struggles very hard versus Arena. And I do like Luna for the reasons that Jenkins mentioned earlier too when he brought her up for a game in. What I don't like is if the game extends, you don't really have heroes on gaming that can take advantage of Magnus's downtime, where you're just farming up with your cores on Empower. It feels like if Gaiman slow down and OG slow down, OG will actually, they could end up outfarming Gaiman in some ways, so that's very concerning for me. But if Gaiman can hit their timings with this Luna, seems pretty good. But if Naga has a good game, OG plays them up. I don't have faith in Luna in the overall late game.
I'm concerned for Quinn. I just don't know where his space is going to be. Because like you mentioned, like they don't really have people that abuse the farming. The heroes already farm on the side of GG. And I just think that OG is going to be collapsing on mid really hard, basically. And Naga is going to be self-sufficient. And so we're going to see a lot of heroes mid. And Puck doesn't really want that super early on.
Is it 2-0 OG? Is it 2-0? Yeah, I can sense it.
I think OG's draft looks very primed for success. I love what they did in the second phase, but that's not to say Gaimin doesn't have hope. I mean, if Puck rotates well, they have strong side lanes. Puck can play for these side lanes, and they can try to hunt the Naga down, but if they don't manage to slow down Naga, I just feel like the map will be way too hard to play for Gaimin.
Agreed.
There's a lot of talk about the Naga. I'm just excited to see BZM's Invoker. Is that just me? And isn't he one of the best Invokers out there at the moment?
He's the best.
The best.
He's the best.
There you go. So, easy win. I mean, Naga will help a little bit, maybe.
Sick of that hero.
Naga will be killing creeps.
So we're going over to game 2. Let's cut the broadcast. We'll just jump straight into the draft. Ladies and gentlemen, game 2 of OG versus Gaming Glad. No, let's first do game 1, okay? Bye, the podcast timers.
OG versus Gaimin Gladiators. This is going to be a nice, juicy game brought to you by Cinderin in the blue shirt, Suns fan in very casual clothing as always. Welcome, everybody. This is going to be really hype. I am excited to see OG with Tomato as their carry. For now, he's a temporary addition to the team. We'll see if he ends up being permanent if things go well. So far, so good.
Can I just say that tune was a banger? I feel like we could have just kept that one going during the game. Would have been great. Oh, nice bushwhack.
That bushwhack's a banger as well. Oh. Both wards are expired now.
Yeah.
But yeah, OG off to a pretty hot start in this early stages of DreamLeague. They're 3-1. Meanwhile, Gaimin towards the bottom of the group, 1-3. They got to get their shit together here pretty soon, Cinderman.
Yep. Yesterday wasn't exactly the best day for Gaimin. They've made some pretty strong adjustments, I want to say, in this draft compared to the 2 that we got to cast yesterday. So it does look like they're really trying to find the solution. Tofu is very low.
Yeah, he gets off a bushwhack. He had already used his fairy fire. Looks like, oh, the howl. Down he goes. First blood for Seb. You don't see that every day. First blood from that ability.
In case you're confused as a viewer, it's called Wave of Terror.
I always do this. I say Howl of Terror. It used to be, though. Okay, to be fair.
It's like 10 years ago.
It doesn't matter, okay? It doesn't matter.
All good.
I still say Windrunner.
Worth mentioning, though, about this Venge, one of the hot supports of Bedboom Dacha got quite nerfed, especially in the damage of Wave of Terror. It went from 85 to 60 on level 1. Still, I think this hero is going to be a great choice. It's very flexible. The aura is always nice. We've talked about in the past how the changes to swap makes the hero a lot more flexible in fights. It's just a matter of if you can get through the laning stage. I genuinely think this is one of the best supports in the game, even after these nerfs. So if they're taking advantage, which it feels like to me when they see this Magnus, they're like, okay, this offlaner is not a true bully hero. We can probably play a little bit of a weaker 5 with our Naga. I don't mind. I think it's going to look good here.
Seb already level 2. Tomato still clinging to that level 1. I mean, we get to see Naga again, which is not the most exciting hero, of course, but has been kind of one of the main carries of the patch, it feels like. I don't remember if anything was nerfed in the last patch for her specifically.
I don't think so.
Which is a bit surprising, considering she's probably top 5 most played heroes, I feel like, at the last tournament.
I mean, I suppose some of the items that she liked got nerfed, right? So a lot of carries got nerfed by proxy. She got nerfed on the Disperser. I believe Diffusal also got a little bit of a nerf, if I'm not mistaken there. I'm just going to double check that. Yes, Inhibit has a mana cost of 25. Doesn't sound like that much, but it all adds up, all these little things.
Yeah.
So, Actually, we didn't get to cover this during the draft. You were pointing out, you're like, why are they banning cores, right? And I kind of was thinking the same thing on the side of Gaming Gladiators in the last phase. They were actually banning 2 cores that would have had a matchup against Puck. They banned the TA and the Ember. I wonder if Gaming Gladiators were kind of convinced that OG would be playing Ahri on the Invoker. I feel like when OG picks this hero, it's almost always BZM, but they were willing to burn 2 bans to really get Quinn off to a good lane matchup, and I think that's maybe a little bit telling of what Gaimin have come to realize after their games yesterday, that they really want to unlock Quinn, and that's kind of be the key to success today.
Yeah.
Because otherwise you wouldn't be banning those counter matchup when BZM plays Invoker.
Yeah, especially when there's a hero that has a Hex that's still bannable from the support side, which ends up being Rasta.
Yep.
Which is very good against Puck later on, especially if you get a Blink Dagger or something to that effect. Basically the mini Lion, we could call him, I suppose.
Yep.
But yeah, early on, I mean, the mid lane, relatively even, 16 and 4 versus the 14 and 4, so nothing really to write home about. Whisper getting gone on, though. He's in the... What are we calling this path? We need to come up with a name for it.
The bridge.
Nah, it's not good enough. We'll think of something. That'll be first priority here. Skewer onto Seb. Sunstrike coming, though. Oh, that is enough to take out Tofu.
Lean.
And Ace with nothing else to do.
That was very close
harass.
to being shared with the wave, but just barely off. Nicely done there from Bzm.
Oh, nice. I could use that one. How upset do you get from a mid lane perspective when the Sunstrike hits? Like from Quinn's perspective. Like, are you mad at your team for allowing that to happen?
I mean, what can you do? You know, it's gonna happen. OG have specifically drafted 2 side lanes that set up Sunstrikes very well, so there isn't really much to do about that. Oh, Ahri is coming over. Timing is a little bit off here. Quinn already has the water and will connect to the tower. Oh, but it's very telling that Ahri goes for this water rune instead of just covering the top one. We're very much trying to take stuff away from Quinn in this mid matchup, but with Invoker already doing this well and having that kill from the Sunstrike, he should be just fine. It's the side lanes, as a matter of fact, for OG that are having a harder time. Gaming Gladiators looking very good on the CS chart.
Yeah, and that used to be their bread and butter, is winning the laning stage, but as of the last, let's say, 2 weeks, suddenly things have looked pretty bad for them, in fact. I don't know what the record is after Pango started getting banned, but I can guarantee you it's not good. Speaking of not good for Gaimin, the Sunstrike will hit, set up by the Shackle, but Quinn able to just barely get out. Has to pop the Fairy Fire to survive, but now he's out of charges. See if he stays in lane for that much longer before going back. But Tomato, he's getting gone in the meantime. Shockwave's there for Ace, and Seb nowhere near to assist.
Yep. Took full advantage of him being out to pull there. This is one of those situations. It's a classic. It happens at all levels of play. The support is pulling small camp. The carry needs to judge how much farm can I take here without putting myself at risk, and Tomato went a little bit too far in that instance with no coverage.
And what do you think of the lineups in terms of... Oh.
Good timing.
Yeah. The panel is very favored for OG. Are you on the same boat?
I think if gaming don't do well in lanes, I'm very much in agreement with that. I just think the OG mid game is extremely powerful, and Gaming Gladiators don't have, in my opinion, the best tools at dealing with Naga's wave pressure. Maybe if Hoodwink gets very farmed, that could be the factor that they're going to need, but Undying is just flat out terrible against that hero, right?
Alright, gets off the Hex and the Shackle, but now the TP's coming in. Will they actually continue? Yes, they will. Tofu and company looking for this 6-minute rune. Ahri's going to get hit by the Illusory Orb, but it looks like it is top. It is the damage rune, which Quinn should be able to get. So as always, Quinn gets the first power rune.
Yep, another major rotation here. Just a lot of focus on the mid lane. Both supports from Gaimin showing up for this one. And important for Quinn to get that one. Getting that extra bottle refill, being able to stand his ground a bit better. Because he is quite far behind in mid right now. 700 behind that of the Invoker. Obviously the other lanes are going well. Well, there you go. Now he's more.
I was just about to say, Ace was top net worth, but not any longer. Taken out by BZM. Meanwhile, top lane, a little bit of action. Tombstone is placed by Celery, but a nice spear from Whisper and a rebuke to keep Celery and company back. Will stop the aggression in its tracks.
It's an interesting thing in this dynamic, actually. It might seem like a small thing, but I feel like in a lot of circumstances it actually makes a very big difference. God's Rebuke against Undying if you're playing these 2v2 fights and you just weather the storm while you're walking away and then you just rebuke kill all the zombies, it's one of the strength heroes that fares the best against Undying because you have 2 tools against the Tombstone aggression. You can shove away the carry with the spear, but you can also kill all the zombies in one spell. So we're gonna have a replay here of the Sunstrike happening off camera, and there it was.
That.
It was bottom.
Production making fun of themselves again. Always good.
That's good. What's life if you can't laugh at yourself, Shannon?
That's true. That's my entire career in a nutshell. Ari getting caught off guard here. Quinn is there with the damage rune. It's going to end up being an easy one. He'll take it. Quick shackle there, but we're going to see the first coil of the game now. Applied to BZM. He will snap it. TP coming in from Seb with the stun. Illusory orb being dodged by BZM, so he will survive as a result. So in the end, it's a support for support, but Quinn on the other side of the tier 1. Sunstrike definitely not going to hit. They will end up finishing off BZM. Nice play from Quinn.
Yeah, love that from him, and just from gaming in general. Just look how much focus they're putting on this mid lane. Just having a good understanding that the 2 side lanes are self-sufficient, both Magnus and Luna doing well, so they're really piling on the bodies in mid. This Tofu might become the trade, but...
Yeah, he gets off the bushwhack. The wave of terror.
Oh, very good, Shannon. You're learning.
It's blood grenade now.
Just like the AI models that you
love. Ensnare into the Sunstrike, and BZM another kill to his name.
Yeah.
Now he has the Hand of Midas. Very nice.
Yeah, it's always interesting to watch OG play Invoker because it feels like it's kind of funny, right? BZM is, okay, hang on.
Yeah, they're not done yet. Seb's making his way over as well, so it's a 3v1. Can they keep the lockdown? Ensnare. Tomato doing a good job of placing himself in front, so he will get skewered if worst case comes, but Ace dies first. Now Quinn TPs to the bot lane to try to at least get a support, but he's not even going to find that. A lot of aggression here early on.
Yeah, what I was going to say is it's kind of fascinating to see BZM play Invoker because it almost feels like, okay, you know what? I'll just shut up.
Yeah, just quiet your mouth as Ari.
Game and
like
go
he's
hit
gonna get
some
picked
creep
off.
so we can talk about the game.
I prefer this, of course. The less you talk, the better.
Yeah, all right.
Okay, go ahead. Let's see. I mean, you're basically cursing the game.
If you want a solo cast, I'm not.
Well, every time you speak, something happens, so
okay.
Let's try it. Okay, it's working. Actually, it's working.
So BZM is playing an old school Invoker in a way. I feel like in the last... Yeah, there you go. Whatever.
Seb gets bushwhacked to a tree. Skewer is going to miss completely. Swaps into Ari, but the coil applies to 2. And that's going to be the death of Seb at the very least. Whisper coming in, though, with a big arena onto 3 heroes. The spear into the Sunstrike. It's partially shared, but it matters not as Quinn will drop. So it's a 1-for-1. Tomato coming down.
What?
Meatball, I mean. We're struggling to death. Tomato with the sleep. I was thinking tomato, you know, same thing.
Oh my god, I thought you nailed it yesterday with the idea of Morph Arcana being milk, but the meatball being a tomato falling out from the sky.
There, into the Sunstrike. BZM with a double kill. He is crushing this game. My god. Just get back on track, please.
Yeah, oh my goodness. Yeah, BZM is crushing it. That's 5 kills to his name, 4 assists. And in a phase of Dota where I would say most mid-invokers, we don't really see this hero that much, but him playing this hardcore Exort Midas style that was all the rage a couple of years back, it's kind of ironic that the guy who keeps playing that, seemingly no matter the circumstances in the patches, I never really see BZM play Quas Wex.
Yeah.
Is a young player, right? You would think this is something that the experienced old invokers would keep running, but he's the one sticking to it.
Yeah, magic. Oh, Sunstrike not set up this time. Tombstone to counteract this. Doraccio getting pushed back with the rebuke. Tofu and Quinn have come to play as well. Seb's going to take a sharpshooter along with the Acorn shot, but the Whisper ult comes through.
Oh, tomato!
Huge tomato coming out. Quinn able to get out just in time. So only a support dead so far for OG. This turns into like a really early team fight of sorts, but only 1 casualty.
All things considered, they're probably not that bad for OG, to be honest. That looked like it was going to go worse, but yeah. Quinn isn't outputting the most damage just yet without that finished Witch Blade.
And a 12-minute rune will be bought. It is a haste. Ari, though, with the instant hex. Sunstrike not going to hit. Celery's a tough kill, but he gets swapped, and that's a 4v1. He will fall. Very back and forth, very even game. Both carries are relatively close to the same net worth, but it really is the mid lane, the separation right now.
Yeah.
With BZ. I mean, how many Sunstrike kills has he got in this game?
The lane itself, I feel like Quinn played fine. It's just, you know, if the Invoker gets this big of an injection from side lanes, it's going to be hard to beat him out. And when he gets the Midas, he will out-farm you. So I think there wasn't really much that could have been done except maybe some cleaner rotations on mid and maybe finding a kill on him. But, yeah. And they tried that, to be fair. Gaming Gladiators supports just aren't the best at ganking mid. Undying isn't great for it. Hoodwink is very situational. You need to be placed in the right position for that to even work. And if Puck isn't 6, it's also not the easiest hero to gank 4. So plenty of things that made that quite difficult to shut down BZM. And the concern here is I feel like he has an absolutely insane lineup to play Invoker with. Like,
oh, yeah, for sure.
Arena, if I don't think he's going to go Ags, I think he's going to be focusing on just playing. Yeah, I think the Invoker in this game should just be absolutely maximizing himself. You could go some sort of right-click hybrid. You could go a Hex build. You could get the full-on Wombo combo with Refresher, but without Ags. And just drop 2 tomatoes for massive damage. Just make a parade.
Stop bringing that up. I'm going to lose it.
We'll see. He went for the Orchid first, which I think is quite telling. I don't think you're going to go Orchid into Ags. It feels a bit weird. So probably Travels BKB.
Serpent Wards, they can see the backstab action here. Celery will be the recipient, but they can see Dyrachyo on the side now. That's what they really want. Eclipse comes out, ripping through Seb. He gets off the swap. Keeps him healthy for the time being. And well, Dyrachyo looks like he might actually get out. But now Quinn has come to play. Coil onto 2. Hoodwink comes in with the Bushwhack. But the Sunstrike, looks like Quinn's going to be able to get the kill on Ari. He's actually going to survive through this somehow. RP comes through from Ace. Skewer back. Quinn dies to BZM. Maybe not the best of decisions there. And Whisper looks like he'd be taken by Dyrachyo and company. A double kill for the Luna. Ends up being a 1-for-3 in favor of Gaimin. Looks really good for OG early on.
Yeah, they somehow couldn't catch the Luna there. I really thought they were going to be able to get some sort of chain combo once they saw her here. Seb is going to walk over. And he's tanking the Eclipse, so he kind of has to swap here to stay alive, but no chaining whatsoever. The Meteor misses, they didn't get an Arena in range. And now here, Whisper finds the Arena, but just barely missing on Dyrachyo off to the side, so he gets to continue playing the fight as he wants. And yeah, Quinn, unfortunate, there's this Forge Spirit down the ear. Definitely didn't see that one, or didn't have a choice anyway.
No.
But great fight for Gaming Gladiators in that instance, for sure. A nice RP showing up just in time from Ace. Won't be long before the double Orchids come out for OG, though. That will be a concern for Quinn. He has to itemize against it. There's no way around it.
Well, back to the Invoker discussion. Why is it we've seen less Exort Invokers lately? Because it feels like ever since the change to status bars, I feel like it makes it easier to execute these Sunstrike combinations.
Yeah.
But we've been seeing less and less of it.
I think it's possible that it's one of those things where the pacing of the game changes over time, right? I'm with you. I feel like in theory the XR Invoker should actually be quite good this patch with the pacing of games going a bit longer and you can build up. I think one of the reasons he fell off for a while was that the mid-roll was starting to be extremely impactful around the map and just making tons of moves. And if you're playing XR Invoker and you're mainly sitting mid-farming and you can't match the rotations of, say, a Pango, then that guy's going to crush your side lanes and you're just a farming mid, right? If you go Quas Wex, you can match that tempo, but then your scaling isn't the same. So, but in this game, you know, they specifically drafted for it. They made sure that he gets to be involved and have that impact. Sunstrike does tons of damage nowadays, so if you just have the stuns in the side lanes and the right combinations, I'm a fan. I hope we get to see it more. It's also a really entertaining hero.
Yeah, for sure. Looks like Dyrachyo and the rest of the Gaimin will... Well, actually, there will be a fortify coming out from OG, so it looks like they may want to defend this. And Dyrachyo... We've seen Lunas kind of just go AFK for 30 minutes until they're maximized on farm, but he gets involved pretty early. He's had the propensity to do that on many heroes. There's Ari, smoke will pop, Tofu able to get out though. Whisper looking for a connection. As the Yules and not Blink.
Yules, insane item against Mag, of course. If you are well prepared, you can pre-Yule him before the Blink Skewer. And
Dire's bottom tower.
also a nice way for them to solve the hoodwink problem. Just Yule her into Spear, or Yule to set up your arena if you want. There's plenty of plays. Tomato, getting some info.
Nothing will come of it, though.
We'll stop them farming Ancients. If they own this triangle, OG are going to be pretty happy. It's a big part of Luna's acceleration. We're showing the names here.
Thank you.
It's called Chaos Meteor.
No one calls it that.
I think that's what they're trying to tell you.
No one calls it that.
Imagine they opened that menu and it just said tomato. They just made a custom graphic for you.
Yeah, next time. Next time.
Quinn
looking for an opening. Gaimin are grouped up. They're amalgamated, some would say. Full smoke now as Whisper making his retreat.
He's a tough target, though, because if he gets opened by Coil Silence, he can just Yules himself and then Arena.
Right.
So
Nacho inching forward towards the enemy triangle.
This is a dangerous
move.
move.
Gonna find Ari. Oh, he gets the instant Hex. He will be cleaned up shortly after. Very little effort to take out that pesky Shadow Shaman.
It's one of those moves that you don't truly feel very good about making if you don't have a lot of intel, because you're invading enemy territory without vision, and if they somehow read that and they're in position, that could have been very bad. But if you get the first jump, you get that kill, you really want to open up some area for Luna. So now with this, they get access to the top half of the map again. And you see Duracho will get to work. Still not top net worth, though. That belongs to the Invoker.
Yeah, that's been that kind of game for BZM. Obviously has the Hanamite. I mean, that's the other thing. You don't really, I mean, you're going to see the RP. Actually, speaking of BZM, big caster curse from Cinderin, of course. Taken out into Whisper, though. I mean, they should be able to get the kill on Tofu, but it is just a support in trade of your core, essentially, your mid.
Yeah, the Invoker kill's really big. Biggest hero on the map was off to the side farming on his own some and got killed by 2 heroes only, so it wasn't even that big of a rotation for Gaimin, and they're going to turn it into a top tower as well. Very good 2 minutes from them here, getting that invasion kill onto Ari, transforming it into top farm for Luna, the kill on Invoker and a tower. All of that in very short succession, so nicely done. Still, for me, this game is largely going to come down to what kind of impact can Tomato find, right? Because Naga's been relatively quiet, now has the Orchid. This is when Naga sometimes starts terrorizing supports around the map. The targets in this game are very, very good for Naga. But if Gaimin can still manage to shove out the waves while not leaving themselves too vulnerable, I do see a way that they can handle that pressure. And I guess it's worth mentioning, this is kind of a rarity. Ari bottom net worth in the game.
Yeah,
it's a bit concerning on the Shadow Shaman. This is a very item-reliant support position 4, and he's been having a pretty rough game.
He almost has his blank. If they get Tormy, that's 1,400 in his bank, so 50-50.
I'm wondering if there's a case to be made in a game like this for going BKB and no dagger, actually. If he considered that.
Well, we saw Blink and.
Yeah, he went dagger first yesterday's save. It's just, if you get the dagger, you have this Blink Hex catch, which is obviously amazing, but you're kind of killing yourself in the process. If you go for the BKB, the only thing that's truly stopping you is either Luna's right clicks or an RP. So you could technically, if you have any other hero setting you up, the guaranteed shackle can be very powerful. Wow, this is a very slow Tormentor kill. We'll get it, but...
Tofu gets his boomerang.
Yep. And OG are going to take this opportunity to invade and steal a Wisdom Rune.
Yep, pretty good timing.
Great read from Gaimin to not be there, as a matter of fact. With any heroes, they would have just lost a bonus hero in the process.
There's the blink from Whisper now. As the lead. Still, this is a very, very even game. I mean, if it goes to extreme late game, this is a Naga game, so we can actually talk about that realistically. Do you have one lineup that you like on paper more?
I think one of the things that really defines a lot of late games is who has displacement spells, but both teams have that. So there's the swap and the skewer, which makes it difficult to push high ground. I feel like Naga in a lot of games does eventually fall off, and the Luna matchup, like BSJ pointed out, is way less one-sided than it used to be. So I don't really have a true late game favorite necessarily. I would say in this point in time, I really like OG's chances in the coming 10 minutes, especially now that they have an Aegis on the Invoker. but Gaimin have done a pretty good job at not giving them any major opportunities. So if they keep dancing around the map like this and farming up their Luna, I think they're A-okay.
It feels like a lot of these smokes haven't really come to fruition for either team.
Yeah, they're
Both
reading the
sides
map
being
very well.
disciplined and yeah, reading everything quite well indeed.
Dire's middle
Ahri doesn't even have Ether Shock, by the way. Is that normal to not get a couple levels to farm?
I mean, it's part of the reason he's as low as he is. It would obviously be better with Ether Shock, but it is a very big part of the moves for Shaman. These skill points are amazing now compared to what they used to be, right? Both Shackle and Hex are... If you haven't played Dota for 3 years, you come back, I'm going to play my old favorite hero, Shadow Shaman. You're going to be like, holy shit, my hero's good. You know? Shackle and Hex have just been buffed so much that I think this is a completely viable build. You do see him take the other shock point. Wait, was that just because he got level 11? He took the talent before it, right? I think
he did, yeah.
So yeah.
So Seb gets the shard instead, so that's the double magic missile.
It's crazy. Hex with that talent is 35% damage amp.
Yeah, it's absurd.
It's wild. Sunstrike is just going to be one-shotting supports almost.
Not as absurd as Lion, though, who's permabanned at this point.
Yeah.
Of course, he did get nerfed, though. So
it happened
really
eventually. Lion was not really a beloved hero for years. And all it took was to give him the big suck. And he became good.
That's right. Who knew sucking so much could be good?
Yep. Too much of a bad thing is good.
Dire's top tower is under
Game has slowed down a bit. Obviously, the Aegis was taken a few minutes ago. We didn't even bother saying it because it was so casual. But BZM will have that for another 3 minutes or so. Is Dyrachyo going to find Ahri in the... Oh, wait. Okay. Immediately dips out of there as the Serpent Wards are placed for Ahri and the Tier 2 secured for OG.
Yeah, this is not a defend situation for Gaimin. I like the fact that they didn't try to hold that tower. Just fighting into Aegis. That particular tower is really difficult to defend for Dire anyway, so it's completely fine to let it go. I will say, based on the performance that you and I saw from Gaimin yesterday in the Series We cast, I feel like this has been a bit of a step up in level. So yeah. It's a good sign for them, shaking off that day one and making this game currently very competitive against OG. It's kind of weird. I don't want to say the game's on a knife's edge because, you know, if a team wins a fight, it's not like they're going to push high ground and end, but it definitely feels like it's just... There's this big fight waiting to happen that can totally snowball the game for either side. If Luna wins a big team fight, she's going to be ahead by an item against Naga and become almost impossible to deal with. And on the flip side, any good team fight from OG, and they just control the whole map afterwards. So, gotta be very cautious. Well, that's the last time a hero has taken damage, actually. It feels like it's been a while.
It's been a hot minute.
Yeah. Last kill was 18 minutes, so 7 minutes ago. All right, well.
But you're right. There will be action very soon. If not now, Sharpshooter onto Mars will break him temporarily. Dyrachyo with a really early BKB into Eclipse. He's doing basically nothing, though. Ahri will eventually fall, but that is not great for Gaimin. I feel like OG could still fight this 4v5, especially considering they still have that Aegis. We'll see if they opt to do so or not, knowing that that BKB has been expended. That's the other thing, is the double BKB for Gaimin is up, so Dyrachyo and Ace both have one.
It's so hard with power. Shit.
Tornado, EMP into... Oh, they got big RP onto 2 from Ace, but the Song comes in to try to counteract this. Ace with his BKB is able to continue to go through, but the Sunstrike coming through onto Dyrachyo. Deafening Blast as well. The Tomato destroys him, Cinderin. Double kill for BZM. The coil from Quinn is there as a sharpshooter.
Holy shit, that's clutch from Seb.
Tofu.
Really nice.
Now on the run. Not going to hit either of these spells. As 2 cores dead for Gaimin, and OG come out on top here.
Damn, that was a nice swap. He was on like 2% health. The sharpshooter was mid-air, and he just swaps a core in to take the projectile for him. That was some Matrix shit, Shannon. You love that, yeah?
It's the one movie you've watched. Congratulations.
Bullet time dodge. You said yesterday I hadn't watched it. Actually, I watched it when I was, I think, 6 years old, so I remember none of it, but I do remember bullet time.
Great. That's more from the game Max Payne. Tier 2 tower fortified.
That was also a good movie.
Tier 2 tower about to drop. Aegis has been consumed, and OG have taken a bit of a lead now as a result of that. And now the BKB is up for Mr. BZM.
Yep.
And now, when the BKBs start coming for OG, things are going to get a lot easier.
And for Gaimin, like you said, is this going to be dangerous with the Luna BKB on cooldown? It really was. Like, I think making aggressive moves without this item available is just too dangerous. It took one song from Tomato. The moment that song came out, you're just like, okay, this fight's screwed. Like, Luna's going to instantly die. You've already expended your RP. There's nothing left in the tank. Like, Quinn did his best to stand his ground there with his BKB, but he doesn't have the damage yet. You know, if you're going Kaya Sanj BKB on Puck, your right click is not a factor. You don't have that Maelstrom, you don't have that strong axe coil or whatever. So,
I mean, just being able to use Song while one of the enemies has BKB, it feels like they just wasted their BKB.
Yeah.
Right? It's such a strong ultimate.
But that entire situation, if Luna had BKB available, I think that fight could have...
Right, if both of them had BKB up, then...
completely different.
Yeah.
So they very much took advantage of that situation, and it was a very clear play call from OG that they specifically wanted this fight because of the BKB cooldown. But that, again, goes back to the fact that Gaimin gave it to them, right? They could have chosen to not go for this specifically with that cooldown and just play the map, because they've done a good job at that. But a little bit of a slip-up there from Duracho was very costly.
And now OG sporting a slight lead, 3K here at 28 minutes. They're going to poke the high ground, already at half HP for the tier 3. It's going to force some TP rotations from Gaimin. Quinn will be the one to clear the waves, but now you have to deal with these Naga illusions that they're getting to be very strong. Has a couple more slots to upgrade for Tomato. Has the Bloodthorn, Eternal Shroud, Manta. What do we like to see from here on out? More stats. I mean, Butterfly would potentially be good. I mean, it's a lot of magic damage, though, for Gaimin.
He is eyeing up the butter for now, at least. So
we're going to see Tofu get dropped by BZM. Meanwhile, Eclipse finally enough to take out Seb. Feels like he's been trying that the whole time, but Duracho, despite having the BKB, takes way too much damage. Yeah. That leads to the double kill for BZM.
Didn't react on the BKB in time to the Whisper blink in, so just got speared to the arena walls, and yeah, Whisper played that combo perfectly. He went for the spear first and then formed the arena afterwards. If he places the arena first, I think Duracho will react in time, so...
I feel like 80% of the moonbeams from the Eclipse have been on Seb this game, legitimately.
And the last 20 have been on Ahri.
Yeah, that's probably fair. That's where swap, like the changes, makes such a big difference as well.
Yeah.
Damage mitigation and whatnot.
This is going to... So, this game state now is actually way worse than the 4K shows for Gaimin, in my opinion, because the entire map is just broken. They have good wards, but they need to shove out the waves. And who's going to do it? Naga will be pushing top. You see it here. Tomato's going to constantly constrain the map up there. And in the bottom half, they're covering with 4 heroes, so they will have rune control. They will be able to take the Tormentor if it spawns. I don't remember when they killed that one. It wasn't close to 20, I think, so it's probably still... Actually, it was. OG killed this not too long ago. Or, sorry, Gaimin killed it before the Wisdom, right? So this bottom one is going to spawn in about 10 seconds time. If OG wanted to steal it, I think they could.
Yeah, but maybe they didn't.
Actually going to back off. This is a bit surprising to me that they're giving up the map here. I guess the Roche spawn is possible in... Oh, he actually will respawn in 20. They don't know this, but I would have liked them to keep a bit more of an aggressive position here and really constrict the map.
Teams don't respect Tormy, Cinder, and haven't you learned that?
Yeah. I wonder what the reasoning is for backing off. I think they're in a very strong position. They had good high ground placement. Their heroes are good defensively, but...
They just don't want Ahri to have his shard yet. Poor guy.
Yeah. Now they're going to head on top. If Gaimin Gaimin could actually just kill Roche now, if they randomly run in there.
That's true.
So, yeah.
Bypass a couple illusions here.
If they go in there and steal it, this would be OG's biggest mistake of the game by far. The fact that they're not even in the area at all. They're going to scan now. If this scan expires before anyone runs in, it does. Oh, this is just...
Well, that might have been Gaimin's scan.
I think it was Radiant scan, right? I think this is... That's actually worst case scenario timing-wise, but at the very least they have a Forge Spirit covering. And they are going for a push play at the same time, so this is going to be a bit awkward.
It might cost them some buildings, but second Roche is probably worth it as long as it's not the whole barracks. And Gaimin getting away with murder here.
I don't like this from OG, even if they get the range tracks. I actually think this is a bad trade in the game state. They need to get something out of this.
He's looking to swap. Quinn, the song cancels
good.
several teleportations, and that's going to lead to potentially a full set of racks. And Whisper now trying to combo on top of this with the Mars Arena into the Spear, but the RP counter initiation into the Eclipse, but a nice swap from Seb, keeping Tomato alive. Tornado not going to do much with all these BKBs activated. Tomato now completely on the run. I believe the Serpent Wards are also placed so the building should be falling, but this might be a team wipe if they're not careful. Tomato trying to do as much damage as he can, but he drops in the end. BZM forced to Ghost Walk along with the BKB. There's the Sentry, but likely will not be able to catch up to him. So OG get away with 2, but Gaiman steal the Aegis. Well, they take Roche and the Aegis and the banner, I believe.
Yeah.
But they do lose some buildings, a full set of racks in the top lane.
This is such an interesting situation to see from a bird's eye perspective because OG managed to get themselves these top racks essentially for the Roche trade-off. Then they get this amazing song to stop these 2 TPs back.
Oh.
They could have run away here, right? This is a 4v5. Your Invoker isn't joining. It just looks so juicy with the combos, but you don't have enough damage. Like, Naga can't kill these heroes. You're going to clump up to get RP'd. A nice swap from Seb will get Tomato out of there for the time being. He does, of course, end up falling eventually, but this is the kind of judgment call that's really difficult to make, but if you want to win tournaments like this, these are the moments where you need to come in the clutch. And I don't know, at the end of the day, I just think OG should be pretty unhappy with how this turned out, despite getting racks, because with the stranglehold they had on the map 2 or 3 minutes ago, I think they could have kept it, probably contested the Roche's 5, or just got it themselves.
Right.
And then eventually probably got the barracks anyway. They also left the bottom Tormentor, as we talked about. That could have been a pick-up for them too. So they let Gaiman a little bit into the game, and I think they're happy with the trade that they ended up getting. Now let's see if they can put this Aegis to use.
No, BZM gets his shard. Then we're going to get that EMP suck in.
Yeah, hasn't really been using the spell much, so don't really know if it matters.
Ari perpetually left in the cold, it seems.
Yeah, and that shard would have been a lot better here.
Is under attack.
Starting to plan for the BKB. He bought a Glimmer as a gap item between Dagger and BKB, which is interesting to see that mindset. As we said yesterday when we saw Save play the Shaman, he went BKB straight after Dagger, but he was also having a better game.
What's the banner? So. Why am I even bringing this up? I don't see the banner in anyone's inventory. So I'll just assume that it was placed worthlessly. Oh, they put it top. Interesting.
Yeah, that's good.
Is that actually... Is that good enough against super creeps?
I think so. I think it's going to offset them roughly.
Oh.
So I really like this choice.
600 HP. Okay. Yeah,
they have less damage, but more health.
Oh, no, these ones have 1,000 HP.
Yeah, they have way less damage. So if I had to guess, I think Radiant still pushes, but it's not by a lot.
Yeah, that's kind of nice, actually. I haven't actually seen this as much, because typically the team that has the banner is the one that's winning with the Rack's advantage.
This frees up the map a bit. It's very nice, especially when you're playing against Naga, that you will have this lane.
Oh, Whisper, he's going to find an ace who pops the BKB inside the arena. Tomato still has the song to try to get away if they actually want to re-engage here, but the RP is going to be used just on the Mars. Quinn with the coil as well, both onto just a single target. And now the Meatball surprise to grab Ally, saving the Magnus for the time being. He actually gets out just in time. Beautifully done. Tomato now taking a lot of the Eclipse charges here, but the Song of Siren is used. Ice Wall connecting, and that is death number 1 for Luna. Gonna spawn right on top of a Spear and Ice Wall into the Sunstrike. Down goes Dyrachyo. Does have his buyback intact, but that is a big fight for OG, and they could have gotten Magnus. That was as close as it gets. Because you had to exit the tombstone before it dies, or else you get stunned. He came out with 1 tick available, and then blinked away. As Whisper trying to set up some more potential kill. Quinn gets speared to his building and destroyed. And just like that, they're gonna have to double buyback now. The swap is there. Looks like Ace takes the tumble. BZM with the BKB on the run, but it's going for Dyrachyo. This will be a dieback for him, and indeed it is. Quinn silenced, dieback number 2 for Gaiman, and that should do it. As OG, the GGs do come out. They take game number 1. This was right after Gaiman had such a good turn of events for them.
Yeah, they got the Aegis, but the fight that they have on their high ground area at the Ancients just not good enough, right? You have the Magnus getting caught out by by Mars. He pops his BKB and then gets the solo RP onto the Mac with no follow-up, right? He effectively just threw out their key teamfight ability for absolutely nothing, and then, yeah, OG just piled on them and ran them down. It wasn't enough, and that is a weakness of Gaming Gladiators lineup, is when it comes to these late game fights, if you don't have the Magnus finding the opportunity early, how do you actually, you know, string something together that Luna wants to play with? Seb came in the clutch with a nice swap, and Whisper, what a boss. I don't know if you noticed in the end, he got swapped out with 1% health, and he still finds a blink in two-man spear right before he dies to close that game out onto Duracho. So, yeah, nicely done. And a great showing from OG, and like we said, I don't feel like Gaimin played a bad game. It's not top form gaming, right? That's still what I'm going to come back to.
Typically, they win the lanes and they just suffocate you for the entirety of the game. That just hasn't been the case for the last couple weeks, it feels like, for Gaimin. But yeah, OG looking very good with this new lineup. Basically just Tomato being the new one, but he looked very good in this game, his typical Naga, but BZM was the real star, 15, 4, and 8. Let's see what the studio has to say about all the beautiful tomatoes in this game.
Tomatoes, we saw them all in game 1 of this 2-game series, and yeah, Gaming Gladiators, they fall short here. OG looking crisp, or maybe they had a little one fallback at that Roche fight, but that's fine. They had it under control the whole time. I'm here with Jenkins and Effie, and yeah, a lot of things happened here, Effie, in this game, and it did feel like OG had control over this game almost the entire way through.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that looked like OG was very comfortable from the very start of that game to the very end, and I want to chalk it down to how comfortably and how well they enabled this Invoker in the laning stage. It felt like their draft came together so nicely in terms of setting up for Sunstrike kills on side lanes. I mean, we saw that Naga Insnare into Sunstrike combo over and over in the laning phase, and that was brutal. When you look at it too, the Mars at some point set up for a Sunstrike with Spear, the Shaman was setting up for Sunstrikes. It really felt like Voker was set up for success, and if Gaimin wanted any chance in that game, they had to have won the laning stages, which really just didn't happen decisively enough. After that point, you've got a Naga farming, playing the map, making it hard for Gaimin to make any moves.
I agree. I think the MVP for me in this series so far is Ari. Like, he was the guy that was mid, setting up BZM to have a good game. He was the guy that was pushing the Rax top with Serpent Wards when the song came out in the Roche pit, which the fight didn't necessarily go so well for them. But when you trade a Rax, that's honestly kind of fine. And then it didn't go like completely horribly to the point where like the game ended for them. And just amazing Shadow Shaman play. He also went 0-4-4, which I think is really nice. Like, those are honestly the two good spells on Shadow Shaman now in the current meta. Would you recommend
people at home to do the same? Because I know Ether Shock is a very popular spell.
I think so. I think it's probably better when you're in competitive and you can like play with people that are going to utilize your stuns. But I love to see Ari have games like this, just because this guy, we always talk about him as like the lowest time investment to highest MMR player that has like ever been in Dota. So to see him do things like split pushing a Rax and like making these like hard game calls in a game where even very experienced players struggle to make this call to like not show up to the fight and to go for the split pushing, it's just really cool and satisfying to see that from him.
Yeah.
And even that rush play, I mean, the idea behind it was good. They had the security of the Rax that was being pushed. I mean, if Invoker were a little bit faster, they would have had the damage to follow up on that really good arena by Whisper. So I wouldn't even say that was a slight or a misplay by OG. It was just a little bit of unfortunate timing, but it wasn't the wrong call to make there at all.
No, they got to try.
Tomato's slotting in really nicely too. Like in that exact rush play that we looked at. And once again, I know the fight didn't go so well for them, but the execution is there. If BZM is there, like Effie's saying, it goes way better because they're using the song and then he's throwing the spear and then Tomato's turning off the song to spear the correct target. Like so they're able to make these plays together, which, you know, I know a lot of people are like, oh, Tomato, Whisper, they both, you know, speak Spanish. It's like, that's not it. It's like, these guys have just played together before. Like, NASA, we're really tight. Like, you know, everybody knows each other. There's probably part of that. He's probably excited to play on a tier 1 team again. Yeah. There's all of these elements, but he's slotting in very nicely.
I will say, for me, the MVP was Whisper. I think, I mean, maybe, you know, he gets Mars as the first overall pick. He crushes with it, and I don't know, I feel like he's a very enjoyable player to watch. He made a lot of plays this game that basically set the tempo, made them finish the game.
Oh, for sure. I agree with that. There were some really good spears coming out, some great arenas too, really good initiations, which is what you want out of your offlaner. But everyone in OG played very well. I mean, they look really comfortable. And we talked about Tomato and Whisper, playing together. But let's not forget Ari and Tomato played on TSM together for an entire year. And not just that, they both had to step up as shot callers. So they're very comfortable playing with each other. And it's just really nice to see it unfold for OG, who haven't had the hottest last year.
Yeah, I do want to... I mean, we were going to sing OG's praises, obviously. They won this game. But I also want to highlight a little bit of the issues maybe the Gaming Gladiators had going on with this game, because they seem to be struggling maybe a little bit more than what we're used to. Sometimes at the start of a tournament, even though they end up in the grand finals, at the start of a tournament, they still struggle a little bit. They get there eventually. But maybe right now, Jenkins, the adaptation period seems a little bit too long.
Maybe for this DreamLeague, it will turn out to be. I mean, it's one of those things where like the more that you question them, the more energy goes out there into the world that like gives them power. So maybe we're actually empowering them by doing this, and there's going to be a 1-1 series, but I don't think it is going to be 2-0 OG, of course, based on the prediction that I made earlier.
You did say that already. Curious also to hear what our technical analyst has to say about this game.
Thank you, Shiver. As my highlight for the Acer Predator head-to-head is going to be BZM and Quinn in the mid lane, focusing on their net worth at the end of the game. We're seeing a discrepancy of about 6,500, and I think this largely has to do with those early Sunstrikes that our panel was mentioning. And we just want to see in the clips exactly how much gold he's getting from these kills, because in the early game, the first one comes out, and that's a 212 gold kill for him. That's basically an entire creep wave plus. You're going to see the gank from Ari in the mid lane. That's going to also add up to not a kill on Quinn, but he does narrowly escape. That's going to give him that have to go back to base, and that's going to further his net worth. 246 coming out from that kill. You're going to see the Sunstrike later. That's not necessarily about the gold, but you're just seeing how much damage BZM's allowed to output throughout the entire course of this game. He ended up 6,000 head of Quinn at the end of the game. Yeah. I calculated the Midas coming out at 8.5 minutes. That counted for about 2,700 net worth for him. Accelerated his Orchid timing. Quinn had to go BKB. So we're seeing basically BZM getting to play the game he wants to play, set up by the OG draft, while Quinn more so having to adjust and itemize defensively for himself.
And is that because of the Invoker, or is that the whole picture? Because I feel like Invoker versus Puck is an ancient old matchup. So what makes this one so much more one-sided?
Well, I think when we look at the drafts, the Naga and the Mars are going to set up team fights as well as the map for you. So Invoker can play off map. He can prioritize jungling when using Forge Spirits to push lanes. While on the other hand, you have Luna taking a lot of farm space, Mag taking a lot of farm space. And so Puck has to be the one making things happen.
So he's mid on his own island.
Yeah,
he
basically.
Was left alone. It's like, good luck, Quinn. Make space for us.
Yeah, and that's like exacerbated by the fact that he's getting Sunstrike kills in the first 15 minutes of the game.
It was a tough game for Quinn for that one, if you would paint that picture for sure. We'll find out what's going to happen here in game number 2 as it's right around the corner. Stay tuned.
The street, people pass you by. You don't meet their eye, you don't care. And out in the night, you see a light from the cafes. There's more singing than despair. Hold me tightly. Before the night swallows the sun, and I'm done sit. They're talking shit of what's been before. And the dancing girls, they twist and twirl. They sweat like beads of pearls, scattered before swine. Hold me tightly before the night swallows the sky. And I'm done. Well, hold me tightly before the night swallows the sky. And I'm done. Tonight is all about you. Just go on and have what you want. And do anything that you like to. Oh, you don't even have to stop, no. You sparkle like diamonds. Yes, you do, no matter where you are. And you got everyone's attention. Yeah, you're breaking every heart, yeah. Wonder if you ever realize it's yours for you to take. Just let it show what you feel inside. Don't hold back, don't make them wait. Set the world on fire. It's your time, so do whatever you like. It's your night, you got the stars in your eyes. Let them shine and set the world on fire. Light up the sky, look good in the spotlight. Just go on and set yourself free. And why not have the time of your life? 'Cause tonight you're royalty. Yes, you are. Wonder if you ever realize it's yours for you to take. Just let it show what you feel inside. Don't hold back, don't make them wait. Set the world on fire. It's your time, so do whatever you like. It's your light, you got the stars in your eyes. Let them shine and set the world on fire. Light up the sky. Just let the music take you anywhere you wanna go. Oh, never hide what you feel inside. Come on, baby, let it show. Set the world on fire. It's your time, so do whatever you like. It's your light, you got the stars in your eyes.
Welcome back. We are ready to head into Game 2 very soon. Gaming Gladiators and OG. And before we head into that draft, we need to address the elephant in the room, I think. Here I'm here with Jenkins, Effie, and Brian. Brian, Gaming Gladiators 2023.
Brian, what's in the
best team
bags?
in the world. What?
What's in the bags, Brian?
What's in the bags?
You weren't supposed to talk about the bags.
Anyway, Shiver.
Continue, Chief.
We'll talk about this with the police
Right.
Later.
Best team in the world, 2023.
Gaming.
Gaming.
Yeah, back on track.
What went wrong?
I really think this patch has changed so much about what the carry's role in the game is, and I don't think Gaming's addressed it. Like I said it before the series, I think I saw it here again. Like I don't think their cores, like they don't have the guy that fixes the map. They don't have the guy that sets them up to 5-man like they've been doing, and I think OG is 4-1 for a reason. We talked about the Arc Warden that Mira mentioned, like whatever Tomato's hero is, it's doing that job, and we just get to see BZM and Whisper. I kind of feel like they're at the playground, you know?
So it's a draft issue to you then?
Yes.
Okay.
I agree with Brian that it's what were you gonna say?
No, that's all. I was just wondering if it's a draft issue or if it's a play issue.
I think it's adjusting to the new patch and like knowing that I see that these other teams are adjusting and they're not.
And can you adjust with items?
No.
I
think it's a hero thing.
Because I think that's what we've generally been. That's been the consensus is that we have not liked the game in drafts as much.
What were you gonna say, Mira? I think it was better than whatever you just said.
No, I thought that was really insightful. It's not items.
That doesn't mean his is not insightful. This is a positive panel. Yours is even better.
A very anime panel.
Yes,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I did want to say that I agree with you. The drafts looked very off yesterday, and the one game that they did get that first pick, Timber, they popped off, honestly. It looked like a stomp a la gaming style. So I don't think it's a skill issue or a player issue or anything like that. They are just having difficulties finding what they want to play and how, which is something gaming have always struggled with, actually. But what they do is they learn fast. This team is famous for learning fast from their mistakes. But now that we're at game 2, and it seems like the drafting hasn't been adjusted, because in that game 1 versus OG, when you lose when you have first pick in the draft, you did something really wrong, because it's much easier to outdraft the enemies when you have that overall 18 pick. Maybe that's going to change with the carry matchup being so important, but that's normally how it's easiest to set your team up for success, and they just couldn't do that. So I hope that CY has been cooking something. I hope that they've been sitting down and thinking, because this isn't the game in that we know and love.
And it's very important to note that the group that these two teams are in, at the moment, it does look like the highest contention is between position 1 and 6. And that is all very close, and they're all doing relatively well. Whereas Gaming, together with G2IG, they're just at the bottom. And that means that climbing up to be in that top 4, to not get eliminated in the first group stages, is gonna get harder and harder, because they're at the moment just not in the... They're not in the pack. They're lacking behind quite a bit. Let's see if they can fix it here as we're heading into the second game. We got Gaming this time around on the Radiant side, OG on the Dire side. And second pick for Gaming Gladiators.
It looks like they're going to give him the DK this time around, because they banned out the Mars as opposed to the DK from game 1. I think DK fits exactly how OG wants to play. It's the Naga, the Arc Warden. It's a hero that buys Manta and you never see it again. Like I really think that's the meta right now. It's kind of sad in the sense that like it's uninteractive, but I think there's only 4 or 5 heroes in the game that do it at like the S tier level, and OG's abusing it better than anyone else, so I'm just going to hyperfixate on it for this series.
How are Gaming going to address this Naga? Because I don't think this hero should be given away to OG.
Agreed.
Again, especially in this series. I mean, I feel like they felt the impact of not being able to play the map, but they opted to not take it out in their first phase of bans. So they're either going to prepare with their opening here with heroes that play well against Naga, or they're going to try to make it so that it's hard to draft this Naga for OG in the second phase.
Yeah, I agree. They're 3-0 on it. It benefits from all the item buffs that came out. It was already a good hero. I think it's good against a lot of the offlane meta as well, and it plays perfectly into this the playstyle of the meta. At least as things stand right now, is like how it looks. And it's Tomato. Like, you got a second phase ban this hero for sure.
You know which carries, typically are good against Doom? It's the illusion carries that you can't necessarily Doom the correct target, and it makes it very difficult for Doom to play the fights. Is that something that Duraccio could go for in this game? Difficult to Doom carry target? Because it seems like when you look at Duraccio's hero pool, Doom directly counters it. It's not like Gaming have ever, played these Arc Wardens and Nagas to their playstyle. They've always had that super aggressive carry coming out of Duraccio.
Yeah, that probably accounts for why they went for the Doom, as you mentioned. Like, all the heroes Duraccio likes to play are the melee up-in-your-face brawlers that just get doomed and are useless. So, I remember Team Liquid, when they originally beat Gaming last year at Riyadh Masters, they did it by targeting Ace, because his entire offlane pool was bad against Monkey King, so they just picked Monkey King every game. And so that might be like OG's idea. Like Doom obviously has been really highly prioritized, but we've been seeing it not get banned every single game, and sometimes like teams are getting it later on in the draft. So I have to imagine, like, why did they give up on the DK and ban it themselves, which they've won with twice already, and instead go for the Doom? And I think everything you just said is likely why.
And if Dyrachio still wants to play the, brawling, aggressive type of carry, there's still always the Wraith King option later on down the lane as a means to play against Doom. But I do feel like for Wraith King to be enabled, you have to make sure you snag those really strong lane supports that Celery plays, like the Enchantress or Crystal Maiden.
From what I've seen, these early pick broods have not been working out in this tournament, especially for Gaimin. I mean, they picked it in the second phase last time. I think they 17 picked it. This first phase pick makes me think Dyrachio is willing to play it. He's been playing it in his pubs. He has like a 20% win rate. It's not very good, but that is Dyrachio and his pubs in a nutshell. I was talking to him at the original Bet Boom Dodge, and he's like, yeah, I just get bored and I max Q on Gyro because it's more fun to fight, so he doesn't put much.
And he's like ranked 20. So.
Yeah, he's right. He doesn't put much value into his win rate in pubs because he just does stuff for fun. But I think that's probably what this means.
There's a Crystal Maiden. Nice call, Mira.
I think it's a good hero for Gaimin in that, if you want to play aggressively, you look at the supports that can consistently play for kills on side lanes, and that's where it looked like it went wrong for Gaimin, because on paper it seemed like their heroes were good, but then they were just getting sniped by these Sunstrikes and getting outfought at the stage of the game where they should win. So if they can turn, dial it back to original Gaimin style where they're winning every side lane so heavily, it could change the state of the game. But I still really think that they need to address their map issues.
Agreed. CM is good against all the illusion guys, so they already banned Naga because they have the Brood, and
yeah,
I think they should have banned it anyways.
They should have, yeah.
But
that's a good ban.
Yeah, the CM, maybe that's gonna the support meta does influence the carry meta a lot, because when you see Undying, for instance, all the illusion guys are really good against Undying. You saw the Naga sleep into killing the Tombstone, and then you see like CM being good against the illusion heroes. Like you're gonna suddenly see the 5 pool adjust to. So the 5 pool dictated the carry pool. Now the carry pool is going to dictate the 5 pool, and then we'll probably come full circle by the end of this event. So
I still really like Wraith King for Gaimin, but they might want to keep the Brood flex open, like Jenkins mentioned, since Dyrachio's been playing it carry.
Yeah, I mean, Wraith King's probably the best hero in the game against Doom, at least from the carry pool. So I do feel like it makes sense, and the kill threat with CM is extremely high against pretty much any lane.
Well, the only heroes that lane well against Doom are the melee guys with passives, and Hoodwink's good against all of them. So I usually, like, you can't really catch the Hoodwink as these heroes, and those heroes usually struggle, like the Slarks, the Ursas, stuff like this. They usually struggle against you doing enough poke damage that they're like half HP, so they can't commit onto you. And Hoodwink, like, I'm just saying, if I'm playing these heroes, I hate playing as Hoodwink. So I really like the pick from OG. I feel like they're covering their own heroes really well. In both drafts so far. Like we talked about how they enabled BZM last game. I think these like lane partners, it's so important to making sure that a hero like Doom first pick is going to get off to the game that he needs,
10 seconds remaining.
Is that a Seb Wind Ranger?
I mean, I feel like that should always be in the back of your mind when you're playing against OG.
They have a lot of flex potential with this hero, but Tomato has been playing it a lot in his pubs as well. I know he's a wind enjoyer. But you pick it at this point, and it's like you're gonna see 2 picks. So I'm sure they haven't even set in stone where it's gonna go.
They might go Drow carry, and then they have the Archer lineup.
Yeah, that's really good.
Yeah,
that's
maybe
really
Morana mid for BZM. He plays it.
He does play it. That's right. Against Doom, that seems kind of insane to me.
Why? It goes both ways, because he's saying against the heal, right? Like the anti-heal of Doom against Alk, but also Alk ends up buying like Blink Bloodthorns, so one way to deal with Doom is to just kill him before he casts spells.
Sure. And I mean, I suppose you outpace the Doom with Alk as well, especially with the Doom nerfs.
And you jungle, like you just leave lane too. So I think it's a double-edged sword.
I would say it's a double-edged sword, or one side is a little sharper.
I mean, he's literally got 2 swords. So.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I think it changes a little bit, to be fair here, because Doom level 1 cooldown going from 16 to 12 makes it so that if Alchemist gets doomed and supports react early enough, then he shouldn't get that kill with level 1 Doom, honestly, in most cases. And Alchemist plus CM, that lane should be able to kill Doom plus Hoodwink with extreme ease. Like if any of these heroes steps up with the stun potential, with the minus armor coming out of Acid Spray, I don't think Hoodwink and Doom would actually outbrawl these two heroes. Which is hard to say because Hoodwink plus Doom is a very strong lane, but I mean that's due to the nerfs to Scorched Earth, naturally.
Yeah, Alk relies heavily on like kill supports because Alk doesn't trade all that well, but he has Acid Spray plus Concoction, and so the Gyro is another heavy damage support in the early game. I will say that Terrorblade loves all of these matchups except for CM.
Yeah, I agree.
And Terrorblade's 5-1 this tournament, excluding whatever may have happened in the Game 1 series on the other streams. So I will keep ride or dying on the carry matchup from this tournament so far.
Hear me out.
This is an easy 2-0.
Hear me out. Come on. That's so fun. Hear me out. This Alchemist, I think it's heavily countered by Terrorblade, and you have to worry about the Doom like Jenkins mentioned, and this is also potential, flex Wind Ranger if they need to. Why don't you just shift this to either for Alchemist? I mean, it might be for Alchemist plus Carry Gyro, because I feel like Carry Gyro does better against Terrorblade than Alchemist does in terms of core-to-core matchup.
But then you have Alchemist Brood lane, right?
Yeah, but then you have the early Ags for Gyro, which could feel really nice. That used to be a very old-school combination when you would get the Ag Spire and then just pick a Gyro.
You could lane the Alk with the Gyro and then lane the CM against the Terrorblade. Honestly, as a Terrorblade, that'd be annoying. So there's options. Teams have been doing some weird swip swaps just to make their lineups work. I honestly think the Terrorblade pick's so good against the two cores that what Mira's saying, like they probably have to be considering what most likely sounds kind of absurd,
Because ideally, you'd be able to put the Alchemist off lane versus a Terrorblade, but then what do you do with the Broodmother? And I don't think they've ever flexed it to mid lane.
Oh, I could not see Quinn.
That's something I've never seen.
No way.
That's something Nine Pandas did a lot, where they flexed their Brood to the mid lane and the carry. But
I remember that, yeah.
I don't think Gaiman would do that, but I mean, to me, that's the most insane swap of heroes that would actually make this lineup work for side lanes.
There's two ways to go about it. Either they first pick Brood as like, you know what, we got this brilliant plan around the Brood Mother, and we're gonna do so well that it doesn't matter that we first pick it. Or it's a panic like, oh, we actually don't know really what to pick. We've been doing well with Brood in the past. Let's see what happens.
I was gonna say, it sounds so insulting to these players, but I'm just like, I really do feel like they don't know what else to do. Like, that's what I feel like about the Brood.
But maybe that's where they want to get you. We had an interview yesterday with Celery where we heard him say, or Celery or Tofu, one of the two said, like, it's best, or rather, they said it's hard to play when everybody thinks you're the strongest. That means you play something once and everybody will play it. What if they're just trying to get rid of that stigma? It's like, you know what, we're going to purposely just
tank
crap the first, 1.5 day so that we're not on everybody's radar, and then we're going to come in, swoop in, bam, turn
the real strats come out.
Yeah, good.
Got it.
It's like hustling at the pool table.
Yeah. What?
Banning the Huskar. What are they going to pick that warrants banning
like
Huskar? That means it's not mid Wind Ranger.
Tiny.
Okay, Tiny.
I need to see this be a carry Gyro, guys. It makes the most sense.
The problem is all these carry heroes, like the Gyro and the Alk, are both like kind of stand your ground beefy guys, and it's the same feeling as I had last game, where Tomato is just going to be a map setter upper, and everyone else is going to do the damage. So there's like equal weight, I feel like, on the players on OG to like they all have their very distinct jobs in the game. And I feel like Gaiman keeps picking these cores that just all want to farm, and it's confusing, I guess.
I will say though, with this tiny last pick, I actually feel a lot more confident in Gaiman's draft now, simply because I don't think that the Broodmother has been overall addressed. Because I thought in their last phase they might go for a Primal Beast or something that can just go on Brood's lane, kill the spiders, but going for a Tiny instead, it's not going to be doing the same thing for you as a Primal Beast. And now you have this first pick Brood that, I mean, Ace should still be able to play his game if he wants to. Like, who's really standing in Brood's way?
Oh, yeah, this is a 1-1. This is a 1-1 here.
You like the Zeus?
What a great last pick. What a phenomenal last pick this. Good lord. It's good against every single one of OG's heroes. You can't get on top of this fucker with Doom. There's no way. You can get the Hoodwink in the trees. You can go through Seb's Wind Run. It destroys illusion heroes. Tomato gets high HP. It's a percentage damage hero. It destroys Tiny in the mid lane. It's percentage damage against one of the highest strength hit heroes in the game. Good job, Gaiman. You've done it.
I'm sold.
Yep.
Go Gaiman.
The Zeus,
Nice.
the Zeus is a great pick because it also corrects the damage issues that they need early on to run around on Gaimin. And I think the Broodmother still, OG had many chances to address it in terms of hero to hero, but they instead just go for strong lane matchups. And it feels like Gaimin kind of got away with it.
The only issue here is something we've seen from Gaimin in this tournament time and time again. They don't have a hero to run around and do stuff with the supports. It's like they've got to have good lanes so they can do it with the Zeus or the Alk having an early timing, or their 3 cores are just so strong the supports can go to whatever lane.
I think their lanes are solid on Gaimin, actually.
I think so, too.
I'm not concerned with their side lanes this time around because I do feel like Doom takes much longer to come online than he used to before this letter patch. So Gaimin have a really good shot here.
I think Gaimin's draft looks the exact same as the rest of the drafts this tournament, but their core matchups are better.
Yeah.
So with the Zeus last pick. So I'm wondering, can the way they want to play work on the new patch?
That's what they're still trying.
Yes, they're still trying it. So this is kind of the do or die.
This is the
for their
final
strategy.
test for them.
Yes, exactly.
Because
Final
otherwise they're
countdown.
probably too far gone.
Exactly.
You have said that you look at the carry-to-carry matchup.
I still like OG's draft better.
Okay,
I just
okay.
think Gaimin's draft is the same strategy, but with better matchups. So it has a much better chance of working than the previous one.
And there's also the question was answered. It's Seb on the Wind Ranger, so we do have a Wind Ranger 5, and we have seen him win majors with that.
True.
But when you play Wind Ranger 5, you're actually losing a lot of like power in that side lane. So that makes it better for Gaimin to just get away with winning side lanes, which is what they need to do. Like if it were something else on the 5, I would be a lot more like leaning towards OG, but I actually think Gaimin have a really good shot this.
All right,
Let's go.
Let's see if they can do it. Will the series be a tie, or will OG take it to 0? We're finding out. But first, the Parked Up Pandas.
Gaimin versus OG, game number 2. OG destroyed Gaimin. Gaimin has not looked like themselves at all the last couple weeks, Cinderman. Will it change here? Because it has to if they want to try to get to the next stage, because what are they, 1-5 now? They are on the dumpster right now.
1-4. Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Well, they're 1-8 or something? My goodness.
What's Enchantress win rate? Is it
it's really
1%?
It was really bad.
So
30 seconds.
yeah, Gaimin are 1-4 currently. OG are the direct opposite with their current 4-1 score line. And yeah, you're playing 14 games in this group stage. So realistically speaking, the cutoff for 4th is at worst probably 7-7. So a 1-5 start now for Gaimin would put them under a lot of pressure.
This
and
would be
so
a
will
bad
this.
start. Yep. Concoction coming from Daracha, trying to slow them down. He gets hit by a tree. Hits it onto Whisper. The blood grenades applied to him as well, but Whisper not taking the brunt of the damage because Tofu, one of the best level 1 heroes in the game on that gyrocopter, will end up getting first blood with Quinn.
Oh.
And then they get a second kill onto Ari. Quinn with a double to open the game. That's just what the doctor ordered for Gaimin.
Yeah, we've talked about in the previous game, and the panel talked about it as well, how one of Gaimin's problems recently seems to be how to activate their lineup around the map coming out from the mid lane. Getting a double kill for your mid Zeus is it's a good way to start. So they're going to be very, very happy with that exchange, of course. It looked scary for Daracho, but he kept his calm, got the distance. And despite 2 blood grenades being used from OG, they still didn't find that kill. So that's also another 100 gold down the drain if you think about it.
Yeah.
So a very nice advantage Gaimin from the beginning here.
Yeah, talk about the Zeus. I know the panel kind of discussed it a bit, but it does feel like a very good Zeus game. An old school counter to Terrorblade, which TB's not a hero that's been as popular as has been in the past, but still should get destroyed in theory, like on paper, but that doesn't always work out that way.
Yeah, both Zeus builds actually work well against Terrorblade, but I do hope Quinn goes the caster route and not the right-click one. I think it's going to be better to play on Nimbus, I think, in this game, and Refresher. Okay, that was very over-aggressive from Tofu. Uncharacteristic mistake from him there. Just made himself way too vulnerable.
He wants to refill bottle for Quinn.
Yeah, maybe.
Might be too early for that, but
yeah, a little early. He's got a 2-minute water coming up, and Quinn should not need any help in this game, right? Like, he got 2 kills to start. This lane should play itself. But yeah, I hope he goes the caster route on the Zeus. just focuses a lot on long-range artillery. Also because of the other cores he's playing with, right? If you're playing with Brood and Alk, I think if the Zeus goes for Lightning Hands and takes that route, it's a bit too much of the same. So I'd much rather see him focus on just... If the other heroes are making space for him in the fight, which I think is the ideal way to play this with Brood and Alk, is that they like run in and they soak up attention, and Zeus just gets to calmly sit in the back lines and just blast people forever. That's going to work better than the hands are. So...
And what do you think about... Well, a couple things here. So Doom is finally... This is the first time I've seen Doom in over a month. Because it's been first banned forever. It was nerfed in the last patch, but not really that significantly, I feel like.
I think relative to its popularity, this hero was nerfed the least.
Yeah,
like
agreed.
I think it's still very, very strong. Got a tiny nerf on Scorched Earth move speed and on the talent, but...
So yeah, we get to see that hero, which, you know, nice change of pace a bit. But they actually picked the Alchemist into the Doom. I know they discussed it on the panel, but typically the Chemical Rage, you rely on the health regen, but Doom obviously will nullify that completely. As you can see, a Bushwhack on the Celery, Blood Grenade to follow. He's taking heavy damage, but Frostbite is there, Concoction to follow. Now this damage will be reciprocated onto Whisper. But yeah, what do you think of them picking the Alk into the Doom? Because obviously they're the ones that gave up the Doom knowing that it would be picked.
Right. I was surprised too. I don't think this matchup is... I mean... BSJ definitely has more experience with this matchup than I do, so I'll take his word for it that it's double-edged, but my gut tells me that this is one that Doom enjoys more. Also sounded like that was Jenkins' verdict here, is that, yeah, Alk does have moments against Doom, but like a lot of the time I look at Dota as, you know, there's like a tree of possibilities that can happen, and if you're good in 2 out of 10 circumstances, then yes, you're good in those, but can you enforce those every time, right? If Doom's matchup is easier to accomplish... Oh, Tofu's in trouble again here. Might be okay. All right. Then I'll definitely side with that side of the matchup, but it's also not only the Alk. I think getting doomed as Brood sucks too, because you can't heal with your insatiable hunger. And if anyone else is on top of you, you just get taken out of the equation. And we know the way that Ace likes to play Brood is very right-click centered, so perhaps he has to deviate from that build, specifically because of the Doom matchup. I guess one thing you can do is you can terrain walk when you get doomed, but if anything else is on top of you, you're still going to not be able to get away, right? Duracho taking a beating here. Again, really laying into him in this bot lane.
Scorched Earth does a lot of work. He's going to have to back away for now. Celery just trying to keep the enemies at bay for the time being. And in terms of, like, what kind of build should we expect from Doom? Because it has been a hot minute. Is it still, I mean, I think they were not going Midas at a certain point for Doom.
Yeah, no Midas anymore. He's eyeing up Vestal, as a matter of fact, or at least the Urn phase. It was, when Doom was picked a lot a month ago, it was a lot of just phase Shiva, but Shiva has received multiple nerfs back-to-back, so maybe you deviate from that one now. I don't mind the Urn idea. I think it's kind of cool. Don't know if he should Vestal it, though. But we'll see. I guess, aside from that, I mean, Doom is pretty straightforward in the later portions of the game, right? You're always going to get some sort of dagger into focus on the Doom spell itself.
Yeah. You still prefer the Centaur creep, of course?
Eventually. I think in this lane, the dream creep for him to get would probably be Mana Burn, but I think he hasn't found it. If he can just Mana Burn to offset the CM and to keep Duracho low so he can't use Concoction, and also for the regen, it would have been really nice, but managed to find it. Pressure
again. Duracho continuing to take heavy harassment damage. They're going to try to turn this around to Ari, though, as the Concoction will come for him eventually. And it will be enough to deny Duracho and get the kill. He got the XP as well, just perfectly timed.
Was that actually on purpose?
I mean, he didn't cast it, so I would think so, as Celery cleans up Whisper as well, and Gaiman getting a big-time win in that bot lane.
So I think what he realized was if I don't throw it, I will stun the Hoodwink as well as the Doom, but I'm not sure if he was fully confident that it was enough damage to deny himself, but either way, beautifully done by Duracho there. Just a very unusual circumstance to have happen there, that you don't throw that there. But they get both kills, and Celery is the big winner in all this. He's almost level 5 on Maiden, minute 6. This bottom lane is going to be really, really difficult for OG to play now, because sure, your Doom is going to run with these phase boots, but Maiden's damage and control in this lane is going to be absolutely massive. Probably going to go 3 into Frostbite here. Just keep the Hoodwink in place and do a ton of damage in the Acid Spray together with Alk. Yeah, all right, I'm going to put it to you.
Concoction set up by the Frostbite. Acid Spray there as well for that minus armor, and Whisper going to get slowed now by the Nova. It's going to get off an Infernal Blade, but another Frostbite to come, and the first ult from Zeus in the game. A BZM's coming to play as well. Avalanche toss. Seb is there with the power shot, so they get the trade for Dyrachyo and Whisper, essentially. But it did cost a rotation from the mid-Tiny.
It did. I think this is still a win in Gaming Gladiators books. Zeus doesn't have to rotate, and at the end of the day, now that this is all said and done, they're going to come back to the lane again, and who do you favor, right? Like, Tiny can't live down here, so if Doom wants to lane down here with Hoodwink once again, you're going to run into the same problem that Gaming Gladiators are going to play aggressive on you, and they're going to have the ace in the hole with the Thunder God's Wrath every time. So, it's going to be tricky for them to handle this.
And what do you think of, I'm probably not going to get a chance to talk about it too much longer, so Tofu, the support Gyro. This is a hero in the last tournament for Deadboom Dacha Dubai. Gyro was pretty much ignored entirely, and then in the finals, Skeeter picks it as a carry 3 times in a row to win.
Yeah,
but we didn't really see it as support. What are your thoughts on the hero?
I think this is a hero that Gaming Gladiators really like playing together with Brood. I think there's something about the way these heroes interact. Oh, well, hang on. Let's see if BZM even survives this.
He gets the toss off.
He might be a ice.
And the Avalanche should be. Although Stellar Ray, it's really low cooldown.
Ice
Actually, the freezing field, BZM will fall.
My bad. I didn't realize Maiden was level 6 minute 8. That happens all the time, right?
He's having himself a game.
Yeah, holy shit. Celery's game is awesome right now. Yeah, so I think Gaming Gladiators like to shut me up. Let's go.
That's right.
All right.
Bushwhack.
Don't we all?
Concoction again. Dyrachyo, he wants to go for Whisper, though, as Ahri looks to be dead regardless. Whisper's going to take a couple pop shots. Slow will not hit, though. And Gaiman off to an incredible start in this game number 2.
This is really, really good. I mean, it's a combination of factors for the Gyro, right? Other supports got nerfed a little bit, so he can find his way back. And I think specifically Gaiman pick it because they like the lane with Brood. There's something about the dynamic between these 2 heroes when they play that they really enjoy.
All right, normally this would be a whatever kill, but Celery, like you said, very high level.
He's also not dead yet.
Not quite dead. It takes a while. Seb cleans him up in the end, but there's the focus fire coming from Seb onto Tofu. Leads to a double kill for him. So both supports swiftly taken out in favor of OG.
Yeah, they need something to happen. They can't just let this bottom lane remain in the game state that it's in. So they're going to bring over multiple heroes. Nice dodge here from Dyrachyo. Opting to not finish picking up the Lotus will allow him to cut off to the south.
Oh, Seb getting backstabbed by the Spider. We'll attempt to TP out. Quinn already has used the Thunderbolt.
Yeah.
We'll focus on the tower instead.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Looks like they'll get it for free.
I'm really concerned for OG. I think the next 5 minutes are going to determine the entire game for them, basically. If they don't solve this problem, Brood is going to run rampant. You're going to get run over all over the map by him. The Zeus is always omnipresent. Alchemist will be able to free farm because you're under so much pressure around the map that...
Yeah, Whisper expending the first Doom of the game. This is on a support Gyro, as Ahri making his way over as well. We'll end up finding him. Unless he gets a cheeky deny. Not going to happen, though. Whisper will take it for himself, but Ace has made his way over. He finds BZM, but they don't have the lockdown to really contest.
I actually forgot to mention the biggest nerf to Doom when we talked about it. I don't know how that didn't cross my mind, but the duration of Doom at lower levels is lower. It went from 16 to 12, 14, 16 per level. So effectively, this is a 4-second shorter Doom and a loss of 120 pure damage on level 1. That is a big nerf. The other ones were kind of insignificant, and it stood out there. Gyro is actually close to being able to cast spells again. So, yeah, in this very early stage where Doom just had this ability to just run down a hero and solo kill them, this is a little bit more reminiscent of how Doom used to be, because what ended up happening was that Doom stopped all healing and regen, right? But its damage didn't get nerfed to compensate.
True.
So Doom's his solo kill ability just went through the roof.
But you can use items now.
Yeah, which, again, you can use your wand and it doesn't heal you. So
very cool.
It's basically irrelevant. So yeah, I think this is a good way to nerf the hero, and I actually think this should have happened in the patch that Doom stopped regen. I think the damage should have been nerfed.
Yeah, maybe you should work for Ice Frog and company.
So one thing you could do is shorten the duration, which is what they've done now, but I think you could have also justified just lowering the damage from like 30 to 25, right? On level 1 or...
Did you write a letter?
20. I did not.
Oh, well, there's your problem.
Yep.
He reads emails. Top 3 net worths in the game are all on the side of Gaiman.
Yep. It's an Alchemist game.
It is an Alchemist game, though, so, you know, keep that Do what you will with that information. Quinn and company are smoked up.
Oh, BZM's in trouble.
BZM already using the avalanche. He's just dead. Just plain and simple. No way to get away. Tosses it. Lowly Spider.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
He will drop game and get yet another kill in their name.
Radiant's bottom tower is falling.
Quinn is actually... Oh, wait, this could be Kaya Yasha. It doesn't have to be the right-click
Radiant's
route,
middle
but
tower is under attack.
let's see.
I want to see the right-click route because it's more exciting.
Yeah, I'm not sold that it's better than the caster route in this game.
But it's
like I
cooler.
thought, but- I mean, sure. You love yourself some lightning hands.
Absolutely.
Radiant
So Radiance now comes online for Doraccio. The 12.5-minute mark. Not too shabby. Of course, that will
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
amplify his farm to a degree that no other hero can really match. And I think Ace has been the difference maker so far for Gaiman. He's been all over the place, pressuring towers, pressuring heroes. Yeah. And I think Effie brought it up in the panel. They didn't really pick a hero that can kind of deal with it, which is surprising.
Yep.
You're not a traditional counter.
And I guess it's also worth mentioning that Gaming Gladiators last year, a lot of people considered Ace perhaps the standout player in the world, even. Just super stable on the best team of the year in 2023. Has had a quieter 2024, right? So
ever since his hair has been purple, much quieter, ironically.
I've heard cutting it is the way to go. Cutting it entirely wins you a lot of money. So
yeah.
it's worth considering. He's popping off this game. He's on a comfort hero. He did really well in lane together with Tofu's Gyro, and he's converting this to complete and utter dominance on the map. And sure, we can put an asterisk at this 5K saying, yeah, Alchemist will have more gold than any other hero, but the state of this game is absolutely terrible for OG. It's really, really rough.
Well, can they get this kill? Not with Tofu around. Ace taking back control of the Watcher. 7 BZM looking for some sort of opening. He's not able to find it quite yet. I mean, for BZM, he does have the blink. I think this is the blink reveal, if I'm not mistaken.
It is.
Pretty important pickoff potential here for OG.
It's a pretty late dagger for a mid-tiny, and you know, if he's not even going to find an opening with that, the map is shrinking. You don't... How much of the map do you feel like OG own here? Like maybe 40%? Probably,
maybe.
If even. So if you're not finding opportunities, you know Alk is... It's in the back of your minds right now. Alk is free farming, and they can't do anything about it. They can't get out on the map because Brute is terrorizing them.
Wow, that's a really early BKB though for Whisper.
He changed his mind entirely, didn't get the urn. He just went phase straight BKB.
Wow.
I guess the mindset here for OG is we have to run into them and fight. Like there's no other way. I kind of like this. I like that this shows that mindset because I think it's the only way to recover the game. But I don't know if BKB is the way to do it, actually. I don't know if he's dangerous enough when he pops this and runs in. He's obviously going to ignore a lot of Zeus.
Radiant's bottom
Well, we
tower
talked about how
is
his
under
ult
attack.
absolutely crushes Alchemist, but getting in position to actually use it will be the difficult aspect. I mean, you do have toss, I suppose, but that typically you want to initiate with a toss. That's a support tiny you're looking at, not a mid.
Yeah.
Want to reserve that for the full Avatos combo. Yeah, a little bit awkward for OG.
Looking to put some pressure here on mid. Maybe the idea here, okay, we have BKB on Whisper. Let's make them fight us, you know?
Yeah, but they're going to get the Avatos from BZM. Looks like Tofu will take the sharpshooter to the back of the head.
Here comes the
Ace
spiders.
and company trying to flank OG. As there's the Thunderbolt. Man, Ari just gets deleted. There's the Thunder God's Wrath to follow. Whisper forced to BKB. Trying to run away, but he dies with the BKB still active. And now OG fully on the run. You can see how little damage they did to Gaiman as a whole.
Yeah. Oh, BZM.
Yeah. Wrong 50-50 there.
Yeah. Just a flawless flank from Ace. You know, this fight is over when Gyro dies, ironically, because when Brute gets this angle and you've used all your spells, abort, you know? Abort mission. Whisper not popping BKB here is a pretty big mistake.
Yeah,
Ends up getting
he had
caught in
time,
stun
didn't he?
and just gets killed off, so
Interesting.
bit of a blunder there too. Maybe could have gone slightly better for OG. You could have maybe just traded 1-for-1, but still doesn't feel great when you're buying first item BKB and you're shoving down mid as 5 heroes and all you get is a trade. Like you're looking to win there.
And didn't use Doom either. I mean, he was only Frostbitten, I believe, right? Wasn't stunned. So.
He got Concoction stunned, I think.
Well, originally he did. But
yeah, originally it was.
he had like half HP.
Could have absolutely BKB'd.
Yeah.
during that. But it's difficult because you also don't want to throw it away. You bought this one item, it's really important you use it perfectly. And it can be a difficult judgment call to make sometimes.
And OG scrambling to try to find something out of the map as the lead continues to grow for Gaimin. Celery now has drums. 4 blood grenades, by the way. Interesting.
It's the cheapest health in the game. I mean, you laugh. I've been wondering why we don't see this more. I think it's really good. Like,
I guess it's if you don't use them, sure.
if you have the slot, it's 50 gold for 50 health, right? That's crazy if you think about it.
That's super crazy. Duraccio able to blink out just in time. He's close to his BKB, and once he gets that, it's going to be really hard to deal with.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Yep.
Well, the Orchid applied, but BZM able to TP out in the midst of danger. There's the first BKB of the game for Whisper. It'll help him survive, but now that means it's going to be on cooldown and they can't get anything out of it from an offensive perspective.
I mean, OG just lost the entire map again, right? They TP'd out from top and bottom. So at this point, Gaming Gliders can push in all waves and just take a chokehold on the map again.
I mean, the one person we haven't talked about is Tomato on the Terrorblade. He has Manta right now. Like, at what point do you feel like they need... I mean, I guess it's already gotten to this point, probably, where you want to try to force fights, but when can you bring the TB into the fray?
He was part of this mid play, wasn't he? They just he couldn't get in, Seb's did.
Seb is donezo.
His tower's gone. Probably Roche is gone too. I think Gaimin can just take this tower and go straight Roche top. There's absolutely no way in the world OG accessed that fight against Spider Vision, against Zeus, against Alk with Blink Radiance. No way in hell. And they're
BZM getting caught off guard. Whisper on the high ground. Disruptor is going to connect onto Celery. Actually cancel the result as a result of the toss, but it's BZM taking the brunt. And that is another valuable kill for Gaimin.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
That was initiation onto the CM who lives, and that just shows how much that level advantage has helped out. Along with those blood, actually the blood grenades literally saved him.
Yep.
He was pretty low.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Imagine if these stacked more than they do. Like, you could just have a slot that's just blood grenades.
20 blood grenades?
The support meta would change. Trust me, everybody would just spam blood grenades the whole game.
But what if the blood grenades actually combined into a giant blood grenade?
Oh, a block of grenade. Yeah, very good.
Wait, the
great
cheese,
idea.
The cheese and the blood grenades can be combined.
Oh, into those like what are they called? The ones where you open like a little red shell and there's a baby bell.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, delicious.
Unexpected sponsorship for DreamLeague.
Well, that would be for Valve.
You never know. Yeah, true.
So many possibilities.
Yep.
Not in this game, though, because Gaimin's destroying.
Yeah, there's not that many possibilities for OG here. I know I'm painting this picture of them just being completely cornered, but like there's just games like this. Brood does this to games. Like the only way I see
the problem is, but he was picked first.
Yes.
He was literally first pick.
And I think that was some very valid criticism from Mira on the panelists. You can't let them get away with this, you know? They picked it overall first, and OG just tripled down on completely concentrating on laning station, not the macro of the game, where this Broodmother is going to ruin you. And if OG do not do well in lanes, I don't want to be on that side. And that's been the exact situation.
BZM
again
can't blink out now. Frostbite's there. Tofu even making his way over.
On the camp, so he's dead.
He is dead again to Quinn. Gets his Echo Saber just in time. I mean, going back to the draft, how often would you say, as we're going to hold that thought, because the Doom has been used.
They don't even get him.
Yeah,
Okay.
Ace is just fine.
This is demoralizing.
That's a big spell down now.
He's very fast with the Yasha and webs, so he just runs away. 400.
Now Ari Orchid it up. We'll just assume he's dead at this point. Seb getting a nice shackle onto the Alk, but little damage to follow. Doom is obviously down, so Whisper just trying to run away will BKB TP. This is the state of affairs for OG in this game too. Anyway,
he almost died on the Doom there as well.
Yeah,
with the Thunder God's Wrath there, he would have.
How often do you think when these, like, let's just call Brood a cheesy pick? Okay, I know it wasn't picked last or anything, but how often do you overcompensate as the opposing team trying to counter it? Do you think that's something that players or teams think about, and maybe they
try to specifically avoid doing that?
No, like they overcompensate where they try to counter, but they pick too many almost, and it kind of ruins their own game.
Yeah, but that's the exact opposite of what's happened here, right? They
I know. That's what I'm saying. Do does that get into their head potentially, and then they go the other way?
Right. So, yeah. So they're trying to not fall into that.
They're
trap.
undercompensating.
Oh, that's a very oddly specific question.
There's nothing else to talk about in this game. Look at the freaking game. Are you watching what I'm watching?
I am.
Smoke,
I'm watching a dead
Dyrachyo, yeah, well, there's nothing Mr. Whisper can do. He's already used everything, so easy kill again for Gaimin. Tomato TP's out. And yeah, you can answer my very specific question that you didn't seem to like. You were offended how specific it was.
Do I think teams sometimes overcompensate too much against Brood? Absolutely. But I think that's better than undercompensating. I think there's just some heroes that demand respect, and I don't think the solutions for OG were here this game. So I would rather they had picked like 2 or 3 heroes that were very good against Brood to at least have it covered. And then, sure, afterwards you can be like, all right, we picked too much against Brood and the other heroes had too good of a game. But the fact of the matter is, the other heroes in Gaming Gladiators haven't struggled that much either. Like, the Zeus was last pick, so obviously he's going to have a good game. And the Alk that they picked specifically into Doom is doing just fine. So, it's not...
Yeah, they're being scanned out. Nothing OG can do, though. Tormy goes the way of Ace, actually. Okay.
That's a nice free one to get.
Insatiable hunger buff, I believe.
Yep. More damage every attack. All right, here we
Okay,
go.
Whisper trying to make his last stand here, potentially. Shackle actually connected, but the BKB already came out. Not healing is Dyrachyo. He's just going to run away, though. Whisper cannot catch up. Celery will be the first to fall, so good start for OG, but they lose their Doom shortly after.
Oh, that's a good call down missile 3 there.
Yeah, let's connect up Tomato, taking a ton of magic damage via Quinn as well. He gets off the Sunder just in time. Now we'll try to run away, but Seb and company have taken so much already, and BZM feels like his damage output wasn't really felt in this fight at all, as Tomato now just hightailing away. The Avalanche should try to get away. Dyrachyo, Concoction, blinks and gets the double stun. They kill off Tomato. BZM next on the list as Ace gets both. My goodness, that was actually quite disgusting. As Ari in the trees will fall as well, and the Brood Mother has taken over. Ace completely unstoppable. Now they go high ground.
This is the first game this tournament that we feel like we see some, you know, vintage gaming, right? Like, this is just bread and butter from them, and it all worked out this time. Just completely demolishing the whole map from the laning stage until the finish, using some of their best heroes in the Brood and the... I would say this is the best team in the world at playing Crystal Maiden. I know it's not a flashy hero, and doesn't, a lot of the time, seem like it does too much of
I would say it was flashier this game.
Celery stomped this game, like absolutely ran them over, and it all started, of course, with the 2 kills on the first blood for Zeus. Everything just came together beautifully for them. That's 1 lane. 22 came in at 24.
And don't forget the Concoction deny that led to 2 more kills in that safe lane.
That made Celery's lane, actually. Because not only did they get a good trade, but Alk was dead before the final kill, so Celery got all the experience. And it gave him that early level 5, and we'll get the replay here of a nice Concoction stun. Yeah. It's just like, what can you say, really, right? This OG are just, they're just doomed in this game.
Pun intended?
I mean, like, what do you do? It's good to see a smile on Quinn's face as well. He hasn't been, we haven't seen too many smiles on him.
I don't think he's smiled since Pango's been banned. This is the first time we've seen it. Now into the pit. Gaimin will claim the first Aegis of the game.
We should mention this is, as we talked about pre-game, it's time for Gaimin to warm up now because they're 1-4.
Is this their lower bracket run, so to speak?
I mean, arguably, losing the game here would have put them in a really bad spot in the tournament. But being 2-4 is very much more recoverable than 1-5 in a group stage with 8 teams.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
As we said, probably 7-7 is going to be the cutoff, maybe 8-6 for a top 4. That's way more achievable when you have a little bit more of a lifeline. So, high ground time it is. OG needs to pull off some sort of absolute miracle defense here. As much as we've talked about a lot of Gaimin's heroes, imagine being Tomato in this game. He's just hit creeps and the game's over. He hasn't really been able to play the game. It's just very demoralizing.
We should mention Gaimin's schedule has been pretty hard so far. They haven't played, of course, the top team, which is IGX.
Oh, G2 IG?
G2, damn, I messed that up.
Love,
the great Korean barbecue, of course.
Yeah, of course.
But yeah, they've played BetBoom, they've played Azure, obviously now they're playing OG, and I'd say the next team is Falcons, and then after that, there's, I would say, a bit of a drop-off. So
I don't know, I think they might be sleeping on VP as well.
That's true.
There's some good teams in this group.
Gaimin, I think, did really well against VP in the last tournament, but anything can change. We'll see what OG can do to try to recover this game. It's not looking good, though, to say the least. The Aegis, 3.5 minutes for Mr. Duraccio. Has the AC. And going for a basher, it seems.
Yep. Man, Brood is so farmed. My goodness. Talked about Quinn having a good game. Ace is just like... Ace is almost keeping up with an Alchemist in GPM.
I mean, he's easily the MVP.
That's absolutely wild. He is so rich. 6-0 and 5, 230 CS minute 27, while also pushing and putting pressure on all of the map. He's been finding all of this, and yeah. Looks like a formality at this point. OG aren't even tickling Duraccio.
Yeah, they just got a 27-minute Midas picked up, apparently, for the Doom, as BZM taking a decent amount of damage, but it's Whisper who's getting gone on by Duraccio. They lose their Hoodwink already. Whisper in the trees, completely out of mana now, as Ace just running wild. Takes out Tomato easily. Whisper next.
All right.
OG, think it's time. Think it is time. As Seb can't call GG yet because he's still alive using that keyboard. Now that he's not, enter GG.
Celebratory freezing field from Celery.
And there it is.
Yeah. All right, that's
so
the biggest,
split it.
That's the biggest stomp I've seen this tournament. That was not even remotely close, and we had a stomp yesterday of our own against Gaming Gladiators, as a matter of fact. BetBoom ran them over in the second game, but not to this extent. 28 minutes, but really, to me, this game was over minute 10, maybe 15.
Well, according to some, it could have been over minute 0 based on just the picks alone.
Yeah.
Panel were very confident. And
yep, they like gaming here for good reason. I think, I think what's going to be interesting from here on out for Gaimin is how big of a part of this absolute beatdown was the fact that they first picked Brood and it didn't get solved, right? Because this is not going to happen in multiple games this group stage, most likely. So was this them looking extra good because Brood was having this good of a game? Can they reproduce this against other teams? And that's going to be the big question, because obviously it's a great win, but you're still 2-4. It's a big mountain to climb against strong teams, but it's perhaps the start of Gaimin waking up a little bit more.
Yeah, Quinn ends the game 9-0-12. Ace, I mean, has to be the MVP, surely. The Spider took over this game, even though...
It's him or Celery. I think Celery...
The very beginning, Celery got off to an incredible start, but yeah, I think we're ready to go to the studio. Let's see what they have to say.
We are ready to go to the studio. Thank you very much, Sunsfan Synderen. And I think Gaming Gladiators, they've proved that their style still works. Whether or not it was the Brood not being countered or not, we'll get there eventually. But this is, I think, a big win for Gaming Jenkins, especially just the mental part of it, because we've been saying, like, the drafts are just not feeling it. But this is a typical game in draft, and it won.
Yeah, this was an interesting one. First picking the Brood. I mean, I can't even remember the last time that's been remotely meta. They're clearly trying things.
Yeah.
They stopped first picking the Leshrac. They less picked a Zeus, which is not a super popular hero in competitive. In pubs, it's you know, quite popular. He went for the Manta Lightning Hands build as well, which is a bit of a meme, but then pivoted on like the spell casting stuff. So I think this is going to be a good confidence boost for them, because they did something like fresh and new. And then it actually worked against a team that kind of stomped them in the previous game.
But I feel like it does have to be said, right? What was the plan from OG to get to the late game? Because we saw that they had a good matchup in Terrorblade versus Alchemist and Doom versus Alchemist if they reached the late game. But how do you get there versus a Broodmother? What was your plan? You last picked that Tiny. Were you just gonna dump the Doom on the Brood lane? Because Doom can't really play into a Brood lane either, especially after the Veil nerfs, the Scorched Earth nerfs.
Like max the tree on Tiny and throw trees at the spiders. Like
I don't know.
It's really weird. It's really weird.
It felt a bit strange, but I think what OG were thinking was that if they just won their lanes very hard, killed the Brood a few times, they wouldn't be put in that situation in the first place. But that's where Gaimin really excelled. Their side lanes went very well. Their mid lane went very well. After Alchemist won that bot lane and Brood won that top lane, they just swapped really early. Brood went bottom, started to pressure the Doom. Then you saw Zeus even rotate to try to kill the Doom once. And all of a sudden you have Alchemist and CM taking over the top side of the map, which Brood can still easily connect to because of the webs. And you have a Zeus who on mid who's able to just be everywhere. and we just saw them take over the map. It was a very game-in style win.
Yeah, I think during the draft, I believe Jenkins was constantly saying it's 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. And then the Zeus pick comes out and you completely 180.
Yeah, it was just one of those like perfect last picks that I think it takes balls to pick it as the last pick hero, just because I feel like it's not that good of a hero. It's like an okay hero competitively. Like I said, it's also not as good. It's more of like a pub hero with this Manta build. But it was good against the illusions. It was good against the supports who were good, like strong against like physical damage. And then also it meant that Gaiman really had to win all the lanes because they didn't have a hero like some Ember Spirit or Storm Spirit to run around with the supports and get kills and open up the map if the lanes didn't go very well. So they're really banking on the lanes going well with a first pick Broodmother, and still Ace was like the top net worth coming out of the laning stage. So just classic Gaiman in the sense that they won the lanes and snowballed the game, but not classic Gaiman in the sense that the draft looked completely different from the other drafts they've done in this tournament.
Yeah, and then there was the Wind Ranger position 5 support that, Mira, you were already a little hesitant on because it lacks a little bit, and it kind of showed here as well.
So I think it can work, but when you're what I mentioned pre-game was that I think if you pick Wind Ranger 5, you're losing like lane power, you're losing like the strength to kick out something like a Broodmother, and that Broodmother was unaddressed draft-wise, right?
Yeah.
You didn't have a Primal Beast, you didn't have a Mars, you didn't have like a Leshrac or something that can play versus the spiders. So what you do is you try to kill it many times on lane, and when you pick a Wind Ranger, that's not a really heavy kill support. I think Wind Ranger became a lot better when the slow was added to Power Shot as a lane support, but it's not the kind of hero that's gonna, give Ace a bad game, and that's what we saw.
Yeah, and with that, I believe we get the pleasure to talk to none other than Quinn. Hey, Quinn, how you doing?
Hello. Been better, been worse, but it is what it is.
Been better? Like, are you meaning health-wise, or just you mean in score-wise, Dota-wise?
Yeah, I mean we're playing like a sack of trash, but it happens sometimes, I guess.
It happens sometimes. What do you think is the reason for that? Like, do you have any? Are the vibes just not good, or just getting into the groove, or what's the cause?
I think just inevitably in Dota, there is just waxing and waning. You think about the wrong things, you forget things. There's so many small factors to the game, and it's different from other games in that there's no reset mechanic. Like when you're behind, you're just behind now, and there's no round reset. You don't get to eco next round and then buy. So like it's just I don't know. Dota's a really brutal game, and if you're not playing well for whatever small reason, then you just suck.
And does that tie into the current patch? Obviously, a little bit less than a week ago, there was a new patch. Like, how do you feel that has impacted, for example, you guys' ability to do well here today and yesterday?
I don't think it's really affected us, to be honest. I think the patch is relatively minor. Doom is like worse now than it was, which is rejoice. Praise the heavens. But besides that, nothing else really changed that much. Mage Slayer nerf is nice, just the non-Dota item. So overall, it's fine, but I don't think it really affected why we're playing bad.
Do you feel like there was an issue that wasn't addressed in the patch that you still feel should be addressed at some point in the patch?
Yeah, I mean, Chen and Timber weren't nerfed somehow. I don't know. Pangolin also wasn't nerfed, but I'm the only one who plays that hero, so that one's a bit weird because I think it's broken, but nobody else does. So I don't know what's going on. But
it is continuously banned against you, so you got that going for you, free bans, and I think the same for the Chen and the Timber. Those are just not being played at all, indeed. And this series so far, the 2-game series, there was a big change, at least from a viewer perspective, between Game 1 and Game 2. What did happen during that break that you guys had that made this change possible this way?
To be honest, the draft Game 1 is just a bit dicey to play. Their heroes are honestly pretty cool, and this Sunstriking Global with like 87 stuns is pretty annoying to play against. The Naga pick is probably a bit too comfort for them. There's just I think overall the draft is just we can win this game for sure, and we just didn't play that well early game, and so then things get a bit out of hand, and you start getting Naga Siren. But yeah, I think overall that game's a bit harder than it should be off draft.
Okay, in all the tournaments, in very many recent tournaments, you guys made very deep runs. Do you have any worries about this being different, or are you confident that you can, this is basically the turnaround so far and you guys are now in the groove?
There's always worries. I think playing Dota competitively is like a perpetual state of worry and anxiety about, are we good, what's wrong, how are we fixing things? And when you're good, there's the inverse of like, you now somehow need to stay discontent even though you're winning, because if you are content, then people pass you. So there's sort of a perpetual state of pseudo misery to play this game. So, you know, you're always a bit worried. You're always like, you know, no, we're gonna make it out of groups, and then you just try your best and hope that you do.
This is too real. We could talk about this for a long time, I think. But I'm gonna let Brian get a question in this, maybe a little bit more Dota technical.
That's fair.
Well, Quinn, I'll go to the Dota technical here for the patch. Okay, so I've seen you guys always as a team with an identity. You have 3 scaling cores. You really prioritize like farming the map and spreading people out. And across different patches, how do you balance, you know, having your identity and making it work in the patch versus maybe our identity doesn't feel that great in this patch? Do we ever change our identity? How do you know the fine balance between who we are as a team or adjusting to the current meta?
I think a lot of that depends on what you think is actually good or how bad things are. For instance, we're not picking Underworld every game and buying Greaves Pipe because it's just not that good anymore. And so, you know, you have to change some things like that, but there is also like, you know, we're also not first picking Mars or whatever like some other teams. Like there's always a give and take there, and I think most teams tend to sit a bit in the middle. Like Timbersaw is super broken, but Spirit doesn't want to play Timbersaw because it doesn't have a stun, you know. And so there's a bit of a give and take with these things, and I think we're no different than that, trying to accommodate the way we like to play while also picking heroes that aren't fair.
Thank you.
Is there, it was just going off of that for a second, is there any team in particular that you feel has got the best idea right now that you're side-eyeing a little bit like, okay, what are they doing? Maybe copy a little bit of that?
I don't know if there is a clear best idea yet in the tournament. I also don't think any team is head and shoulders above the rest.
Correct, yeah.
Spirit, you know, is always a very good team, and I think the way they draft and play is very, very solid. But you can also look at like someone like Falcons, who just won the most recent tournament. It's a very strong team right now, and they're just a very different team. Like the stuff they pick is good, but it's also very them. Like they first pick Razor because they have 2 people with like 8,000 Razor games, you know. So it's like, yeah, they're gonna pick Razor, you know. So it's, but what they're doing isn't bad. It's just different. So there's a little more flair and diversity right now, I think, in terms of draft. Besides Timber and Shen.
All right, well that at least sounds like a positive thing for at least from a viewer perspective. Thank you so much, Quinn, for taking the time to talk to us. Good luck, of course, in your series later today as well, and I'm sure we'll talk again.
Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, I mean, we had a fantastic opening series here. What's up? What's up, Jenkins?
I'm just doing hearts because Quinn's a Bubby candidate.
He is a Bubby candidate.
If he had 1 TI, he'd be a full Bubby. I made sure to tell him that right after they lost.
Great. Yeah, you kept him on your toes.
Yeah.
On his toes,
He's
rather.
still in the candidacy program, which is a very long, drawn-out
so
process.
the candidacy depends on results. It's a result.
Depends on a lot of things.
I don't agree because I'm also, you know, formulating this program with you, Jenkins, then I don't think it's...
There's a hierarchy here, though. There is a hierarchy.
That is true.
Which, of course, I'm at the top of.
Of course, yeah.
To be clear.
Great,
but there is a little bit of disagreements on what
the council has not agreed on certain things.
We'll talk about it.
I think one thing though that Quinn touched upon. I mean, we talked a little bit of how they struggled potentially with the drafts and stuff like that, but he is very open about that, and he also said, yeah, game 1 draft was hard to play, and you know, game 2 obviously felt better, and he shares his thoughts. He's very open about that. I think that kind of also takes maybe a little bit, for me anyway, the worries away about how Gaming Gladiators is going to transition into the rest.
I want to go back to his pseudo-misery quote. What's the quote from Voltaire?
Life is either a state of lethargic
disgust or inquietude. Lethargic disgust or distracted inquietude. Either you are depressed and bored, or you're anxious and busy, and there's no in between. And he's saying he's keeping that state of being, because when you're winning,
anxious and busy.
Well, yeah, anxious and busy. Because when you're winning, you're like bored and depressed, but you need to have the phoenix needs to rage within you.
Philosophy aside, it's always nice to see how open Quinn is in his answers. But the one thing about Gaiman is that they have had rough group stages before. We've seen them suffer in the first couple of days, and I think that this team has shown us that they do learn, and they learn fast. So if I always give them like 2 days of leeway, right? If tomorrow they can't bring it together, then I would be concerned for them in the state of this patch. But they were the best team in the world last year for a reason. So you can't write them out just yet.
They're going to 2-0 from now on. I can see it with how they're playing.
Yeah,
They're
you've
gonna-
been great with your predictions.
I'm 100% so far. I got one wrong.
What are you talking about?
I got one wrong.
You said 2-0 like 5 times.
Yes.
Yeah, but then when I saw the Zeus, I changed it.
Yeah, but okay.
You have to change based on the statistics and the information that's in front of you, Shiver.
Sure. I was kind of really hoping that we had some group scores to go to, because I do wanna highlight it a little bit at the start of that second game, how important, especially for Group A, all these wins are, because the playing field is most even in this group, and I think for Gaming to win this game, if they didn't, there would be a very clear divide between them and the rest of the pack. But them winning this game kind of puts them a little bit more like, well, they're still in the bottom half, but like in the middle. I think it's very important, right?
Yeah, I think middle isn't a bad place to be, honestly, because you don't want to fizzle out too fast in group stages. I think we saw at Bet Boom Dacha that a lot of teams that placed high in the groups actually didn't do well later on. So.
Yeah.
Being in the middle is not a bad place to be, so long as
No.
they can comfortably secure that middle spot. Because, 2-4, like Cinderin said, in the cast, that's a good place to recover from. Better than going 1-5, which is harder to recover from.
Yeah.
But there's still a chance for them to mess up tomorrow in one series, and all of a sudden their chances are looking slim.
Yeah, they are from here out. They need to make Jenkins' prediction true most of the time in the results department.
It's funny because Gaiman's actually going to tiebreak with OG for 4th place, and their game is going to win.
Yeah, you just spoiled the script to our viewers right now.
That's what's going to happen, yeah.
I mean, come on. We're supposed to be a show that, the whole point is that the people
Well, just for the
don't know
Gaiman
what's gonna
fans out
happen.
there that are feeling depressed and...
Yeah, but you're not going to spoil the ending. That's
Lethargic
like half of the
disgust.
thrill. It's like you're reading a book, and it's like a thriller novel, and then you already spoil how the ending goes. First, the hero has to go through the depths of despair to climb back up. You just ruined the end.
I'm just saying,
That's
for the
true. That's
people
messed up.
for the
Yeah.
people out there, I'm a manga reader. I read the Gaming Gladiators manga, so I'm way ahead of the anime.
You spoil anime for yourself.
Oh, I don't want to go
That's
there.
a little bit of a spoiler.
Not for other people.
But not everybody likes spoilers. Like, you have to keep that in mind.
I don't spoil for other people. Can you be very clear about that?
You just did. Gaming Gladiator.
No, I
script
spoil for
revealed.
myself. I spoil for myself.
You're on camera right now. Your microphone's on.
Well, they're going to win. What am I supposed to say? Everybody out there that's a Gaming Gladiators fan, put it all in red.
No. It's all good. We're going to find out, of course. I mean, one day at a time, one match at a time for Gaming Gladiators. But that was all Group A. Group A done for now. We'll come back to Group A in a little bit. But first, we're going to jump over to Group B, and that's more Dota. But that will happen after a little bit of a break. The two teams you'll see playing, Extreme and Team Spirit. See you soon. Welcome back to DreamLeague Season 22. We are getting ready for our second series of the day. And for that, we have got Extreme ready to play some Dota against Team Spirit. For that, we're handing over to our analyst desk. Team Spirit versus Extreme Gaming, two-game series. That is it's going to be very entertaining, I think. We're joined by Purge, Effie, and BSJ, and Brian, technical analyst. What you got for us?
I just want to get into the heads of these two teams going into the draft, like what's making them successful, 3-1 on both sides. So for Team Spirit, or for both teams, I'd like to emphasize the power of flex picks that we're seeing in the meta right now. And so for Team Spirit yesterday, they first picked Wind Ranger. By the end of the draft, it's almost certainly going to Yatoro. And what ends up happening is the Team Liquid picks Sniper against Laurel's Puck mid, and so they swapped Puck to Yatoro, and suddenly they win off that because it's a lane swap that suddenly nullifies the power of the Sniper in the mid lane. And then on the other side, with Extreme Gaming, they first pick Death Prophet. You think it's going to be a core, like all the bans are protecting it, and then they just last pick Lesh and move the Death Prophet to a 5. So this is something that going into these drafts, we have to kind of take it with a grain of salt, what comes out at the very early portions of it, because both teams are going to have to cover a lot of bases.
Heavy mind games.
Yes.
Oh, I like that. I like that. Very strategic bit for the draft coming our way. We're going to dive into extreme gaming first. And while we do that, we're going to take a look at how China is making a comeback.
The reason of not being so good, like for recent years, I think it's from two sides. Like one side is, like in Chinese, we don't have too much good new players.
可能赛场上就发挥不太好，可能就有压力那种吧。
可能是因为之前就有些选手就退役了嘛，然后就不打，然后所以就选手也比较少，所以就可能打的。就是没有老将带的话，可能就打得没那么好。
还是得靠我们这些打了很久职业的人一直在一线队伍打吧。
当然，一个队伍肯定是需要老选手和新选手交替的，然后这样才会有一些动力啊，或者新的理解啊。
Maybe we are just too stagnant on our play styles and stuff.
就是上个比赛应该想嘛，就中国队夺冠肯定是。会让我们就中国的玩家更有信心吧，因为就是能拿了个冠军，然后就代表我们的这个赛区的实力肯定都是有的，所以就是会更有信心去冲击每一个比赛吧。
应该就是在上次比赛中拿了冠军，然后应该会对一些年轻选手，就是他内心会有一些鼓励和帮助吧。
因为中国队伍夺冠嘛，可能大家就会觉得就是其实中国队伍不比国外队伍差嘛，就后面可能会就不是打得越来越好。
I think the player like low, like new players, they achieve something definitely like encourage everyone, like no matter new player or old player.
那些新选手也是一直都在打着比赛嘛，所以他们肯定是会就努力的就打好自己的那个。carry 的位置嘛，毕竟罗他是打 carry 的，所以他就是其他的选手肯定也会以他作为目标努力吧。
感觉未来肯定会恢复的。
Well, they're on the right track, of course, already with the victory of EFCL 1 Kuala Lumpur. I think, though, one thing Nothing to Say says is like, yeah, people were thinking like, all the players are going to retire, and then, that's why we go less good. You know what? They solved that by bringing people back from retirement. And I think Ame back here as well, Effie, is, that already is just great to see him back, even though he was only gone for a year.
Yeah, it felt like longer than that. Has it only been a year?
I believe so.
A year and a half or something. It just feels like it's been on for 5 years. He's definitely one of the greatest carry players we've ever had in this game. I think that's indisputable at this point. And he had really great results with XG at Betboom Dacha, right? They didn't make it as far as Azure did in the tournament, which are another Chinese team, but on the games during the group stages, they played incredibly. And in the games that they played well, it was due to Ame's incredible carry performance.
Yeah, for a while, I feel like we were kind of counting this region out as contenders for winning the whole tournament. Like, they would always place somewhere between 4th, 5th, 6th as, like, their top placement. But recently, like, that's just drastic. Like, that's flipped on a dime, basically. As right now, going into this tournament, I think that Extreme and Azure are contenders for first.
Yeah, it's exciting to see their dominance come back, to be honest, because it has been too long. I mean, we've had a nice year of Gaming Gladiators winning everything, and, Liquid doing pretty well and Team Spirit having good times, but the variety is nice. It really increases the popularity of the game, and yeah, it's just good to watch.
And I like what was said in that video that was just played of if a team wins, like they said China won the last big tournament. Well, yeah. I mean, before Betboom Dacha had concluded, obviously. But when a team from a region wins, that inspires every other team in the region. I mean, we heard FNG talk about it at TI12 when he said that Team Spirit is the reason why these EEU teams have been playing so well. Why are Betboom and VP placing so far in TI, and he said that there's one team paving the way, it makes everybody else better. Not just because of scrims, but you're friends with these players. You exchange knowledge, and it lights the fire inside of you, a fire to play better and also represent your region.
Especially winning in the style they did, right? The reverse sweep. At some point in Dota, I think we can all relate that some games, no matter what, it feels like no matter what you do, you're going to lose. And sometimes, if we feel that in a pub, you're going to feel that in competitive, especially if you've been feeling it for a long period of time over the course of many heartbreaking moments in tournaments. So to have it flip that way in a 3-2 reverse sweep, I think like that even amplifies that feeling of resurgence and motivation in the region.
And that's been like a staple. There was a long period in Dota where it's like if you were really behind, like coming back just didn't feel very possible. I think Team Spirit's one of those teams that really shows that, because they're like, oh yeah, we can be down a little bit, but we're gonna win like one team fight, and then we're just gonna be ahead, even though we've been losing the whole game. So that's the motivation you need if you're a new team, to be like, okay, we can always win a game, no matter how bad it is. And once that bleeds into pubs as well, it just makes the whole game better.
Yeah, and when we take Team Spirit as an example, of course, the first TI that they won, there were a lot of four first-timers on that roster at TI, and I think also seeing the newer players be successful, I mean, Lo was mentioned in the video as well, that will also inspire newer players to think, oh, if they can do it, then I have a shot as well. It's not only these veterans that are successful, the new squads do it as well, and that is of course what we saw in Kuala Lumpur. We'll see if they can manage to get something done here. Again, opponents today for Extreme Gaming is Team Spirit, two-time TI champions, so they got their works cut out for them. But this team, of course, has been really good. Both of these teams have a 3-1 record, so they're doing really well. The Group B is very, there's 4 teams with 3-1 and 4 teams with 1-3, so the split is very even. Of course, these teams are aiming to keep it that way. We'll see how they do. But Team Spirit has been doing well. We heard from Brian earlier already that they've they've played some mind games. They swapped things up here and there. They're thinking on their feet. I feel like they've adapted well to the patch.
Yeah, they've done pretty good. It was a little weird seeing them play puck carry, because he went a more carry puck style. Yeah. It wasn't like Blink Dagger. He's like Maelstrom, Mags, Shard kind of thing, Mjolnir with Witchblade. So it was a little weird, and they were kind of losing that game for a while. 3-3 did a really good job dooming puck like so many fights, but eventually they just out-team fought their opponents, which seems like a fixture of their play style consistently through the game.
Yeah, and that's how they won their series earlier before that yesterday. Was it versus...
They won. They went to 1-1 and Tundra.
It was Tundra. Yeah. Even the game that they won versus Tundra, they won because they just bided their time and they only played on the good skewer backs from Collapse. Even when they had lost the map control and Tundra had the Aegis, they made very minimal mistakes there, where a lesser experienced team would have easily lost that game.
Yeah, and it's an impressive skill to have. It really puts fear in your opponents when you're playing against them, because you have to really worry about the moves that you're making. Because if you make a mistake and it leads to like 2 of your heroes getting killed, which leads to a tower, which now leads to map control, it really puts a lot more pressure on you in a game.
It really, really does. I believe we have some highlights as well for Team Spirit. Some of the games they've played were quite fun to watch. I think today here we're going to have another one that is going to be very fun to watch.
The context of this was right before this clip happened. Maposhka was in the upper left, near Roche. Liquid was Roche, and they chased him all the way to the south there just to kill him. And now all of Team Spirit is buying back for this team fight. Wind Ranger gets doomed in the upper right, and when Puck sees that Yatoro, he's like, okay, I'm going back in this fight. There's no more doom. That's like the major team fight that Team Liquid was doing here. So, and this is all because Maposhka was just parking his butt in the upper left for like a minute before they even started roaching.
Now Maposhka
is incredible.
A star player for the squad and keeps delivering.
Yeah, I think this meta fits Maposhka really well as well. Like he's an undying enjoyer. That hero's cropping up. He's also picked ET as well. I think that Team Spirit, out of all the teams I watch across every single patch, you'll always see their signatures come back no matter what. Quinn was kind of talking about the balance between doing your own thing, but also if it doesn't, like, they're not going to pick Underlord, right?
Yeah.
So for Maposhka, I feel like he always has one of his heroes that fits really well, and that allows him to just be these obnoxious guy in a fight. Like his heroes don't team fight. They're like Banes, Undyings, Enchantresses, and that positioning type stuff that's disruptive, that forces attention to them. That's what he specializes in. And I think that's part of how Team Spirit like draws out the game in a way where you just take that much longer to get the objective you're trying to get.
Yeah, Maposhka is very much the silent anchor of his team. Unless he's playing Enchantress and he's like 20-0 with a Hurricane Pike and a Moonshard, which actually happens quite often. He's always in the right place at the right time. He's always set up defensively in ways that maybe some players don't notice because they're focused on, what's going on in a flashy way with the cores, but he's always there. And we have to talk about his in-game leadership, right? When a new patch comes in, a lot of teams that don't have the experience of an in-game shot caller and a leader who has a strong voice, they can lose their way mid-game, and we've seen it time and time again, but Spirit have never had that problem, which is why they're actually one of the stronger patch teams. When a patch comes out and other teams are still figuring it out, it feels like they don't have as many issues as other teams do, because not only do they have the leadership down, but they have their sense of identity that Brian talked about yesterday. They play the things they want to play anyway. Why should patches affect them?
I feel like that gives them a lot of consistency too, because when's the last time that Team Spirit went to a tournament and they like bombed out and just had like a bad tournament? They always do at least okay. Like maybe they get to like playoffs and they lose like 3 stages before the end. You're like, oh, Team Spirit didn't crush it. That's weird. But like that confidence and that consistency with picking the heroes they like really does make a difference.
And that's a great point, because even in the tournaments that they drop out of early, the difference is always one game. It's always in some series where if they had just won that one game, that best of 3, where they've already got a win, they could have stayed in the tournament and things would have looked different. I mean, that's definitely what the DreamLeagues last year looked like before the last one.
Yeah, I think the only exception to that was the most recent tournament where they came top 6 of BB Dasha, and that was they lost 0-2 to Azure Ray, but Azure Ray was also on fire, so can't blame them too much on that one. I think overall, something that Quinn said actually in the interview about Team Spirit was that we're coming back to the draft, which is going to be very important for this one. Team Spirit doesn't play Timber? That's what he said, right?
His exact explanation was they don't play Timber, it doesn't have a stun. So when we look at Collapse's hero pool, we see Mag, we saw DK. Yeah. They did pick Timber one game and lost with it, but then I guess what he's trying to say is with everything that fits the narrative we've spelled out of, there's always chance for them to come back, there's always play potential for their lineup. That's a lot of it's coming from Collapse, the Mars, the Magnus. So I can see how Timber doesn't really fit their narrative.
I feel like it also hurts their flex potential a little bit too, because Timber can leave issues in your draft sometimes. Like there was a game I think last night that Liquid played where they had Timber in their lineup, and I realized like halfway through the game I was like, Nisha just can't do damage because none of his other teammates have stuns. It's like there isn't somebody that can easily set up the Blink Chakra, Whirling Death, chain back to allies combo to do 1,000 magic or pure damage. So I feel like if you do play Timber, it might restrict you that way as well. And since they like flexing so much, yeah, that might hurt him.
The question is Team Spirit comfortable giving Timber away to Extreme? Because I think that's what we're seeing here right now. They're indeed leaving it in and banning out instead the DK, the Mars, the Centaur there as well, which I think is a little bit of the odd one out.
That's a good point. I wonder, because XG played versus Timber yesterday in the first phase and they ended up picking Ursa for Ame and they just crushed Timber on lane. So I wonder if, I'm sure Team Spirit did their preparation and saw the series that XG played. So maybe they're considering doing a little bit of a switcheroo there and playing the Ursa versus Timber, because when Ame ran it looked great.
Team Spirit's turn.
Opening Crystal Maiden pick.
No, that's Extreme Gaming's first pick for I think like 6 of the last 10 games they've played. Yeah, across multiple tournaments.
It's been a lot.
It's their go-to. If they're not flexing, it's going to be a Crystal Maiden pretty much.
The hero's been gaining in popularity. I mean, your Shard got buffed like 4 times in a row. Everybody goes like Tranquil Drum right now. You're just relatively tanky. The disable's good. The laning stage is pretty solid since the other best 5s got nerfed as well. So I think it's just like the new common easy opener.
I also think that it's just dependent on how much you want to play around your safe lane, because we see Gaimin who play very heavily side lane oriented style of Dota. They love their Crystal Maiden also. CM is actually one of the stronger heroes to enable the carry on lane, because not only is she good at babysitting, but she's a kill hero. Like, you can play for kills, you don't necessarily have to play defensively. So for teams that like to set up their safe lane for success, CM is one of their go-to heroes.
Radiant team back.
The Rubik answer straight away. We talked about the Rubik in the previous game as well as just a stable hero that does what he's supposed to.
This is about stealing Crystal Clone. Best skill in the game. Very important.
Is it?
It's a free anti-force staff. It's like a hurricane flick. No.
That's true.
It's a cool spell.
I said it before, but I think Rubik might be S tier this patch. Like, we're going to have to wait and see how the games unfold, but he's good against everything that's good in this meta.
I know Team Liquid's been playing him as a 5 a lot, and I've been surprised about that personally, because I feel like Rubik in lane is a bit weaker than some other supports. So why do you think he's so strong right now?
I don't feel like he's that weak in lane anymore. Like, he's been slowly getting buffed, and like you mentioned a few seconds ago, other lane supports have gotten nerfed, but he trades well, and there are a lot of good spells to steal. Like, for example, you can look at Team Spirit's bans. They left Doom in the pool, because if you're playing Doom versus Rubik, that's very difficult for the Doom to actually, pull off a good team fight, because Doom is always going to be stolen. We've seen Rubik steal Shikuchis and be impactful. We've seen them steal spears. We've seen them steal Crystal Maiden spells.
They buy Dagon sometimes too.
Yeah, I just feel like I feel like there's a lot of good heroes that Rubik is good against in this patch, which is why so many teams are looking at him.
Okay, that makes sense.
I really do think Doom's going to fall out of popularity. Like, those nerfs were sizable, most notably his items. like not ignoring the hero itself. Like any hero that relied on Shiva's rushing, he was probably the most noteworthy one. He's 2-6 right now at the tournament. I think coming out of a patch where he's so broken you don't even want to play against it, people probably at the start are a bit uncomfortable letting through a hero that's conceptually broken, but now I think teams are going to solve it, and simply putting Rubik in your draft, that might be good enough, right?
I think a really good demonstration of that is the last game we just saw where Whisperer played Doom and he held like 3,800 gold. It's like before, it was obvious, okay, I'm going to get Veil as fast as possible because it's going to amplify my damage and I'm going to kill somebody guaranteed at level 6. His damage got reduced at 6. The Veil gives less regen and mana, and then he just like sat there and like eventually made an item decision. If that's like a normal game, you're playing for a timing instead of spending like 5 minutes trying to decide what you're going to buy.
Yeah, I feel like last patch, like all the popular cores were getting that Oblivion Staff into Mage Slayer or Orchid or Witchblade, and then they were getting the Veil immediately. Like their builds felt very cookie cutter, very refined and reliable. And I feel like for Doom, like you said, like what's the reliable build now?
What's best, yeah.
Yeah, the Doom level 1, the Mira mentioned the duration going down to 12 seconds. Like suddenly it's not reliable to get that first kill. So like because their game plan is more situational, then the hero should theoretically be dropping in priority, at least in the draft, for how often it'll work.
And on that note also, the Veil nerf was huge for Doom because he was just veiling and running down supports. After he got that Veil, it actually felt so difficult to play against. Phase Boots plus Veil plus Scorched Earth, and your Crystal Maiden is dead, you know? Your Shadow Demon is dead, your Rubik's dead. It wasn't easy at all to play into, but now that build's been nerfed, it feels like not only is his ultimate in the early levels nerfed, but so is his overall kill potential outside of it too.
The Kunkka coming out super early. They played it once this tournament already. It did lose, but he went for the Ag's Bloodstone. Like that was his late game scaling.
10 seconds.
I'm wondering what makes them feel comfortable to pick it this early.
I think Spirit has been one of the teams that has been picking it, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, usually it's later on in the draft, though, as like a response in like the mid lane or...
They did it one game against Tundra. But I've seen a couple other teams toying with it. Amar's played it recently as well at the last tournament.
The Mirana?
It is early. I guess it's kind of good at killing CM, I suppose. Makes her like super, super easy to kill.
I mean, it could be as simple as it's good against all of Zinq's heroes. He picks all the elusive, annoying.
Do you guys want
like
to take 3
I
minutes?
thought about it for a second. What were you saying, Ko?
Oh no, it's okay. Your thing is more important.
I think Kunkka, okay, so the reason why they're prioritizing it so early is not just because it's a Laurel specialty hero, it's one of the more stable heroes you can pick early that is good against Ame's hero pool. Like, Ame plays a lot of illusion carries, like who are the mid heroes that typically counter these illusion carries, right? These Nagas and these PLs and these Mantibayers. It is Kunkka. Kunkka is one of them. So I think that this is a hero that they thought about. How can we address Ame's hero pool from all of our core positions? Because when you think about XG's playstyle, it's heavily centered around Ame.
True. I like that. A lot of the early drafts, like we mentioned the Rubik blocking heroes like Doom, yeah, Kunkka theoretically blocks probably 50% of the popular carry pool right now. So you're effectively making the enemy team's draft more predictable, which means that when they have this 18th pick that you said Mira usually wins first pick team the draft, in this case Extreme Gaming, it'll be coming out after this pick. That one will be much less potent if you've covered heroes preemptively.
I like these 3 heroes for Team Spirit though. Like imagine a tomb goes down near the enemy lineup. How can they get away from it ever? Like you've got Rubik lift and you've got X combos and stuff too.
Yeah, but Mirana is considered a tombstone hitter, no?
Sure. Yeah, she's okay.
She's okay.
And the Moonlight Shadow will kill the zombies, like if you go invis.
Yeah, but you pop one dust and that's over.
I mean, I'm speaking from pub experience with people at home. Like they know that's how it works. The dust is not there.
Troll's interesting. Gives them some lane potential. Troll plus Undying has certainly some ways to kill Primal Beast if they need it.
Yeah, it's definitely a good hero versus Primal Beast if it's flexed to offlane. Also, it's just a really good hero for Team Spirit in general. I think Yatoro is one of the best troll players in that you never see him, pressing Berserker's Rage and finding himself in a bad position. He's always farming up. They know how to play around him, and he joins fights when he knows that his timings are strong.
I love this OD pick.
It's cool.
I think the only issue OD was getting held back by in the last patch was just getting swarmed by summons heroes. Like if he has like Enigma Eidolons with Vlads or Chen summons with Vlads, then suddenly even if you imprison one guy, you can't even stand your ground and hit them because you're just getting poked down. But I think this patch is going to be much better for OD. Because of that, the pace of the game also slowing down a bit allows him to get up those early 1 or 2 damage items. One of Troll's worst matchups, any hero that can force Troll to change targets by imprisoning the guy he's on is very good because the fervor stacks will reset. It makes the Mjolnir Shard build a lot less potent. And then on top of that, you can also just imprison the Troll. And you can save yourself from Kunkka Boat. The only counter is Rubik, who can theoretically steal Astral.
That's a good point, yeah.
But other than that, it feels like a very free OD game right now.
I love all of the points that you mentioned, especially because you look at Team Spirit's heroes and they don't really have that reliable engage, right? That's going to be coming out of Collapse's hero, but it's really not quite there. So if you're disrupting the X combo with Astral and you're stopping the Troll early on with Astral, there's not really a clear way that Spirit can take the fight yet. And the Collapse heroes were already taken out at the start of this draft. So I do think that it's a great pick, like you mentioned, but I mean, Rubik, on the other hand, when he gets the Astral, he just triples in
He
power.
becomes a better OD, for sure.
It's once you're playing against a Rubik with an Astral, you have to use all of your resources to kill that Rubik, or fights seem nigh unplayable. It's a much better version of Astral.
They've also got Astral into Arrow as well. So like not only is it like the perfect hero against the enemies, but it's really good with their setup too. They can do Banish into Primal Beast too. Like they've got a lot of ways to do chain stuns.
They need a carry that can jump this Rubik for XG. Like they need some gap close carry because I don't necessarily think they have enough means to get on top of him. Primal Beast alone isn't enough, so that's what XG need to look at, and Team Spirit need to look at an initiator for Collapse.
Yeah, Spirit banned out the Slark more of 2 heroes that would have done that role just fine. So maybe like a Sven?
Or an Alk.
Alk, yeah, Blink Stunner. There we go.
Blink
Good call,
Alk can
Mira.
work.
Yep. Any hero with Blink and a Stun. In this particular game, I don't mind the carry matchup because I think Troll's pretty good against Alk, but OD is meant to just completely negate Troll's ability to carry this game. So I'm fine with fixating on enabling the OD to thus do his job.
And you can give a free Ags to the OD as well to make him even harder to kill.
That is true.
Looks pretty good.
Not a lot of mind games in this one. I feel like Extreme just, picked their entire draft in the correct order from position 5 to position 1, and,
I feel like Team Spirit kind of started that. Team Spirit just said 3rd pick Kunkka. So then they're just kind of directly responding to everything. Yeah. We're seeing the Zeus again. Is this offlane Kunkka? It is. Oh, there is the flex. We were talking about it for Laurel.
Okay.
Instead, it's going to be the mid Zeus.
I will tell you, that is one of Laurel's best heroes.
It actually is. he was trying to make that hero work when nobody believed in it, like a couple of DreamLeagues ago. I think that it makes sense to put this Zeus versus OD. You don't want your Kunkka playing against the OD. It's a really good hero versus OD, right? It lanes from a distance. It never gets in range for Astral. It'll be able to farm it, and it does really comfortable range damage to OD. The only issue that I would say is I still don't think that Spirit have the best means to take fights, because Kunkka offlane isn't the same as a Magnus offlane or a Mars offlane, where he's picking and choosing the fights for you. It's more so that you're just going to ball up your heroes and run at them and then hope that it works out, because we've seen Team Spirit excel when they're isolating fights and isolating targets, but they don't have the means to do that here. So it's harder to execute.
I think this Manta Shard Zeus stuff is broken. So I'll just say, and it's a game where Alk has 2 targets to jump now. I think the Rubik and the Zeus are high potency, and I think what makes the Manta build on Zeus really strong is that the weakness this hero's always had is he has to show on lanes to push them, but now you don't. So it's not a matter of being like a right-click carry or anything, it's just a Zeus that you don't see. And we all know that Zeus will kill you if you don't see him. So I'm worried about the timing for Alchemist, where he hits like Blink BKB. I think they can just run this game over. But if they manage to stall out the game long enough on the side of Team Spirit, so Alch's BKB dwindles, I'm feeling really good for the Zeus pick.
Yeah, he's going to have a lot of time at least to sit back and plunk little nukes. And if they can delay team fights, I think Team Spirit has a good shot.
Well, I'm definitely going to sit back and enjoy the game that we're about to watch. So let's get going.
Extreme Gaming versus Team Spirit. Game number 1 of this 2-game series here at DreamLeague. Sunsman here with Cinderin. And we got some interesting picks, Cinderman. The Zeus has become the hero of the day, it feels like. Collapse is playing the offlane Kunkka, and XM is actually literally rolling a turd, by the way.
Yeah.
If you realize that is the taunt. That is now the best taunt in the game.
Great metaphor for playing pub games.
30 seconds
Very
to
true.
battle.
Yes.
But not the case here. He has a pretty great team, if I may say so. So, we were talking about this going into this game, that you hate OD and I really like it. And we weren't talking about, just in this game or whatever, just as a concept.
Yes.
I find this hero really entertaining to watch and to play.
God, okay. Just stop right there.
So I wanted to put a little asterisk on this hero as well, which is XM is probably the best Viper player in the world, right? Okay. And a really big part of playing Viper is orb attack, manipulating your lane, just pressuring your opponent without getting aggro with poison attack.
Oh my god.
OD does the same thing. He's going to be playing against Zeus, though, but at the time it looked like he might be playing against Tomcat, which is possibly a reason they picked this hero, that he was expecting to just run over that lane.
For the rest of this game, we're no longer friends. You know how much I hate that ancient mechanic that's still in the game for literally no reason.
Orb blocking?
Orb blocking. And it's not. It's the funny thing is I didn't even have a problem with that on this hero because it's not as potent, I would say, as like the poison attack that you're talking about, the Viper. But more Astral Imprisonment is got to be the most annoying spell in the game. I think I finally met the one person that enjoys watching this hero. So congratulations, Cinderin.
It's all just so satisfying. It's got an amazing sound. It does 1 billion damage.
Yeah, the ult's fine. I don't have a problem with the ult.
Very cool.
It's Astral Imprisonment. Astral Imprisonment.
There you go. Nice deny.
Wow.
Laurel
Very cool gameplay. You're right.
Laurel, why didn't you just deny that creep?
Maybe once he gets Manta, he won't have to worry about that anymore.
But yeah, it is going to be the talk of this game because this is the most uncharacteristic pick of the draft, I would say. The OD for XM. Very aggressive here from Laurel jumping in.
Yes.
We'll have to yield in a minute. So keep in mind, Astral obviously nowadays is a mana capacity steal. So if you get a couple of these off on the Zeus in the mid lane, he won't be able to fight back that much before he runs out of mana. He will get it back eventually, but especially when OD hits level 3 and level 5, this could become tricky for Laurel. And obviously you're always at the mercy of losing some creeps to denies when you just get banished out.
Yeah, it's really interactive gameplay, you're right. I can see why you like it so much.
Zeus into it, so they must feel like this is... I think this is one of the best int heroes against OD and mid because of the range advantage you have on your spell. But as soon as you run out of mana, obviously that's going to be a big problem, which has happened now.
Yeah, very cool.
Curious to see.
Can we go to another lane, please?
Yes,
I can't stand
let's
looking at
do
this hero
that.
anymore,
So,
for God's sake.
Primal Beast, top lane. Unlucky guys, you checked the wrong one, but
50-50.
Primal is I would say one of the biggest heroes of the previous patch, but hasn't been getting so much love this tournament so far.
Oh, someone is getting love, and that's CM with a lot of damage applied.
Missing.
Concoction from Ame. Forced collapse back, actually doing a considerable amount of damage.
That would have been a kill if that torrent landed, so nice sidestep there. Coming out from DY.
Jin Q, what do you think of the Mirana pick? You got Astral into Arrow, you got Pulverize into Arrow, you got Frostbite into Arrow, Concoction into Arrow. Every hero has a theoretical setup.
Yep. That's feels way better playing Mirana when you have multiple setups because it means when you move around the map you always have a friend to play with. Yep. At the time they picked it, they didn't have that though, right? They only had the Crystal Maiden. So either they were already planning that this was going to be an approach against Team Spirit, that you wanted to have Jinkyu on a mobile ganking type hero, or they see some additional value in this against Spirit's playstyle where maybe Moonlight Shadow is very valuable, because we aren't really seeing any teams picking this. Like, I actually think this is rarer than the Primal Beast nowadays, except maybe Falcons are running it on snaking, perhaps, but... Extreme will bring it out in this one. I'm curious to see. Oh, nice combo there.
Telekinesis into Torrent. Ame taking heavy damage. Will have to tango away and hide under the tower now. Meanwhile, XXS using his trample pretty early. Has the onslaught to get away as the tombstone is placed. Jin Q is going to try to clean that up. And actually, it's a lot of gold for XXS now. So Maposhka giving up quite a bit here, but trying to
he might even die.
Lane.
Oh,
that onslaught is there.
Not a combo, but
it is not, but he will likely die. The Soul Rip comes through. All right, he's done so.
Yeah, that's pretty much the dream when you pull the wave against Undying. Undying's biggest weakness as a lane dominator is when the lane isn't played normally. So as soon as you separate him from his lane partner and he needs to chase you down to stop you denying a wave behind tower, that's where you could be vulnerable in that 1v2. And they do find that kill. Of course, Yotaro is just totally free in the meantime, right? There's the reason they're pulling out of necessity. Because this lane matchup is very bad for the Primal. Troll plus Undying is just stupidly hard to lane into, so you kind of have to just keep doing this, which XXS is doing. Going to cut the wave, run it away. And Yotaro, as a result, will be 23-11 against the 13-1.
Okay, well, tell me, what do you think about Troll in this game on paper as a hero?
I think the OD matchup is really bad for him, so that is a concern. And I think Primal is actually one of the better offlaners against Troll as well, because Pulverize can pierce anything. He is, however, playing against Rubik, which is a very good matchup into Primal. So it becomes this little bit of a game of, you know, rock, paper, scissors almost, where the heroes counter each other across the board. I've definitely seen better Troll matchups than this, but I think it's still stable, and at the end of the day, most importantly for Troll, getting a good lane.
making a rotation mid, gets the Tombstone down. Laurel using up all his mana. There's the Astral. Save him temporarily. Jin Q with a Starstorm, but that tickles just a little bit. Actually hits the arrow as well, but XM does eventually fall, so good rotation from Miposhka.
That's such an unexpected gank too, right? Like you really don't think Undying is going to gank Zeus's lane. Just listen to how stupid that sounds.
Yeah.
But it works. If you have the right conditions and you see the play, you go for it. That's just world class there from Miposhka, finding that opening. Coming in right at the time that Astral was on cooldown into a lane that they were definitely not expecting that gank in. So a very high value play. Lane's going great right now for Spirit.
Absolutely. Top 3 CS in the game. Ame, if they can get this kill, Spirit will be very happy. X into the Torrent. Telekinesis as well. Ame trying to get something out of this. He won't find anything other than a trip back to the fountain. So Spirit, very aggressive early game. There's the Astral again, but the rune is top. It's a shield rune right now.
Yeah.
XM looks like he's just going to be able to walk and grab that for himself. Is losing the mid lane just slightly. Obviously, that death setting him back a bit.
You should keep in mind as well that Zeus got a fast level 6. So this is going to be primarily impactful, I would say, against the Alchemist's lane. Because as we've seen, they can get him down to low or just barely kill him. But with the Zeus ult as an X factor, that shouldn't be too difficult. Going the other way currently, though.
Collapse. Taking heavy damage now on the return. And Ame and company able to take him out. Some retribution for Ame and company. Much needed kill for them because, well, I guess Alchemist is a hero that can farm away at any point. I'm not sure how much you can shut down that hero in the end. And Laurel is here with a Thunderbolt. Uproar's popped. Ooh, not quite enough damage with the ult. My goodness.
I think if he ultied instantly, he would have had him, but he might not have had the mana
regen
pool at the time. Yeah, because he had lost 108 from the Astral. Odie is such a great hero. Lovely. So,
making a great case for yourself. OD fan club solo member.
Hold
your horses, Cinderman. Frostbite on Miposhka. Arrow not gonna hit.
That missed? That looked like it was gonna be a hit, actually.
Did not look close to me. Use your eyes.
Yep, they still haven't fixed the hitboxes in CS2 as it looks.
Yeah, that's another story. Sub-tick system not working out so well. DY trying to get on the run here. Telekinesis back. Big Starstorm to come from Jinmu, who's flanking. Concoction as well. Miposhka will go down to a pitiful right click from DY, and Mira will follow suit from Jin Q.
Jin Q's level 6, minute 8. This is similar to what we just saw from Celery in the previous game on the Crystal Maiden. And as much as we've talked about Spirit doing well in lanes, the thing to keep in mind is Jin Q has had a lot of farm. He has 25 CS on the farm Mirana. He's just been arrowing away and finding farm while the Primal Beast has been cutting waves. So they're finding the maximum efficiency out of this, which effectively really puts the top lane as a draw in terms of net worth. Primal is 1,000 behind the Troll, but Mirana's 1,000 ahead of the Undying. So they kind of broke even in a very bad lane matchup by playing greedy.
Do you think they
they're converting
can get enough out of this lead with the Mirana farm? Like, is it going to have as much of an impact?
I think if he buys utility items for the team, this can be really impactful. I love that he's going mech. I think it's the perfect item for this game. You want to try to offset the early damage from Zeus and Kunkka. There's going to be a lot of AoE damage in the fight. Could even see him building... Could we see him build pipe after the mech? Maybe? I wouldn't hate it, at least. But otherwise, maybe something like a solo crest for the OD is really, really good. Plenty of utility items.
Success finally shows top. He's going to be greeted by both Yotaro, Miposhka, and Mira.
Yep. Has a feeling it's coming too.
Close to range, but the Fog of War is there, and there's the path that we still haven't named, and he gets away.
That was a very good escape there. Across the bridge.
Unnamed path.
So that's quite a bit of time wasted for Spirit there. 3-man rotation doesn't really bear any fruit. He had the right read that Mira was coming from the southeast, so he cut off to the left. And he's straight back to farming in the jungle. This is very... You know, the Achilles heel for the Chinese region for, I would say, a long time at the top level has been laning stage, right? They had plenty of games against especially a team like Gaming Gladiators where they just never get to play the game. I feel like this region has improved a lot in terms of laning over the last few months. And this is another great case of it. Just solving problems, right? Very well.
More aggression from Spirit. Tombstone is down. Try to
nice sidestep.
Stop this little aggression play from Extreme as
wait, he's soloed
guys. Okay. Astral Imprisonment. Jin Q is there as well.
Oh, this
trying to finish off Mira, and the Sanity's Eclipse was needed to get the kill. Very satisfying indeed. DY. I think the boat's a little bit more satisfying for my taste, but it's a 1 for 2. I don't know how the troll died.
That is such a huge kill. He doesn't have ult, so maybe XXS just caught him in a weak moment and ran him down. Yeah, definitely not one I saw coming there. And that basically solves XXS's entire game. He's ahead of Troll now with that one kill.
That's pretty crazy.
That is huge for him. So the only core on the side of Extreme that isn't doing too hot is, ironically, the OD, which is, of course, an amazing hero, but anything... The Undying gank probably set him back quite a bit. XXS, it feels like he's just farming every jungle camp when he can. Literally just running around with his soul ring, just farming woods.
Yep, he finds Mira. Not going to be able to find the connection, though. Boschka's going to show
he's in
himself
trouble
as
now.
well. Yeah, X is there. XM, tried to get us off the Astral, but we'll focus on the tower for now. Pulverize instantly canceled. XXS is still very, very healthy and thick and juicy.
I was expecting a potential connection there from one of the cores on Spirit, but I guess they weren't ready. Zeus didn't have the mana yet. He was in Fountain, and Troll probably didn't have TP and also doesn't want to be here, so XXS deceptively safe there against 3 heroes between the towers. That's one thing, I don't know how much the panel touched upon this. In terms of damage, Spirit's lineup's actually a little bit lackluster, right? It's the Zeus that has to do the major output currently.
Yeah, they're going to try to go on XXS again. Mass TP's coming in. They do burst him down in time. Question is, can they get away? Ame, Concoction procced. Will hit Mira, taking considerable damage, but looks like he's going to be able to walk away. And Moonlight Shadow giving them the cover to exit now, as it looks like Spirit are the ones that want to potentially re-aggress. Collapse showing himself. No boat at the moment.
Yeah, Ame's trying to walk in and spawn zombies to farm gold here. He actually is.
That is real. That's the old Weehaw move.
He is getting filthy rich off this tombstone.
That's nice. Need to
okay,
click,
he's missing a lot of
better.
the attacks because he can't click the zombies.
Yeah, it's understandable. They're very tiny.
Hitbox and CS2 still not the best.
We're not using the sub-tick system. Really flawless. And we'll concoct to help him farm this. So Radiant's almost there. This will give it to him for sure.
That move from Spirit is actually quite crucial because they get Rubik his level 6. I was talking about the damage issues. When you're playing Kunkka offlane, Rubik 4 and Undying 5, a lot of the time, many of the kills you find in the game is offlaner plus support, but the problem is the supports for Kunkka don't deal that much damage until Rubik gets a good spell steal. So now that that's available, it opens up the map in a different way where he can connect with a spell like this one plus Zeus ult, and suddenly the Kunkka becomes a killer now because he can't do it himself. So that was very, very good for them. Probably going to see a smoke play sometime soon. He is edging over toward the Kunkka here with a smoke in his backpack. Let's see if that is the plan here. Also meeting Miposhka, who now finds his 6, and it's 13. Quite late on that Undying ult. Hasn't been the best game for the support duo of Spirit, this one.
Yep, Phylactery there for Laurel. A little bit slower than average, apparently, but you expect this to just be the regular handsy lightning hands boys? Because Phylactery you could go either way, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to think about... I think what Brian said is quite important here. I think the Manta is going to play a key role in this type of game that this is, so I wouldn't mind seeing it here. But I suppose a bit of a concern is if you do play right-click Zeus, you and Troll are fulfilling a... You're not the same hero by any means. You're obviously going to play the fight differently, but perhaps solving 2 heroes at the same time with itemization gets a little bit easier if it's the right-click version. Because if Zeus doesn't play from high range, suddenly some of the catch items, like let's say OD buys a dagger, right? Then it's not only good for saving against Troll ult and for shutting Troll down, suddenly you have a catch against the Zeus who will be in range to get caught a lot more if he needs to attack with his hero and with his illusions. He looks like a Kaya, that was a Kaya Sange queued up, right? Because if that is, he's probably not going the right click build. You always go the Kaya Yasha. So I think this is Kaya Sange into Ags, probably.
Okay. We got to see some Nimbus action today, huh?
Nimbus is very good with Torrent Storm.
Yeah, that's true. So then we'll see like the eventual refresher and whatnot then.
Possibly,
so lots
if we get
and
that
lots
far.
of team fight.
Yeah. And I think at the current state of the game, like this 3k lead, I think Spirit are pretty comfortable. Alchemist is obviously very rich, but the next 3 cores are on the side of Spirit. And it's not an obvious game where Alk is going to run over the Dire lineup when you see it, right? Troll can fight back, Tombstone's very annoying, Kunkka is good against Alk, I would say.
Yeah, they did buy a blink though on Ame, so see if he wants to connect with his team here relatively shortly.
Yep.
Is opting to go for Manta, so more of the, I don't know if this is coming back, but more of the older school type of build for the Alk, Radiance Manta.
Oh,
Push
yeah.
out waves, the classic. Then you go Octarine or something to that effect.
Now, you might say that you hate OD and don't think it's a particularly fun hero.
Yeah.
You get to choose now. Would you rather have OD in every game or Radiance Manta on a hero in every game?
That's a stupid question. XXS
So much. You didn't
will
want to
be
answer
spotted.
it, which means you would rather have OD.
It's a stupid question. They didn't have range for the X.
Do you remember that major where OG just had Radiance Manta on, was it No-Tail?
You're
every
asking
game?
about an itemization choice that every hero goes for versus one hero. It's not even a fair question. Oh, wow. Okay, I wasn't expecting the Radiance on Collapse.
Yeah, just wait until he buys Manta. You'll be bored already.
He's going Radiance into Torrent Storm. Perfect synergy, of course.
Yeah.
Talk to me about that item.
He's going to be able to keep up the farm nicely. In theory, Radiance on Kunkka is quite interesting, right? You throw out the boat, you're naturally tanky, you have the evasion and the blind, and you just run in and deal damage during your Torrent Storm. It can be very good. The downside to this is that it delays certain other items, such as the Torrent Storm, which if you go for the Blade Mail build, for example, on Kunkka, you get it way earlier. But with this, his farming pace stays more consistent throughout the game.
I have a theory about that, as we might have to hold the horses here. No, Amai's going to be able to run away. Yeah. So Radiance was just buffed to be 20% evasion, which is, it's been a long time since it's been that high.
Yeah.
So OD and Alk are not going to like that, neither of which want to buy anything like an MKB.
That's true. Yep.
So.
But Alk does like buying Bloodthorn.
Yes, that is true.
I guess Kunkka will likely buy BKB after his Torrent Storm regardless here. There's just too many stuns and too much random garbage. So at that point he will be able to offset the Bloodthorn at least for that period of time. Deny on the tower from Ame here. Quite calm here, but now Spirit are finally looking for something. They won't.
Torrent not going to hit DY with a freezing field. Oh, gets canceled relatively early, but did a decent amount of damage. And yeah, we'll see if Mira can take good use of that. As DY falls, Ame still X'd, looking to fight. Looking to kill the Tombstone at the very least. Not going to farm the zombies this time. He gets torrented up. XM with the Sanity's Eclipse onto several heroes. Might have to back away though. Arrow not going to hit anybody. XXS comes in with the ult. He's going to be able to destroy Yatoro. Maposhka though is the trade. Ame ends up dropping though, and now you can see XXS just doing so much work on the backline as Laurel is also destroying so many heroes dead, and it ends up being a team wipe in favor of Extreme Gaming. And the hero that was up front and personal, the XXS Primal Beast, very healthy.
The #1 most crucial thing, I'm sure we'll get a replay of this here. Yatoro did not get ult off. That's the end of the fight right there. So they almost kill Ame here in a burst. I think he was very surprised how much damage he took here, but that Astral will delay things. And Yatoro's in this awkward spot here. Sick arrow dodge, by the way, but still gets concoct stun and then, yeah, I think it was that, into a pulverize, and Mira wasn't able to steal and turn it around fast enough. If Troll ultis here, I think they win the fight handily, but nice catch there. Clutch fight from XXS. Very well done.
He has a very wide stance with his keyboard and mouse.
He's a role-playing Primal Beast. He's got like that, you know, what's that walk called that gym bros have where they're like, got like really big shoulders because they have so big lats they can't put their arms back?
You're asking the wrong person.
Yeah.
I know the gut walk.
Jenkins!
There you go.
All right.
Sure, he'll be here any minute. 7K lead for Extreme. That fight certainly
going
helping
pipe.
out a decent amount. But still, Yotaro is on top. We haven't really felt the impact of him quite yet. He was solo killed off camera because it was so unexpected, and this time didn't get off his ult. But I mean, once he gets a BKB, that's when it's going to be extremely hard to take him out before the ult comes out.
Yeah, because even if you do pulverize him during BKB, they don't have the most single target damage, right? Like, OD isn't going to hit hard into BKB. Alk has Radiance Manta. He doesn't have single target damage. So, yeah, that BKB should be a real game changer here for Yotaro. The question is if it's going to be a little bit too little too late, because the lead is starting to be meaningful here.
It is, but they want to get really aggressive on the Ame. Oh, the Frostbite into Arrow. The boat is coming with the buff for Yotaro, but the Pulverize was there, and the BKB's activated galore.
This is real bad for Spirit. I think one of the more questionable plays that they've made all tournament so far, just...
The bait and switch.
Yeah, it's... I don't really know what they were hoping was going to happen. They're going on an Alk. The enemy team is missing. They can just banish him and turn it around on you. Your Troll can't stand his ground afterwards because there's no BKB. I think it's awkward because you maybe don't feel so good about just going to the jungle to farm the BKB, but I think the alternative is even worse. Just forcing fights is not going to work against this Radiant lineup. You just probably also lose this now because you were all the way in the top side. Troll respawning in 10. You don't have the tier 1. So your point of connection is quite far away. They will scan. OD is very good at this, by the way. Great hero at killing Roche.
Yep, they keep changing that back and forth and back and forth. It used to be great, used to be terrible. Now it works again.
Yeah. Looks like they want to put this Aegis onto Ame.
Okay.
Wouldn't mind seeing it on the OD.
Yeah, same.
Okay, they changed it.
I mean, yeah, Alk is basically a transformation hero for all intents and purposes.
And it's also OD can save you, right? So now the one hero who cannot, you can't save yourself without Ags. Now you have that second life. So now nobody is an easy kill for Team Spirit. Troll is... Okay, he ultied the Tormentor. I was like, why is he so low? All right.
Oh, we got grab ally from Aposhka.
That is very good against Pulverize if you're clutch.
It certainly is, but then it gets awkward because if you've already popped BKB and he's pulverizing, do you just wait it out or do you cast the Tombstone? You know what I mean? Like it's... The fact that Pulverize goes through is pretty big deal. They do find the arrow connection, and Mira gets taken out as well. So 2 support kills drop very quickly as Extreme looking to try to take this game number 1.
They're taking them to school right now. Absolutely just running them over on the map. Hasn't really been any good move happening for Spirit for the last, I want to say, almost 10 minutes. They're just getting outplayed in every single exchange. Now the Solar Crest that we talked about will be finished on the Crystal Maiden, so we can put that either on the Alk or the OD. OD has the full Pike, so massive attack damage and distance to be gained from the Troll. I think Spirit are in a bit of a pickle lineup-wise here, where even if this game was closer, I still struggle to see how they string together a fight because of the amazing counter-initiation tools that Extreme have. They can effectively just offer up the Alchemist at any given time, and if Spirit try to go on him, they banish him and just turn the fight around. XXS has been on fire this game with the Primal. They will have Water Park now. Maybe that could be a game changer.
I don't think they can fight without BKB though for Yotaro.
I don't think so either. I think you have to absolutely dodge until this as the bare minimum.
He's just waiting for these Ancients to respawn.
Oh, he might get spotted.
Yeah,
he is so
XXS
dead.
in the cover of Moonlight Shadow. Pulverize is there. Yotaro doesn't even get off. I mean, that's just rough, man. That is really rough. So the BKB, and the good news is he spent most of his money.
Yeah.
They didn't really lose that much. As another Tormentor, this time for Extreme, will be taken.
That'll be...
Oh, the Crystal Clone.
Absolute Zero. Isn't that the name of the character in Mortal Kombat that has that?
What?
Isn't that where it's from?
Sub-Zero?
Sub-Zero, there you go. Close enough. Absolute Zero sounds cooler.
That's more describing
literally
your brain.
Collapse.
Yep, X. Gets off the concoction, actually disrupts the entire combo. Ame dodging the torrents like his life depends on it, but it really doesn't. XXS put on the cliff. Doesn't have his onslaught to get away, and the Blink Dagger on cooldown for 8 seconds, so Spirit will likely get out with everyone. But they don't really gain anything either.
Well, they forced the rotation about Yotaro space. It's something. in the grand scheme of things, comparing this to the previous 10 minutes, that might have been their most successful move. No kill, but space.
And
I'm really impressed with XXS's farm, by the way. Him being second in net worth in this game with the amount of team fights he's also... the amount of impact he's found, he's been super efficient.
Yep.
210 CS after what was supposed to be a bad laning stage matchup. He is just absolutely maximizing the crap out of this game.
Talk to me about the Ags for Primal.
Ton of damage.
Does it break anything? Like Arcane Supremacy, technically?
It breaks Troll's passive, right?
Yeah.
But I honestly don't think the break is even a consideration here. He just wants it for the massive damage and
interesting.
output when he goes in. It is a really good item in general. Maybe, do you break Lightning Hands? But he's not buying that, right? Oh, he does have it. I think that's not breakable. It's a toggle.
Now we're going to see the Pulverize initiation. Ame's here to help clean the job up. Mira's done.
Collapse and the crap away here. He toggled off his Radiant. Will escape. Barely.
I'm going to say it does not break the Lightning Hands.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay. XM.
Yep.
That's...
Astral and... Oh, Arrow. Not even close. XM. He's going to get some backup now in the form of Ame and company. They're jumping in real deep. Miposhka forced to use his Flesh Golem, but just a couple right clicks will be enough. But a lot of damage on the OD. Remember, he does have that Aegis, so XM not really caring too much about it. Will Astral himself for the time being. Now that his teammates have caught up. Jin Q and company. Big Standy's Eclipse onto 2 heroes. Continuing to kite Yatoro's Troll Warlord as Collapse gets taken out. Yatoro with an early battle trance, and now he has uncontrollable rage. Gonna get pulverized inside. Will attempt to run away with that BKB still active, but the Astral Imprisonment just in time. Arrow will be dodged, but they have enough damage to take him out again. And this is looking out of reach for Spirit.
This is just flat out not even remotely close. It's... They weren't even close to winning that fight either. It's not just that they're far behind, but what's the lowest they got a hero? Like, XM was kind of low, but he has Aegis, so they weren't even close to getting a kill.
And oh, they actually... So I didn't even realize that the grab ally stunned him in the end.
Oh.
Just to add insult to injury there.
Yeah.
But yeah, not close. And just feels like... feels like Yatoro just... a couple too many deaths in the laning stage. And now he's just too far behind.
I love a little detail there from XXS, by the way. He didn't immediately BKB pulverize the troll. He walked away a little bit first to prevent Rubik from stealing it. And then he went for the pulverize when Rubik was controlled by XM. So very good awareness of the one potential counterplay Spirit might have had there. I don't think it would have mattered, but it still shows a good understanding of the dynamic of that team fight.
Double damage.
Double damage? Wow.
Yeah, they're going to have to re-record all of those.
No, they see, if you go with my suggestion, just damage it, you just cut half the audio and it's fine. Some of it might sound weird.
Some of the intonations can sound so weird.
It's like,
damage, Rune.
Yeah, that's fine. Better than having to rehire everybody.
That's fair.
Poshka spotted out. Wow.
Okay. Well,
wow.
Well, he does hit pretty hard with that amplify damage rune.
That's true. That's one of the better heroes to get it on now. Spell damage applied as well. XM making the OD look very fun and just kidding. That's not possible. Let's be real. Only a sick mind like Cinderin would say something like that and actually mean it. Filth.
Oh, Shivas. Where have you been all this time?
Is that the... That's one of the few Shiva's purchases.
I don't think we had a Shiva yesterday in our games. Or today.
No, we...
Did we have one?
I think we had one.
Okay.
I don't remember who it was, but... I remember saying Shivas, so...
Maybe you said they didn't buy Shivas.
I remember seeing the Shivas active.
Oh.
Very distinctive. An Arctic blast, very refreshing, you know?
Yatoro's in trouble.
Oh.
Did he not see him? I did.
Okay, on the pursuit.
This is... Oh, if he goes for...
Blind arrow? No.
Guess they're wrong.
Good effort from Jin Q.
No,
and Extreme Gaming,
looking for him.
in the last tournament, which I just cast, Bet Boom Dacha Dubai, they were really good. I think they were top of the groups.
Yep.
And then straight into the playoff bracket, they lose upper bracket, they lose lower bracket, just straight up. So I'm not sure what happened in those games, but they're looking good so far in this tournament. If they win this game, it'll be
Shopify
4-1.
Rebellion special from 2023.
Yeah, that's true.
Top tower has fallen.
I'm sure there's been other teams that have held that title, of course.
Did they win a game in the playoffs, or did it just get 2-0'd both times?
Don't remember.
Okay.
It wasn't good, though. Let's just say it was 2-0s and be done with it. Oh, Aghanim Scepter being built next for Ame. Who is his choice? So Primal already has his. Of course, you could just refund it, but doubtful. OD is probably the choice with the Eon Disc type Ags, if you want to call it that. Basically an Aegis.
Yeah, I think so. Just give it to OD, protect him even further from the Kunkka combo. It's the only real way Spirit are going to kill XM is with some sort of perfect Torrent, Storm, and Troll ult. But if he has Ags, he won't even die to that.
All right, you're a big fan of these spells that everyone hates. What do you think of the OD Ags? Where do you fall in line with that one?
It's not a spell.
Yatoro. He's dead.
Yeah.
Gets off his ult. We'll delay.
Okay, giving OD some mana here.
Big
that's
fight,
a good
though.
fight.
They get Ame. That's a really big pickoff for Spirit.
Shit, he gave 2k gold.
Yeah, I mean, at this rate, absolutely. I mean, look how much he's up in the net worth.
Yeah, that's something. Caught him off guard there. No protection nearby. They were all looking for Yatoro. If they hadn't killed him there, they would have probably lost the lane of barracks, actually. So important for Spirit to find the trade there.
Yeah. Anyway, back to the very important discussion.
What I think about OD Ags?
OD Ags, are you a fan of the implementation?
Not in particular.
Oh, interesting. You usually like things that are not fun. So why would you not like this one?
What's your favorite hero?
Centaur.
What's your second most favorite hero?
Centaur.
Pangolier.
Well, Pango's up there, yeah.
Yeah, that's actually...
No, I wouldn't say he's top. I'd say Pudge is up there.
Oh, that's also fun. Actually, maybe you do like fun, but you just don't like winning. But that's something else. Naposhka.
Goodbye.
They're gonna let... Okay, they were actually potentially looking for collapse here with GY, but...
Oh, there's a free Tormy to take for Extreme if they want it, once they go up that lane. Mira not quite done with his Force Staff. And Yatoro, the Mjolnir, it's just so far away from everything.
Yeah, so he's gonna finish the Mjolnir and then he's planning a Linken's here. I guess needs the protection against Pulverize, but
yeah,
having to go through hoops here to just play his hero goes to show that...
That's Troll Warlord in a nutshell.
That is Troll Lord's weakness in some lineups, and I really, again, think... I mean, as much as we've been memeing on it, I think this OD pick in this game was really good. I actually think XM has had...
I never said it wasn't.
Massive impact.
I'm talking about the hero itself.
I know.
Be clear.
I know, but, you know, people are going to take things out of context. You probably said OD is shit or something, and then you just meant you don't think it's fun, not that it's a bad hero in the game. Just covering you, protecting you from
You're very nice.
online scrutiny.
Yep, you know me, really can't handle the online scrutiny.
I know you.
Heart of Tarask now picked up for XXS, so he is even more girthy than ever before.
Yep. 4.5k health. And OD behind to protect you. BKB, Ogre Seal Totem, and Uproar. How on earth is this hero going to die?
He won't.
He even has Pipe protecting him from Zeus, from the Mirana. So, there's going to be the Tormentor for OD, so offering teammates movement
really
during the
cool.
defensive Astrals, and you steal more mana when you use it offensively.
Tidal Wave was used, did not get the connection on Ame they were looking for. Now trying to beat on the arrow actually
will land.
And they ping it out, but yeah, Ame just focusing on the buildings for now. There's the Tidal Wave. Ame put in a precarious spot. He still has that Aegis, of course, and another usage there of the Astral Imprisonment.
Rubik will steal it, though. That is a very good steal.
Does he have Shard,
He does not have Shard, but it's still just a very good combo breaker against the Alchemist initiations.
Okay. Ame trying to go back into things again. Already at half HP, so the damage was found for Spirit. Its XXS is actually going in pretty deep, but they're going to ignore him. Probably a good choice. There's the Astral. Not the greatest communication, though, for Spirit. Miposhka now getting pursued. The standing clears, but the grab ally saves him from all the damage. But Ame gets the tower uncontested, essentially, and XXS faking out the onslaught, forcing out the tidal wave, does absolutely nothing again. Just pretty water particle effects across your screen. They haven't really done that much as Ame will go in deep. There's the Astral again. Shiva's already popped. He's surrounded now. There's the tidal wave trying to bring him back, but the telekinesis again. A little bit of miscommunication from Spirit overall as XXS goes in deep. This time pops to BKB, forcing out Yatoro's ult, but there's the primal ult coming through, and Yatoro not healing up very much. Will go down to the right clicks of the XM and no way to get back in the game as Ame, it feels like they've put in how much damage on him, and he is perfectly healthy. And now the buildings will start to fall more aggressively. The Astrals will continue to be thrown out from Mira, though, to try and delay this as much as possible. Another tidal wave. As a concoction will self-stun this time. Their building damage is not the greatest. I mean, this build from Alk, it's not like he has an AC, attack speed. It's Manta, Radiance, Octarine. So very, very tanky and farms a lot. And XXS continue to give some space, and now they focus on the mid-racks. Troll Warlord 30 seconds away for Yatoro. Man, the OD shard's actually kind of crazy.
Yep.
Very, very crazy spell. Arrow. Gonna be dodged. XM going in. Trying to find some sort of a connection, but Ame is the one that they want. Not gonna find him. As Yatoro's up in 7 seconds, but I mean, how much can he even do? He just needs so much more farm. That's gonna be the melee racks. Ame wants the full set, of course. Chemical Rage up again. Gonna get telekinesed. A little bit closer to the arms of Yatoro, but there's the Astral. That's from his teammate. The Mario coin goes off. Very important. Tidal wave onto Ame. Concoction is there as well. Already Yatoro's dead.
Holy shit.
Wow.
Damage from XXS.
That is absurd. Miposhka trying to run away from the Alk. It's not gonna happen. And Mira and company trying to defend their last stand here. There's a buyback onto him, actually. Tidal wave. They're trying to get them in the fountain. That's the one hope for Spirit. Please come to our fountain. I beg of you. Ame trying to oblige, but will back away. And now XM with the Sanity's Eclipse, and that should do it. GG's called. Extreme Gaming take a dump on Spirit.
Yeah, that was the OD taunt all over that game.
Yeah, that really set the table, didn't it?
Started the game with a dung beetle. He knew how it was going to go. Yeah, just a really, really great game from Extreme. I loved their draft. I loved the way they put their lanes. I loved the way they adapted to the difficulties of the top lane. I think Jinkyu and XXS played an extremely good laning stage considering the matchup that they had. They got everything out of it and more. And overall, definitely see some shortcomings in Spirit's strategy here, right? You have the panel talked about this. Kunkka is not the same as having a Mars or a Magnus for setting up these fights. You have this single target catch, but it's completely negated by Astral. So if OD is ever in the neighborhood, whenever Spirit try to string something together, it just gets counterplayed immediately. Yeah, wonderful draft from Extreme and the place to go with it. Yatoro 0-8-1. When do you see this? That is extremely rare.
Yeah, it's, I mean, Laurel. 4-1. It's a great game. Terrific game for Laurel, but this wasn't enough, unfortunately, for Spirit. But Extreme take game one. Let's go to the studio so they can break this one down.
Thank you very much, Sven and Synderen. Yeah, this was a very controlled game from Extreme. They held on to it, and they made sure that Team Spirit did not have a chance of a comeback. I'm here with Purge and Effie. And this game, I mean, we kind of somewhat saw the writing on the wall, I think, Purge, but definitely once the game was in motion, it felt like a very difficult game for Team Spirit to play.
It felt fine. The laning stage wasn't perfect, obviously, and it felt okay until like mid-game, but that one fight where Spirit like ran through the mid-river and the CM was in the trees, that fight went like really catastrophic. All of them died, and then after that it just got worse and worse and worse. And a lot of these clips are what we saw, which was like Troll getting ulted through BKB, and if his BKB's not on, then he's got to deal with Banish. So Yatoro literally couldn't play team fights this game. It was so hard with those hero matchups.
Yeah, I think XXS played the game of his life, honestly. I mean, not of his life, but he really schooled Yatoro and that Troll Warlord. There were so many fights in the mid game where it looked like it could be okay, or it could be even good for Spirit, but there were so many last-second pulverizes on the Troll before he could get his ult off, and that, to me, was the difference. I mean, not only did we see that kill on the top lane where they traded the Troll kill for a kill on the bottom side of the map, but in that fight that you talked about through the river, he charged through and it looked like Alec died, right? It looked like Ame put himself in a bad situation. All of a sudden, he's banished by OD. XXS charges and pulverizes the Troll. They get the Troll kill. And then it happens again in the top lane when Troll's pushing near that tier 2, charges in on the Troll, pulverizes before he can get his ult off. And the game was just a downward slope from there, because how are you going to outpace this Alchemist if you've died 3 or 4 times in a row at that point?
Yeah, and I think also a game like this, I feel like the OD has its stocks rising part.
I think after that game, I don't think Team Spirit's ever going to forget OD in bans when they're picking Troll Warlord. Like, it was such a good pick for that game. It was incredible. It fit both pieces, counters the enemy lineup completely, and synergizes with your team. And frankly, watching a lot of those clips where he'd find a support, it looked like an OD in a pub game who is like out, like smurfing, had like 5 more kills than he should have. He's 2-shotting supports. It was a really good performance by Extreme Gaming. I haven't seen Spirit ever get stomped that bad, I feel like.
But also, everybody played really well, right? Outside of we talked about the Alchemist's impact through his form, Xingqiu was hitting some really great arrows from long distances. Like, there was that one arrow that set up on the Troll kill when he was pushing that tier 2 when he gets pulverized last second. So Xingqiu was out there doing some snipes. And when Team Spirit were diving in the bottom lane, somehow XG managed to turn that around. It looked like they were going to die, right? But then all of a sudden, you TP a support in and you run down the 2 heroes that are diving, and there's just no counterplay.
Yeah, Xingqiu also...
Because Zeus can't rotate.
Yeah, Xingqiu also the only one that didn't die that entire game. You have a fantastic score. And I wonder, we heard our commentary team talk about it a little bit. I wonder how much of it this result had to do with indeed Collapse just not finding his hero in this draft. Playing the Kunkka is just not a hero that he typically plays a lot of, and a lot of his normal heroes were banned, right?
Yeah, I talked about it a little on pregame panel, but it's not so much that Collapse doesn't play Kunkka. He does. They flexed it a lot historically, but when they're put in a position on Team Spirit where they have to play for late game with a Troll and they have to play the map, and then they last pick a Zeus for Laurel, they don't have a hero that can pick and choose fights. They don't have an initiator. Yeah. This Kunkka's initiation is easily countered by the enemy team. So who's going to set up for you? If you lose 1 or 2 skirmishes, how do you get there? How do you have that one hero who's taking and starting the fight for you? It's just not there.
And the one across the river fight that was weird with the CM multi, they even had to do like a torrent to scout where the heroes were because they broke their smoke in a bad way. So it's like because Extreme Gaming was set up correctly, they even lost one of their crucial stuns just trying to hopefully start the initiation. They forced that one a little bit weird. All of these problems came to a head. They lost that fight really big. And then Kunkka's not getting kills to get ahead. So then it's even harder for him to find initiations. So it was just cascading problems led by the great draft by Extreme, by the great positioning team fight play. Like, they just played fantastic and they made Team Spirit look bad.
Yeah, a lot of great plays to talk about. And if you want to join in on that conversation, you can. We actually have a social media corner specially dedicated to make sure that your voice gets heard, as we right now have Jenkins on duty.
Shaver, there's something going on here in the Dota scene. Bulba's winning drafts. Monkeys Forever's quitting streaming. I gotta get to the bottom of this. I saw Black Escalade last night. I saw it. I kept going around corners. It just keeps coming. Liquid is losing. Gaming is losing. Pathetic casters. They're getting neck sprains. Other players are spraining all sorts of things. There's something going on in the Dota scene. We're gonna get to the bottom of this tonight.
Oh, well, I'm glad you're on duty. Maybe
I gotta connect the dots. There are dots to connect here that aren't being connected, Shiver.
We'll give him some time. Don't worry, Jenkins. Please just take a deep breath. It'll be okay. And while we take a deep breath, we're getting ready to hear from our technical analyst. It's Brian.
Following that, though, is going to be tough as for the Ace of Predator head-to-head for that match. I actually want to focus on the supports. Xingqiu on one side and Mira on the other, as this is one of the few games where the XPM kind of says it all. The GPM is also a similar story. He's doubling him up on all fronts, and that's showing just how much of the map is in control for Extreme Gaming. And as we move forward, like into the later stages of the game, oftentimes it's hard to feel the impact of supports, but we're going to watch this team fight and this siege from Extreme Gaming, and we could watch this for pretty much until the end of this segment if we wanted to, because this is going to be one of the longest sieges in history. And the reason why we're highlighting this siege is because XinQ's items were Greaves, Pipe, and then Octarine Core to use the Greaves and the Pipe more. So what we're going to see from him is providing sustain for an infinite push that eventually allows them to break through this Kunkka Radiance, Kunkka spam, the Zeus spam, pretty much locking down Team Spirit's like one way of coming back into this game. As Mira said, like they didn't really have team fight initiation. All they could really do is poke and prod you down. So really good itemization from him, and having that much impact as support is so much about understanding your cores and what they need to finish off the game.
Yeah, and we talked a little bit about Rubik during the draft already, and how we see Resurgence and how it could potentially be one of the strongest supports. But we've also talked about that Rubik from the position 5 perspective. When you see a game like this, because it almost felt like the Rubik was played as a position 5 in terms of the amount of impact he had, would you be liking the hero to be more as a 5 than as a 4?
Yeah, I think the issue with Rubik in that game specifically is what Mira had mentioned. Like, Rubik is a playmaker. Like, he wants to be running around the map and basically skirmishing. He wants to be stealing spells off cooldown. In this case, like, he has a lot of juicy spells, the Mirana arrows, the OD imprisons, even Alchemist spells are really nice. But in this case, we saw a lot of over chasing from Team Spirit because it didn't feel like they could catch anybody for the most part. And XinQ, on the other hand, has literally 4 heroes setting up his arrows. So a lot of drafting in Dota is so nuanced to the point where you can even think about how enabled supports are, and that can be make or break in games like this.
Yeah, so this Rubik, which wasn't set up for success in the same way that the Mirana was, with basically, as our commentary team said, every single hero had a way to help XinQ out to get him an arrow to hit and to make plays with him. So overall, this is an issue that you think is going to happen again, but maybe not because it's mostly a draft issue?
It's like, it is a draft issue in the sense that, yes, the Mirana is more enabled than the Rubik, but this is like a big picture thing that's like the panel was mentioning, you know, the OD pick was so perfect. And not only is it good against what Team Spirit's doing, but it pairs perfectly with the Mirana. So it's a combination of both. You don't always get those picks. It's something where you can also overcome it sometimes, but the way Extreme Gaming played the early game, they got off to such a good start. And then I think all their items were on point, and that just speaks heaps and bounds of like how smooth that game was for them closing out.
It definitely felt incredibly smooth for Extreme. Will they be able to get another one of those on the board, or will Team Spirit have something special in store for us? We're finding out game 2 after a break. here. For Extreme, it was for sure in game 1 of this series. Team Spirit, they need a little bit of that energy that the Pog Champagne was just showed us, because they struggled. They just struggled. Credit to Extreme Gaming for that one. So we're going to see if they can, maybe Extreme Gaming does it again, or maybe Team Spirit can set themselves up for success a little bit better as we're heading into the draft of the 2-game series. It's in Group B. I'm joined by Purge, Effie, and BSJ. And Brian, this game, game 2, I feel like we basically did not learn that much from game 1. I don't know how much Spirit learned from game 1 in terms of, well, you can just say ban OD, don't get caught with by an OD if you pick Troll, as you said earlier. But other than that, it's back to square one. I would still give this 50-50, or do you now think maybe Spirit dropping the ball?
I really do think that the OD pick just sealed the deal. And so go back to the drawing board in regards to just making sure little things like this don't happen again. But I wouldn't overthink this game too much.
No, exactly. So back to square one. Easy.
I agree. I mean, I thought personally that it was a drafting error. Like when I saw the offlane Kunkka with the mid-Zeus, I was like, how are they going to take these fights? And I think Spirit themselves felt that the entire game. So this time around, we're going to see proactive heroes coming out of Team Spirit, especially from that mid lane if they have to flex Flops' hero.
Yeah, well, here we have it. We got Team Spirit on the Dire side this time around. I think they were actually Dire side previous game as well. Extreme on the Radiant side. I believe we have the exact same scenario. And the same bans coming out for Team Spirit as well as the well, I feel like we just can we have the new game, please? This is the replay of game 1. Exactly the same thus far. Let's see if Rubik comes out again. As we mentioned, he did struggle a little bit.
Was CM the problem though?
No.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I mean, it was good.
It's tough here to argue to ban, right? Like, like you said, it does a lot of little things. When you're advertising, you're like, it does this, it does that, it does this, but it's nothing like game breaking.
I mean, they probably won because of that CM Aura pumping mana into OD last game. I bet.
Yeah, he sure needs
He's
that.
really struggled that extra 1 per second.
I think CM works for this team, right? It's just any strong laning support to enable Ame, and just having that team fight presence in the early mid-game skirmishes we saw was kind of useful. Like when CM just did that freezing field and 5 heroes and we were all cheering. It was out of nowhere, but it actually turned into a really good fight for XG.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, they had to like Zeus ulti to find him, and then they had to spend spells to kill him, and then yeah, Extreme just took the rest of the fight. It was good.
So the change up here, which is interesting, which is last game, Spirit took the Rubik and left the Doom in the pool the way that it's been left in the pool now, just to maybe dangle that pick for the enemy team, but they just decide to go for it themselves. They value the hero highly enough where maybe they thought that this will always give them that late game security or that ability to take fights that they didn't have before.
Yeah, in previous game we had the Timbersaw banned in this phase as well, so that one's still in the pool, one to take note of for sure, as it is now the Grimstroke that gets removed. You don't want to deal with a double Doom.
5 seconds remaining.
Grim Doom lane still pretty spooky. Team Spirit in the previous game, they banned out Shadow Demon around this time, but we'll see if that is still the case. They'll go for Medusa instead.
Yeah, that's one of the other heroes that's consistently banned against Extreme Gaming. Maybe less likely they take it. I don't know if I like an SD CM dual support lineup, but
Yeah. I wonder if they'll take Rubik for themselves, because if not, they're just giving it away to Zenku. I feel like would be more than happy to play Rubik against Doom.
yeah, I think that makes sense. I'm still very curious to see what they do for Doom item build. They do take the SD themselves. I mean, it's pretty good. Demonic Cleanse just kind of offsets everything CM does as a support, and then it kind of gives them decent matchup potential. I mean, they basically have 2 ultis that deal with cores in crucial moments, which is kind of cool.
Also kind of a preemptive counter to all the illusion guys. And Mira mentioned in our previous panel that Doom struggles sometimes against these illusion heroes as finding the real one. So a lot of single target, like crippling abilities coming out from them, but it's also not very enticing to pick heroes that are difficult to use them on.
It's also just Miposhka specialty hero. Like, he plays this hero so well. He is consistently playing it well throughout Bedroom Dacha, and also when you have a Shadow Demon, you can set up for a Mirana pick of your own. I mean, maybe they like the way that Mirana was played in the last game. I know Falcons played a lot of Shadow Demon Mirana themselves, and they won that tournament. So that's another hero that could potentially be enabled by this Shadow Demon pick.
Mirana's such a weird hero. Like, nothing happened to her. Now she's just getting picked.
You know what I
again.
wanted to talk about last game? I wanted to talk for like 2 minutes about Mirana Shard and how great it is.
Okay.
You guys tried it?
Well, we see a Timbersaw pick, and there's nothing serious to talk about there. So now's the time.
I will say the Mirana shard. Anytime it gets, a Tormentor sometimes gives a shard to Mirana, and every time a sigh of disappointment is audibly heard throughout the entire team because it feels useless.
It's not useless.
Convince us. Why is it not useless?
It does 170 damage, gives you an extra lead charge. You can directionally do the gust. You can like leap away from a gap closer and push him back, which is kind of nice. You can use it on a creep wave, use Starstorm, whole creep wave dies. So you're just doing leap and 1 Starstorm to clear creep wave. So it's basically like in that context, it's like a 400 AoE damage nuke. So
But you do have to be in the middle of the fight, which I think if you're a support,
not really, because the leap
is it vector targeted? Like
yes, it's vector targeted.
Oh, I didn't know that.
So if like I'm being chased by a Slardar, I can leap away from the Slardar
and shoot the thing
to push him backwards.
Yeah,
a
it's
little
like
is that something you have to issue before you leap, though?
Yes,
it's exactly like Swashbuckle.
So it's confusing because if you usually just push
like
E.
Swash.
No, you have to have it auto-casted.
You can toggle the option. It can be like old leap where you leap and gust forward, or you can toggle it to be directional.
That's like one of those things that if you change the ability too much, it's confusing.
Yeah, but you have to auto-cast it, and often you'll have it auto-casted by accident, and you're being hit by something.
And you'll not be leaping.
You try to leap away, and so
that would happen to me.
It can mess you up a lot. And also, does the shard now kill creep waves? Because I remember when they first changed it, I was like, oh, this should be a nice way to clear waves fast. But it didn't used to kill waves. Have they buffed the damage?
It sets up the double Starstorm guaranteed if they've been gusted. So hypothetically, you could gust the whole team and do double Starstorm on the whole enemy team.
Okay.
You can use it to clear ancients.
If you hit them with it, Starstorm hits them all?
Yes, they all get double Starstormed.
Oh.
So that's why it's like a 400 damage nuke now. It's like because you're adding the double Starstorm on the whole wave.
I will say I play a lot of Mirana, and I've never really found the shard to be useful for anything except the extra leap charge. Like that's where you really feel the impact, having that extra mobility. But if you're playing support, you often don't want to position yourself in the center of anything.
You can also do like leap gust into arrow too. It's a 30% slow, and it stops them for like a fraction of a second. So there's some options in it. Anyways, it's not going to be in this game.
Well, the Nyx comes out, followed by the Shaman. And Nyx is pretty interesting because I don't think we've seen him in the morning shift at all in the games that we've covered. But this hero is the best burst damage hero in Dota right now, especially with the Dagon buffs. If you look at the Dagon buffs, you have to consider the only hero who is buying Dagon anyway for the buffs. That was Nyx Assassin.
I'm just kidding. I think it's great on Jin-Q though. He's just one of those players that's always been one of the best players in the game that he's playing in. So if you have a gank snowball-y hero on a player like that, it's just perfect because he's almost always going to know where the best players are.
I like these picks a lot. The Shamans for the instant hex if you find the Nyx under a sentry. It's like one thing to see him in a sentry, but you have to be able to punish it once you do. And then TA, Refraction, one of the few spells that actually blocks that out. We mentioned the Illusion hero being decent against Doom. The one thing is that Doom's good against you in lane. It's like, because the Scorched Earth is annoying for the illusions early. Later on, not so much. But so Doom and Naga should be trading farm pretty evenly. So I imagine like the other two lanes are what we should really be focusing on. Like in terms of mid-game momentum, I think like Timbersaw, TA, they're both very snowbally one way or the other. Could both be mid, could both be top lane.
So I'm looking at XM's hero pool from Batboom Dacha, and he hasn't played Invoker, but earlier today we saw OG abuse the Naga Siren side lane plus Invoker Sunstrike combo, and it looked incredibly good because they also have now a Nyx side lane to also set up. So if this were OG, I would just be thinking Invoker is a great pick here regardless of the potential TA flex to mid, because you have two stun supports who can rotate for you. But I don't think XM is much of an Invoker player.
It looks good though. Yeah, I think it'd be a great idea. Their disables are pretty solid just to do Timber mid though, so I guess it just depends on what the lane matchups are, what they really want out of it. But yeah, I really like the formulations of their lineup so far. And TA having to deal with illusion heroes is not going to be as fun for him.
Mjolnir, will we see that build? Like, TAs were doing that for a little while. If there was a TA Mjolnir build game, I would vouch for it here.
Is there any worry that he's just going to stun himself on Nyx from Mjolnir procs? Or is that not something you ever worry about that much?
It is I mean, it's worth considering, but I would be more concerned about the carry matchup than that.
Yeah, I suppose.
But I agree, it's definitely worth like keeping in mind in terms of his positioning and usage of the ability.
They need another jump hero, I think, on the spirit side, though, is the only problem right now. Because outside of like Doom having Blink, if they're relying on Shadow Shaman to be the initiator, they might have issues as the game continues.
The issue is that the jump heroes from the mid lane, often like the Spirits or Puck, are actually countered pretty hard by Nyx Assassin. So this Nyx Assassin pick feels pretty genius in that sense.
Pango, perhaps? Laurel's
I like Pango a lot
guy.
here. That's a good suggestion.
The Dazzle Band's interesting just because of the Shard clearing your Naga illusions. It's not like, I don't think it would have really fit Team Spirit's draft all that well, but it definitely would have been very annoying for Extreme Gaming's plan.
Isn't it kind of wild, like how much Lion fell off with those nerfs? Like we haven't seen him much at all.
Yeah.
Just kind of gone.
Well, you effectively take double the damage from spells when you're in your E than you used to, because you went from 80% to 60%.
Oh, yeah.
So I think the fact that Lions usually were sitting at like 1100 HP with armor items.
Yeah.
You might just die now. I haven't gotten the chance to play against it.
You know what it was? They nerfed the Wraith Bands.
Yeah,
They give
you're
less armor now.
right. You're right. You're right.
It's also more than that, because you used to be able to mana drain everybody, even when they were off camera. If they were in range, they would get mana drained by Lion. But now they don't if you don't see them. That's a huge deal, because
that
often
is a
you would
big
be
deal.
hiding, but you'd be in range of mana drain, like in your base, and you'd just be out of mana completely. It was really difficult to play against, and that was one of the bigger changes to that.
It's crazy how those little like things you don't consider, but they're like outside cases that probably influence like 20%, 30% of the time, but suddenly
You just take it for granted. Like,
Yeah.
of course I'm mana draining the guy, but he was actually just in trees the whole time.
Ooh, it's a sniper.
Wow.
So it covers them even further against a Puck pick that Team Spirit probably wanted.
I think Pango's pretty good here. Like, I think the lane might be a little bit annoying, but Pango usually goes about even in these matchups.
I think right now for Spirit, they're in a bit of a pickle, because XG's draft looks very hard to play into. Like, they do have the Shadow Demon Purge to play into this Timbersaw and try to kill him later on, but they don't have enough heroes to get on top of this Sniper. And also, TA is naturally countered by Naga Siren, which is going to be an issue, and it's one of Ame's best heroes. But on top of that, the defensive support in Shadow Demon, who's going to be, staying back and trying to counter-initiate the Nyx stun and the Nyx burst damage, that's who Nyx is going to look for. That's what he does. He excels at finding these backline support heroes who are hiding, and it's going to make the fight a lot more difficult to play for Team Spirit. I think they need a chaos sewing mid hero, like you mentioned, Ryan, like that Pango or anything that gap closes. I would say Earth Spirit could potentially work, but that hero has gotten way too nerfed.
That is a hero Laurel was picking, but I don't know if it might be just too much guttered. Maybe Void Spirit. Like I don't know. A lot of these melee guys also struggle against sniper in lane, so something you have to concern yourself getting past the first 10 minutes. Storm. Okay.
I was gonna say, if you go for one of the Spirit, isn't Nyx Assassin considered already a counter?
Yeah, but you have to pick it anyway. Like, what do you do here? The Spirits in general are countered by Nyx, but that doesn't mean that you don't have counterplay as the Storm. You can try to play on Vision, and you can try to play for the jump, but yeah, his life will be harder because his supports are also going to be scared of this Nyx Assassin, so it's not like they're comfortably setting up here for Storm.
Yeah, they didn't really have like a punish on the side of Team Spirit.
Exactly.
So that's what the Storm.
They needed somebody that could jump and deal damage because Shadow Demon's going to be underwhelming a little bit in that sense, and Doom is kind of good against one guy only, more or less. So yeah, they kind of had to go for Storm. They need more carry potential as well because TA is going to fall off against the Naga potentially. So
Do you guys think there is enough for Naga? Because I think Storm Spirit versus Sniper makes a lot of sense, but how are they going to punish this Naga Siren later on?
I think it just matters if Collapse gets absolute free farm, gets like an early Shiva's BKB, and hits that timing. But I do think like Naga's 6-0 this tournament so far. I think for good reason. Ame's also a Naga specialist, so I'm leaning towards
maybe
Naga.
he can also be the guy that like jumps and starts the fight against Naga, make sure that she doesn't get song off, and then the Shadow Shaman can fall up or he gets doomed. And like they needed that piece. It's going to take a lot of execution, but I think they could do it. Just might be hard.
I like XG's draft a lot. I think Team Spirit are playing a difficult macro game, but that's what they're known for. They are a macro team, so we'll see if they can pull it off.
Another tough game for Team Spirit, but this time, do they have a better shot?
Yeah, for sure.
I think so.
Okay. Let's see if they can execute the way that we are theory crafting they could do as we're heading into game 2 of the series.
Welcome back to game number 2 between Extreme Gaming and Team Spirit. Sunsfan here with Cinderin. We got a sniper, a little dirty sniper picker over here. Of course, it's very exciting to see other people's misery, which is why we enjoy seeing the sniper. Of course, it's counteracted by the very boring Naga, so which will prevail on the same team in terms of entertainment value?
Well, I have
will
a
it be positive or
tiebreaker.
negative?
I have a tiebreaker because we have Nyx in the same team.
Just the fact that he is not picked right now is very exciting.
Jinkyu had an outstanding performance on this hero. I believe it was in Kuala Lumpur. Just truly carried the game from the 4 position, in my opinion. It was one of the single standout performances from any player I've seen in a year. We'll see if he can try to replicate that performance in this game. We were talking about why they picked it when they did, right? Because the heroes that they saw, I believe, were Doom Shadow Demon, so Spike Carapace obviously has some utility there. I think a lot of it is just Extreme Gaming are really comfortable with this guy on this hero. They use it for scouting, they use it for taking fights on their terms. Considering how well they laned last game, I'm expecting Jinkyu and XXS to do a great job once more. And Nyx's biggest shortcoming as a hero, in my opinion, is the first 5 minutes. He is a very bad laner compared to most supports. But Timbersaw is a god, so, you know, you can probably get away with it.
Yotaro tried some cheeky meld action here. As Miposhka, he's going to be spotted. Impale's going to be there. Whirling Death, the slow now from DY into the Blood Grenade. That is going to be first blood for DY. But they will not get the bounty rune as Yotaro.
Oh.
Wait, did he not get it?
He didn't get it.
Okay, well, he's getting a lot of damage on XM. That's probably a little bit more important. But how in the god did he not get that bounty rune? That's pretty crazy. Yeah, speaking of the Nyx Assassin, you mentioned the Spike Carapace against something like Scorched Earth. Okay, that's cool. I like that.
Securing the range creep?
Yeah. But being able to set up your own stun and using Vendetta, a lot of times with these high-level players, like you're Vendetta'd in, you kind of sometimes you don't have time to hit and then impale. But being able to spike Carapace off of like a Storm Spirit Remnant or Scorched Earth from Doom, this hero becomes crazy mid-game if you're able to set it up properly.
I believe you also stun TA if you proc it during a trap, right?
Oh yeah, that's true.
Because there was a patch where all of the hero-owned abilities started reflecting onto heroes, right? So you could reflect Techies' minds to stun Techies, and I think you can reflect the traps. So that could be a bit of an interesting way of dealing with the TA, because if she ever activates a trap on top of you, you have a guaranteed 2-second stun later down the line to make a play with that. On your screens right now, Ame playing the, as BSJ pointed out, undefeated carry of this tournament. Naga is 6-0.
I'm actually happy about that because that means she'll start being first banned.
We'll see about that.
Oh, I mean, Doom is getting played now. His nerfs were, you know, weren't anything super crazy, but
he got nerfed.
He did get nerfed.
Naga did not.
Correct.
That's the difference.
That is correct. Very good.
Enchantress must have been nerfed so hard. My goodness. She lost half her base damage.
So she had about 12% win rate at the last Dubai tournament, Boom Dacha Dubai, and then this tournament, I think last I heard it was 1-5. So
yeah. So better.
Yeah, she sucks.
Well, 1-5 is like 17%, right?
Okay, sure. Sure. It's not good.
She'll get there, I'm sure.
Yeah, you keep saying that, and teams keep picking her.
Yeah.
It is interesting, though. We were kind of talking, not that it's any relevance to this game, but, you know, it's the laning stage, so whatever. But your theory was that it's because it's a position 4, is we're going to see potential action onto DY. He's actually worth a decent amount because of that first blood. 2 stacks of Shadow Poison should result in his death one way or another. Question is who gets it. It'll be Collapse on the Doom. We're talking about Enchantress doesn't really fill the role of that position where you're getting utility items. You're just playing for yourself, just like a solo killer.
And many of the games we see Ench go like Pike and
the thing is, like, you watch these games, she's going crazy. Like, she's doing really well too.
Yeah, I think a lot of the time what it could be coming down to is that compared to other supports in the mid-late game, you don't have any teamfight utility, so you're itemizing for your own impact, but then you're missing the teamfight utility and the save items for your teammates, like Glimmer Cape, Force Staff, Solar Crest, whatever. You obviously can go Pike, which you will, but a lot of the time maybe you use it offensively, or you are in a position where you can't really save your teammates because you're in dealing damage, whatever it is. I don't know. I'm just trying to understand it, because from my perspective, the Enchantresses are doing really well in lane and then just not transitioning into wins. So.
Yep, and if you're just joining us, there is no Enchantress in this game. We just wanted to talk about it for a full 3 minutes or so during the laning stage, and now that we're done with that, we can continue on with the actual gameplay that you're seeing on your screen.
Such as the fact that Crystal Maiden went 1-0-1 build, and that's why she died. She didn't have Frostbite for that chase.
Yeah, that's correct.
But we'll, of course, allow all of their other heroes to benefit from a little bit of extra mana regen to handle their lanes.
Talk to me about the sniper, as we're going to watch this first, of course.
He might be dead here, actually.
And Disruption to try to save himself. Mira just getting gone on by Ame and DY. One more right click will suffice. And they might be able to get a second one. Collapse. Gets Frostbit. Won't go any further, though, as the Scorched Earth is pretty annoying. Just thinking about it, though. Frostbite
they're
again.
really squeezing here.
Ame has the ensnare, but they're going to think better of things as they've waited so long. Mira has TP'd back, respawn. He's going to get ensnared and gone on. Hey, welcome to the lane. You're at half HP.
They're very, very aggressive down here for a Naga lane, just taking full advantage of Doom's shortcomings. Doom is just a flat-out really weak laner when Scorched Earth is on cooldown. When it's available, he's one of the best, but at this level of play, you try to take advantage of all of these little timing windows that there are, and in that situation, they killed the Shadow Demon and got Collapse's salve forced out there by just one 30-second aggressive maneuver, it felt like. So well done there to Extreme.
All right, now that we can talk about the rest of the heroes, as should be able to farm under the tower. Jin Q just getting chased by Mapushka for the time being, but the sniper pick. So sniper versus Storm.
Yep.
Jin Q. Oh my goodness, the Impale way off. Hey, that's a problem. Gonna have to use Spike Carapace, which will actually cancel the shackle immediately. And he'll walk away.
That was funny. He was like faking it. He wasn't really sure, and then when he went for it, he was so far off. He wasn't even close to hitting the stun. That's very rare. I think Q usually very mechanically sound when mistakes happen. Yeah. So Laurel did the natural thing for this for Storm to doing this matchup. It's an interesting matchup because Storm, generally speaking, doesn't do too well against Sniper in lane, but then when you're level 6, the game opens up a lot for you. But he will be forced out of lane here. He had to go and farm a jungle camp as well because once the Sniper of XM hits level 5, the harassment just becomes too much to deal with. Storm is, in many ways, a melee hero.
Whoa. The Vanguard was just purchased. We'll talk about it in just a moment. Crazy and wild stuff here at DreamLeague. Frostbite, Impale, Jin Q and company take out Mapushka. Laurel, not quite level 6 yet. Halfway there as XM has skipped the tower. Looks like he'll try to back away as DY is taking the brunt of the damage. Shadow Poison, several stacks upon him. Should be the death of the CM one way or another to Mira's right click.
Yeah, Vanguard.
Vanguard? That's an item?
Yeah.
Wow. Incredible.
That's not on TA. That would be interesting. It is the Doom of Collapse that has picked it up here, just to, I guess, staying power against Naga. He's just going to, maybe, I don't know if he's going to finish the Crimson for his team, but at the very least with this item, it frees up Mira entirely. Collapse can just sit down here and farm. Naga will pose no threat. Toro on the receiving end for a bit. Should be fine.
Yeah, they have good ways to take off Refraction. Yatoro able to wand up, though, to a healthy amount of HP. Will be forced out of lane for the time being, though. Yeah, Crimson's really good this game if he ends up actually upgrading that.
It's like a side benefit against Sniper, but I don't know. A big part of Sniper's damage comes from Headshot and generally Maelstrom or Mjolnir, so I don't know if it's worth finishing it, to be honest, unless he feels like he needs to buy it to protect his supports against the Naga Orchid or something like that. But Doom really needs to. Yeah, I like this better. Get the Radiance, you know. Get some sort of big item so you can contest the Naga. Radiant Shiva. Probably the build.
Well, if he's going Shiva, he should have went Veil, surely.
Yeah, true. Then then you probably don't get the Vanguard at all. So. Would like to see him get the boots, though. Did he have them flying? Okay, he did have them flying out. I was like, if he's going to go Radiance without boots, I'm not a fan, but not that crazy.
One day we'll see that build.
Yeah. How many heroes in Dota don't buy boots? It's like
IO?
2. IO and Monkey King, right? Monkey King support can play without it.
Yeah.
It's pretty much the roster. So
I think so.
There has probably been a Monkey King game where he went Radiance before boots, I think. It's probably happened.
And if you play Venomancer as Slacks, you buy 6 boots.
Yes. Oh,
for the rune.
Time it there?
Oh, the rune is top either way. As Mapushka will be forced to take the illusion rune, so neither mid laner will be able to enjoy. Of course, Laurel's the one that would benefit the most with that bottle charge.
Come to think of it, I think XM might be the pro player you have the least in common with. His favorite, or his mid heroes that we've generally seen are like Viper, OD, and Sniper. And I was like, what a roster of heroes.
You're talking about
to
me?
play. Yeah.
What does that have to do with me? Why are you bringing me into this discussion?
No, because you were saying you hate OD and you like fun heroes. He's played Viper, OD, and Sniper.
I kind of like Viper, actually.
Stand still right.
I don't love Viper, but I play him occasionally when I have to. Sniper's fun. Who doesn't like Sniper? He's fun. Just OD, okay?
I just don't.
Collapse.
I don't get you.
And snared up, I know. We've established that over many millennia. He is completely surrounded and will drop to XXS, who was the one that made the rotation over.
Yep.
XM going to be going for the Dragon Lance. I would assume Maelstrom. Is there any other build that we're seeing on this hero?
With the Disperser nerf, maybe not. There was a phase where snipers were going Diffusal into Disperser, but I don't know if it's good enough now. Oh no.
Yep, the setup for the Impale. What do you mean, great stun? It was an ensnared target.
Did he not hit?
It did. Mira.
It was max range.
And the Doom is there. We'll be trying to chase down this CM.
It's going to cost him, maybe.
Yeah, Collapse is getting right-clicked now by XM. And Collapse. Looks like the CM will tick away. The Impale hits.
Great Impale.
The ensnare again. And why? Why is it great?
The first Impale was like max range. He hit him on the edge of it.
That's not that hard, though. You don't overhype things that aren't crazy, okay?
I thought it looked like a good stun. What can I say? All right, in the meantime, Yotaro killed XXS off screen. Great kill.
How do you know?
I don't know. I'm assuming it was good because Yotaro did it, and if you say Yotaro did anything wrong,
we have it on camera.
Yeah.
It was a triple team as well.
That was a really good attack.
And XM, of course, or sorry, Ame, going for the Manta.
We need to remember, Shannon, job security. Criticizing Yotaro is dangerous. You got to be on Reddit's good side.
Yeah, very true.
And
every quote from him is like the gospel.
There are two people Reddit care about the most. Number one is Yotaro. Number two is Ja Rule.
Okay, I'll pretend to know that reference. The fortification is popped here in the mid lane. Siege still alive. Oh my. That's a big old juicy assassinated on Maposhka. TP is coming now.
Yep, it's Storm.
Laurel's level 9. Potentially wants to set something up.
He's quite strong on the Storm here, actually.
Yeah, Jin-Q, nice spike Carapace, but Electric Vortex comes out. Jin-Q will fall.
No nice Impale, though.
No.
Oh, they'll get the tower, actually. So honestly, that wasn't too bad for the side of Extreme. Expecting this denied to come out. There we go. Mira will take it. Got the job done. And we haven't talked so much about this Kara matchup. It's one where I think TA fares way better than she used to with this new Mjolnir tech. So should be okay-ish against Ame. The question is if Yotaro can contain himself, considering it's Ame. If he can keep his emotions under control here.
That's true. He is considered the S double plus tier carry by Ame standards. Laurel, they find the CM, but oh, that is a nice Impale. Comes out. Beautifully done. That is one likely dead from Maposhka. DY, will he follow suit? He's ticking away very slow to that blood grenade. It looks like he will survive. As XXS wants to continue on to Laurel. Still has a decent amount of mana. Assassination does not continue through, but the Timber Chain does. XXS not wanting to go any further.
They're really running the show, though. It's looking like a... I'm not going to say potential repeat of Game 1 just yet, but Extreme are very aggressive and very successful in their rotations and movements. Going to be finding themselves level 6 on the Crystal Maiden a moment ago, and Jin-Q close to his. And that's when things get really scary. Playing against a Nyx plus Sniper or Timbersaw on these side lanes is very dangerous for any core. Like, you just don't have access to information all the time. The supports are obviously just food. If they
Great Impale, Laurel. Great spike Carapace. Won't actually stun at all. He's looking for a high five before he dies. Won't receive it, though.
Good kill there. Slow down that level 6. We were just talking about it. He was one creep away.
Ooh,
they dropped the Serpents.
Yeah, so this tier 1 tower now
is gone. They're not defending this one, that's for sure. We'll try to trade for the top 1 Extreme will. Looks to be successful. Sniper is going Manta.
Manta? Well,
is that... oh, it's TA. Okay, it's just TA. Yeah,
just
otherwise
to take off the refraction.
Yeah, it's the only reason.
I don't think he would ever buy it. Except
well, it makes the Doom target a little more annoying if he wants to actually try to Doom Sniper.
Yeah, I mean, Manta is one of those items that always has something good about it, because having a Dispel and having a Confusion ability is just always going to be useful, but he would not prioritize it over other items.
You can use it while Dooms now. Think about that.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
And then Doom will never find you again.
He'll never know. And Jinkyu, haven't really seen the Vendetta come into play yet.
That's because he just got 6.
Oh, that's why I said that.
Yep.
We haven't seen it yet. It's not like it's incorrect. He's going to be able to get the Wisdom Rune.
Haven't really seen Xingqiu get the second Wisdom Rune just yet. There it is.
Okay. Touché. Could do that all cast. He will be going for a blink before the Dagon. I love to see the Dagon up there, by the way.
What do you make of the 2 fluffy hats? You like that?
Yeah, I mean...
You could buy 3 blood grenades.
That's true, actually. That is accurate. He's going to use the Vendetta, though. See if he can set something up. Shitoro with that refraction is going to be tough to get through.
Yeah, their pairings around the map also don't really offer too much for Xingqiu right now. He's effectively just playing Scout, trying to get a read on what's going on to ensure Ame safe farm more than anything. When you play aggressive in the enemy woods, the intel itself is extremely valuable for everybody who isn't near you.
They actually dust as well.
Yep, a little waste.
Good attempt. Laurel made his way over as well. We'll be getting the bounty rune, though.
Yeah, they're content to just farm up. XXS will complete a dagger in a moment. I say complete, you can't really complete it.
Okay, haven't really seen the Vendetta from Jinkyu yet.
No.
The active, the attack portion. There we go. Nicely done.
Good call.
Yep. Just use it on a creep. Very important.
I guess the timing for Extreme that they're waiting on is this dagger and then the Orchid of Ame, and then they're probably going to start playing more aggressive again. Just chilling out for a moment while they find their key items. Oh, wait, is Sniper actually deviating here? Hang on.
Is this an Ags?
Is he rushing Ags? Because he had Manta Ags queued up, but looks like he... Wait.
Okay, let me... If this is Ags, Cinderin, okay, hear me out here. Conda, okay? Think about it. Think about it, Cinderin.
Oh my god.
Think about Conda Ags.
Why did he buy the Band of Elven skin? Did he just change his mind then? Is he trolling us? He has the point booster. He is committed.
Oh, we're going to have to hold that thought as they destroy. Wait. Going to keep alive for that disruption, but then finally goes down afterwards. And they're going to turn this around on the TA as well. Spirit getting absolutely caught off guard. 2 cores dead. Mira also goes down in the blink of an eye. 5K lead for Extreme. And yeah, XM feels so confident he's going for Ags. That's awesome.
So
if he doesn't go Conda, I'm rage quitting.
Remind me what this does. It fires faster. It's a 1-second stun.
Yeah.
And that's it. It's the same damage.
It's good. Okay? You'll see.
Yep.
As this was just a battle for the 16-minute rune, which didn't even end up there. It was the shield rune in the bottom section of the river.
It's a really nice freezing field. You can't really do anything afterwards. The disruption has to come out defensively on the storm, and then the freezing field just zones everyone away, so... Yeah, Ame hasn't even really need to get involved yet. That's the scary part for Spirit here.
I forgot there was a Naga in the game.
Yeah, they're getting crushed without the Naga even doing anything else than farming and pushing bottom.
Oh, Vendetta into the Impale.
Oh, he's done.
And the Assassinate from afar. XM takes it. Collapse just got his Radiance. That's another opportunity to set up Spike Carapace, though. You don't even need Scorched Earth anymore, so that's... I mean, I know why he's getting it because of the Naga, but he can really get punished by Jinkyu. XXS looking for Miposhka, will attempt to TP out, gets sheeped, but there is the Frostbite from DY. Doom? Looks like it was used, so that'll lead to the kill on the XXS. As Miposhka takes the tumble, DY follows suit. Collapse! Gets assassinated, cancels the TP. That's the Aghanim Scepter coming into fruition. Can't go any further, though, as Laurel is backing up these wards. XM, we get initiated on Electric Vortex there, Collapse. Yeah, he's rethinking his priorities as another Assassinate comes through. He's just shocked that this item was picked up by XM. Who could think of such a delicious combo of items?
How is it? What's the cooldown on Assassinate when you kill with it? Is it reset? Yeah. Okay, and that's not Axe
It's reset
related.
if you kill.
Yeah, and it's regardless of Axe. It's just when you get a last hit.
Because that's what happened there. That's why he could stop the Doom TP, was that he got the kill on his assassinate on the Shaman, right?
Oh, I see, yeah.
Stupendous. So,
unfortunately, it looks like he is going Manta before the Conda. Okay, let me tell you a little story about a game that I saw.
All right.
I may have been in it. Sniper, Ags, Conda,
Rapier.
Went Rapier and all that. Went 60+ minutes. He got a Seer Stone. He was ulting from Fountain when the high ground push came, and we win easily because you literally can't do anything about it. Of course, this game is not heading that direction because Extreme is probably just going to continue to roll over unless Spirit can figure something out, but not a good start for Spirit here as Yatoro caught off guard again. Mira trying to get the disruption off, but just ends up dying instead. You can see XXS going to get saved by the song.
They could dive them here if they wanted to, if they really could.
Yep, assassination, getting procced and ready to go. Collapse, dead, just like that. Miposhka, all he can do is shackle from afar. And he has to watch his base get plastered. Fortification is popped, but I'm not sure if the game can continue here. But Extreme just styling over Spirit, not just this game, game 1 as well.
This has not looked like an even matchup. And I think a lot of people would expect Spirit to be the favorites going into this. Obviously, they've had the number of these Chinese teams many a time in the last couple of years, but so far today, just not holding a candle to them, really. This mid tower is probably going to go down as well.
And these teams came in tied for the group stage at 3-1. And of course, they played against each other, I think a decent amount of times in the last tournament, so not too long ago.
Damage.
Good sniper. Good stuff. Has the damage ready to go. All right, smoke on both sides now. Will they collide? They're going the opposite direction, so something tells me no. Yatoro can actually just solo Tormentor anytime. Wonder if he's going to end up opting to do that. It's one of the benefits of TA, of course.
Can you do that with the Mjolnir build?
That's true.
I don't know. It's not a rhetorical question. I actually don't know if you can.
Well, let's see. Let's see if he goes for it. If he doesn't go for it, then I'll assume no. Because it's typically, they are pinging it.
Yeah, need to get the wisdom as well anyway. And Team Spirit is one of the teams across, since the Tormentor came out, is one of the teams that's been most adamant about killing it a lot every game. So
yeah, that's
you would
true.
think they would be on top of this out of any team.
All right, the fact that he's, well, maybe after the triangle. If he doesn't head there after that, then
yeah.
I assume that Deso would be needed.
But I mean, he still had the Doom nearby. They could have done it together, I guess, but nope, not the case.
A heart for Ame.
He is so far ahead. I will look for some sort of opening down here with the tower.
Yeah, tower is taken out. XXS. Oh, got a TP coming in as well. Yatoro with the first meld up. Looks like it was canceled. I won't find a connection on that meld target. So why the heart in this scenario? Because a lot of the games in the past with Naga, we don't really see that as a pickup. Especially when there's a Doom in the game where you're not really going to be healing.
Yeah, I don't think Ame is too concerned about being the target for Doom. I think they have to Doom Timbersaw, right?
Oh, the Impale comes through. And a deletion of Mira. I think Collapse turned off his Radiance, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, that's why he was not getting stunned by the Spike Carapace. Very smart boy. Jinkyu. Oh,
he switched it on that time. Well,
all right, Caster Curse, typical. And Collapse.
Nice Wild Wing.
Yep, good Wild Wing usage there, of course. But will end up dropping anyway. Double kill. Oh, that leads to a Roche that just happens to be standing here. How convenient.
Yep. So about the heart on Naga, I think if you look at the state of the game and what their goal is, I think Extreme want to win this game within the next 10 minutes. So they're just beefing up their Naga. They're going to probably give her the Aegis, and then good luck Spirit killing her off twice. As you said, sure, they can Doom her, but then they don't have Doom for the Timber.
Yeah.
I think this is completely fine. And then you just probably go Butter. Yeah, he's eyeing up a Butter now, and I think you just Siege with this. I have such a hard time seeing Spirit having the damage for this, which is a similar problem they had in the first game. Just ran into a bit of damage issues in the later portion.
Hey, remember, I know he hasn't purchased it yet, but I don't think we're going to see it. Remember when you said, name all the Conda heroes, and I named Sniper, and you clearly told me I was the biggest moron you've ever met. And XM is going for it here. What do you have to say for yourself?
That was just a blanket statement. It had nothing to do with what you said.
Yeah, that's...
It doesn't matter what you say. I will say that anyway. There's the Manta.
That's not mutually exclusive, I guess is what you're trying to say.
Yeah. It's
fair.
It's just one statement after the other.
Now, have you, in your high-level pubs, not that high, of course, just somewhat high.
Uncalled for?
Have you seen Sniper Conda?
No.
You've never actually seen it?
No.
Wow, okay.
But that's, like you said, it's not high enough, supposedly. That must be it. This is where we're at.
This is the tippity top, right?
It's like that bell curve meme with the idiot on one end and the Zen guy on the other, and then the bell curve in the middle.
Okay.
It's like Herald and 12K is the Sniper Conda.
Yeah, that sounds good to me. Collapse. He's going to get stunned by the Spike Carapace. Jin Q, he's taking more damage than he anticipated. There's the song from Ame. XM setting up a battlefield with the shrapnel. I think they want to fight, and oh my goodness, Doom evaporates in the midst of XXS's burst. As they get the Orchid onto Mira, who will be the next to fall. Another assassinate for XXM. This is maybe the last fortification that Spirit have to work with. It's not the craziest push, but it's good enough.
Yeah.
With this kind of a lead, they can do pretty much whatever they want. They're going to go for 2 lanes at the same time. And they're going to have to wait for Collapse for Spirit. Still has his Doom, so they have an opportunity for a last stand. But this is going to be very hard to climb back from. So full lane in the bot. Okay, there's the fort.
Xingqiu is actually scouting Yotaro. I think he's going to cancel his TP off to the left, so I think you will not have a TA joining this.
Oh my goodness.
He's literally just following him around. Oh,
they want the kill instead. Yotaro spotted out. XXS. Okay, do they have the sentries? They're just going to chakram it up and do it the old-fashioned way. All right.
No. Oh, no.
So this is an S-tier carry, according to Ame. I mean, he's right, but it's just funny to see.
Another clip. Is it Herald or 12K?
That's true.
Oh, my God. Man, it's been a long time since I've seen Yotaro this quiet in a series.
That's true.
He has
Collapse
not played
gets off
the game.
his ult. We're going to focus on Ame, who's taking out supports and likely the mid lane as well. Jin Q coming in to save the day. Miposhka, well, looks like XXS will live, and now he can turn around and finish off Collapse. Miposhka's next, and Spirit just do not look like themselves today. And Extreme look like the best versions of themselves. There's 2 lanes already in their name.
This is just an utter outclass. Like, the question is how much of it is draft and how much of it is play, but whatever the reason is, back to the drawing board for Spirit. Just not even competitive today. I mean, it's one thing for Extreme to beat them 2-0, which I wouldn't say is a major upset, but I was never going to expect them to roll them like this. This was just a totally different level.
Yeah, for sure.
And I'm calling the game here with, despite Spirit not saying GG, but it's just like they haven't even strung together a single fight for the last 15 minutes. Like, they just can't engage. Extreme's lineup is too solid, they're too tanky, they're too well positioned. And every time they even poke their heads forward, this happens.
Yep, Aegis is still there for Ame. Another 30 seconds, he can do whatever the hell he wants. Miposhka's dead, buys back. Ame now. They don't have the tier 2 top, by the way, so they actually can't go for this.
Oh, well, they'll go there in due time. Ah, yes, the classic Crystal Maiden pipe. Probably the first of the patch. Maybe the first of 735.
No,
We've had it in a game?
We've definitely had. I mean, pipe on CM specifically?
We've had that pipe on CM.
I feel like I've seen this, yeah.
There might have been one in Dacha. Perhaps Snaking bought it one game.
Yotaro forced to pop the BKB. Here's the last stand potential. The song to reset, though. And any Wombo combo potential for Spirit goes out the window as Collapse is completely surrounded along with the Rasta. Laurel basically out of mana. There are going to be multiple buybacks as Laurel continue to get right-clicked by XM. XM does get pretty damn low, but not a single death for Extreme as GGs are called. We don't get to see the Conda Sniper. It's a thing for only legends to be able to experience, apparently.
Yeah.
One day you'll you'll get that opportunity.
And the man you just saw on your screen there, Ami, he's reviewing his carry tier list after today. Duracho and Yatoro will be swapping slots here. Yeah, I mean, they're all smiles. Come on, man. Extreme absolutely bodied them. This was not... I don't think anyone out there would have expected this one-sided of an affair for either team.
I don't think we've seen Spirit get this crushed in years.
Yeah, I don't.
Before they won the first TI, I don't think I've seen.
Yeah, since they went on their tear of winning multiple tournaments in a row, this is the most destroyed I've seen them after a series. Not just in the games themselves, but Yatoro, the camera shot there, also was just sitting there like what the hell just happened? This game he got one kill. Last game he got 1 assist.
Yeah,
that's it.
All right, studio, tell us what happened. What in God's name did we just watch?
I think we just watched Team Spirit get demolished by Extreme Gaming. That was, yeah, indeed a pretty one-sided affair. Thank you very much, Sunspan Cinder. And then here with Purge and Effie, to break it all down, we said after the draft was done that Team Spirit has a way this game, but their execution has to be perfect, Effie, and that was not the case.
Yeah, I mean, BSJ has talked about the importance of core-to-core matchups so much in this patch, but when you're playing TA carry versus Naga carry, it's an uphill battle. It's a losing battle. You are on a timer. Same if you're playing TA versus PL, for example. So with that being said, for the TA to be able to get to the point where she can carry this game, they have to hit all their timings, they need to win the laning stage, and their first couple of rotations need to work out. And that's not what happened here for Spirit. XG went even on lanes. Actually, I would say it was a slight win for XG after the end of the laning stage. And the first smoke that Team Spirit did, where they smoked into the top lane to fight XG, they went uphill with no vision. And the first person who broke smoke was actually a DY on the Crystal Maiden. So that was the hero they jumped on, but that turned out to be miserable for them because they just got impaled by the Nyx Assassin and they got cleaned up. That smoke went bad. And then the next engagement was on that 16-minute rune where Storm Spirit goes for the rune, gets initiated on, dies, and XG are able to get 2 really important kills afterwards. So it felt like those rotations needed to go very well for Team Spirit, and they just didn't. And when you give those up, Purge, you're giving your map control, you're giving all of this farm speed and farm time to Naga, and like we mentioned, good matchup for her.
Yeah, so if she has a good matchup and the game is going well for her, then it feels almost impossible to play. And frankly, the pattern that I saw between Game 1 and Game 2 was that every skirmish that they had, it's like Extreme Gaming knew exactly where Team Spirit was likely to take their fights. It's like they've done tons of homework on this team. They know where they like to rotate, and they had all their pieces in the right spot. It's like they had their smoke breakers, and then they have like Nyx and Timber in the front, and then they have Sniper in the back. And then all of a sudden, Team Spirit has to run through Shrapnel with a TA, not a good time. You're losing all your refraction. And Shadow Demon and Shaman, they have to get closer running through. It's just, you're not going to win that fight. So all the pieces were in the right place. They knew where they're going to be, and they just like crushed them in those early mid-game fights, and that just led into a complete stop. So yeah, if they don't take those fights correctly and Team Spirits get some kills, then yeah, maybe their game can work. But because those fights were so one-sided, they had no comeback potential.
Are you sad that the game ended before we saw Rapier kinda online with Sniper?
Look, I think he was gonna get it.
He was gonna
eventually.
get it. Eventually.
And I think it's good because it showed us the outline of what you should do if you do this build. Like the Dragonlance, the Wraith Bands, into the Ags. And I genuinely think it was a great game for the Ags. You can interrupt the Shaman Shackle. They had crap team fight. Good luck ever getting a full duration because you're anywhere near Sniper, he's just gonna be like, peeped. And they have a Nyx as well who's diving backlines, wants to amplify his damage, throwing a little sniper ulti, makes his Mind Flare do more damage. So it was cool. The pieces did fit together.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not going to work all games, but I think it was a good game for that pivot.
Yeah, I mean, Extreme popped off in this game. They made all the right moves. They had the right strategy for it. What was the biggest issue for Team Spirit this game? Like where, like if you were to pinpoint something like, oh, that's where they dropped the ball, what would it be?
So, first of all, I want to highlight how well XG drafted today. I think that Nyx Assassin pick in that second phase early on really threw a wrench into what Team Spirit wanted to do from Laurel on the mid lane, because they needed a Spirit hero and they preemptively blocked that while also taking out any heroes that would be good versus their Naga strat. So that was amazing. And in that game 1, they did similar shenanigans in their draft with the OD, and yeah, that was really heads up by them. But for Team Spirit, both issues in both games were that if they were to lose any fight or any bit of map control, it spiraled out of control, because in game 1 they're playing against Alchemist, in game 2 they're playing against Naga. They just weren't able to outpace and keep up with XG if they gave a little bit away. And again, gotta talk about Collapse's hero purge, because if they don't have that game-changing, initiating, teamfight type of hero, which Doom used to be, but let's face it, it isn't anymore. It feels like Team Spirit are really gimped.
What if Doom needs to go back to Midas? They like teams played on this like item that helps you get kills in lane for a long time, and they use those kills to accelerate themselves. Now those kills aren't really there. They've forgotten what Doom's roots were. It is getting gold and then using that gold to win.
But Midas was nerfed in the last patch.
Who gives a shit?
You gotta remember, like this Doom thing, I think it should go back to being more of a specialty kind of pick, or maybe we still need more information, but that hero feels kind of overrated. Not kind of, he does feel overrated.
I think we saw it first pick twice today, and in the game where it was done against Gaming Gladiators, Quinn actually mentioned, like, thank goodness they did that, because the hero is not great right now. So yeah, maybe that is just people having the wrong idea about how to play it right now. It happens, right? Right after a patch.
Yeah, I think it's still good at taking one hero out of the fight. I mean, the best person I think that played it was 3-3 playing it the other day on Team Liquid. He got lots of kills with it. He went like, I don't know, Veil, or I think he went fast Octarine or something weird like that. Basically just so he could like Doom and get kills. But almost everyone else has been underperforming. They're not getting that much gold. It's not as easy to get kills in the laning stage, and when you get to the teamfight stage, the hero feels like a liability. In fact, 3-3 eventually lost that game because he was trying to teamfight without a BKB, and he would just get like disabled. That means you don't get a Doom on the right target, and now you're like, why am I playing Doom instead of some hero that can at least like stun or set up kills or
like
do
really
damage.
go in and start a good fight.
Yeah, he's very good at guaranteeing a kill on one core, and past that, he really lacks. So if you aren't snowballing in other ways or getting advantage in other ways, you should pick a different hero.
But you know who was snowballing? Haha! That's a great segue. Thank you. DY, Crystal Maiden Specialist. I've been waiting for this one. And it's not just DY, because I believe we're also joined by Jin, who will be translating for us. Hey, DY, congratulations on the series. And Jin there as well. Hello, how you doing?
I'm good. Thanks. How are you?
Good. All right, so my question's for DY. Okay, I gotta ask this one first before we go into the Crystal Maiden. What made this series so smooth for you guys?
首先 DY 恭喜你们这么顺利的拿下了刚才这场对战，然后就想问你们，到底是什么东西让你们如此顺利的能战胜雪碧战队呢？
可能是我们的阵容打得比较顺手吧。
I think we just had, the better draft. The draft just felt much easier to play here.
And with that, speaking of drafts, I'm a big Crystal Maiden fan, level 30 Crystal Maiden here representing, and you guys are the only ones seemingly consistently first phase picking Crystal Maiden. Why is that? What makes her the go-to for you and for your team?
就是这个主持人呢，他也是一个很大的玩冰女的一个粉丝，他这边自己也是30级的冰女了。但是目前为止，你们是唯一一个就是能一选冰女，然后而且战绩还打得那么好的一个战队，就想问你这个冰女的秘密是什么呢？
冰女她没什么秘密啊，主要是我只会这个英雄，别的英雄都玩不好。
There's no real secret over here. It's just that, Crystal Maiden is the only hero that I can really play. Anything else, I'm just garbage at it.
I don't believe that for a second. But, all right. I also would love to hear your thoughts, DY, on the Crystal Maiden shards, if you will. The shard.
就是他说，主持人说他完全不相信你刚才所说的话，但是你既然这么说的话，那也想跟你这边打探一下，就是现在冰女这个魔晶效果，你对它有什么评价呢？
魔晶的增加让冰女这个英雄在中后期的团战里面不再像以前那样就可以一碰就碎了，它可以通过那个技能躲避一些高伤害的技能和弹道，所以配上一些绿杖、推力棒、保命装，在团战中很容易2次释放技能。
Well, the biggest advantage to the shard is that it gives Crystal Maiden a much needed mobility during the middle to late game, because it allows her to dodge and avoid a lot of big spells, which allows her to navigate around in every single team fight much better than before. and be able to provide that second wave of spells to boost the team.
All right, thank you for that. I would also like to send you both over to Brian, who has some Dota-related question.
Hey, as a carry player, I always wonder what to expect from my 5 in terms of skill build, the way they want to play the lane, and historically a lot of the Crystal Maidens have been taking their 2 nukes, level 1 and 2, but I've seen that every single game you've played Crystal Maidens so far, you've leveled your passive at level 2. So I was wondering, is that something you've coordinated with Ame? What made you decide to do that? Why do you feel like Crystal Maiden's identity in lane has kind of changed?
就是这边另外主持人呢，他这边主要是打大哥的嘛，然后他说平时打路人级的时候呢，他都习惯就是他的兵女5号位都会1、2技能就是对点嘛，就是主要就是把那个输出给拉满，但是就看你这边玩的兵女呢，2级的时候都会学这个被动，然后就想问为什么你会决定这么做？是比方说你跟萧瑟之间沟通好的，然后决定这么做的呢？还是这是你对兵女独特的理解？
还有这个，我是看那个 Focus 队友的 Sneaking 学的。如果有这个问题，我觉得你该去问他吧，因为我也不懂。
Well, honestly, I do that skill build depending on the caliber of teammates that I have. If my teammates are good enough, then that's when I do it. So I think the real person that you should be asking about this question would be to Ame himself about what he thinks of me doing that.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you so much, both Jin and DY. And looking forward to seeing Extreme play again. It was a fantastic series. Congratulations once again. And until next time.
首先谢谢 DY， 然后也恭喜你们再次恭喜你们。
I know at least the thank you. But yeah, a lot of Crystal Maiden questions. We have to ask him when we get the chance to talk to DY. But you also heard it at the very start. DY did say that the reason these games felt so smooth came down to the draft, which is what we were saying as well. That's the thing that felt off on the side of Team Spirit. But overall, I mean, Extreme looking on point, Purge.
Yeah, it did. Draft-wise, it felt like they were driving the draft both times. It was like on the Spirit side, they were like trying to, when you play flex picks, you're kind of like trying to outsmart your opponent's drafts. And luckily for the Extreme Gaming side, it just felt like they were grabbing cohesive stuff and occasionally doing like one pick to counter what they were addressing in the enemy squad, like the Naga pick, or in the first game it was the OD. That like 4th pick of their draft addressed it well, and it really did make their game look easier.
It really, really did. I believe we could take a look at the scores as well, because this was an important one. Both teams before today were 3-1. They went 3-1 yesterday, which is of course great. But a 2-0 now means that Team Spirit is in the middle of the pack, whereas Extreme head and shoulders almost above the rest, Effie. This looks promising.
It does look really promising because, I mean, if you look back at the last Tier 1 tournament in Betboom Dacha, XG looked so promising in their group too. But it felt like they fell off a little bit where they still placed well. I believe it was 6th place, but not what you expect out of them. So I hope this isn't a repeat where they completely crush their groups and then just lose in the playoff stage. But they're looking really good. It feels like, as usual, they know how to draft and how to play around Ame, but the rest of the team is stepping up. I think the support play that I saw today coming out of XG was so top tier. And if it can end, I have to shout out XXS too, because he really played an excellent series today. And if they can maintain this is a team to eye in this group if you weren't already. They're looking like probably the #1 contender out of all of the teams here.
Yeah, and upside for them as well. If they normally do good in groups but not good in plays, we got 2 group stages for them right here. So who knows? Maybe that's the secret recipe here for Extreme to go far and to go deep. But yeah, very promising for them. I think Team Spirit, I'm not worried for them per se. We know them per their team to bounce back, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think they just got a little trapped with their picks. They were trying to grab meta-like stuff that didn't necessarily directly address their opponents, and then XG's drafts just look better. And they maybe played a little bit weak, but it's okay. It's just one series. Teams are allowed to drop series once in a while. They'll bounce back for sure.
They'll bounce back. It's easy. But that was Group B for now. I mean, we're having 2 series for Group A and 2 series for Group B every day, and they alternate. So we started the day with Group A. We now finished Group B for now, and then we'll head back to Group A, which, by the way, is going to be Falcons versus G2IG. Should definitely be one to watch, as G2IG has been having a rough time. So we'll see what they cooked up for the day 2 here for their group stages. And I believe I also need to address the elephant in the room. The big elephant in the room. There's been a lot of rumors going around, but you know, we're classy people here, so we are waiting for Tundra to make a statement before we do anything. So we're not going to go off of speculations. So you just need to be patient for that one. But we're going to head over to more Dota 2. So stick around. We'll be right back. Falcons versus G2IG. See you soon.
Just got the news that you're still in town, looking for a safe place to hide. Well, you better close your window and lock the door, 'cause I'm gonna get you tonight. And I know where you are, so look sharp, 'cause here I come, I'm close, so get ready and watch out. Love has a way of seeing through all of your wants and the shadow of doubt. So just get dressed and know for sure I'm on my way to take you out. And I know where you are, so look sharp, 'cause here I come, I'm close, so get ready and watch out, 'cause here I come. Where you are, so look sharp, 'cause here I come, time's up, better be ready, can't stop me now, no, 'cause here I come, here I come, here I come.
Yeah. It's Q-Head. It's been love since we met. Right from the bar to the bed, all night long, roller coaster. A 5-figure scar on my shoulder. You smile, I'm high. I put my heart on the line. I'm addicted to you, I can't lie. It's whenever you kiss me goodbye. I'm high in your love, high in your love, high in your love, high. It's never enough, never enough, never enough. I'm so high in your love, high in your love, high in your love. I'm so high, I can't stop thinking of you. When the world is going down, I won't be there, be there. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air. harder times. When sweet words turn into lies, we got caught in our nest, yeah. I put our love on a rest, hit the brake, I'll turn over. And never ever say that you know her. Got a flame to fuel every night. Keep her safe and hold her tight. High in your love, high in your love, high in your love, high. It's never enough, never enough, never enough. I'm so high in your love, high in your love, high in your love. I'm so high. I can't stop thinking of you. When the world is going down, I won't be there. I won't be there. I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air. To the air. I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven with you. With you. When the world is going down, I won't be there. I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air. I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven with you.
DreamLeague Season 22 action continues as we are now knee-deep into Day 2 of the first group stage. Let's get some more games underway right now. Thank you very much to the PogChamp Pandas as we get into the second half of Group Stage 2. So let me bring in some new faces to join me as well. I've got Lacoste sitting by me, and I suppose this is the co-host position.
I assume, considering I'm sitting next to you, but
Congrats
good to
on
be
the promotion.
back. We haven't had a chance to talk to each other much lately.
No, you've been off the grid.
Yes.
So this is a welcome opportunity.
It's going to be good. It's going to be good. Always nice working with you too.
How about these two guys, Cap and SVG on the other side of the couch?
Haven't had a chance to work with SVG much, but had a chance to work some of the online stuff with Cap. We did excellent job casting one series together, and I had a lot of insight what goes on in SVG's mind.
Lacoste makes for an excellent co-caster. Very much enjoyed my time with him.
We did 5 seasons of NA in this exact studio. He's like, I never had a chance to work with the guy.
Lately.
I see how much I meant to you.
That was back when you were still a panelist, though. You hadn't quite worn the casting pants yet.
Good old days when my job was not as nearly as hard as it is now.
Because casting is a very difficult position, much harder than, of course, hosting or co-hosting, right? That's what you meant?
No, I think Lacoste just makes paneling easy, you know?
Thank you so much. Yeah. Now I'm remembering the days of the old DPC. It was you, me, him, maybe
right.
+1.
We were grinding out the North American DPC.
What a good old time.
It was like all those black and yellows back in the day, the occasional Arkosh Studios back in the day.
Arkosh!
Oh my god, I missed that button so much.
Arkosh!
We
still have the
button!
There you go.
All the way back in the archives. But now the DPC is gone, my friend, and it's DreamLeague in town. And, well, one day of DreamLeague has been completed, and now we're in the middle of day 2. Cap, thoughts on DreamLeague?
Oh, I've got a lot of thoughts.
Do you?
Yeah, I've got a lot of thoughts, but I think you got to be looking forward. And looking forward to, for some of these teams anyway, it'll be interesting to see what their fate is going to be like.
And you're looking on the side. You're looking at your co-caster.
Yeah, but you want to keep your peripheral vision aware as well, you know?
Yeah, because he's a
situational
snake,
awareness.
just in case he stabs
Yeah, just
you.
in case. I don't know what Avery's up to.
Stab? How did we get to that? That was an abrupt change in tone. My God.
You got to keep you on your toes.
Yeah, that's the cost for you.
He was whipping out puns already on day 1.
Gotta tone it down. Gotta tone it down, you know. Don't want to have those Reddit threads immediately.
Yeah, I mean, I'm the kind of guy who just goes around stabbing people, apparently. That's what Lacoste would say.
This is really good pre-talk for the game, guys.
I gave you
we
a
did
window.
a great job. Spirit got bombed.
2-0 by
What the hell?
Extreme.
Yeah. That was pretty intense. Do you think Yotaro was just like nervous in front of Ame?
Could have been. I mean, there's been the whole love story between two of them, talking each other nicely. I think like last DI, it was between Ame and him. Like whatever Yataro said, there was like 15 different interviews. Whatever, there was some kind of a hot topic. Yataro was like, okay, we need to hear what this guy has to say about it.
Did you see the picture of him doing was it a jersey swap with Ame, or?
He was never so happy. I've never seen him so happy.
I've never seen his teeth in a smile before.
Yeah, we watched that guy win 2 TIs, but the happiest he was standing next to Ame.
I think they both see something of themselves in the other, you know? Ame sees the crown that he never got.
Maybe, yeah.
And I don't know what Yotaro sees, but obviously it's something
weird infatuation.
He sees GPM numbers. He's like, oh my God.
Ame outright said that I don't think I'm as good as Yotaro thinks I am.
Yeah.
So
he's like, this guy's putting me up on a pedestal. He's like, yeah, the Ame is just like the peak carry, and Ame's like,
oh my God,
what?
I watch him play Naga Siren. My life changes every single last hit he gets.
Yeah, like what that quote about like how that was like one of the best carry performances he's ever seen from that Naga Siren game.
Yeah,
I remember I was like, I gotta watch that game.
Yeah, I watched these. Like he laned for like 5 minutes, and that was like the best 5. I'm like, okay. I mean, the guy hasn't played Dota in like a year and a half. I think it's all psyops. I'm telling you.
It's a conspiracy.
Yotaro knows come to win his 3rd ring, it's going to be Extreme Gaming there in front of him, and he's planting the seeds. You know, he's planting the early psyops in Ame's mind. When he gets to that TI stage, Yotaro comes out completely shaved, no body hair, nothing. It explodes the psyops that has been planted in Ame's mind for a year. And they automatically win the series. It's over before it started.
Step 1 was saying a bunch of nice things about him.
Exactly.
Step 2,
build him up, break him down, and then...
Step 2 was losing really, really hard to Ame.
Also part of the psyops.
Right,
yes.
that's part of the psyops,
Yes.
building him
He's
up.
playing the long con.
Ame is beginning to think like, maybe there is something. Maybe I am as good as Yotaro thinks, you know? All right.
And then you pull it out from under him.
Well,
Right,
for right
Lacoste.
now, though, gentlemen, we've got another series to look forward to. It's going to be Falcons versus G2IG. So let's get into that series right now. Greetings, Kazu.
I'm here.
You're here, my technical analyst.
I am.
I'm so excited to talk to you about this series, G2IG versus Team Falcons. What have you got for me on the docket today?
So I have a couple of clips prepared because G2IG, they're not looking too good. I think they did win one game today, so they're 1-5. But I want to highlight some of the things that they did yesterday, which is illegal, and some things they have to change today. But for that, I have a couple of clips prepared.
Okay, let's see what you got.
So here we have Mr. Baboka. If we look at his item build, like he's rushing a Maelstrom in a game where they're like already up 2k, 3k gold, but we'll just let it play. Also to note, he has no mana. So right now, his team is fighting mid. X-Nova just dies for no reason. Here you have nothing to say. He gets stonked. And he's gonna also die from full to nothing. And Baboka in this entire fight, literally, he hasn't done anything. Because he's like, I wanna carry this game. Now, later in the game, couple minutes, His Kunkka offlane TP's bottom to fight. His mid Coddle TP's bottom to fight. Boboka is like, I want to farm with my Maelstrom and my Manta build and, you know, not really help my team.
Oh.
But what happened today is, I think maybe his coach was telling him, bro, you can't really do that. Because in this clip where he plays Tiny, he actually bought Blink. He bought a 4-staff, whether you believe it or not. He goes in, he helps his team, he helps his teammates as well to play the game. So I'm hoping that today we'll see a bit more of understanding what you need to do to help all of you win the game, instead of being, I'm gonna buy Rapier Maelstrom and I'm gonna carry the game on my own.
But there's a time and a place to play greedy, isn't there?
That's true, but my bro, he's skipping the steps. You make sure that, so the enemy team has a way of coming back, right?
Yeah.
In this game, they have like Bristleback with Axe, they have DK Stun, they have Naga. 4-staff, drums, items like this, they will stop them from coming back, and then you scale. You don't scale first, allow them to come back, and then you're like, well, now I'm gonna buy a
mastered
4th.
this thing from position 4. You know, you want to scale, let's say, as Hoodwink. You don't buy that Maelstrom, you buy Road of Atos. It's like, I'm setting things up.
Yeah, I'm
being
pretending.
more tanky. Suddenly, you have this Gleipnir. Suddenly, you're like, oh, I'm gonna turn this Blightstone that I bought at the start into Deso. So you need those steps. You can't just, you know, straight up buy Divine Rapier.
Yeah, or Arcane Boots. My bro has brown boots for like 40 minutes. He's just chilling. But, you know, it happens. But today, no more. They're 1-5. It's crunch time.
It is, yes. Day one was very rough for them. They went 0-4, but thankfully we actually got a chance to speak to a G2IG on their expectations for this tournament.
For our team, maybe it's something new that because we have majority of Malaysian, and maybe you can bring something new to the region and the team.
肯定是尽全力去打嘛，然后争取哪个。就争取拿越多分越好嘛，就是争取能尽力得的积分。
I don't know how much the regional influence really plays into, because they've got Southeast Asian blood as a baseline, although Southeast Asian blood has not been doing too well in Dota in general recently. Purge.
They haven't. It's been a while. I mean, the one thing they've been very good at is exporting their players to good teams that need good players. Been really Secret's just been going through the grinder. I think they've like chainsawed through at least like 6 C players at this point. Shopify Rebellion, they got Yopaj as well. So that part is good, but these full C teams, they've had great talent. That's clear. Their best success story is definitely Talon of the last year. They had a lot of really solid results, but yeah, they've always missed the mark just a little bit. So and especially G2IG really disappointed in Malaysia. It was their 3 out of 5 Malaysian players. They showed up. Everyone's like, dude, this team's really hot. And then they just sucked. It was really unfortunate.
Yeah, the ESL Kuala Lumpur. High expectations for them. And then also Mushi was coaching another team. And that one also got eliminated in groups.
But the good thing is they did beat Falcons at ES1 Kuala Lumpur.
That's true.
So that's something, you know, that's a good start. But they also have Jack Chen as a general manager.
That's true.
So maybe one of the... Just kidding. Jack,
Counterbalance. Counterbalance.
My good friend. But yeah, they need to wake up. And it's going to be one of the most difficult opponents that they have to face at the moment, because Falcons, they looked really hot. Like they just won Bet Boom Dacha. There's going to be a lot of teams copying them. You see a lot of these position 5 Naranas coming out. Some like Lashrak Flexes from position 5 as well. So these are the meta setters, I would say, with Falcons, with the offlaners that they play, and you see other teams also trying to copy what they're doing.
Yeah, like Falcons mid game is so good, so I feel like if you have something like what we saw in the clip that I showed, where G2IG, like just one guy not perhaps doing the job that he has to do, doesn't have to be Boboka, it can be anyone. Like your game will break against the best teams, and I think if you do that against Falcons, you are in for a really hard game, like a really hard one.
Especially if he's going to be laning up against, or like, if I was Boboka in this game and I'm trying to rotate on enemy cores, do I even care about trying to go for Skitter? Or is it ATF? Is that the person whose game I need to worry about the most? Or is it the mid lane? What do you target whenever you're not ignoring the draft, just in game as a 4 position? Who do you care the most about on Falcons?
+4 is kind of the way, like what?
I don't think your mic's working.
Yeah, we had to cut you off. You're saying a lot of dumb stuff, Kezu, so we had to mute you instantly.
Pick up the slack, Lacoste. We'll try to fix your microphone in the meanwhile.
So who they need to focus? It's very difficult, because if you look at the way that they've been drafting during Bet Boom Dacha, Team Falcons, like 95% of the time, they will pick an offlaner immediately because you can't ban them. ATF, he has like 5-6 different heroes that he does play. What are you nodding? Like, you're not
He's
even a
allowed
part
to
of this
nod.
conversation. You're
His microphone isn't working. His neck is still working. Very rude gestures are being shown.
I think you need to shut down ATF early because otherwise he's going to talk shit for the whole series.
Yeah.
And it's going to get in his head. He's going to feel too powerful.
Hello, hello, 1 2 1 2.
It's a dangerous.
Welcome back,
I'm
Kenzo.
back.
Good to have you back, Kenzo.
Do you have
I'm agreeing with you.
Anything to add to this discussion?
No, this guy, like, I'm agreeing with him, and just because my mic doesn't work, he's like, hey, stupid kid.
We've been talking a lot lately, me and Kezu, sending out some hottest memes that were happening recently. But yeah, ATF, this guy is just a beast, you know. I would say that after seeing him succeed with OG, I thought that hype might be gone. But after seeing him like join different teams, I'm like, this guy's one of the best offlaners, one of the best players in the world, without a doubt.
And I was emphasizing yesterday how much I was so happy that the era of the Aura offlaner seems to be diminishing, at least now that Shivas is gone. I know, Kevin, you
so happy about
defended it in the regard that you were saying that Greaves is still okay.
Yeah, Mech is really exciting.
Mech
to
is
me.
very
I don't know about
exciting.
you guys, but it's got a little sound. Everyone pronounces it wrong. It's spelled
Mechanism?
I'm never.
Mechanism.
Just go Mech.
Never, mechanism. Mech, yeah.
But ATF never built like that. ATF was always building damage, even when, even in the Wraith Pact era, he wasn't doing it.
Well, it's not exactly true. He would rush Mage Slayer sometimes, which is Aura-like on Titan. You're applying it in an AoE.
No, this is the Lacoste way. You're hiding it. You're like pretending I'm helping your team, but he's just buying it for himself.
Okay. I mean, hey, if it works for him, it works for him. And he is. That is one of the cool things about him as a player is that he does his unique sort of play style and forces it. And when it doesn't work, Reddit will come for you. But when it is working, everyone's like, I hate the guy, but he's really good at Dota. So that's just how it is right now.
We've seen, like I said, that a lot of players will start to copy what he's doing. There was noticed yesterday with his Mars as well, going for like some 4,000 or 5,000 damage crits with level 25 talent, which is pretty insane. This is the first time that I've seen ATF do it. I'm like, okay, let's see what he's cooking. And we had a lot of interviews during Bet Boom Dacha, and I remember interviewing ATF because I always wonder like what's going through his mind with the itemization. He's like, bro, I played like 1,500 games of Mars. Do you think I think about the items? I just queued them randomly.
For one of them, though, he did give a shout out for the Revenant's Brooch. He said that he saw it on YouTube or something like that.
I saw it on Reddit like a week before it got popular in the process. I saw some like Reddit clip, and it was someone doing that build. And so yeah, that person meant it. ATF was just the first person to be like, this is good enough to play a pro match in. So yeah, it's a cool build.
We'll see if there's any more variety that's going to be coming up because I don't know how much Falcons really need to dip into their top tier tricks against G2IG. Who did they win their game against? G2IG. Because they've only won one game throughout this group stage 1 so far. They got 0-4 on day 1, which was brutal. But
against Virtus Pro.
They got the one game against VP. Okay.
Yeah.
The second game, I think, was also not that bad. Like, I feel like they're on an upwards trajectory. But yeah, against Falcons, they're going to have to
one game and then down
no,
again.
even the second game, it was not bad. So of course they ended up losing, but compared to day 1, that was night and day. Because day 1 was some. You don't want to show that at this tournament.
Was day 1 also a Baboka thing, or was that a whole team thing?
I mean, it's always everyone, but I think especially at this level, if one guy messes up, like Dota is really a game where everything needs to come together, and your team is fighting as 4 when you're expecting a 5th guy to come, and he's just like chilling, you know, trying to get his 5th core item, and something's not going, you know, something's not right.
I like Kezu. He's a team player. You see how he said it's everyone's fault. Like, he's not going to say one guy.
Everyone celebrates the successes and the failures.
But it was Kezu's fault earlier for his mic breaking.
Yeah, that's true. According to Lacoste, who's very smart.
We all must take responsibility for this. We should have all joined in.
You know, I'll check your mic before every segment starts.
Yeah,
Thank you, Perch.
please.
Yeah, no problem.
Wow, what a great team we are. I'm proud of us. Some real character development we've all shown here.
Thank you.
You hear that?
Yeah.
Even production's thankful.
Doesn't work. I was still checking.
It's my fault, sorry.
The draft is upon us in a moment. I actually don't know. That countdown's new. Because people have always been very, very enraged at us. They say casters start the draft.
Yeah, it's not our fault.
Yeah.
It's going to be Cap and SVG. We can blame it on them.
Blame it on them.
I thought we were all taking the blame here.
That is true. They're
also
also
not a part of the team.
They're stand-ins.
They're like the contractors, so they'll get all the blame for the mistakes.
All right, game number 1 is underway. We've got a draft starting. Chen, Primal Beast, and Magnus banned out by Falcons.
Yeah, they wanted to
2IG.
heavily target the general management again, Jack Chen. They wanted to get rid of him instantly. But Chen, I think he has 100% contest rate so far. This hero is insane. Even after the nerfs, after reading the patch, I didn't even realize that his ability didn't cost mana. It's like, yeah, here you go, some regen amplification, some regen, and 12 armor, level 1,
And
no
when
mana.
and when I saw the nerf, I was like, that's it? Like, this is the first round every game ban, and they're like, oh, we're going to 75 mana to his armor thing. And most of the time you're using that skill, it's like mid and late stages of the game. Like, yeah, maybe in the laning stage here or there, you'll pop it, but like, who cares? The other nerf was like penitence, damage, talent. It's like 25 less. It's like,
Yeah, the hero needs a lot more than that. I like to call those like, it's like you're throwing a pebble at like this giant. It just doesn't do anything. Like the hero, I don't think we'll see Chen in this tournament, because if we do, it will win.
could you tell us exactly what makes Chen so good in this patch?
I think
'Cause
that
if we don't see it enough, it's like people forget, you know?
I think to keep it short, people like to, games go very long, right? Like right now, people can farm, the map is really big. I think Chen is a few of the heroes you can take that actually can explode a game open and kind of defy how people want to play. You get this early mech, also you have 2 small camps, which like you can get more harpies than before. And I think overall it's just one of the few heroes where at 15-20 minutes you're ahead, you can actually end. Like you can test the enemies if they're ready or not.
Which is why people should be playing IO carry, because that's another hero
There
that
we
a lot
go,
of people
baby.
do that. Swear to God, someday.
They just need to find out your YouTube channel.
Yeah,
All
it
right,
just got buffed too.
I have a question. This Leshrac, why is it so popular right now? Because I don't get it. I still think Mage Slayer is a good item, especially against Leshrac. So you're dealing 40% less spell damage. It is a bit of a flex I've seen, but I don't know what happened. Like, are these buffs that he received in the C patch good enough?
I mean, it only lasts 3 seconds instead of 6, so that's a pretty big difference. Because half the time, I played Leshrac recently, and I think they did buy Mage Slayer against me. But if there's times where I'm running at them, and we're like winning momentum of the fight, like chasing them down, they can't just like stop and reapply it every couple seconds. You know, I'm gonna get a stun in there. That's 2 seconds over. Like at some point, you're just gonna kill them. It feels like so. It's like. There's more windows to actually deal damage than there were before, despite the Mage Slayer nerfs being maybe not the most extreme.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, they did also buff, what's it, Edict? I think it deals more damage or has more ticks with one or the other. So that's also good.
Activation cost on Pulse Nova.
Yeah, right. And then like Bloodstone being a little better. And apparently from what I understand is that people flex it a lot. Like it's not always gonna go mid. We're supposed to see
Slasher's
a 3,
Way?
5. Apparently.
Did you watch that video?
No.
He plays Leshrac as a support with the
Shard
Edict damage.
Oh yeah, he hides in trees.
Yeah, and it does
Yeah,
like
no,
a
I did
shitload
see
of
it.
damage, and that's what they buffed. They buffed it. So I was like, Slasher's so happy
He's
right
back.
now.
There was one Lesh earlier today, which was played as position 5 with the Guardian Greaves, Pipe, Edict. You get stats, you don't go for Lightning, so you want to be as tanky as possible.
Yeah, Slasher was right. As he always is.
Of course.
Another player who copied the guy that makes YouTube videos. Like Amar
There's a
said,
trend.
There
you
you
know,
go.
Revenant's Broach.
The ground floor of the Dota meta is actually on YouTube.
Some people have ideas sometimes. I'm not saying mine are the best. I'm not trying to subtext
No.
myself.
Purge Gamers
But
YouTube.
people have ideas, and that's it gets popular here and there. I'm just trying to force my idea through until somebody
There we go.
proves me right.
I mean, at least in this case, the Lesh pick makes sense. Like Timber kind of relies on that he can go in and stay, but Lesh can kind of offset that. But I feel like Lesh is the hero you need to help him out, which is why IO Lesh has always been very prominent. You need to help him with other heroes that he can keep moving forward. The moment this hero has to run away or has to stand his ground and potentially die is when Lesh is not Lesh anymore.
Yeah, I like this Rubik as a response. Always has been, probably always will be. A good way to deal with Timber Saw. Stealing any damage is going to be nice, whether with the Timber Chain, Chakra Magic, all pure damage. So you'll have a lot of magic damage coming out from Leshrac, Rubik as well. Another, I would say, strong laner right now because a lot of different position 4s have been nerfed. He's been nerfed before. His Fate Bolt level 1 deals like no damage and also reduces your damage by like 3, which is basically nothing.
Yeah.
And still, after all these nerfs, Lion is still a really good hero.
We haven't seen him much today, though. Like in their first 2 series that we covered, I don't even think he was banned in the matches.
He was ignored, yeah.
So it's weaker. Something BSJ pointed out that was very true, is that his the damage he takes from magic while he's using mana drain now is twice as much. It went from 80% resistance down to the now BKB 60. So against a hero like Lesh, he's going to die faster, but if it does allow them to keep some separation and get some disable set up for the Timber, especially with Elder Titan on top of that, they're going to do a lot of damage.
Okay, let's see. So you have ET, just a pretty chill laner. I think it's also good. Just Rubik doesn't like these heroes that get to run on him, so I think ET will already fulfill that role when it comes to early in the game. And Lesh as well, having any damage amplification on you is very annoying. So I kind of like this support duo a lot from G to IG. And we'll have to see how Falcons kind of respond more. Other heroes I like a lot when it comes to Timber is just you want all this like kind of casual magic damage. So I love Hoodwink, always, you know, it's high range, not high commit. You have a break, you have more damage amp as well, so that's something I could see.
But only if you rush Maelstrom, right?
Of course.
No boots, Maelstrom rush.
Yeah, I was wondering what happened with Dragonite. This hero was still available in the pool.
Yeah.
Another hero that scales really well. Sometimes it can be tricky when you do pick him into Timbersaw. If you have if you're the first one initiating, if he has Mage Slayer, you get on top of him, burst damage from Lion. Right now they have no saves whatsoever, so with ET, Lion, and Timber, they have mixed magic damage, physical, removing the basic armor. So I think there's enough to potentially kill this Dragonite. But then again, they still have to pick another 2 heroes. And Falcons, they did run this Flash Rack 2 times already earlier against Heroic, and they ended up the game pretty quickly. I guess that was the game I was talking about because I watched like 4 different streams and everything was
it blurs.
Yeah, it's just like, okay, what did I just watch?
Was it 5 Lash?
It was 5 Lash, yes.
I'm a little surprised they picked the DK considering the Lion's already there because it kind of makes your Manta build a little bit weaker, but I assume it's going to be an off lane at this point, and you could say that ET Aura helps you kill the DK, but I would argue that his passive is also good as well, because it's like, okay, you lose your base, but you have all that green bonus from your passive. So if he just gets some magic resistance, he should be pretty tough to kill, actually.
I actually feel like if this is how much items matter. If Mage Slayer was not a meta item, I don't think DK would have been picked in this slot, actually. Like if you have like a weird magic resistance build-up into these dire heroes, I don't really think you could play the hero.
He is still against the Timber, though, which is also a counter in a different damage way. So maybe not the best pick, but Falcons must really like what it brings in this game. They're all in on magic damage.
And Lion, let's go. Just kidding. It's going to be probably Keeper of the Light from the mid lane. We've seen Bet Boom. They love to play this hero. It's a Spirit Vessel buyer, potentially against Leshrac, who builds into Bloodstone. Great against Dragonite. Later on, you will have Satanic on your Gyrocopter, so you will get a lot of value from that item. And also, he can keep the distance. The only one who can kind of jump him is Dragonites once he picks up a Blink Dagger, but that's not early on. You want to go for that Mage Slayer. Sometimes you'll see them go even greedier, going for Manta style, and then maybe picking up a Blink.
If there's this much magic damage, though, then maybe even consider Pipe, or Pipe is not even justified.
The lineup screams Pipe when there's an ET, in my opinion, because the more magic resistance you give your team, it's going to really help the amplifiers that they get. Because if they lower your magic resistance to 0, and then they get Spell Amp, Staunch Kai is really popular right now because it just got buffed. And the numbers, the increase that you're getting from those items are way too much. So you need a Pipe to like barrier block and reduce, increase your magic resistance that you've lost. It really helps.
I do think that the Caudal pick is kind of cool just in theory. I think an early Vessel can own both DK and Lesh. You have supports that you can play with early with like a Boots of Travel, you go to the side lane, even a Gyro. I think these are heroes you can gank quite easily.
Can you still bots on ET?
I'm not on the Spirit, you mean?
I think they fixed that.
I'm not sure about that.
Falcons, keep in mind in their previous tournament they played BB Dacha, they played Gyro carry almost every game of the finals. And it was basically just kind of like left. The teams are kind of like, whatever, I'll play against it. So maybe we'll see it again here, but very few other teams are touching it in that way.
I mean, I do think it makes sense against Timber. Like I would say like Gyro and Luna are pretty cool because they're hybrid carries, right? They have magic, but also physical. I think you're also like a more tanky range hero, which is cool against Lion to like try and live through the burst. So I'm actually on board.
Does it ever depend on who Gyro's support partners are? Because back in the day, if you didn't have Gyro plus an IO, then it wouldn't be really viable. But Falcons were just kind of slapping it into any draft.
Yeah, they're kind of slapping it in. I would say it's kind of good against line support as well, like further undercuts the power of his shard, because you're just going to flat hit him and he's going to die no matter the distance too.
Another Arc Warden. We saw one yesterday with Tomato on OG, and now G2 IG are taking it out here.
huge nerfs to this hero. His spark rates last like 30 seconds less, which is like, okay, that's a big nerf.
But that wasn't like the only. That was like a use case for the spark wraiths. It's gonna help you like defend against like smokes when you're jungling or whatever. But you don't need to use it as a trap. Is all I'm saying. So it's like getting rid of one of his like rare use cases, I think.
So they wanted to have another hero that can get on top of them, not just him. He can also use Stampede to get inside of the bubble, because right now there's not much protection unless Baboka uses his stun, X-Noah with his stun. But once we are talking about, you know, these BKB timings coming out from Dragonite, and also Amar jumping in, Skeeter also as a gyrocopter. I like this as a response to Timber, always been good in terms of dealing this heavy magical damage. So I want to see if Skeeter, because I know Skeeter when he plays this gyro that he's going to put multiple points in Rocket Barrage, try to get the kill on Timbersaw.
I just love the Centaur pick because it's going to work perfectly against Caudle. The slow just doesn't matter. If they're in a bad position with the core, they get him out of there. Same against ET. Much easier to get away from his ulti that's about to pop or the stomp that's about to hit. So it like allows him to do that lane shift with the Leshrac going support and undercutting the lack of stuns coming from the enemy spot.
My eyes are on nothing to say. I feel like if he does not snowball hard, they're in a very bad position, because I agree with Purge and also Lacoste. I think the last pick Centaur is very scary, potentially even an oversight, like leaving that in the game against the heroes that you have. I think Falcons are incredibly happy with their draft.
Who's nothing to say supposed to snowball off of, though? Who is he going to be killing? You can't really kill a Centaur that easily. Gyrocopter's a pretty tanky hero.
Lesh support, baby. Farm him.
Like you,
100 gold at a time.
The nice thing with Caudle is that you can play you play off of your side lane pressure. So hopefully you have like side lanes who go okay, you get your boost of travel or you do a quick TP and you just blast someone out of the map, and then you use like your urn charge, your vessel, and you continue rolling. So the first play, it needs to hit.
And what did you say the support Leshrac build was? In
Guardian Greaves into pipe.
So
there we go.
That covers the pipe, because we were mentioning that with all the magic damage that was on the side of G2IG.
Assuming the 5-position Leshrac has
Gets
a decent game. That's a lot of gold there.
It's snaking. He's going to find the farm.
He's going to kill these towers and farm it up.
Which may mean that the map gets very small for G2IG before this nothing to say Caudle can really start getting the ball rolling.
And it's new enough that teams might not know the stuff he's about to abuse. Might not be good in a couple days, but right now I think it's still hot.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing it, so let's get started with game number 1 and the PogChamp Pandas.
Well, it seems our panel doesn't have the most faith in G2IG in their draft, but history is a little bit in their favor. They played against Falcons at ESL1, and they did actually win that series 2-0 in the group stage. Obviously, Falcons is a bit of a different team than they were 3 months ago, though, Avery.
A bit of a different team than they were 20 days ago, one could argue.
Yeah.
A lot has changed after you win a tournament. You gain a lot more respect. You gain a lot more confidence. Get some more money. Some of those things can help you. Some of them can hurt you. All depends on the team environment. But I think this is a team with veterans on it, so they will be able to use it all well. And yeah, they're feeling themselves. I mean, when you bust out the support Leshrac, you know you're cooking something. I mean, it could be terrible, but you're cooking something. This is a real throwback for me, because this was like an NASA staple 5 years ago or something. A ridiculously long time. So Snaking is familiar with it. It used to be a lot more viable because the lane was a bit stronger. And you also had a lot more stun setup in terms of carries. You had these carries like CK, Leshrac, for example, with great lane. It's less popular nowadays, and I don't know, man. This might be a little too wacky for me to have full faith in, but if they can pull it off in terms of the laning phase, they're going to look good, because the other upside is they got this last pick Centaur, who should be pretty self-serving on the lane in terms of dealing with ET. You can only punish him so hard. And then you get this DK into the Caudle mid, which, if you remember the big mid Caudle patch that existed about 1.5 years, 2 years ago, the two heroes that came out of that as the big counters to this hero were Kunkka and Dragonite. Right. But Dragonite was terrible, so it was like, you're playing it to counter the Caudle, but the hero's pretty trash. But now it's a great DK patch, and you get the counter pick here, so Malrine is going to absolutely freeform this lane and have a great time. And NTS is just going to have to make it up elsewhere on the map with probably a fast Vessel. It is a pretty good Vessel game. I'd like to see it. We'll see what he opts for.
Why do people pick mid Caudle? What are you aiming to get out of it? Because I feel like the mid-coddles that I've seen for the last 6 months or so, like every single time I've seen it, I've felt bad about it.
The hero doesn't have a bad mid matchup in theory, right? He will always get what he gets.
Sure.
It's just a question of how much the other hero gets. But then he can always do something with that, and he can enable other heroes on the two side lanes. He can do that pretty fast. So if you're confident in your scale between the two other cores, the pick doesn't have a lot of downsides. But I think that's not as easy to get as it sounds.
Yeah, I feel like every single game that I watch the mid-coddle, I'm like, well, they're on a timer, and he's going to do good lane. It might dumpster his lane even.
Yes.
But he's going to make a couple rotations, and if one of those rotations fails, then like the game starts going sideways, and you typically, I feel like typically your lineup lacks in scale if you have a mid-coddle.
I think you don't want to be in a position where you feel like you have to tempo the game out with this hero mid. You want to be in a position where you're okay stalling or you're going late or contesting Roshans because your other two cores are going to be mega beefy and strong. Then I think that hero feels the most comfortable. There are certain mids he dumpsters too. If he is versus a melee mid that he can abuse, then the hero can just get out of control really fast. But he has been slowed down, and the hero has item weaknesses. You know, Lotus Orb decimates this hero. BKB, he has no interaction against. Glimmer Cape, pretty bad for the hero as well. So you kind of have to play around these strong utility items, and a lot of those items have traditionally been pretty good for the last few years. So it is a very volatile hero, but a hero that can pop off given the right circumstance. This, however, is looking like another pretty casual triple lane win for Falcons. Something I feel like we're used to seeing at this point.
Yeah, and it does kind of seem to be their MO. Never good. Well, a bright side, though, for G2IG is the fact that they're going to be running. Boboka is run down. That's going to be first blood for Snake King. Already off to a great start there. Looks like he's going to be playing that support Leshrac a little bit like a gyrocopter. He just has Diabolic Edict and finds the enemy support in the jungle all alone.
I mean, that's just a bad death.
Yeah.
You're dying versus a Lesh who he has move speed advantage on you, but you just should not be in the open in a one-on-one versus Edict. Lesh is not that strong on the 2v2 on the creep wave. I mean, maybe Boca wants to give solo XP to the Timber, but the other point I want to argue with this draft is I think people just forget about things in the meta, but I think this was a game that IG could have put the Timber top and tri-laned.
Tri-laning?
Yeah, I know. Oh,
2024?
What a crazy concept. But the boomer talking about tri-laning. It was not 2016 anymore, but like, you look at how the lanes get set up here for G2IG, and I think it's just a triple lane loss. Or at least, you know, maybe the Timber's going to do okay over the long run, but you're not kicking Centaur off the lane.
No.
And I think this Gyro is going to free farm, and you can stack for him with the Rubik on the other side if you want to take some pressure off the Arc Warden. So where does the pressure exist? Whereas if you put this Timber versus the Centaur, I think it's a fine 1v1. As long as you maybe help him the first wave and then change. And then you get this tri-lane with an Arc Warden where if the Gyro wants to flak it into you, I think you're okay playing that under the tower. And Lesh Rubik in a tri-lane sounds absolutely abysmal to me. Like, I don't know what you're doing with Lesh Rubik in a 3-on-3, right?
Sure.
These heroes need XP. They're not great at skirmishing together on the side in a 2-on-2 situation. I think it's a concept that could have been interesting here. But as you said, I mean, teams just don't do this. It's just the default.
Super interesting. Snake King putting another Diabolic Edict to use there and sieging the tower. Nothing to say. Meanwhile, in this terrible lane matchup, is forced to do some weird stuff. That weird stuff is going to get him killed.
Yeah, this is a disaster. This is an absolute disaster for a mid-coddle pick. This is not a hero you want to be dying on early. It sets you back a lot. And this is going to give Maureen an extra boost as well. You're giving XP to the Rubik. And of course, Amar he's the independent hero in this laning phase. They got this last pick Centaur. They know the ET's not going to be able to kick him off the lane. You just don't threaten him enough. So he can sit up here. And Crit can stack. He can gank the mid on the coddle. He can go bottom if he really needs to. At some point, I think Skeeter will abandon this lane, but so far he's been doing fine in terms of regen. Boca got the early death, and I guess the Edict is maybe too threatening for the dive as well. Something JT's going to have to think about as his catapult comes out, but you're not forcing Gyro anywhere here. Too early to do it.
I mean, we talked about the Diabolic Edict yesterday and how it got buffed up. It's an extra, I think, 120 total damage at level 4.
It's good.
I don't know what that means at level 1 and level 2, but obviously Snake King feels like it is significant enough to base your whole hero around it. There was also something that I remember Insania was talking about, how position 5s nowadays, like, you need to be able to farm. You need to actually be able to, like, hit some creeps and scale to some capacity. And Leshrac is certainly a hero that can do that for you, as they're going to be able to run down Baboka.
He's having a great early game. I mean, you can't really ask for much more. He took the flex pick, gave him the last pick, so traditionally in those situations, you just want that lane to draw. And, I mean, they won it. And now he's just cruising around the map, crushing towers with an edict. This is mega value for them. He's just going to build some utility, mech, Greaves, pipe, whatever he wants to build, and then you don't need this Lesh to have crazy spell impact in the fights. His impact is already kind of done.
I think this is still the case. When you take the off-lane tower first, it's the highest win percentage of all the tier 1 towers to be taken first.
I feel like that says more about the states of games that let you do that.
Yeah.
Than that tower actually being that valuable. I mean, you're already chasing him behind that gate.
I mean, in this situation, taking that tower is going to allow them to be able to take the Wisdom Rune away from G2IG. But the fight, see if it actually goes against them. Maybe it wasn't worth the Wisdom Rune if their mid laner and their support both die here. Baboka is going to stay one step ahead of Malrine, and yeah, they'll clean up both those kills. So in the end, not the worst for G2IG.
Yeah, I think that was worth more than the rune, to be honest. They got a huge DK kill. He TP'd, so he's going to have to walk out from base. You got the earn charges for the Coddle. That did a lot for NTS here. And Monet is chilling up here. As much as we've said Amar is on his own, Monet has done a decent job controlling his HP, not getting dove, not presenting a situation where some support flank can come through on the portal. He's just playing it real safe and getting some XP. Again, he's pretty much been left alone here. I mean, the downside of this ET pick, can't really do much for him. So
desperately wants to be able to get his level 6 before he's kicked out of lane entirely. We'll see whether or not Falcons allow that or not as they bring Snaking up here. So a full tri-lane dive potentially on the cards here. Good defensive ward by Baboka, ready to set up for that situation.
Veil flying out for ATF, by the way. This is a good pressure point for Falcons. They're going to try and use it.
Skeeter coming in from behind with the ultimate being dropped. Double hits onto Monet. Beautiful positioning. Just that by itself was enough to bring Monet down to a third of his HP. And quickly clean up that kill. Nothing to say, though. But again, G2IG seemed to have a pretty good read that there was aggression coming. They just didn't see Skeeter. But they are going to defend this tower and maybe still get a good fight out of it. Zablast start coming in. Amar down to half health, Snaking very low. He's going to get popped right away. Baboka, similar situation here. Stampede's up. Amar doesn't need to use to get that kill. Now he pops it, helps Skeeter run down, nothing to say. And despite having an idea, an inkling of what was going on, G2IG still gets smashed by Falcons in this top lane.
And they did not bring the Timber Saw. This is not a fight they're going to win in the long run if the Timber's not willing to rotate. So NTS overextends a bit. The team's not willing to bring everybody to this tower defense, and it cost the Coddle another early game death here. We saw the damage output. It's not insignificant, especially with this ET Spirit going through. He doesn't have aura points, but you get stomped into a Coddle Blast. It's going to hurt. This is another early tier 1. You have Dragon Knight. You have Leshrac. Deny? Got him.
A little bit of money there.
Skill check
from X-Nova. Still, though, no towers taken on the side of Falcons. All their tier 1s are up. Skeeter's still back to farm in this lane. G2IG gotta wonder when they're gonna be making a successful move with this Coddle.
All right, I'll give you a hot tip. You ready for a hot tip?
Okay.
If you want to know what item the Falcon supports are going to build the most in any patch, just look at the last 20 games AUI has played.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
And you'll know.
Okay. Did you look that up?
I did.
Okay.
I do my research.
What's he been building?
He has built Greaves.
Okay.
On every hero.
So
he's been playing Greaves Wind Ranger.
Greaves Wind Ranger.
Which tells you they just think Greaves is the aura item here. So I feel like we're going to see it every game for this team. And this is another game where maybe it's not the most obvious Greaves game, but again, if Snaking gets it up fast, then just giving armor to 3 of these cores who really take advantage of it. And another dive on the Coddle. I mean, you have to protect him here.
They are going to. This time around, Nothing to Say is not going to go down, and it's Malrine who will pay for that extension past the Tier 1 tower mid.
All right.
G2IG putting some serious resources to defending their last outer tower.
That felt a little greedy from Falcons, making that move with the DK going in deep, but where was the help? And meanwhile, they're stacking up this triangle. Huge stacks there for the gyro. So they're kind of, I mean, they took these early tier 1s with aggression, but that felt like you're splitting the focus too much, right?
Yeah.
If Skeeter doesn't want to rotate to that fight, or you don't want to bring the Centaur in, then you have to expect G2IG to protect their Coddle in this game, especially with this Vessel. And that's going to be a lot of extra gold, and suddenly JT, top of the board here, he can do a lot of work in this early game versus these cores. If he doesn't get bursted by some chain stun on the magic damage, he's pretty obnoxious. And Monet will once more dodge out these ganks with the help of a little front lining.
X-Nova, ooh, okay, the splitter doesn't land, so X-Nova will survive. Defensive stomp,
yeah, that's
get the team back.
That's Leshrac level 1 stun in a nutshell.
Yeah, that was the thing, is you were talking about old school support.
Ooh, Ravage!
Nice Blake combo there.
Look at that.
Bring down the Dragonite.
This is the power of Coddle. These types of fights, like, what are you doing, right? You are doing nothing. You just get run down. So many solar behind.
JT immediately being challenged by Skeeter. Heavy amounts of magic damage. The highest net worth on the side of G2IG goes down without much of a response.
Yeah, that's a very different engagement when the gyro decides to show up. He can be extremely impactful in these early fights. Dissuade this Timbersaw from going in. The one concern Falcons might have this game is if it gets stalled out a bit, what happens if this Timber gets a decent amount of magic resist up?
Okay.
Because the one downside of their draft is a lot of the damage is overlapping until the ultra late. It's very magic heavy. I think it's a reason we saw ATF go for the Veil here. Not that it isn't standard, but I mean, their lineup is an amazing Veil lineup.
Yeah.
The flip side, if this Timber gets to Eternal Shroud, or there's a pipe on the back lines, or there's just fast BKBs on somebody, you're not doing much into that until this DK gyro scale into 4th or 5th, physical damage item. Could be a timing that G2IG look for here. Just get a fast Shroud on the Timber, send him in. He becomes near invincible.
It's pretty interesting. JT opting Soul Ring Kaya, farming up Ancients. He seems to have a little bit of a slower idea.
He is still going the Shroud, but yeah, he's opting for the aggressive path to get there, which I think is still fine. I mean, with the start he's had, you got to remember, he got left alone this game.
Yeah.
And he is very rich as a result, but that gyro cleared through some stacks. And he is going Ags crit here. Falcon Blade for the early game on top of it. Skeeter in Skeeterland. We saw this in the grand finals of that last tournament. His gyro undefeated. Something about this hero speaks to him. It could be the old man.
Mars got his Blink Dagger ready to go, so even more team fight advantage to Falcons.
Who's the oldest player in Dota now?
Dang.
Is it still Solo?
Probably.
It's almost Seb, dude. Yeah, that guy better watch out, man. Creeps up on you.
Dire's middle tower is
It's not like he's magically going to get older than the other players that are playing right now.
The way he tweets. Blink Dagger done for ATF, so aggression on the table now for Falcons. They're going to make a move with it. He's just going to TP. Probably to the smoke. And they're going to back Mallory up. I mean, these are 2 fast blinks, right? This could have been the Midas DK. We haven't seen a lot of Midas. It could have just been some more farming on him, but they want to take the aggression of G2IG here, try and punish the Coddle on his own turf.
Try and make sure the Arc Warden doesn't get much room to breathe, and that starts with picking off whatever heroes are in this mid area. In this case, it's the Lion. Now looking around for more.
And they'll finally get that tier 1 down, so that's the 3rd tier 1 down by 50 minutes here. Generally a pretty good sign versus heroes like Arc Warden who want to use the map. Even Skeeter getting aggressive.
Skeeter taking the opportunity to take that triangle, see if there's any stacks or anything.
What other support's going to give you 1.2k building damage by 15 minutes?
Jakiro.
What other support is going to give you that kind of building damage? There is one more, actually.
Chen?
Okay, yeah. But what other...
Enchantress?
No, Enchantress doesn't do that much building.
Hey, if you get the skeletons.
That's true, if you have the rally going.
Yeah.
I was thinking Pugna.
Ah, Pugna.
Yeah, so poor Pugna, you start getting them blasts in there. Ooh, too slow, says Amar. As he taunts his way out.
That's a rough one, because it's the first move that G2IG have tried to make it a bit.
And these blink cancels should be almost guaranteed. It's actually one of the strengths of ET, is you can start these ganks by just throwing the spirit out, and you can't blink out. But you got the vision, you got the blink. Sends G2IG packing as they...
Ooh, this might work, though.
Yeah, blink up for Baboka, by the way. He somehow got that in this game.
Behind the tier 1 tower, TP coming in from Amar, though, and the rest of the team is joining Skeeter in this position. If anything, it's going to be J2 gets caught here. Oh, gets caught midway through the Timber Chain, hit by the Dragon Tail stun, and that's going to be good enough.
No rebuttal. Nice moves from Falcons in this game as they continue to build their lead. 4K now.
I mean, at this rate, they're just banking all on Monet, who is the lowest net worth of the cores on their team. Now, Monet is a very successful Arc Warden player. This guy is really good on the hero, but I haven't seen him play it a whole lot. It's been like 2 years since he was on that Arc Warden run.
So my only issue with a lot of the Chinese Arc Warden gameplay is it ends up being too slow for my taste. You know, my favorite style of Arc Warden is, I go back to that OG game yesterday where Tomato played it, and he got Gleipnir, and instantly you're taking fights with the double Gleipnir. You can have Midas on top of it, but that was an Arc Warden that ended the game at 25 minutes. It's over. You have no map to play. I feel as though a lot of these Chinese Arc Wardens just, they get stuck in, oh, I'm going to get 4 or 5 slots and beat you.
Right.
And I don't know if that's actually the best way to utilize the hero a lot of times.
They come back to the spot that Baboka was earlier going for. Got the ward on the high ground, so they find a pickoff, and that pickoff will help them take this tower.
I mean, wasn't G2IG in that Hell series that lasted 6 hours, and one of those games was a 600-minute Arc Warden game?
Yeah.
You know? And I also think Monet can be a slow player sometimes. Some of the teams we've seen him on historically, he can be that kind of like slow, clunky, build-up type player, and then he explodes in the game. We'll see what happens. He is going the Midas into the Gleipnir here. I would like to see them fight with this Gleipnir, because again, I think you want to abuse the fact that you have this overwhelming magic damage with the Coddle, going in with Solar Binds, ET Spirit on top. You're throwing out a Chakram. It's a lot of long-range poke that Falcons are going to have a hard time dealing with until the Dispels come out. Once those Dispels come out, that type of team fight goes away. If you have a Lotus Orb you can throw on Skeeter, if you have a Greaves on the Lesh, if you have a BKB on your DK, these spells aren't going to matter. Mage Slayer's already out for Malrine, so the clock for that team fight period is ticking here for G2IG. You can go ultra late, but Falcons have shown that they're not a team that usually loses those ultra late game situations. Difficult team to beat in those later fights.
Oh, what's funny is I think when they matched up against each other at ESL1 Malaysia, I think that was how G2IG beat them, was going late. But as we talked about, obviously Falcons is a much better team than they were 3 months ago.
I think that's a difficult task. Also, some of that might be, that's probably how G2IG is winning most of their games now.
Sure.
I have not seen them just stop many people, right? I think they tend to be a slower team. Which is fine, but then you have to execute down the stretch.
Dire's top tower is under
They're going to have a very small window where their Gleipnir is up, and you don't have the BKB on Gyro, the Manta on DK, and
BKB on Centaur.
BKB Centaur.
Is, I mean, he knows, right? He knows. You buy BKB in this game, you're invincible.
Yeah.
Nothing in this lineup's touching you. ET does nothing. Lion does basically nothing. You know, the Timber can sometimes not care as much about BKB because he can disengage and come back, but it's going to be a tough period to win that fight.
Yeah, if the rest of your team can't disengage with you, then...
Yeah, is Monet disengaging versus Stampede in this game? I don't see it, man.
That's where that last big Centaur is really going to screw them over, is
Dire's structure.
Monet just getting run at by BKB heroes and not able to do anything about it.
So we'll see if Falcons can take advantage of this period. I think this is going to be the tough period.
Dire's top tower
Which
is
is
under
kind of sad for Monet here, as he does finish up that Gleipnir. You have the Dagon on the
Dire's
Coddle.
top tower has fallen.
Man, we just get a lot of Dagon games these days.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Again, you're investing more into the spell damage here from G2IG.
Boca better be hitting some blink ravages, man. I don't know how they're going to get that magic damage burst to work unless Baboka just makes the best initiations of every team fight.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
He's going to have to do his best Kaka impression here.
Yeah.
Just jump in suicide style. Burst a target, trade your lion for a core. Okay, then you can take a fight. But those BKBs are coming, so I honestly don't think this is that bad of a fight for you if you're G2IG, if Falcons are willing to push it, if you can get some big stomp set up or some good angle on a core that's not the Aegis carrier.
Top tower is under attack.
Yeah, it's a little bit surprising to me that Falcons are trying to take this fight so aggressively without their BKBs, but I guess that's just the confidence that an Aegis gives you.
Yeah, they're
there
going to
goes
force
Stampede going for it. Monet, Gleipnir onto 2, stopping on the end. Ooh, the Impale doesn't quite hit the Jarvis Hunter, they blow up the Dragon Knight immediately. Amar does manage to get a 2-man stomp in, while Skeeter lays into JT. Can't finish him off, though. JT gets away with the Timber Chain and claims the Aegis. Now second life on Skeeter, while Crit is being run down on the left-hand side. Skeeter's going to be slowed down. There's no way out of this one. Again, no BKBs. You chose to actively take this fight into G2IG.
They got him.
Bad decision for Falcons.
I mean, ATF scratched his head on that one. I just disagree with this dive, right? From a fundamentals perspective, you're giving G2IG the fight they want, which is you're like 1,000 off 2 of your BKBs.
Yep.
And you're diving into the Elder Titan. Just a beautiful stop Earth Splitter here that sets up everything from X-Nova. I thought Baboko was going to get a triple impale too. I think he.
Oh yeah, I thought so too.
I think it might have been a slight misclick or something, but it still gets the job done, right?
Yep.
And now all of a sudden you have the Shroud on the Timber. This is almost a game of who gets the magic resistance first and can use it better. I think that was a big misstep from Falcons. Just
like I think there's the situation where that initiation works and it's them jumping Monet first.
Okay, yeah. If you
they
land
get that initiation, it's fine.
If you land Dragon Tail or Host Stomp on Monet and he's facing you, he can't get forced out. Okay, you can commit there, right? Maybe.
Yeah.
And you can use the Aegis to wear out some of the spells, but
I think the other situation would have been fine is that they just use the Aegis to, like put Skeeter in the front, have him hit the tower.
Sure. Yeah.
Right? And force G2IG to like go into you.
Oh yeah, it's not nearly as good for them. I mean, you were just giving Elder Titan the fight of his life right there.
Yeah.
And then Crit was in a 1v1 versus Coddle. He's like, what am I doing here, man? I'm not a core.
Not a fun time for him. Falcons is still up, but they threw away quite a bit of their lead. BKBs are coming in, though. We now have it on Amar. Greaves being done for the Leshrac, so further dispel options for Falcons. G2IG, though, want to keep this momentum going.
Oh, that is a bold jump to have to damage the Force.
Oh, they can't quite get him, and now the BKB turnaround with the Stampede going out. JT, though, does have that turtle shroud. He is not taking a whole lot of guff from this team. They threw everything they had at him, magic damage-wise, and he only went down to half HP. No problem.
They hit him in the head with the sink, and he just walked it off. Man, don't care. That's what I'm saying. This Shroud is a problem. That Centaur's also a problem.
God. What a rampage.
Okay,
Monet.
That Centaur off.
The Dragon Knight does not have the Manta, nor the BKB. The Dagon claims the life of Snaking.
Yeah, he's upgrading that, by the way. That is a Dagon 4. Mike, where the hell did he get Dagon 4 from? It's like a blink of the eye. He went from 1 to 4, and now he's flying out the 5th.
That's what one bad fight does to you.
He's so farmed. Out of a mediocre early game for NTS, he somehow just produced a Dagon 5. He has some extra spell amp off the neutral item, and I mean, he's cooking. He's got them cat ears cooking, man. I feel like this guy is the most serious cat ears player of all time.
I don't know enough about cat ear players to discredit
I
that.
thought that was your specialty.
No. Not my thing.
What were you watching on your phone earlier?
I knew you were gonna do that.
That was okay. Well, I mean, we don't have to talk about that if you don't want to. Arcane Rune.
Arcane Rune. That is perfect for nothing to say.
Yeah, he's happy to clean that up.
Might trade out supports here, but they are gonna get stuck.
That's damage.
Nothing to say. Can go for another round here.
Yeah, he's gonna get him.
He's not moving. Oh, Alraid's gonna try and jump him though. He's got Skeeter who looped around from behind. Caught nothing to say.
Nice find from Falcons there. Big coddle to clean up. He was getting out of control in this game with his Dagon, man. And that's going to be the name of the game now. Things have evened out. G2IG with a slight lead. It's just going to be about who gets the initiation. Can Falcons find the coddle and the Arc Ward on the back line? Or does this Timber create enough of a bulwark? And on the flip side, can Baboka continue to find the initiation? If you can start these fights with Hex Impale on a good core target, again, you have to think about which direction they're facing so the save 4 staffs can't come out. But if you get him in a good spot, then you just commit the burst on him. And then you don't care about the BKB. You don't care about Stampede because the guy ain't moving and he's dead. And you're happy.
What do you think about this build-up from JT? He's thinking about Aghanim Scepter next, which...
He's the front line. You got front line.
Yeah, he is the front line, but I feel like there are other items that are actually better for front lining that help your team more.
Okay, well tell me.
Like Shiva's.
Shiva's got nerfed.
Yeah,
read the
I mean,
patch
it's still
notes?
probably better than Aghanim Scepter and Timbersaw.
I mean,
The problem, the whole point is he's trying to draw attention onto himself.
There's no dispel though.
What happens if they just ignore him, run past him into the which is what they want to do anyway?
Well,
I feel like the Aghanim Scepter doesn't actually like disable any
the
heroes.
whole point of
drop
front
them.
line is you can't ignore him.
It's just some got him. Dies in the fountain.
That was the longest fingering I've ever seen in my life. What? You've seen longer?
Oh, you won't believe what I've seen.
Yeah, I actually would believe that. You were watching it earlier on. This is the cast that we get fired on, for sure.
This is the cast you get fired on.
No, I'm throwing you under. I'm telling him it was your idea. He told me to say these things.
I have a decade of being a professional
Let's
cast.
see a replay of this long-range fingering. Ooh! Can't escape death. It actually sent the finger animation across the map.
Yes,
that was actually interesting. Huh, all right.
I thought that was why you said it the way you said it in the first.
Yeah, but sometimes it doesn't actually play the
animation.
You know?
Well, the Arc Warden is, I don't know, when did this tier 2 bottom lane even die?
He's been ratting it. He's just been sending the clone down there over and over. Oné playing the long con. It'll force another Roshan from Falcons, and this feels like a Roche they got to get something done with. I don't think this is a Roche you sit and farm and wait for something good to happen. Got to give this to your gyrocopter and go ham.
How good would you say the matchup is for Arc Warden, just carry to carry?
Oh, I think Arc decimates this hero in a 6-for-6 slot. I don't think it's close.
Yeah.
I mean, unless you're some swift blink gyro blinking on Arc and you're sitting there on top of him, then it's okay. But I don't see how many times you're going to get that situation in a normal team fight setup, right?
Yeah.
I think it's a lot about your other two cores here between the Centaur and the DK setting that up for you, which can happen. It's not impossible, but he's got double Gleipnir, he's got double Hurricane Pike, he's going to go double Bloodthorn here. There's so much room for Oné to grow, and he can just play so far back. He has ET to bail him out, he has Blinding Light, he has some Coddle heal. This is not going to be an easy hero for Falcons to deal with. He kind of just owns their lineup because he forces these big meaty guys to jump in deep, and then the big meaty guys are not dealing enough burst damage to take them down fast enough before the BKBs start to wear out or some counter initiation comes through.
I mean, a big problem before was the fact that the DK just couldn't deal with these disables. Now he's got BKB though, so now that double initiation, maybe it'll be good enough.
That was a good find if you can get it.
perfect if they can kill him here. Telekinesis toss him back, and yeah, they've got him dead to rights. No way out of that one. Skeeter straight to the high ground.
I know they're just kind of awkward positioning.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
You gotta know Falcons are gonna start pushing with this Aegis. And you just gave him a big freebie that lets them open up this high ground.
Yeah, if he's going to be there, like, where's the supports with Force Staffs surrounding him, or where's the Timber Saw to front line for him?
Or you put a blast there and you get the hell out.
Yeah.
Because you have to predict that they're going to be looking for this thing. I know they'll throw some damage back into Skeeter here, dissuade the high ground.
He does have that Aghanim Scepter, so they're not going to touch him.
Satanic finish, though, so if you want to force it, I mean, this is your big gyro timing.
30 seconds left until the Coddle's back up, and Falcons have called it quits. Maureen wants to deal with the top lane. Big Wave is pushing in there. Skeeter back up to the triangle, farm that.
And his clone continues to make the map hell.
I mean, 2 cores showing on the 2 side lanes here. You have to know that G2IG is going to chase after you.
This is very greedy from Falcons right now. They're just banking on the Aegis to bail them out.
Which you kind of will here. They, run into Skeeter, and so say, okay.
It works out.
Don't want to jump that.
Yeah, that's the tip of, I see your clone, man, but I can't do anything about it. Nice rat, bro.
How successful has that rat been, though? He has done a healthy amount of damage to that tier 3 tower. Still sitting at 1,700.
I mean, he just wants to bring a core back. Every time a core gets back, it's space for the team. All 3 of these cores from G2IG are farming pretty well as a result of it. This Bloodthorn is going to shred some heroes, man. If you get caught in a fight when your BKBs are down and Monet has everything up, he's just going to clear through you. There's nothing against it. So that is the big window of victory for G2IG back in this game. I guess they're leading.
Maureen, they were wanting to dive. They wanted to go in. I think Amar made the call for Maureen to jump. Nothing to say, but a little bit too late to get that. Instead, they get X-Nova. Now the buyback comes out, and they have to retreat, but they might just get cut down. Maureen going to be saved. Had to use his BKB, though.
If there was an ET Spirit on him there, he's gone.
Yeah.
So they do get the buyback out of X-Nova, but again, the poke damage is... It's significant. It's very significant. It's enough to force these early BKBs out, and then that dissuades the fight. And then you're stuck in Monet land, where the clones will go to work. I feel like this is where Monet thrives.
Just hit his level 20 talent, so magnetic field is like constantly up, which is a huge problem for Gyrocopter. Not just on that hero, but any other hero with the flat cannon shots and stuff. He can actually like defend his backline.
I wonder if you get the shard at some point too. I still think people underrate this. I'm not saying you should buy it on carry Arcward, but it gives a decent amount of survivability. In a game like this, extra magic resist on a jump target.
Sure.
Now you jump that ET on the Dragon Knight, you bubble and he gets 40% magic resist. That's not insignificant for 1,400 gold. Or even if you just get it for free at some point off the Tormentor because your team buys all the other ones. Could be interesting this game. Because they don't really have a pipe buy or anything. And again, I think any way you can up the magic resistance here is going to be nice. If you're playing against the Shiva Centaur, the Rubik Lesh, these 3 heroes are not really dealing anything in the fight outside of just throwing nukes on you.
Bloodthorn's done.
Yeah, this is
another step to the build-up of the Arc Warden.
This is scary stuff.
At the same time,
scary. ATF has to take a bit to think about it.
He's shook. Man needs to
glasses, man.
Take a moment to compose himself. That being said, those cores are buying up the items. It means they are not holding on to buyback gold.
Is there lens flare on this game? God damn.
Yeah. DreamLeague, directed by J.J. Abrams. If Falcons just get one good jump, they kill one of these 2 backline cores they're looking for, either the Arc Warden or the Keeper of the Light. There's also this Elder Titan who does not have buyback due to just having to blow it. But instead, it's G2IG who get the initiation and blow up Skeeter.
Yeah, you're gone.
No problem.
Absolutely gone. If Baboka finds you and the team's there, You need a 4-staff or you're done.
Timber Chain for Timber Chain. Crit trying to get out. JT is not going to keep chasing. Oh, maybe they will. Maybe it was because of the call. Wisdom Moon was just spawning. Crit got it. Got away. But great for G2IG. I mean, I was concerned about them potentially having some sort of fight where they don't have that luxury of a second life for their cores, but just a pick off like that and then the farm they're going to be able to get afterwards probably puts them back into a safer bit.
Radiant's top tower is
I think they're in control of this game now. Honestly, that's how it feels.
Yeah, it does.
Next, Roshan, you have to think if they're in a position where they can defensively protect that objective against Falcons, and Falcons have to go into them, that's a nightmare situation. We're not even there yet. They're just going high ground based off the clone. 15 seconds still for Skeeter. Again, I go to the 1 4-staff on crit is your only bailout mechanism. It's this Rubik blinking in, forcing you out, because you have a Greaves gem on Snake King. He can't do anything once that Impale Earth Splitter comes through on a big core target. It has to be the Rubik 4-staff. I mean, is this a game you buy Shard on Rubik too? You just need some ability to reset the line jump, and the team fight becomes a lot easier.
He already has the Shard.
Yeah, so yeah, I guess you have 2. But it's all on that hero. If the Rubik dies or the Rubik's not there, those jumps became way more reliable.
Too much burst damage. That's the predicament that Falcons is currently running into. And Skeeter, I mean, is going to complete his data list, but it still won't deal with the fact that if he gets found in the wrong situation, he gets 100-0'd. And a longer fight may not be any better for him because he's matched up against an Arc Ward.
This is the downside of Leshrac support, right? I think we're starting to feel it. This game is just becoming a 4-on-5 in some ways. Because the hero doesn't have spells. None of Snake King's spells do anything in the 5-on-5.
His whole kit of going in and doing damage doesn't really apply if you're a support hero that dies instantly.
Who gives a damn? Nobody has ever screamed, "Oh my, the 5 Lush is killing me, guys!" Like,
Baboka was screaming that at minute 1.
Yeah, he got edicted on the side, literally level 1, and since then.
Maybe they'll be screaming, "I got hit by the 3rd split Earth stun because he has the Ag Shard."
Yeah, okay. I mean, you know, if your takeaway from a 40-minute fight is I couldn't do anything because the split Earth chain stunned me, then you got bigger problems on your team. I'll tell you that much.
Well, that
pick up a
3rd
shield
Roshan is coming up soon. It could be up right now.
That's a big rune for this fight. And Octarine done for ATF.
Both teams playing this corner of the mat. Crit is going to be late to this engagement. The initiation almost caught, and it is not quite enough. They're not going to be able to bring down Amar. JT, meanwhile, with his Aghanim Scepter, taking up any kind of damage, no problem.
They got the
back
BKBs.
away from these BKBs that have gone out from Falcons. This is a great position for G2IG, even if they didn't get that kill on Amar.
That was a very fast blink by JT. Just reset that entire go.
Yeah.
And the clone will force these barracks to a point where they have to respond, and that's going to create space for this Roshan threat. Again, I think this is the hardest fight of the game for Falcons. Going into a defensive position where G2IG can set up around a dire Roshan pit with buyback threat on the outpost as well. Just a nightmare to push into the Arc Ward here. You're never going to find Monet. I don't know how you find him at this point.
That building damage is pretty funny. It's basically Timbersaw took 1 tower, is that what it was? And then every other tower, every other bit of building damage has been Monet.
He's been cloning it up for sure. Octarine done, so he's going to buy out. Says, I do not need buyback. The Roshan's going to go to Radiant side anyway, so the buyback isn't as useful. This does have bots, but it's not always reliable. I mean, he is just a beast right now. What do you do against this? It's time to spray and pray if you're Skeeter. Did get plus 50 damage off the Ancient Guardians.
I do have to wonder if he's thinking about that Swift Blank or something, you know? Like, if Amar hits a stomp, you got to get in there and get in there fast and start doing the damage.
That's what I think. I think you need it at some point in this game. The Gyro just can't play these matchups. Like you said, you're going to go stun this Arc Warden. You're going to scream on your comms, I got him, guys, I got him. And then you're going to watch your gyro walk at like 350 MS, 1,000 units to try and hit him. It's just too slow.
And maybe he has to preemptively pop BKB while he's doing it, because
Stampede to try and
BKB
on the
get the
line.
stun onto Baboka. That is an important kill, because that is what very often has been leading to these pickoffs on Skeeter. Now they're going to go back, deal with the Monet clone.
Oh, that's
JT
Splitter.
right in the middle of all these heroes with the splitter going off. He's going to try and chase down some of these, but Amar has his BKB. He's going to be good. Skeeter leading his damage back in his gyrocopter. Who the hell cares? Snaking still stuck up on the high ground. Nothing to say. Gets away from Malrine. JT once again just trying to draw attention onto himself, giving room for Monet and Nothing to Say. Down to low ground here to keep playing. Catch him midway through the Timber Chain, toss him back down, but again, only down to half HP. They are running out of gas on the side of Falcons, and now the return fire from Nothing to Say, and Monet will bring down Amar.
Stop on the gyro. You ain't
Couldn't
going
get
anywhere.
away. They're all going to fall one by one at this rate. Snaking still stuck on the high ground, will die on that high ground.
Mercy. They could have left him up there. They will show some mercy at the end of that fight, as JT is just way too tanky, man. So much damage going into this stupid Timber the whole fight. I mean, Skeeter did 6,500 damage that fight and basically killed nobody. That is a feels bad right there. And once more, X-Nova is just putting this Elder Titan to great use. That is a massive Earth Splitter. Slows down the engagement. You get the BKBs out. You kite it out.
I mean, I was looking at this moment. Nothing to Say. He should have been dead. What was it? Skater's focusing on the Timber Saw while Nothing to Say.
His position was so insane that I don't even think Falcons realized how insane it was. Stolen Chakram was also doing some work in this fight.
Yeah, a little bit.
Again, the Coddle Blast give you some extra heal. These magnetic fields, you can't hit into them. JT is just regenning the whole time. He's got Shivas, he's got Ags. He is impossible to go on. But of course, you're not going to see many other targets, and that is a big team fight to win for G2IG as they claim Aegis for Monet. So now, this game is firmly in their grasp. BKB will be the last item of his choice here, as he basically completely kits out here. And they're going to go high ground.
X-Nova is holding on to the refresher shard, so we might see... Can he even double cast Earth Splitter?
No, he doesn't have the
There's no way, right? Yeah.
But a man can, well, I mean, technically he can double Earth Splitter.
Yeah, if he hits one stomp and then
I guess
Splitter,
not too bad.
Magic Wand Earth Splitter.
Double Earth Splitter is nasty. It is nasty.
Basically one-shot somebody.
Yeah,
Maybe
theoretically,
somebody.
you can 100-0 somebody. If they have no bonus resistances of any kind and you're on top of them and you double Earth Splitter them, and you're good enough to cast it within the exact frame where they don't get the regen tick, which is impossible because it has a cast time. That's a nice stomp. Too deep.
Don't really need to do much with it. Just let the clone do all the work. Trying to jump on a Skeeter here. Lotus Orb, put it onto him though. It's so easy for G2IG to just be able to reset here. It seems like Amar and Malrine can't really get around the Timber Saw.
You gotta be careful of these stomps. If it lands on 2 or 3, you could easily commit in with the Align Impale, just burst a target.
Skeeter,
look at
half
the poke,
health
man.
already. He can't even say he asked for BKB.
God damn.
And Amar's already made his jump in, but Skeeter's out of the fight.
Yo, the split Earth though.
So now Amar is maybe going to be in some trouble. Had to pop his own BKB, so double BKBs on cooldown.
Snow Globe.
Radiant's top barracks.
Can do nothing.
I mean, is it even possible for them to take a fight without BKBs on 2 of their cores? They're going to try. Monet actually pretty far forward there. Even got slowed down. The smoke on the side. There goes the Stampede. They're going to jump into the back line. This is an opportunity. They got the clone and the hero both dead to rights. They finish him off. Now they're going to have to try and take the rest of this fight without their Kato, who's going to be coming back in a bit with that buyback coming in. Meanwhile, Monet with his fresh BKB is making a run for it. Malrine, he doesn't have the Aghanim Scepter. He's going to have to blink his way back in. Hit the Dragon Tail stun with a follow-up rocket. Chain stunning onto Monet. The Leshrac is committing into it. The Leshrac is killing him, Avery.
What? What is Snaking doing right now?
I don't know, but GT
owning
is
this fight.
deep inside the enemy base right
got a
now.
buyback.
Double chakrams being thrown around, a triple chakram from Crit being added to the mix. Boboka trying to stop Maureen. Big burst damage, nothing saying, not quite enough to finish him off. Manta goes off, turns around, trying to finish off the Timber. So now with a shot to the flat cannon, that's not good enough either. Skater, man fighting up against a clone. It's not even the real thing. Satanic healing him up a little bit. He's getting close. Getting close. He dies. A dieback from him. A jump forward from Snaking. All of these low heroes on G2IG, but not one of them will die. They've run out of power. They are all done. It's only Maureen and Crit left against the 5 of G2IG. We'll get a quick jump back to base and a recall in from nothing to say. And even JT will come back full HP.
That was almost thrown. They got buybacks out of the Coddle and the Arc Warden there off a beautiful hook stomp from ATF. I don't think they had any business making that fight as close as they did, but somehow they pulled it out. The Lesh got a lot of work done, but still the overwhelming economy here from G2IG just forcing the issue, and they should be able to close it out here with a couple more jumps, as the Spirit will make quick work of these heroes. There's a Bloodthorn on Maureen, but I think you're getting Megas here, and surely G2IG try and close it out.
Yeah, no reason to back off with another 60 seconds left on Skeeter. Now that they've gotten the Megas, they'll take the tier 4s.
ATF back in, finds Monet.
Does find him, but do they have the damage to kill him? Force Staff gets him away, and they have to retreat back to the fountain again. Jeez, Crit. So much damage from just one of those blasts with a solar bind on him. No more dragon form, so all melee Dragonite.
Tried his best.
He did 100 damage to Monet and took 3,000 damage in return.
Yeah, Monet wants out of this game. He says, I've done enough farming for one day.
JT once inside the enemy fountain with that Aghanim Scepter. He'll do it too. Man, G2IG. We weren't sure if we were going to be able to get a chance to be able to see Monet's Arc Warden in the works. He said he is one of the best Arc Wardens in the world, but was he going to have the time to be able to execute? And G2IG took advantage of I would say one major Falcons overextension there when they had the Aegis in the mid lane. Dove deep past that tier 2. I mean, it took that was the big mistake of the game, and I think from there G2IG just rolled.
Yeah, something about that fight was just very awkward. I think if you get the jump on the right cores where your cores are connecting onto them off the stun durations, it can look okay, but the way that went was just very weird. You gave a great fight to Xnova. I think Xnova had a tremendous game this game. Like, he was hitting stomps, 3-man Earth Splitters every time. In a game where if those team fights don't go your way and you fall behind, yeah, that's a game Team Falcons might just take. So, nice game to pull back from the brink.
And now that puts the series between these two up to 3-0. Falcons, maybe they're beginning to meet their match, G2IG. Maybe it's just a different playstyle they can't seem to handle. See what the panel thinks.
It's a style that keeps going in G2IG's favor as they are, as you heard from Avery, pulling it back from the brink. For much of this game, it seemed like it was going to be in Falcon's corner. But they were buying time. G2IG, despite the Coddle not snowballing as heavily as we suspected, eventually managed to complete a Dagon 5 anyway. And eventually, despite extremely tanky targets like a Centaur who couldn't easily get bursted, a DK who couldn't easily get bursted, they found the windows necessary and eventually won the whole game, Lacoste.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been very surprised with some of the fights that they managed to take, considering how Falcons, they were so aggressive, like 5, 6, 7 minutes into the game when they were going for their enemy XP rune, trying to go almost like through the gates. They were so aggressive, bringing in numbers, but overextending a couple of times. They did manage to get like multiple stomps on multiple heroes. I think the MVPs for me are both supports coming out from G2IG, because both Boboka and the Xnoa, they played amazingly. Like some of these bubble placements as well, they knew how to protect their own cores. Monet, he had a bit of a slower start. Casters did talk about him not playing Arc Warden in the last 2 years, but he managed to, pull up some weight with these bubbles, with these Gleipnirs. These are also the items like both Gleipnir and Orchid, which is much cheaper, both of them, so you don't need to invest as much gold, and definitely not a result I was expecting to see here in the game 1.
Yeah, I mean, we've been kind of, I mean, everyone's been talking a little crap about G2IG in the last 2 months. They're really underwhelming for how we expected them to play, but this game was a huge upset, I think. Really props to them. Their lineup was cool. It was lowering magic resistance and then amplifying magic damage, and that's why the tanky heroes on the Falcon side were dying. I mean, Amar in that game, he had a BKB, by all means great, but he also chose to buy an Octarine Core instead of like another magic resistance item. So if they're fighting with BKBs, sure, he's difficult to deal with, but outside of that, against magic resistance reducers, I think that was a big mistake. You can't play against a Coddle and an Elder Titan and a Lion and just be like, yeah, BKB's enough. You gotta like double layer that magic resistance, get a cloak, up,
Eternal
make that a
Shroud,
pipe,
very
make it an
good
Eternal
item.
Shroud, one of those
Never
items.
Seen that item in my entire life.
And on the other side, if you think about how the other team fight went, it was a Timbersaw who bought an Ags, which is an item that completely fell off because everyone's just like, you just buy Dispel and you beat it. They didn't buy Dispel, and then he just sat his ass in front of Gyro the whole fight. And it's like, go ahead, hit me. Gyro's just attacking him for like 250 damage. It's a decent amount, but not a lot. Just basically nullifying the damage. So it felt like Gyro never got to get on the back line and kill the Coddle or the Arc Warden until it was like super late when they had more items.
They had to get like the biggest stampede in the world to get close, to get on top of the Coddle, to get on top of the bubble. And we've seen Coddle like multiple times just zooming in because he's moving at the max speed, not giving damn. If you don't have these stuns, if you can't stop him, that means he's going to be able to reset. And we did mention the value that they're going to get from this early Spirit Vessel. He was popping off like a great against this Dragon Knight, great against Gyro, who did have Satanic. So a lot of value coming up from that. And also picking up that Dagon that Purge mentioned, you can also instantly kill the illusion, so that's going to be great against Dragon Knight as well. You had Mana Drain as well to suck those illusions. They die immediately. Hex as well on top of that. So we didn't really feel that this like super strong Dragon Knight being on top of the supports and killing them. They did go for one like big play. They tried to wrap around in the end, but yeah, with the buybacks coming out from G2IG, that was enough to close the game.
About the Dragon Knight really quick, I think that we again saw the nerf of him really matter here. The movement slow is what you're missing. The movement, it used to be a 60% movement slow, now it's a 45. It is huge on a hero like Coddle who's running at 550. That's like a difference of probably, I don't know, like 80 to 100 movement speed difference. If he's got that extra movement speed just from an illusion attacking a guy, it's a very different impact. It's like normally you attack a guy and you're like, okay, that guy's gonna die. There's no way he gets away without like 4 staffs or something. But now the impact's not really there. The damage isn't really there. It wasn't really there that great before, but now it's even worse. So it's like, so why are you picking this hero into counters if you're not really getting damage or easy disable or easy split push? It's like the DK pick to me was maybe the one that felt the least impactful in that game for Falcons.
And even if DK himself wasn't that much of a victim to the nerfs, that like, okay, he's constantly doing his Frost Breath, he can keep up. We mentioned how the Gyro just can't follow up at all. And Cap and Avery were like, does this Gyro have to get a Swift Blink to be able to get follow-up initiation? Because Centaur stomps in, maybe you get a Stampede as well. Seeing as how ATF got the Octarine, maybe they were just relying on stampeding into every single fight. But how do you keep the Coddle in place after that?
I think those parts of the problem are difficult to solve with the hero they picked. It's possible that it was a Falcons and old Tundra mentality that they're like, we need to be able to split push. It's something that Tundra always did. They picked tons of illusion heroes for Skeeter, for example. They picked other heroes that could side push lanes without having to show. Dragon Knight still does that very well because it's going to at least require a hero to go there. But so maybe they thought like, okay, it gives us about what we need and it gives us the macro control split push that we want, but the other areas of the fight just weren't strong enough. So maybe it just underperformed there, but it did accomplish what they wanted it to do.
Are you really going to outsplit push an Arc Warden, though? And Monet definitely showed us why he is a storied Arc Warden player in this game.
Yeah, but he also going late against team that has some Tundra members. This is how they play Dota. You know, people call them very boring to watch during the time when they won TI, but it was very strategical, very methodical. They did not want to risk anything. And going late against a team like this, who has so much experience, it's always a tricky one, but they managed to close it out. Like 2-3 good fights, bam, bam, suddenly done.
Does this increase the stocks of any of the heroes? Like, we don't see Lion that often. I
still think Lion is a good hero. Okay. I feel like, you know, this instant initiation that you have, because you've seen the combo between 2 supports, 1 Earth Spike, 1 Hex into Earth Splitter, plus extra damage coming up from Arc Warden, more than enough to bring him down, like any carry, pretty much, any hero in the game.
Well, that's happy for me to hear, because I need a Baboka redemption story, because one person was very critical about Baboka. It was Kezu, but now maybe the tone has changed.
Well, I think Baboka did very good in this specific game, so I'll have to, give him some credit there. But for my Ace of Predator head-to-head, I want to showcase the two carries. Because even though Skeeter has, he dealt more damage in the game compared to Monet, I want to have a couple of clips to show why it was really hard for Skeeter to do much in the late game, but also what Monet really accomplished in like some of these fights. Because hero damage, stats, they don't always tell the whole story. So we'll have to see, because there's also like some of these damage numbers when you look at Skeeter, like he has to pump out a lot of damage into like heals coming out from Caudal.
And Gyrocopter's just dealing damage for free with Flat Cannon.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Because like you look also here, the first thing they see, like with the draft that G2IG have, they can just instantly burst down the gyro from full to zero. And here I really want to highlight this high range team fighting from G2IG. Like you have the two clones, you just see Monet, like there's bubbles on some bubbles. You have more like long range Gleipnirs, like really locking people down. So it's just really hard for Skeeter to really do much in these fights.
Yeah, it seemed like maybe the gyro. I mean, all the cores seem to have some shortcomings. The Centaur wasn't really able to be as tanky as they were hoping. The DK, like we mentioned, the illusions are constantly getting gibbed by Dagons and mana drains. And then even the Gyrocopter, despite having a higher hero damage stat at the end.
Yeah, like, because even here, like, he buys back, he tries to win, but there's so much high-range stuff. I feel like G2IG in this game, actually, they played incredibly well. I like that. I don't know if it was Lacoste or Purge, but they both said the supports, they played really well. You have JT, he's just in the front, like, being this big-ass body. Because I would say for Falcons, their mid-game, it didn't actually look that great. They overplayed like once or twice. I feel like they threw their lead away. And as funny as it is, I feel like they struggle against heroes that they play very well themselves. Like these map play heroes, like Arc Warden, Naga Siren. This is the second time in this tournament that they're losing to these heroes. Whereas when I think about how they work, they should be really good against these heroes. They're like the best team at playing the map. Where do we go? How do we punish it? But I feel like they're struggling a little bit against these heroes.
Getting a taste of their own medicine, it seems, and it's working out for G2IG at Game 1 of this series. But there's all the other things going on right now in the world of Dota, and I've got my social specialist on the case, Pyrian Flax. Tell me what's been going on the internet these days.
Thank you. Hello, Neil. How are you doing?
I'm doing lovely. I'm feeling very alert right now.
Well, that's important. That's interesting. That's good. While you're at work, you should definitely be alert, of course. But it is also important to remember sleep and how to get sleep. So I don't know if you guys saw this, but there was a tweet that Artur put out where he said, "Thank you for your concern, my friends and haters. I had a neck sprain and wasn't able to sleep too much for a week. He's getting better now, but usually doesn't react. But this time felt feisty." Which I like. But just in case anyone out there is also suffering from sleep issues, which I'm sure we all do from time to time. I myself have had trouble with sleep. Neil, I'm sure you've had trouble sleeping from time to time.
I was lying. I'm not alert. I'm actually quite sluggish
quite
right
sleepy.
now.
That's fine. It happens. But a good night's sleep is important. And there are a few things that I can recommend to help with that.
Okay.
First of all, try not to drink too much alcohol or anything like that before bedtime. That affects your sleep. Melatonin can help you sleep. Also, some of the classics. A lovely lullaby, perhaps. We could get a charming lullaby here.
The PogChamp Pandas, perhaps, might be able to treat us to a little something that might put us at ease a little bit.
That's lovely.
Yeah, I like
What
that.
about, as well, Neil, in addition to this, we bring our voices down, make ourselves sound nice and gentle.
Yeah.
We could bring the lighting down in the studio to a more sort of sleepy, soporific level.
That's a
bring
good
it
word.
down. Bring it down. Anytime. Bring it down. To kind of night mode. There we go. Lovely. Neil, are you okay? You feel a little sleepy? Yeah. Let's get you rested over here. You find somewhere to lie. It's okay, Neil. Let's take you over for a little Betty buys.
Well, we have to get to another
So
game.
don't we? Yeah, we
afterwards.
got other games. Where do you wanna sleep? Here, right here on the floor. Hold on, let me just here. I've got a pillow for you.
Yeah.
You there? Pop yourself down there. Pop yourself down there. There you go. Get you all tucked in.
G2IG Falcons.
That's right. You're such a good boy. All right, I'll see you tomorrow. Sleep well. All right. I'm gonna take a little break while Neil has a little nap. So don't go. We'll be back soon.
Neil?
Welcome back to G2 IG versus Falcons, game number 2.
Good save. Game 2 is correct.
Game 2 is correct.
That's correct.
Because G2 IG won game 1 against all expectations. Arc Warden, Coddle, Lion, heroes that we don't see particularly frequently, ended up bringing them to a victory against Team Falcons. Shocker.
I do think that they played very well, and like I said before, I feel like Falcons, their mid-game wasn't as good as I feel like it usually is. I don't know if you guys would attribute it to anything else, but I feel like G2's IG team fighting after like 25 minutes, to me, it just looked better.
Yep, first like 10 minutes of the game, it looked like it could be over in very convincing fashion, maybe like 15, 25-minute game potentially coming out from Falcons, considering how aggressive they were playing. But G2IG there said stop, especially ET, he said stop, like you can't go through. He was, nailing those stomps. Same goes for Lion, so they needed to bring like one extra hero to some of these engagements that Falcons was doing because Monet, he wanted to farm up, Arc Warden, not a hero that tends to be ready early on.
Yeah.
All right, is this the tricky Terrorblade support first pick?
Yes, it's a flex. As stupid as it sounds, it's a potential flex to be core or support.
I saw Tortellini's tweet about it. A lot of pros from like every team are trying him as a support.
Okay.
His recent buff was the reflection cooldown talent got buffed, the level 10 one. So your reflection is like 5 seconds up, 5 seconds down, and then you can recast it. And there's also another talent that increases the damage that it does, I think, or something like that.
I'll be Jenkins on the panel, sorry Kezu. There's one thing that he always does mention when he sees Terrorblade and Dragonite. Mentions that win rate is Scotty damage.
That is so good.
Now, Reflection against Dragonite, so you slow him more. Nowadays, I would say it's better because Dragonite builds into Manta style, but slowing yourself down, building into Scotty, if this is going to be Terrorblade, who is position 1, getting on top of him and also reducing his healing is a really good matchup for Terrorblade.
Like the other thing also that I didn't actually know until recently, so the shard gives you like move speed and attack speed as TB. But when you buy the shard, it actually also makes your reflection stronger. So later when you just play it as a support, you buy the shard because now it actually doesn't just help your movement, it makes your reflection also deal more damage, which overall, the support TBs I've seen, it's actually pretty good. I don't think it's
how much more damage?
It's like they gain half the bonuses of reflection, which is like they hit 50 attack speed faster.
Okay.
Which is pretty big.
Yeah.
No joke.
What do you do in lane, though?
You play it like a carry
Blood
TV.
grenades.
All right, they max reflection every game.
Yes.
So they just cast reflect and they probably run you down with like he has like 20 armor at level 1, so who cares? Just hit him.
Yeah.
And one good thing about support Terrorblade, you can stack easily with the illusions. You're basically
You can be very
Nature's
annoying.
Prophet, one of those videos, or Shadow Demon who's stacking multiple camps with the illus, and you're still getting XP, you're still getting the gold from it.
Yeah.
And then later on, you're just cutting creep waves with it. and no one's going to want to. They can go kill them, but it's like at some point you'll scale with your illusions. Your TB, your agility's going up a lot.
I don't know if we noticed, but there are other 3 heroes picked besides Terrorblade. Yep.
But they don't tell me where the Terrorblade might be going. We still don't know if it's a support or a core.
The Batrider's probably support. The Coddle is probably mid after last game.
Yeah. I mean, which is nice. Yeah, because G2IG, they have last pick, and they can decide then if the TB, well, is it going to be my 1? Is it my 5? You pick the counterpart. So I kind of like what they have going. But I think Falcon, they want something a little... I mean, they always play DK, or very often, but I feel like this game, their follow-up damage is a little nicer, right? You have this Hoodwink from high range, some casual CM. You don't have... What do they have? Like Rubik, Lesh? I think having those heroes follow up on you is just a little harder as opposed to with the support duo that they have now.
Yeah, this is much easier to execute Dota coming out from them.
Yeah.
Pretty easy. Crystal Maiden setting things up, Dragonite with the follow-up stun, maybe a Bushwhack into Sharpshooter, depending like who you need to kill. But overall, it looks much better, looks easier, much cleaner, I would even say, in terms of like how you're going to approach some of these fights.
If they catch Coddle late game, they're going to be able to kill him every time now.
Yeah.
Outside of BKBs, but yeah.
I mean, I would like some more team fights from Falcons. Like, it depends who they want to pick here, but I think later for more, it could be some Tidehunter hero along the lines. But for now, they'll get the good old Pango. I think Pango's very annoying for Coddle. Like, early on, you just high range, swashbuckle him, which Coddle hates buying regen early on. He wants to, like, rush his travels, rush his earn. And again, another hero that the supports can just easily play through.
Yeah, but you also do have, like, heroes that Pango doesn't like to play into. You can Stampede away from his Rolling Thunder.
Yeah.
You can also lasso him. He doesn't like to play into this overwhelming physical damage coming out from some of these heroes, like Drow Ranger, Medusa, Terrorblade as well, who can stand his ground and just hit him. So if you get lasso during the Rolling Thunder, you might actually kill him.
But if you're the one on the offense and you're like running out of TB before his BKB, you're having a great time.
Yeah,
for sure. You're chain stunning him. You can escape in most cases. I think it makes a lot of sense for the Falcons draft so far, and G2IG still can pivot.
Looking at the bans, Team Falcons, they are banning Troll, even though there is Terrorblade on the enemy team, so looking spicy in that position 5 department.
If they really commit to 2 carry bans, I would be shocked.
I think they might, honestly. I feel like support TV is probably fine here. I think DK is playable, but it doesn't seem that easy. Like CM, Hoodwink, Pango, there's like a lot of random stuff that can happen to you.
And with both teams banning carries, there's not going to be that much good stuff left over here if Falcons decide to go for a carry last.
Theoretically, Naga and Faceless Void would be able to deal with their reflection illusion in lane. Naga could just dispel it off by casting Mirror Image, and then Faceless Void can just time walk away.
Yeah, and if it's a carry TB, those are also bad matchups. So makes me think it's carry TB. I mean, it also got buffed as a carry if you want that.
I mean, I'm thinking for Falcons, I assume that they want a new carry. I don't really like carry DK that much unless you feel like you really get a lot from opening up a new hero for Amar, which I don't really see anything else other than like a maybe Underlord or Tide that I think would be kind of cool. So they will go for that. I think just having this teamfight break and a potential pipe buyer in the mid game, depending on what the last pick will be pretty good. And luckily, they at least knew because you banned the Ursa to protect it. So I think it comes together nicely.
Is it time to pick Slark? Great against Dragonite, great against Tidehunter. Slark
TV lane, baby.
11% win rate after day 1.
Just a week ago, that was only in Herald games.
I mean, he would have a great laning partner as well. Terrorblade, Slark, one of the strongest lanes in Dota.
Historically, definitely.
I think Slark's a great pick.
Slark's a good pick.
I want to see the stats on that so bad last time. Like Slark, TB lane together in a pro game.
One would go jungle immediately. I think it's Terrorblade usually either buying Shadow Amulet or going to jungle as soon as he feels, he can get those illusions
queue up
up.
the Midas, help later.
Yeah, everybody experienced that, huh?
I mean, the good thing is like this TB support, it kind of lanes like a carry. You just have meta early on, you reflect. It sounds like a meme, but I think it's pretty good. Or you're still laughing.
No, I'm just thinking Terrorblade Slark, if this is going to be the lane.
I mean, it might be. Most melee carries are pretty good when it comes to like laning against Tidehunter. Just because they're like the ones that kind of stack it up, right? Like Slark, Ursa.
It just feels like it's going to be so bad outside of meta. Because you're just double melee, so his Anchor Smash hits you every single time.
It is. It actually happened. All right.
What a time to be alive.
Imagine someone waking up from coma who was a Dota player and let's say 5 years, and he's like, okay, I want to watch Dota. Let's see what's happening. And it's Slark plus.
Oh no!
Oh come on! No, they need to lane together, guys.
It has been a lot of fours playing the TV. I forgot to mention.
A bit disappointed, but I think this is a top tier Slark game.
So then now, what does a support TV do against a DKCM lane?
I feel like he actually does less in that lane.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna be
that's
lying.
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It was probably Monet who said, I don't want to lane with support.
But that's because he doesn't know. He has to believe. You first pick TV, like have some belief in your bros.
I mean, you can kill CM pretty easy with their lane, right? If you can catch up to him once you use meta, CM's like, oh god, don't fight me, you know.
I guess
He's being
CM is
slowed.
slow, so hopefully you catch snaking on a bad spot. Because I think otherwise the lane should be pretty chill for Falcons, but I'm with Lacoste. I like the fish last pick. As if they lane it with TV, it's Jover.
For them.
It's free win. No, they free win.
loss.
Free win.
I think it comes down to Xnova's rotations as the bat, because if he like shows up and like flame breaks them into like a TV and a Centaur, like that's a super easy kill on almost any hero. So.
I think it's going to come down to Terrorblade's rotations.
Also possible.
Through the gates and use a blood grenade. No, jokes aside, this could be strong. You know, just a lot of slow for Slark to set things up.
Yeah, but no stuns.
You don't need... If you're moving at 100 moves speed, that's basically a stun.
And they have 2 Stampedes. They're going to buy
the
boots upgrade on TB. Everyone's been buying the green boots. What are they
the
called?
boots of bearing.
Boots of bearing. And they're going to have Stampede. Like,
they're just going to be zooming. They can't deal with it.
Nova is wasted. Why
I
even
can't
spill
tell
it?
if you guys are bullshitting me or you actually believe all of this.
Falcons have no chance.
You did. I mean, you guys all called it at the beginning. You were saying this might be a support TB. They first picked it.
It doesn't just come out when it's too obvious. You have to like sneak in like a carry TB like 4th pick, and then the game after you first pick it, and then they don't know. But this is too obvious.
Yeah.
I feel bad for Falcons. This is maybe like the 5th time that they'll lose to G2IG, or 4th time that they'll lose to G2IG, despite the fact that they've been doing fantastic. And it's going to come off maybe the back of a support Terrorblade. Let's find out as we get into game number 2.
It was 5 or 6 years ago in a DreamLeague that YapzOr played the 4-position Terrorblade. I was there, I saw it myself, my own eyes, and everything in Dota happens in cycles, SVG, and we are back to 4-position Terrorblade once again. Can you explain why? Why is this happening again?
Drugs.
Oh. Well, that'll be the second vice of Boboka's that we've heard about.
Yeah, everything goes in cycles. You know?
30 seconds to battle.
You know, I was going to make that joke last. I was going to make something like that last game. The
Yeah.
longest finger in the world.
I know.
Of course. I don't. Okay, I'm not gonna ruin my career, but this is a big smoke wrap here. Looking at that Terrorblade active
run
early.
straight into Snake King and slow him down with the reflection from the support Terrorblade. What are you gonna do?
God.
First blood.
Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. You know, I was thinking about this. Okay, if I was gonna play support Terrorblade in a pro match, I'm gonna go and I want to have my first 10 minutes be like pretty good, so my team doesn't flame me. You know.
Yeah.
I'm going up against Crystal Maiden. That's all I know. Like, if there is one hero that I can somehow kill a couple times and abuse the fact that she has the worst MS, worst armor, worst starting HP, worst base attack of any hero in the entire game, it is Crystal Maiden. And they're going straight back and body blocker up. Oh, they almost had it.
Snuck away. Either way, very good damage done.
I think this should be a fine laning phase for G2IG as Monet dies.
I didn't expect that one.
Yeah, I mean, ignoring that, I think the Centaur is going to kind of chill down here, right? I don't think this is a lane that kicks him out once he has level 3 or 4. He gets a helm, he gets a ring, whatever he wants. I think the Coddle's going to do fine mid. I mean, it's the same matchup from last game. It was going to be the same. They put the Pango there. It's relatively same. If anything, it's way better for Coddle. I actually think the lane is a lot better for him versus the Pango than the DK. Though the in-game matchup is maybe slightly worse. Like, I think the mid-Coddle controls the mid-DK from last game better than he controls the mid-Pango, but I think he's going to be way farther ahead, in theory. And I think this Bat can do enough top for the Slark. But obviously they just level 1 killed Monet with Gush, so I mean...
That is a whole lot of Dota analysis that I didn't ask for.
Okay, well, Terrorblade.
Terrorblade. Why? Why is this a thing?
You buy Blood Grenade. You are Terrorblade. You are scary. You play versus Crystal Maiden. There you go. Look at him go.
It's just laning phase or bust?
No, I think Reflection's a very strong skill.
Okay.
It's very good versus the carry Dragon Knight here. Sunder's also a very strong skill from a saving standpoint if you can maintain your high HP in the fight. It's not that bad. We've seen people play it. You can also stack with the illusions, which is pretty underrated.
Okay.
You get some good like hard camp stack going with an illusion on the triangle or something. You boost up the Coddle's GPM. You can deny water runes with illusions as well. We'll see what Baboka does in this early game, but I think the early game for this hero is fine, actually. I don't think it's like... I wouldn't be concerned about my laning phase with the support Terrorblade. I'd be more concerned about what those 20 to 30 minute fights look like.
Yeah.
What can he get out of the map? Is he able to buy some good items? Can he have teamfight impact past Reflection, Sunder? Is that enough? Did you get enough out of your cheese pick, right? A lot comes down to this Slark. Obviously, we're going to focus on the Terrorblade because it's hilarious, but the Terrorblade is not as important as what this Slark gets done in this game. Because that's the only reason this exists. So you can get a last pick carry and cheese it up. So is Monet in a good enough position to carry this game? I think he is. Maybe a lot comes down to the Pangolier as well. How much Maulering can get, interact with the Slark in the team fights. He's their biggest answer to him.
They certainly have some interesting options against Dragon Knight. You've got the heavy magic burst damage of the Coddle, which we saw get put to use in that last game. You've got Sunder, offensive Sunder is like a possibility. Low health Terrorblade, really good exchange on a Dragon Knight. And Slark is just a great hero for feasting on tanky heroes that don't output the biggest physical damage threat. Big burst. You know?
Yeah, I feel like Slark's pretty happy this game, outside of the Pango matchup. I don't think he's too scared about scaling and beating these cores in the later fights.
No.
I feel like this game looks similar to last one. My biggest concern with Falcons lineup here is, do you lack damage at some point? I think we started to see it in those later fights with the Centaur DK. Like, you're going in, you're stunning somebody, and then what? Nothing happened, right? You have a similar setup here between Tidehunter, Pangolier, DK. There's not any insane physical damage coming out. If you get armor items up on the Centaur, you get to the late game with Slark with Ags. It looks a little tricky, man. I don't know. This might be a game where Falcons rely on their extremely strong laning to just kind of build momentum and run the game over.
Do you think part of this is... Do you think some of this is just a team-to-team matchup that is not good for Falcons?
Maybe.
I mean, G2IG, we talked a lot about how comfortable they are going to late game. And obviously, Falcons have shown themselves to be, you know, kind of a little bit on the slower side.
Man up here from Monet, but it doesn't end well for him.
Xnova is still going for it. Trying to keep this damage on crit, but he doesn't have any sticky napalm, so the Firefly really doesn't do that much to crit.
Base for Monet, though, honestly.
Yeah.
Pretty decent outcome. I thought they were going to commit there, and it was not going to end well, but trade out some regen. Monet gets more CS. He's very happy about that. I feel like this team-on-team matchup is... I don't know. I feel like something about the draft just keeps putting Falcons in a spot that isn't as comfortable for them as I've seen them versus a lot of other teams. Not sure what it is exactly. Could just be RNG as well. Not Xnova's X team, but, you know, just random luck.
6-minute power runes coming up. Very important for Coddle Pango matchup, I would imagine.
Okay, what's happening with Terrorblade? Oh, he found the Crystal Maiden again, and that is just food.
It's mine.
Didn't even have to use his blood grenade.
For the big man.
I'm telling you, this is just the dream, man. I wish I could play versus Crystal Maiden every game. It's so nice.
You really hate that hero.
I don't hate it, as long as it's not on, as long as I don't have to play it. All right, you want to know how to play versus Crystal Maiden?
Hit me.
All you have to, this is a good tip for anybody, all these people watching at home, you want to gain, you watch all these YouTube videos, these TikTok videos, I don't know what the hell people are watching, YouTube shorts, how to gain 6,000 MMR in 2 days or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll teach you right now how to gain 500 MMR in your next 10 games you play against Crystal Maiden.
Okay.
Which is impossible on the system.
That number doesn't work out, but
whatever.
go on.
Nobody does math
300 MMR. Yeah.
All you need to do is bring the Crystal Maiden into the trees. Into the area outside the lane. Anywhere outside the lane. And the second she's there, she's dead. Because this hero has no MS, no armor, no base attack. So she's dead. In the 2-on-2, the hero is fine. All you have to do is bait him out. Taunt him, throw an all chat out there. Oh, I saw your mom at the supermarket, whatever. You bring him off the lane, give him a tip. And the second he's there, you both go on him, he's dead. Free food. You do that 3 times, the game's over because the enemy carry's going to rage. Crystal Maiden's feeding on the lane. I can't play Dota. And then you just free him more, man.
Why does your carry sound like he's 60 years old?
Because he's been playing Dota with TM. Baboka rotation. Didn't see that one
TB
coming.
rotation. They talked about it on the panel.
My God. I mean, he's having a great game.
He really is. I mean, I feel like that's one of the things is like anytime you have one of these weird support heroes, I feel like more often than not, it's a terrible hero if the lane doesn't go well. But if they actually, get some kills in lane, and then they use that experience to make a rotation here or there, then all of a sudden they get to their level 6 at decent timing without being reliant on soaking up a lane solo or something, then, they can actually work as a support hero.
I think G2IG's in a pretty damn good spot right now.
That stomp will certainly help this blast come in. Almost enough to finish off Snake King. Looks like he'll tick out due to the reflection coming out from
due to his
Baboka.
Non-existent strength gain, he could not survive the single nuke that hit him. It's very unfortunate that he got hit by a single nuke.
Well, he should have dodged that with his great movement speed.
Oh, that's right.
If
Yeah.
he
He should have just sidestepped it with his, what is it now? Oh. I don't even remember what it is. Oh, 280. That's
280.
right.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad. 280. Well, he'll make a smoke play now. Try and get some XP back on the board. But once more, this Coddle is in a way better position than we saw last game. This is where you want this hero to be, right? Top of the board, 1,000 ahead of the next hero, cruising around. He's got Stampede to bail him out. And Snake King took another nuke to the face, so he's got to go back to the base.
Oh, he tried to swashbuckle through, gets caught by the lasso. X-Nova took a little bit of time in the mid lane, got enough experience for level 6.
I'll tell you one thing, these G2IG supports are owning right now.
Yeah.
I mean, they should do this more often. Give them some core heroes. These normal supports haven't been working out, but you give them a Terrorblade and an offlane bat, and suddenly they're just cruising. This is the best early game I've ever seen from this team. And they have 5 cores and a support mid. It's the future.
Mars seems to have an MO when you're doing something, when you're bullying him in some way, he tips you. Now it's the Slark versus Tidehunter matchup. He's like, all right. Congrats on your free lane. It is pretty free too. Second in net worth. G2IG, this is a scary position for your Falcons to be in. You won the lanes in game 1, still lost due to an inability to go late against that lineup. Now you've lost the laning phase in game 2 against the lineup that is still going to scale pretty well. I don't know exactly how well the Terrorblade 4 position scales.
I think it's fine here, right?
Yeah.
All Baboka has to do in this game is get a reflection off on the DK plus 1 or 2, and then sunder his Slark and or sunder his Coddle. That's it. If he does that, I think it's more than enough good impact to win this game based on the core matchups and their position right now. I also think this is one of the interesting things about ATF. So ATF, he builds a lot more early stats than a lot of offlane players. This is another game where he went double bracer. But if you don't crush the CS board, it does not feel nearly as good, I think. Because that's 1,000 gold committed into early stats, regen. You know, it's like a pseudo ring, pseudo helmet. I'm not saying it's bad and it doesn't continue to scale, but it does delay an early ore item, or the Mage Slayer gets slowed down a little bit. And meanwhile, you look at where this Slark is. Like, these bracers did not decimate the Slark's game.
Yep.
So now he's going to go back for stacks to get to this Mage Slayer. This is a kind of slow position for ATF relative to where we're seeing him with that type of lane investment. It's another factor where you're just going to have to get this Diffuse on Malrine, which is also kind of slow here, and get a good fight off it. And you're just getting reflected on.
Shield Rune top lane, that's going to be free for the Coddles, so...
We'll see how much NTS can pick up the pace here, because he is in prime mid-Coddle position to take a game over. If there ever was one. Oh, Snanking's found an enemy illusion, so he'll have to go back to base. Very unfortunate.
It's not even.
Oh, he took off a cell.
Hey,
look at that.
He doesn't have to go home. Plus, he's got Tranquil Boots.
All right, who wins this battle? Austin. Quick, answer me.
The 4 position illusion with no spells in the Crystal Main. I think the illusion wins.
Oh, this guy was close.
I think Snaking only survives in that 1v1 if the illusion times out.
It's legit closer than you think. They're gonna poke JT, but again, this Centaur has just been pretty invincible down here, and another Stampede to bail him out. They brought
they were just coming in. Crit just a second too late. They jumped the gun on the other two, perhaps.
That feels bad. This is also a Hoodwink build that was invested in winning the lane. It's max Acorn, which I wouldn't say it's a huge difference between more points and Bushwhack. This is the norm. But again, you had tied with double Bracer, Gush, and a max Acorn Hoodwink, and that lane was still pretty much free farm for Monet.
Yeah, they got an early first blood, but other than that,
yeah, it did not translate. So the stacks definitely helped ATF. He recovered a decent amount here. Smoke up from G2IG as they're looking to use the Dagon from NTS. This man, JT is always laughing about something.
Yeah, dude, that guy. I mean, he looks like a fun player to have on your team.
Oh, I would go
Grabbed.
with this.
Oh man, X Nova, what has he been up to? Okay, Rolling Thunder, that's going to be able to bounce around and kill JT most likely. An attempted Sunder, but this Rolling Thunder does not stop. Keeps them both stunned, out of commission. All right, Falcon's striking back a little bit.
That was about as good a fight you're going to get off that Diffusal. Coming in for the Pangolier. This is a game Malrine's just going to have to put on his back for at least a little bit in all these fights, because I do think he's the strongest hero in the game right now. There's no control for him on G2IG. Absolutely none.
Yeah.
And as we've heard in every interview with Quinn for the past 2 years, this is the most broken hero in Dota, if you're not a noob. So...
X Nova. Ow.
They tried to get him with the couriers.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, his hero was...
Well, at least he's got really good cast range to make up for his lack of movement speed, right?
Yeah.
So Frostbite was...
Look at that. What year is it again?
It's 2024, man. This was a great hero back in 2014. Seriously, though, X Nova, that's a 5-position Bat Rider with a Blink Dagger at 14 minutes.
Yeah, I was saying, both these supports have done a really nice job in the early game for G2IG. He's level 10, too. We were looking at the levels there. Like,
yeah.
That is ridiculous. He got some early stack steals, had a really good laning phase in terms of he didn't have to stand with Monet very long, which meant they both got a lot more XP than maybe they should have. They'll get a decent spot. Again, you want to keep ramping it up with this Coddle. NTS is very strong right now as long as he doesn't have to interact with the Pangolier directly. Dagon Vessel's going to kill pretty much anybody else. Oh, more hacking going on.
Nighttime hack.
That was Valve adding 10 base movement speed to Crystal Maiden real quick.
No, they just gave her another hat.
That is why this hero exists, yeah. It's the best hat seller, I'll give her that.
Her and Pudge.
Little roll through should get another kill. I mean, remember, this is a level 10 bat. It's not an insignificant kill.
No.
And the Mage Slayers are up. for Falcons right now.
What are you doing up there, snaking?
Yeah, I mean, he thought he was the Leshrac from last game, but DD in the bottle for Malorine as well. He is incredibly
Mone's
strong
coming
right
over.
now.
He's got a Diffusal Blade and a Mage Slayer, so he's pretty strong. Ooh, what a great pick off there. Great decision by Monet, getting active like that and getting a pick off on the hero that you were pointing out as like the big threat for G2IG in this game. Without the Slark getting involved, they have no answer to him.
Nice rotation from Monet. I mean, no Rolling Thunder because you secured the bat with it.
Jump forward from Skeeter, back into it, Amar. He has the Ravage, so they're not really in fear of G2IG saving nothing to say here. Pops the Ravage to ensure the kill, and they'll get that dominating kill streak gold into their favor. Skeeter keeping top, though, and G2IG, faster blink from Skeeter than there was from anybody else.
You're not going to get a TI winner that easily. Maybe if you had the reflection there.
Does Reflection do instant damage?
No.
Okay.
Thank you, Austin.
You say these things, and I'm supposed to implicitly trust you as my analyst.
The joke was because he's a support team. Never mind.
All right.
Well, every time Rolling Thunder's up, you want to get something going because Monet is starting to take this map over.
Monet is being crazy active.
I mean, it's nighttime.
Doing great work.
There's nothing that stops him right now, and he is building up the stacks. This Slark is going to be a menace, man. He's got everything cooking for him. Level 13 and a half. Ooh. Another Rolling Thunder, though.
With the Shard, Malorine easily chains it on Nothing to Say.
I wouldn't mind seeing an early anchor either out of this Tide. I think it could be interesting. Just give him a little extra lockdown, chase potential for the Slark as well. But the main priority is going to be damage. How do you incorporate damage into these three cores? You need to scale the DK and the Pango for sure. Getting into that like 4th, 5th item territory, late game Bloodthorns or perhaps Pango Basher would be pretty interesting. Slark is the biggest problem you have to solve in terms of those late game fights. Prevent the Slark being able to dictate when he's going in, building the stacks, going back out. This Ags is going to be a huge timing for Monet if he can get to it without any problems.
What he's managed to accomplish with just the Diffusal Blade so far. Aghanim Scepter is going to be in terror for these backline supports.
But look at the farm. Somehow ATF finds his way to the top.
That's pretty impressive. I assume it was some ancient stack?
Yeah, he took all the stacks in Triangle.
And they also got the dominating kill streak on Skeeter, I believe, so he jumped up in net worth by quite a healthy amount there. And they're going to catch Nothing to Say a second time. The anchor already put to use. Yep. Pushing back the Crystal Maiden helps slow down the damage here. The heal comes out, but the Ravage was ready to go. So G2IG are jumping into a Ravage like that, and it means the fight is just no good for them. They're going to lose 3 instantly. Monet is still going to get chased here. He does have his ultimate. See if he can get away into the trees. Nice blink forward by Amar. Beautiful stuff and a triple kill for him.
ATF just does all the little stuff right in these fights, man. The way he positions, where he moves after spells are cast to set up for the next round, everything is just on point, and it adds up in all these games. You get a little bit of extra victory in all of them. And you get a Crystal Maiden for their woes, but that was also a beautiful Ravage. Hits 4, finishing the Coddle off. Catch the support Terrorblade. Honestly, have we felt Baboka's impact in any of these fights?
Not in team fights, no.
Yeah, the answer is absolutely no. This is the problem with these like weird support cheese swap picks. It's not the early game. It really isn't. It's what do you do in the fight? And unless you can make your impact felt off a good Reflection Thunder, you just don't exist.
Yeah, and you combine it with a support Batrider as well. There's no team fight between this support team.
Oh yeah, I mean, what is the biggest AoE spell on G2IG? Centaur Stomp?
Centaur Stomp.
Will-O-Wisp? Depth Shroud.
Oh, caught him after the Shroud. Okay. Got the ultimate out of him. He's going to try and deal with the anchor and then pounces himself away. There was that tier 1 tower up, so
Falcons respect the fact that G2IG are probably making TP rotations.
He's thinking about Ags, too.
Yeah, some more AoE damage.
Pretty nice, yeah. Make sure you can always just proc the Slark with it. Gives you more damage threat as well. Again, talking about the damage, right? It's just more in the fight. Adds up over time. It's also nice with this Hoodwink. Start throwing this Blightstone Acorn through, the Gush hits people. It adds up.
Yeah. This is, I feel like, the kind of same position G2IG were in last game, where they don't have stronger team fight, and they gotta stall the game until they hit their window, which is probably the Ags being done on the Slark, right? And I don't know what else. I mean, it looks like nothing to say is thinking about not rushing Dagon 5 and going BKB instead.
It helps in the 5-on-5, but they're just not finding anything on the map. They need these lanes to get shoved in. Use the Terrorblade to shove them a little bit extra with the Coddle, and then find the pickoffs with the Batrider and the Slark. But just nothing is combined in the last 5 or 6 minutes here. And it's costing them a lot. This start that NTS had, it just hasn't translated into any momentum. And all 3 of these cores from Falcons are starting to scale up here. I thought maybe they were going to lack a little damage, but it's starting to feel like G2IG are going to be the ones who aren't going to be able to kill anybody. The support Terrorblade is,
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
yeah, he's there.
So all the games that I saw of the support Terrorblade, in fact, 4 of them were Baboka himself. None of them were this item built.
Shadowblade?
Like, most of them were drums, right? Drums, yeah, maybe a vessel, which in this game you have the Coddle, so you're not going to be building that. I didn't really see, like, okay, what's an idea past, like, some small utility items? Like, what do you do, 30 minutes in? What are you building? Baboka's just kind of building some sort of, like, assassination.
Well, he's got the Shadow Amulet queued up, which I think is, we've all been there.
Yeah. Certainly the item build I would expect from a support Terrorblade.
He's been watching some Chappie videos. But this is a free Roche. Absolutely no contest, especially during the daytime. It is interesting, because if you're Baboka, if you go Drum, if you go Solar Crest, you go Vlad's, these are all items the Slark generally needs to carry a game. Unless he's just absolutely out of control. And the Batrider can build them, but he went the early Blink. And so he just hasn't been given that much farm priority past that. If you're also going to go Shadowblade on the support Terrorblade to try and go for this, I guess, aggressive low HP Sunder initiation, that's the only thing that comes to mind with it. I mean,
now that's some old school tech there.
Yeah, but why else are you building
that's
Shadowblade?
Dota 1 tech.
Okay, you're gonna Shadowblade defensive Sunder so they can't see you? I don't know, man. That's
well, part of that tech was it was when Roshan was in the middle of the map. So you'd use Roshan to get low, and then you would Shadowblade out of the pit in the middle of the map.
All right, he opted to go. Okay, I'm not even going to talk about that one. Whatever. Baboka's living his dream. We'll let him live his dream.
He has a diffusal blade.
Yeah, he bought a diffusal blade, so.
Well, Falcons have smoke ganked a enemy Tormentor. And here comes the push. I mean, when you got to carry Dragonite, I kind of like this setup that they have. I think the Tidehunter with Ags makes this carry Dragonite look a lot better. You're doubling up on the AoE slows from Frost Dragon and the Gush, and that AoE minus armor is helping the Dragonite's damage, physical damage, look a lot more intimidating.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah, that's all good. We have to talk about it. Diffusal on a 4-position Terrorblade. Like, this has got to be borderline grief. I don't know what else to call it, man. You have to play for your Slark in this game. What else is like this pick, draft, flex? cheese Slark designed to do. You're telling me this Diffusal is going to give you enough value in the fight to justify, like, I'm going to burn out their mana with illusions that have no HP because I'm 10,000 net worth behind every other core or whatever? Is he actually going to become a 4th core in this game? And I'm going to eat my own hat?
Probably.
I'm just saying this is the greediest thing I've seen since Yapzor rushed Scotty on support monkey first item.
Oh,
yeah, you remember that game?
I do remember that one.
Yeah, this is the second greediest 4 position thing I've ever seen. That was number 1 for sure.
That was number 1.
Watching support monkey run around with 2 ultimate orbs at 35 minutes was S tier.
I mean, I would say this build...
He's going...
Yeah, he's going Disperser. I would say the old Disperser would make this build make a little bit more sense, right? Like an AoE movement speed buff to your team against the Dragonite slow and the Gush and stuff.
I feel like they had like a fight before the game. Folks like, oh, these games are too hard to carry, huh? They're too hard to carry, Monet. I'll show you how to carry a game. I'm not even in the lane.
Could have another mind control situation on our hands here.
Oh, okay. You were waiting to pull that one out.
All right, tier 2 mid down, and time to sweep across the map for Falcons.
The whole time we've been discussing this, and the rat has been happening. I mean, yeah, all these cores are just farming. They still have Aegis for a minute. But are you getting answers to the Pango DK, who are kind of out farming you right now? Your Centaur's falling behind. I'm worried about his impact. Xnova is continuing to not get any farm priority, so...
Oh, got him this time.
He's going to struggle, and... Yeah,
getting away from some of these moves with the Blink Daggers, but they finally got at least
Skeeter
Xnova.
is in scale mode right now. He is just living the Dragon Knight dream. So you're going to have to, I guess, get to your next Slark item, get to your next Terrorblade item, and take a dual carry timing fight. Align all the stars of whatever's happening here. Beyond my comprehension. Imagine you're Monet in this game, you're like, all right, guys, I got BKB. Time to assail Roche. And then you just hear Baboka, your 4 position, be like, wait, I gotta finish my Disperser, bro. That's what JT's laughing about right now. He's like, I should have picked Pudge, man. These are the games Pudge thrives in, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, the real shit show fest.
Yeah, when you got that, everybody's just jungling, everybody's building carry items. That's when you're like, I should just play Pudge.
Yeah, when the enemy team is going to go high ground in 30 minutes, that's when you can do some work with
Did get the Cloak of Flames on the Terrorblade, though, so he's actually killing some waves with these illusions.
Yeah, look at it go. He's going to cut the top wave.
Pretty nice.
No pushing high ground for you, but Baboka has been found, and he's not getting out.
Diffusal.
Good attempt. Not really.
Dude, he bought a Yasha, too. This guy's insane. He's actually insane, dude. Yasha on support Terrorblade. My God. My God.
Dude, the thing is, you're doing this against a carry Dragonite. You know he's gonna hit high ground very early on. I mean, maybe it'll help them split push. They're certainly just gonna be split pushing and dying. That currently seems to be the MO of G2IG. Just accept your fate. Run down the side lanes, as Monet was the latest victim of that, hitting the tier 2 bottom lane.
Xnova had a gem, so that's also kind of a dangerous play. You end up losing gem. And they're cutting the waves.
They are?
Stalling this game. A nice setup from ATF. That anchor has been pretty damn good this game. And again, the control between the Tide and this Pangolier. What's your counter control? I guess JT's just laughing at his carry. This guy has no chill, man.
Look at him. He's got an Invis rune. He's going to cut the mid wave.
Yeah, he's also got a dagger.
Blink away. Skeeter still finds him, though.
See, JT,
he bought
it out. He actually bought it. I don't know what's happening in this game. I feel like they're just trolling or something. I don't know.
Are they secured?
Are G2IG already secured in their group or what?
You mean they were in last place, secured for the airplane? Not secured. How can they be secured? What are you talking about?
Maybe they're secured to go.
They're literally fighting for survival. What do you mean they're
Maybe
secured?
they're already secured a spot, a flight home.
I don't know. This is something's cooking here, man. I'm telling you, something's cooking.
Yeah, it kind of stinks.
They're all having the time of their life.
Oh, got out the BKB just before he got pushed into it, and they have the basher on Mallory.
Yeah, so I mean, Falcons are getting all the items that we talked about. Looked pretty good for them, building the damage, scaling all their cores. G2IG in a good state of mind at least. Gave the gem to Monet. He's still working on that BKB. Shiva's done for ATS.
Hey, there's the Manta.
And yeah, Manta done for this Terrorblade. He's scaling. He's ratting, he's scaling. Butterfly next on the menu.
You know what's funny is Butterfly was the item that I saw in Baboka's build, where like one of his Terrorblade games went 40 minutes and he did get a Butterfly. It was really weird, like triple Wraith Band, drums, and Butterfly.
So the thing is, at this point in the game, like you're kind of happy this is going on.
Yeah.
Well, how else do you win this game, right?
Yeah.
But the other side of that coin is the reason you're in this position might have something to do with you have a 4-position Terrorblade building Butterfly, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know how this game would have gone if they'd built some drums and solar. I don't know if much would have changed. But we'll never know. They'll get some stack building going on. Anchor out of the equation. Will Monet commit? No. That's a DK.
JT coming in through the side, try to
still has his tag in.
He has his Lotus and he has his ultimate, and yeah, he does have his tag. There goes the Lotus, there goes the Stampede. No Dagon yet.
He doesn't know what to do in this game, dude. He has the same reactions I'm having.
Now he's going back for Shiva.
Oh, why is my Terrorblade not ready to fight? This is just another average C pub for the old JT.
JT has been here far too many times.
You know what that face was? You know what the reaction was? Guys, I joined a Chinese team to get out of these. I went to China to get out of these pubs, guys. What is this? Oh, fuck. I'm just gonna fuck it all by Dagon. He's not even leveling it. He bought it. He's gonna go Shiva.
Yeah, I know.
That's like no actual waste of 3,000 gold. He could just have Shivas right now.
Okay, no, like reality is he wanted it for the DK illusion, right?
He wanted it for the memes. DK illusion. 3,000 gold to your build to kill a DK illusion?
Yeah. It's not that bad.
Okay, man. Yeah. I mean, he's really got that.
He's got one DK illusion so far. 44 gold.
I don't think that strat is bad if it's the support's doing it, but I don't know about
Well, he is the support because Bobica is a core.
True. I forgot. Okay, well, yeah, actually that has some logic to it. I don't know if it's good logic, but it has some logic. Here's some DK logic for you. As your racks are dying. Where was the Dagon?
Well, the Dagon is currently looping around the side. Smoked up, G2IG.
Right. Big flank.
All fun and games until...
It's all fun and games until the 4-position Terrorblade butterflies your ass and you get Dagon by Centaur. And Monet starts building the stacks. They all TP'd out.
Stack it up, stack it up. They got trained. They got trained into thinking that they're only going to get split push.
Oh, we got him.
And now,
surprise,
they get caught out. Monet has just stolen 1 billion stats from the Tide
They had a gem.
They had a gem.
It's working. Has science gone too far? He almost has Butterfly.
He does.
Are they going to win this game? What is happening? Aurene got his ult forced. Are they going to get Roche?
Yeah, they're going for it. Malorine's... Oh, okay.
They're getting ratted, though. They need the centaur back pronto. Start dagging some illusions.
Dag.
I mean, they're still roshing. I mean, you give up a Rax here.
You give up Rax for sure.
You have the Terrorblade to rat it back out. Dude, if Baboka takes ages, I'm retiring.
Radiant's bottom tower.
I'm going to Overwatch League or something, dude. If this man takes the goddamn ages, I'm out of here.
Radiant are scanning.
Overwatch League's more dead than this Rax.
That's why I named it.
Dire's bottom barracks.
No, it'll be Monet taking it. Thank God.
Got him. Added to the list. Skeeter gets the jump on enough to say just who he was looking for. Fortunately, nothing to say. Built out that BKB.
Skeeter doesn't.
And Skeeter is now slowed down to a crawl. Does have the Manta, though.
What a bushwhack. What the hell?
Grabbed Monet midway through the pounds. Now they're going to be able to grab the squirrel.
And do a little
pounds
hunt.
Him down.
That stacks from Monet.
Squirrel hunting.
Oh. The Maiden somehow got out of there, but I mean, this is an Aegis cheese on a Slark. He's about to finish up Disperser. Your Terrorblade's going to finish your Butterfly here. This is getting spooky, man. I don't know if anybody understands what's happening right here, but the tide has turned a bit.
Invisibility. Are you sure you don't want to retire from casting and go back to playing?
This does look fun.
You could play support Terrorblade.
If I knew I could have done this.
You could be farming items. Okay.
I mean,
Butterfly on a Terrorblade.
You may not like it, but this is what peak position 4 performance looks like. I mean, he's big now. I don't know. I think
he is legitimately he legitimately got to that point where he had the Manta.
Yeah,
I was like, okay, he's only going to get bigger and bigger from here.
He's a threat for sure.
And now he's got his item after the Manta, so now he's actually a team fight threat. His Falcon's just not going to be able to close out this game in time. Similar to game 1.
I don't think they can. I don't think this game is in their control to close out anymore. I think the rat is too severe. Their lineup is very ball heavy, right? Between the 3 cores. It doesn't deal well with the split push pressure, the Slark night vision. They kind of have to just group and push, and they lost that last Roche. It's going to slow things down entirely here. Yeah. This is a game of Dota.
One of the Dota games of all time.
Disperser on the menu now.
Back to the Disperser. I mean, thank God he didn't rush that Disperser like he was thinking about earlier. That was insane stuff. Manta definitely was the call with the way this game is slowed down.
That is true.
And legitimately, I think that tier 3 item has helped them so much.
Oh yeah, it was huge actually. Absolutely huge. This might be the only time a position 4 has ever built double Eagle Song in the history of Dota.
Yeah.
I doubt it's ever been done before. Even in the days where you had like the E-Blade buildup. We are entering new territory, folks. ATF does not know what he's seeing right now.
Yeah, we're talking about Dota is cyclical, and then we just break entirely new boundaries. I mean, 4-position Terrorblade, like, sure, yeah, people are doing that, that sort of thing. But this is...
Imagine the comms right now in Falcons. All right, guys, I'm going to jump to carry.
Which one?
Which one?
And all of a sudden, they're in shambles. Half the team thinks they're jumping the Slark. Half the team thinks they're jumping the Terrorblade.
I'm actually serious. There is like an element of confusion when you play against these lineups like this.
Yeah.
Because your brain has so much memory in these Dota games of years and years, thousands of games you play against this Terrorblade. He's the carry. So you see Terrorblade, you think he's the carry, and you jump him. And in this case, I mean, he reversed the confusion. He actually is the carry again. So I guess it's normal, but then there's like a Slark in here. It's very weird. It becomes very weird. Your muscle memory in terms of these situations goes out the window.
Can you give me an example of something like that you experienced in your playing time? What was the most confused you've ever been?
I was confused a lot. I mean,
that's an NA
mostly at my own team.
Well, the last bit of this Aegis that G2IG bought for themselves in exchange for losing a range barracks.
You know, I used to do this shit all the time as No-Tail. He'd always play some weird Hero 5.
Yeah.
And then you'd go on, it'd be like Legion Commander or something. Remember we did that at TI? And you'd kill it. And your brain's thinking, you're like, oh, we got the offlaner. It's some like Tranquil Boots Legion.
Yeah, who
literally
just wants
irrelevant to the fight.
Attack, and that's all he does. Yep.
It's stuff like that. I don't know, man. This is a very strange game for Falcons now. They have gone down the rabbit hole.
Play the White Rabbit song.
Oh, there's a smoke. Try and catch something. They have all this strength, nowhere to use it. The Skeeter has just been hunting. Well, JT, he's going Sanjin Kaya. Of course, you got to build up that spell amp for the Dagon. Only natural.
He's going to get caught.
That's a gem.
That is the gem returned back to Falcons, so they have one in their hands.
Good pickup.
Very big.
And they're still scaling on their cores. But the question is just, I guess it's Baboka, right? How much can he do in this game with how much he's been able to find?
Yeah, is it a good Terrorblade game? You talked about it was good Slarky. Is it a good Terrorblade game, though?
Well,
to carry.
But he's not the carry.
To kind of carry.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, it's okay. It's not the best. It's not the worst I've ever seen. Dude, he's going to be ahead of Monet at some point in this game. Straight up. No doubt about it. He is farming a lot.
It's coming. Oh, he's going to have Scotty soon.
This is honestly, this is such a bad game for G2IG to win. If they win this game, it's going to destroy their team, dude. How do you recover from this victory? You know Baboka, his ego is just going to be out of control. He's going to want to play carry every game. He's going to be playing pubs. He's going to go practice another, 400 games now of random carry heroes just in case he has to flex them. Like, Baboka, can you please just practice Earth Spirit, please, brother? It got buffed.
JT's just straight up taking his hands off the keyboard. He's just watching his two carries
he's been here before. He knows the drill. He's Scotty. He's going Scotty.
I mean, what else would you go at this point? It's no longer surprising at this point. Hey, back to where we were, I feel like 15 minutes ago.
Dagon defense.
Trying to get this high ground push from a carry Dragonite.
It just doesn't even matter, honestly.
Yeah, they're finally going to get this melee barracks, perhaps, but they have to
this Rax doesn't
rainbow TP back in order to catch as many heroes bottom lane, and they're going to get the Terrorblade.
Welcome
the carry gets caught and killed.
Dude, his damage numbers are probably so low for his network.
Yeah. But he's probably hit the most creeps of any support in this tournament.
That is probably true. I mean, what is his... Yeah, actually, that's more than I would. He still has more than Monet, somehow.
Dagon's not doing enough work for JT.
Okay, you get the push here. 40 seconds, no carry.
Yeah, I mean, this is... Falcons are finally back in the driver's seat where they're like, okay, you guys are no longer split pushing as much. There's still Monet in the bottom lane, but it's a Slark. Who cares? We'll get a chance to hit the barracks, and G2IG are going to have to defend. Right?
This is a situation you want to put G2IG
Stomp goes out. JT pops his BKB, and it's just going to keep running. The BKB won't last long enough. He gets back to the fountain, and he dies with the gush connecting in the end.
Where was the Sunder? It was dead.
Yeah, you talked about the supports Sunder. We haven't
why did we even talk about any of this? Why? This is quite literally a pub strat. I feel like every Dota player's been there, where the enemy 5 jungles on a carry.
Yeah.
And you know you're gonna lose that game.
Yes. Yeah. You're like,
you lose that game every time.
My team is getting picked off just too many times.
Yeah. You look top. It's a classic 2-on-1. Enemy Slark's just farming there. 1v2. It's free farming. Then you flame your team. You get reported for toxicity. Now your behavior score drops. You make a Reddit thread about how the system's unfair. We've all been there, right?
Our community certainly has.
Bloodthorn build up for 1A. Big item to get to, but I mean, Falcons, this is your time to try and end this game.
Yeah, everybody on G2IG is inside of the Dire base for once. They actually managed to get him with the bushwhack after the Dark Pact.
Oh, nice
with a nice force staff. Gets him out of the shot. From the hoodwink.
Centaur spawning in 10.
Yeah, Xnova's dead now, so they keep the numbers advantage.
But where's the damage from this G2IG lineup right now? The Skeeter feels invincible.
Well, here comes the Terrorblade.
It's gotta be Baboka. Reflection missed? Oh no, he didn't cast it, he faked it. Then he got stunned, he did nothing.
40 minutes of farming for that.
Guys, where was my Sunder?
Monet comes into the back line. There's a second carry that Falcons need to worry about. That one gets blasted down just as easily as the first.
Is that just the game? I think that's just the game.
Yeah, they're going to buy back and throw bodies at Falcons, and Falcons, oh God. Okay, there's the disperser put to use.
Quad buyback.
This is truly one of the oddest games I've seen in a while, but the jump trying to kill a Crystal Maiden
they got him.
Does go off. They get the kill and bounce. They say, we got him, boys. Just what we are looking for. We farmed for 45 minutes on this support to carry Terrorblade in order to kill a Crystal Maiden. That's it. Job's done.
What was what was the point of this game? I don't understand. Who wrote this script? It makes no goddamn sense. What did we just watch? I understand nothing.
Just goes immediately, just puts his headset down straight to his phone.
I understand nothing about Dota, apparently. They almost convinced me that was going to work, but it didn't. And I guess we were kind of right the whole time. Baboka does end with a 666 score.
That is a sick
I'll leave you
right
to interpret that how you will. I don't think we saw a single fight from G2IG that entire last 30 minutes where all five fought five and it started with a reflection on the... I don't think he got a reflection on the DK. Wait, I actually got a... Can I get the breakdown?
Was that the point? Wasn't that the point of the pick? Was that we would get the Dragonite illusion hitting himself? Avery's checking their numbers real quick, but we're going to go back to the panel.
He did nothing. He did nothing. What was the point of this game?
Maybe the panel knows. What was the point?
Cutting edge analysis from our good friend SVG. Gentlemen,
a lot of question marks in this game. Like, what the hell are they doing? They like, you see this Dagon on Centaur, you're trying to kill the illusions from Dragonite, which I think is fine. Maybe not on Centaur, maybe if you pick it up on somebody else, but highlight for me was Baboka going through the twin gate, ganking the other lane. That was it. That was pretty much it. And then he's like, you know what? Others are not farming as much. I need to get some farm on my own. Wanted to get this disperser for a good like 40 minutes. Didn't manage. I think he ended up getting it in the end. But yeah, it was all about split pushing. He was very farmed in terms of net worth, but never seen him use that farm.
I think there were two phases of that game. There was the first like 15 minutes where he played his role correctly, but the problem was that, and we saw almost all the clips at the start of this highlight reel, he would go and be like, I'm gonna Sunder, and then there was a rolling thunder coming through, and the rolling thunder would hit the guy that's dying, and then Baboka would be behind being like, I'm gonna Sunder this guy, but I have like 200 cast range. And then he would get stunned, and then he would get stunned again and he would die. So he doesn't get to Sunder. And then they got behind, and then he was like, okay, unless I buy an Aether Lens or get a Blink Dagger, like, I'm just not going to do shit, so I might as well farm. And then we watched 30 minutes of him farming. I think that's what
Another highlight for me was Baboka on camera. When things were not going his way, it's like, what's going on? What am I doing? Like, why am I dead? Why is my team not farming? So he has to take the lead. He takes the farm on the map. At one point, he was almost more farmed than Monet, but never seen him do anything with the farm. It's like classic Dota. Everybody was playing Dota 2 on side of Falcons. G2IG, Dota 3.
Or Farmville.
Or that also works.
And think how different game 1 and game 2 were as well.
It was just
completely.
It was pretty wild. I also
Both the games had G2IG desperately trying to buy time, though. That was consistent in both games. In Game 1, it was them buying time for their Arc Warden on Monet.
Sure.
In Game 2, it was them buying time for Terrorblade.
That's a good point. That's a good point. It is a little different. I think one other thing in Game 2 that wasn't great is I think Caudle mid with TB4 is a bit goofy because Caudle is not a hero that wants to take a lot of HP damage and then Sunder back to full, and then he's like, haha, I'm strong now. He's like, I never want to take any damage at all. So if you have like two frontliners, like a Slark and maybe some like diving mid, and then you have a TB support, I think Sunder becomes more valuable also. So it just wasn't as cohesive as
you guys try to sell me this Terrorblade support. Maybe as a 5, as a 4, it looked very underwhelming. I'm not.
But the twin gate rotations look
that was good. You know,
got
maybe
the first 10, right?
Sure, but it's also a lot of mana, a lot of gold that you need to spend to get those illusions, like get those rotations going. But like, what's the point? Eventually, you're gonna need to buy some like carry items because if you buy, I don't know, if you're buying like Vlad's, that's fine on TB. Some carries do buy it, but like how you're playing a team game as a Terrorblade.
You got a Sunder. It's like the only way.
I thought it was all about reflection, though. That was
reflection is better. It's good, but you have to Sunder. Like it's effectively a cheese for your carry, which can be huge. But if they have AoE disables, you're gonna get caught trying to save your carry who's dying to disables. That's the problem.
I was playing this game when it was called Warcraft 3 Dota, custom map, Aeon of Strife, Tides of Blood, whatever. I was playing TB, Shadowblade, Dagon. You go into jungle, you get below like 20% HP, Shadowblade from the invis, swap the HP, Dagon, bam. Maybe that was the play. Maybe that's why JT had Dagon.
We had our social expert, Pyrion Flax, was like, oh, it's a support Terrorblade, so he's going to get an armlet, right? And then
he's old school.
There we go. Armlet Dagon.
One way. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to lower your HP these days on TB.
It really is.
So much armor.
It's true.
Where else are you going to do? Roshan? Someone's on the phone.
Someone's on the phone, and I believe it's actually a winner from Team Falcons. It's ATF that we've got on the line right now. Amar, what was going on in that last game? What were your expectations of a support Terrorblade? It seems like you guys expected it because you started banning out carries at the very end, but support Terrorblade, what is this hero supposed to do?
I mean, obviously what he's supposed to do is not to become second carry, that's all I know. Which he tried to do. So I didn't really understand what the idea was behind this Terrorblade. Like, I understand that this Terrorblade support can like try to win lane and then, you know, play for like auras and Sunder to one of your heroes. But that I don't know, like what to expect.
Oh yeah, once the butterfly came out, I think more and more question marks started coming up. But in both these games, it seemed like G2IG tried to have a similar style against you guys, which was try to buy time in the mid game. And in game 1, it worked. They eventually bought enough time for their Arc Warden to come online. What do you think is going to be your takeaway from this series on how Falcons can improve moving forward?
I think myself to play maybe more active when I have Blink, because kind of AFK'd a lot, and to like think like them dragging games like doesn't really matter as much. Like it's not like Arc Warden is the same hero that when he gets 6 items he auto wins. I think we can easily win, doesn't matter. But I think we like threw a bit and like jumped too deep into their heroes and like focused strong target.
Okay, and I'm also curious how much your coach may have some input on something like that, because at this point, I've known you to play under basically, I guess, like 3 different coaches, Seb/Misha during your time on OG, and then was Heen coaching while you were on Nigma, or no?
On Nigma it was March.
March, that's
who
right.
was coaching.
Yeah, and so how would you say the AUI experience has been differing compared to your previous coaches?
I think AUI is like a really good coach. Like I think he does like a lot. I think he like watches a lot of replay. He like does a lot. He gives us like really good ideas. Like I'd say he's like really different from other coaches that I had. Like I think he's like a really good coach. Like he does kind of everything, I'd say, that a coach needs to do, and extra even.
Right on. Yeah, that's what we've always heard about Aoi. Nice to see that he's continuing the trend. And I've actually got Kezu standing by for a question for you as well.
Sup, Amar, what went wrong in game 1? I feel like that was your game. I'll say you guys kind of threw that one away. You didn't look too happy on camera. Walk me through it. What happened?
I think in I think it's the same as what I said. Like I think we just dove too much through the game by diving and focusing wrong target, and I kind of played like a bit more greedy instead of like trying to blink stun some, like, because they didn't have like PKBs for a long time. So that's I think the main things of that game.
So you're saying you should have played more greedy, like you got impatient at some point, or is it more a balance of both?
No, I think I should have like tried to like get kills on blink, but not diving too much.
But not
That's
diving
what I
later. Okay.
Yes.
And I have one last question. When it comes to your hero, I mean, they're generally first picked or picked very early. Are you always the one who decides all the bans both before and after, if you need more bans afterwards?
Like bans for what? For like
For your hero. Like let's say you want first pick, Razor, whatever. Is it always you, no matter the meta, that you tell your team, I need this, this, and this band, and then I have a free game?
To be honest, I tell my team I don't know what to ban. So they find a ban, you know.
Okay, that's good.
They tell me please find a ban 30 seconds out of draft that we're not banning any hero, because I tell them, guys, I don't care any hero.
That's good enough. You bring the Dota, they bring the brain for the draft. Sounds good. Thank you.
Yes.
Appreciate the feedback, Amar, and congratulations on this Game 2 win. Been looking forward to how Falcons does for the rest of the tournament. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Appreciate Amar stepping in, but we've got one more series ahead of us. And it's a team that you may have thought would be doing well. Liquid are currently 1-5, and they will be facing off Extreme Gaming. We'll get to that game after the break. Welcome back, everybody. It's time for the final series of the day, Group Stage 2, but a lot of surprises have already come our way. So let's see what Liquid versus Extreme might have for us in store right now. Thank you very much to the PogChamp Pandas as they bring us into our final series of the day. Extreme Gaming up against Team Liquid. And I now have my nap specialist, Pyrian Flax, joining me on the desk.
Thank you, Neil. I hope you're fully rested.
I've never felt more rejuvenated in my life.
Wonderful.
You better be.
Yes.
That was a good nap.
Can't you tell from my voice? I am 100% energized.
Of course.
Ready to go.
Of course. We've all just eaten dinner, so we're all feeling extra sleepy. I should have said have a big meal, but then you can't try to go to sleep straight after a big meal. You'll just feel like...
Lean forward and it will be fine.
Lean forward.
You got, of course. I've been leaning forward my whole life. That's why my posture is so excellent.
Now I want
to laugh at that. That's true.
Let's lean forward into this series. I alluded to it earlier, but Liquid are not having a very good performance right now in this tournament. And in contrast, Extreme Gaming are doing pretty fantastic.
Yeah, no, like Extreme are doing really well. And I want to highlight what Liquid are not doing very well right now, which is not being on the same page.
I thought you were going to say winning games, but yes. Good.
Well, sadly, you know, that also goes hand in hand. So I have a clip. We will have a look at what Team Liquid is doing. So here, there's a game. They kind of know that this triangle is heavily warded from the Aurora side, and I want to show how this play went down. So 3-3 comes here, they do a 3-man smoke. It kind of looks good, and people are going to be like, oh, but this play is so bad. You know, they're going to go here, they're going to die with like their 3 heroes. But the thing is, this play could have been so much different. So I'm going to speed up a bit.
They don't have any vision over there. They were invading completely blind.
That is very true. Good point. That's going to be step 1.
Okay.
And they basically kind of get wiped out on 2 of their most important heroes, and the worst hero possible got the kills, being the Keeper of the Light. But I want to go to the lead-up of this play, because I want to show how good this play could have been if Liquid would be on the same page. Insania respawns, he is TP ready, he could go to Mickey up top. They could potentially meet them and go here together, right? So while they're smoking here with these 3 heroes, why doesn't Mickey just push the wave? He walks down with Insania, for instance, they go here together, slowly but surely get here together, because instead, when they come here with their 3 other heroes, the Lesh, Caudle, they all just kite away. They would have ran straight into them. Suddenly, this could look so different. They get team wiped, you steal the Ancients, but instead, you're kind of just handing the kills to the enemy team. And it's all about these like small little changes that turn a disaster play into a godlike play. And if they want to turn their 1-5 score around, they need to do better than what we can see here.
Peculiar to see.
Yeah, I'm going to say I'm not worried at all for Team Liquid, considering that the whole 2023 was pretty much scripted, and also the way 2024 started, they got the 2nd place at Bet Boom Dacha, so I believe they're going to do it one more time. Extreme Gaming, they also looked very good at Bet Boom Dacha. They started with 7-1 in the group stage, got dropped down to lower bracket, and this is where Team Liquid eliminated them from the tournament.
But Falcons to me, Extreme, they seem like a group stage team. And we're still in the group stage. And Liquid, they need to turn it around right now.
A group stage team? Maybe
it's more of a meme, but for now they look really good here, and I'm just saying Liquid, they better show up, or they could be done.
So they have opposing records, about 5-1 on Extreme, 1-5 on Liquid. Here's what I want to know: how many X's are there in the Team Liquid team? I don't think there's a single X. Boxy, that's it. He's got 2 X's in his name, right? Extreme Gaming have 3 X's and an X in their name. I'm just saying.
Ted, we might be the same person. I was talking about the same thing during Bet Boom Dacha tournament. I'm like, how many X's? Like, you know, focusing on the important stuff.
Yeah, they got a lot of guys with X in the name in the team. Like at the start, Boxy's in the middle. I think if they got some more people with X's in their name, they'd work better as a team. I'm just saying.
Maybe they have to rename. For this series.
Maybe those are not X's. Maybe those are number 10s in Roman.
As much as I appreciate the alphabet angle, and they may have more potential telling us about themselves while using their words instead of letters, perhaps.
Oh. Words are letters put into sequences.
They are, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Extreme Gaming is a relatively fresh Chinese org. And while they haven't been very successful in the past, they've become a mainstay in the Chinese Dota scene. And their new roster is really something to get excited about. Starting off with what's got most people undoubtedly hyped. Ame is back, baby. After a classic Chinese retirement and also getting married, congrats by the way, it's time to retake the throne. Being the most successful carry player from China, surely they built a good team around him. Remember how China finally won a big LAN event back in ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur? Well, Extreme Gaming decided to yoink the majority of their squad in XM playing mid, XXS playing offlane, and XingQ on position 4. Only DY remains from the previous roster.
对于 Extreme Gaming 整体上就大家都是玩得很好的朋友，然后就是大家打训练包括比赛都比较放松，比较开心吧。
It is extremely exciting. Maybe China really is back. We're thrilled to see what they can pull off in DreamLeague Season 22.
I thought I was gonna get away from all the letter nonsense, and then Brian hits me with the extremely exciting XingQ XXS.
Just to be fair,
yeah,
Brian was reading from a script, so he hadn't written that. So you can't put it on Brian.
Did you write it? Is that
I did not. No. It could have been me, but no, this was not me on this occasion. Yeah.
Like XingQ said, they are players that have history with one another, but Team Liquid has an immense amount of history with one another as well, because we actually have a Wisdom Rune on Team Liquid, presented by the U.S. Air Force. The most active playing duo right now is Insania and Mickey. These two players have the most games as a duo amongst all active, still on the same roster duos out there.
Yeah, we've seen Baboka in the last game. We are going to see XXS. This has been the longest duo in Dota 2 history. They've been playing together for like 4 or 5 years pretty much. But Insania and Mickey, these two guys, they are amazing. They're playing the lane together as well. There was a time where they did not, when Mickey was still playing the mid lane.
Yeah.
Beastly players. I also would like to highlight one of the members of the team, best mid position 4 in their squad. That's Boxy, because he was playing in 1v1 tournament during Betboon Dacha. Got 4th place. So, says a lot about the player. Jokes aside, I think Boxy's playing the best Dota of his life right now. And it's been like that for the last, I'd say, even a year now.
No, this guy is really good. I feel like ever since they had the stint where Jerex was with them for a while, I feel like it kind of transformed Boxy as a whole. And you can just see that his gameplay is really good. I still feel that it hasn't clicked. I mean, obviously they did well at Betboon Dacha, but I feel like they have some off games between him and 3-3 where it doesn't really match. I think Boxy wants to play really aggro. I think 3-3 is more on the methodical, pull waves now, we play aggro later. Whereas I think Boxy is more he wants to constantly just keep going. And I think the flow is kind of off right now between those two.
How much of that is dependent on hero pools? Because if I think back to a Zai hero pool versus a 33 hero pool, there's some overlap, but poor Boxy just has to go along for the ride with all these different picks that his offlaner's been getting.
I mean, I guess it has to do a bit with hero pool, but I feel like no matter how aggro or defensive your hero can or has to be, you can always make up for it with creativity. Like maybe you pull a wave now, but then 10 seconds later you can play aggro. I just still think that they need a bit more time, because it looks, at least to me, it looks a little random to what sometimes happened to them early on.
Can I just ask, how much weight do you guys put in? Obviously, we have changed the offlaners for Liquid, but if I remember, Liquid, when Zai was playing with them, quite often it felt like he tanked a lot of the enemy team's attention. He would go off and be he would play heroes like Brood or something like that and just be, chase me around for 20 minutes, guys, and people would, and he'd create that space. 33 doesn't quite play that way, does he? Where he's like the sacrificial lamb. He's just going to eat all that attention and harass. I mean, we would see games where Zai has died 9 times.
And Spell has a lot of impact.
Yes. So I wonder if they need to adjust to this new idea that he actually wants probably more attention than he's happy to just take all the hits.
They did talk in an interview during Betboon Dacha. Again, we're going back to that tournament because it's the first tournament of the year. And they were talking about, having different mentality coming into this year because, different offlaners. They also, something that Ted mentioned is 33. He stays on top of the network when he plays certain heroes, whether that's Tidehunter, Beastmaster, playing Dragonite, whatever is necessary. And, it's not right now a zoo meta, but so he had to adapt, but they're cooking some drafts. I like the drafts that Team Liquid are getting, and you can see some creativity coming out compared to the old Team Liquid.
Then why are they 1-5 right now? They're coming hot off of a grand final.
It's just the group. Let's listen to Lacoste.
Not that much time left.
2 of those losses were to Spirit, though, right? So
yes, and then 2 of them were to Aurora earlier today.
Which is not great.
Hey,
with a
Aurora
stand-in.
crushing it this tournament.
That is true. I will give them that. They have a stand-in for mid, and it's somehow working magic right now.
Well, I'm just saying, give them time. I mean, you know, like Lacoste says, they're cooking.
Okay.
They're cooking. This has been a consistently excellent team.
True.
Also, in regards to Boxy playing much better. Now, of course, remember, I think it was at TI. There was a big content piece about him going through a lot and all that kind of recovery and everything like that. So I'm hoping he's in like a great place. And I think with 33, as this team grows into it, they're going to be a great team. They just these things take time.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's just like about this balance. Obviously, they all know they're great. They keep getting second place as a grand final. It doesn't happen randomly. So yeah, it's just about time, but making sure that at this very moment, they don't have as much time to do these tweaks. So hopefully it will start from this series.
Yeah, I personally think if they need to 2-0 this series. They really, really do. If they don't, I think they're in big, big trouble.
Yeah,
that's not even an opinion. That's just a fact.
Their last series when they played against each other, Team Liquid, they had like very tempo lineup coming out from the first draft, second draft as well.
Yeah.
Insania, Enchantress, I think that could be the key. Also, the first game that they played, it was a lot of healing coming out. You had this Oracle, you had Dazzle, and you also had Alchemist with the shard. So a lot of survivability, not allowing Extreme Gaming to go in and focus one target. It was one of the like best Dota that I've seen Team Liquid play in terms of how they were approaching team fights.
That draft reminds me a little bit of the other one they had at Gaimin, also at Boom Dacha with like the IO Marcy sniper. I feel like they play really well obviously when things come together, but I feel like this early to mid-game aggression is, I think, what really makes this team. So I would like them to lean in a little more on that.
Lean forward.
I have to lean forward, Lacoste. It's important.
You know, it looks like they're playing it from one of the smaller rooms in a museum, like an art museum.
Wait, who is that? I haven't been paying attention.
Extreme.
Oh, yeah.
It's kind of museum vibes.
And maybe one hero that hasn't been changed in the patch, Monkey King. We go back to Boom Dacha. Jinkyu Monkey King, he was a menace. One of the games, he killed 15 couriers. He was not playing the lane. He left XXS alone, and he was just hunting down the couriers.
I saw the reel. I think ESL actually posted it on Insta. My boy Axel posted that. And yeah, it's ridiculous. He's just turning up and...
Whatever Baboka was doing last game, playing a different game, I think Jinkyu was doing the same thing with the
more
Monkey King.
efficiently.
Well, it was actually good. Like, he actually won the game.
I mean, in terms of the backgrounds, it is actually a little bit surprising that Liquid are not at their boot camp. In fact, Shopify Rebellion is right now at the Liquid boot camp, and Liquid's not at the Liquid boot camp. But
there was no space for them. They
must be it.
They're like, yeah, we're gonna give our boot camp for 100K,
Yeah.
and you guys need to stay at home. Gonna split the money.
All right, first phase of bans have filtered through. Mag, Mars, Chen, and Centaur taken out by Liquid, and Extreme take out the TA, the Alk, the Venge, and now the Enigma. First pick of the Crystal Maiden, and Liquid take the Rubik in response.
Like, we can go back again to one of the first tournaments of the year, because XXS, like, he has very limited hero pool. During that tournament, he only played basically 4 heroes, 1 game of offlane Pango when they wanted to switch things up a little bit, which was not effective. Pango's not an offlaner by any means, so 3 of those offlaners are already gone, which also leaves Primal Beast in the pool if they want to grab that on side of Extreme Gaming.
Yeah, I feel like XXS to me seems more like he's like the beefy initiator type boy, your Primal, your Tide, Mars. So I do think he will get his hands on whichever hero he wants. If I look at Extreme's recent draft, in the last 5 games, they first picked CM. So they're probably on some train of, just solid laner, helps your boys out with the mana region. And I think the Crystal Clone, that's an S tier shard right there.
I still, I don't play CM much, although when I do, I always have fun, but I've still never used this clone thing.
It's time to use it.
Well, I don't know. I play 4. I could go Pulse 4 CM, but that sounds horrible. I don't know if I fancy that.
So what do you do if you get it for free?
Yeah, what for free?
Don't use it.
He just has an
I don't have a key for it.
No, I haven't played it since it came out.
Oh, okay.
Are CMs buying it, or are they just hoping to get it from both?
Like, the shard is so good that you should actually buy it if you're getting unlucky by not getting it from the Tormy Man.
So you wait it for at least one Tormentor, and if you don't get it from that one, then you're like 23 minutes, you're like, all right, fine, I'll buy it.
Most often, yes.
Okay.
What does it do? Ah, Kezu. You could have shown me if you'd mentioned it.
We still can. We have
want me
the
to show it to you?
Show it to me. Show it to me.
Okay.
Show him how to press a hotkey.
Keep going.
I was going to see what it does.
All All right, Kezu's gonna load up how Crystal Clone
So
works.
you guys continue.
But
Are you
meanwhile-
not worried, Lacoste, a little bit, if they are going to pick the Primal, which some, I think you mentioned it, Neil, right? That they could pick Primal?
No, it was Kezu, but I'll
Kezu?
take credit for it.
Do you want to pick Primal into Rubik? Is that a thing you want to do with that quick lift and then he can steal it? I mean, apparently they don't give a shit, so yes. Thank you, Extreme Gaming, for answering my question.
I mean, his hero pool is limited. We did mention it, so that was pretty much the only hero that has been left in the pool. Depending how they want to play this Crystal Maiden, you're most of the time going to see them played as position 5, but if they decide to play it as 4, because,
I'm ready.
Zinq, you're ready?
I'm ready
we
to
can
show it.
Computer load up
You're ready?
Kezu's
All right, let's
screen
see.
so we can-
Teaching Ted Dota, lesson 47, CM's Crystal
Only 47?
Clone. Yeah, geez, there's a lot of lessons to come. Don't worry, Neil.
I made it also very lore accurate once we have the screen available.
Wait, is it against Lena?
No.
Oh.
Well, for Ted's lore, maybe.
Ted lore?
What, an egg?
No, stop.
Okay.
Don't read too much into the words I'm using.
Okay. All right. Windrunner.
Computer? Can we load Kezu's screen?
Computer active. Okay, it's
We're
not good.
working on it.
It's
In the
not-
meanwhile, Wind Ranger gets picked.
I always do this. This earlier on, there was a bit we were going to have a graphic. It almost broke the whole production. I'll just stop suggesting things or asking for things.
I think we got
here
it.
we go. We
So,
actually do
Ted,
have
first what you do is
No,
you
no,
go...
no, hold on. It's
Hold
not on.
We gotta
the
wait for it to be
program
on
yet.
screen.
Oh, my
Just
bad.
Hold on.
I want this nice shot of the PogChamp pandas first.
Yeah, we gotta have that shot. It's a
And then
great shot.
I'm
Okay,
here.
so there's a settings tab, Ted. You can bind a button to the spell.
Oh!
So we start there.
Well, I already know how to fucking do that, you idiot.
Shut up. So you press the clone, it will push you back.
Right.
It
So
will, it will
okay.
leave a clone behind, which, boom, you can proc it yourself.
Oh,
and now it
shit.
applies an AoE frostbite to enemies.
Well, that's nuts.
Yeah.
And
So
how-
maybe
it's
you
like
should
a
try
little.
it.
It's almost. I will say it's a little similar to concussive grenade on sniper.
Sure, but you leave behind the crystal clone, the CC, which is
CC.
very strong.
And if you
Okay.
don't damage it, it still explodes after how long?
I believe it is 5 seconds.
So if you just pop it and then walk away, 5
You
seconds
can-
later it'll
And
detonate.
you can juke them, because you glide back, boom.
I like that.
And they're all
right.
dead.
Very cool
Triple
ability.
kill for Ted.
Thank you.
Good job, Ted.
Lesson 47 complete. Can't wait
Back
for
to
lesson
the
48.
draft.
Just not a hero I play. Too slow.
Sven and Techies. I think Techies has been one of my favorite position 4/5s in the current meta. This hero is just insane. Not
Yeah.
just because what he does in the lane, how he can set up the kills. It's also about the scaling of this hero and blocking potential patterns when they're going through the twin gates. Let's say in the last month or so, we've seen more teams just utilize the twin gates so you can see where they're coming from, defending Roshan, certain areas of the map. Techie is the best hero in Dota to do so.
Also, Boxy, an excellent tech.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I think him and Save might be some of my favorite Techies players when it comes to this specific hero. I think supports that allow you or give you like 1+1 kill threat around the game, especially in the mid game, are really, really important. And Techies, one thing this hero does not lack is definitely dishing out damage.
Hate that wardrobe. Not that wardrobe. The wardrobe in Jinkyu's room. Oh, it's
The museum? I'll have to
It's
pay
just
attention
terrible.
to
5 seconds.
So Anti-Mage for Extreme Gaming.
I don't like that.
I'm a classic. Good against Doom if you can pull it off. Great against Rubik. Sven as well can
Yeah.
stun the whole team pretty much with
Yeah.
either Sven or Rubik.
It's really hard.
It is, but they do have 3 heroes to keep them busy while Anti-Mage is farming. So you have Crystal Maiden, Wind Ranger, who could be like position 4, who could still be a mid hero. In this one, we know that Zinq, he loves the farm, he loves the scale.
Yeah.
And they did play this with the Primal Beast before, so a lot of damage, whether that's just one Nova into Frostbite, into Power Shot, which should be maxed out, Primal Beast as well. So they're definitely not gonna lack damage until AM comes online.
What about a puck here for Liquid?
Could
Not,
be
not bad.
No, I think it could
gives
be
him
pretty
some
good.
lockdown against the AM. You can dodge quite a lot of shit.
It's good. I'm thinking, like, because Extreme Liquid don't know yet fully who's going mid, so maybe they have to wait a little bit more. Because, like Lacoste was mentioning, Wind Ranger could go mid, could be a 4, or maybe even Primal can go mid. But I do think that Extreme are more likely to perhaps pick a new mid hero. I mean, the bans will maybe tell us something.
Liquid gets last pick anyway, so
Yeah.
they'll be able to
Because
decide.
Kanka is at least soft protecting Wind Ranger. That would make it easier for the hero to end up going middle.
5 seconds remaining.
Also, a hero we didn't get to touch on too much. Sven, is this... You want to dispel against Windrun if core Wind Ranger becomes an issue.
Yeah, just a strong overall farmer, one of the fastest farmers in the game that doesn't need, anything to amplify his own farm. Team Liquid, one of the best, if not the best team in the world in terms of stacking. There's always going to be either Insania or Boxy stacking.
Yeah.
Sometimes 33 will take the big camp, and you'll leave Mickey to get the hands on the ancient stacks.
I hate that piece of furniture. I think it's...
Is it the color or?
Everything. It's just so bad.
I'm still trying to think, like, for Extreme, I could even see something like, I mean, there's maybe one way if they do want to pick a support. Oh, let's see.
All right, a little bit of a sniper action.
Pick puck. That's it.
All right.
Yeah.
This also blocks potential puck for Team Liquid, because this is something that Team Liquid did use against puck matchup when they were playing against Gaming Gladiators.
And Spirit yesterday.
Yep.
What's up with some of these drafts?
This sniper TB, sniper AM?
I'm just saying, I don't really understand the sniper pick, personally. I get, like, Primal can go in for you, but this... Yeah, it's like a blind mid pick. They have heroes who can jump on you, so I'll have to wait for later, because for now, I feel like this pick is not that great.
So do you think it's like I was saying, they picked this so they can't pick puck on Liquid?
There is a
chance. So the point is they get the ban on Pango, and then you block the puck pick with the sniper. You could even run him as a 4. Who cares?
That's true, but the problem is that the enemy team still has last pick. So I personally am not really sold.
Right.
Like on the sniper as a whole.
These are beefy gentlemen. DK, Doom, and Sven.
Beefy gentlemen who all build gap closing tools.
Yeah.
Is this core sniper or is this? Oh, okay.
XM locked in on it, right?
There you go.
Yeah, I personally don't understand the sniper pick. I feel like you should have wanted a hero that helps your AM to get to the stage where he's strong. Instead, now you
think Sniper's not that hero?
I mean, apparently he can show me, but to me it looks like they have 2 miracles, 2 people who want to be top net worth, have everything, and I feel like Liquid are equipped to just fuck them both.
I don't think Sniper is good against Sven by any means. He comes online super fast. I think there's going to be like this big window where Team Liquid is going to be super strong and they're going to be putting the pressure. You'll have good high ground defense with power shot, with Sniper, so that's good. But also, I don't think you're going to be leaning towards any fights anytime soon, because both Sniper and AM, they're kind of fulfilling the same role and they need a lot of time to come online.
And if you knew you were going to pick the Sniper as like a preemptive, you can't pick puck kind of thing, which is really the only justification we've been able to come up
I don't
with,
have any other.
then why pick Anti-Mage as your other carry? Why not pick like a Gyrocopter as a core instead or something like that? A more self-sufficient carry?
I don't know. They're going to have to let their Dota do the talking, because I at least don't understand their draft.
I honestly think the AM pick was that the bubble, you can't do much to him. We pops a bubble, you can't doom him. It's pops a bubble, you can't Sven stun him. So it's like a good evasion for their sort of targeted, quite slow spells. Like, you know what I mean? The stun from Sven, you can bubble that all day. So it's an answer to that. But then I don't get the draft. I like Liquid's draft. However, I'm sure they'll still win. Just to, make me look even stupider. So,
Based off statistics, that would be the case, as Extreme are 5-1 and Liquid are 1-5. Let's see if these numbers will shift in game number 1 with the PogChamp Pandas.
A do-or-die scenario for Team Liquid, as they gotta start getting some wins on the board now, and they have to do it against one of the toughest teams in their group.
Who's that?
Extreme Gaming.
Oh, that's right.
Or Aurora.
Dragon's back. That was the roar of the dragon.
That wasn't...
Yeah, that was
very far. Shrapnel! Slow him down, Crystal Maiden. Oh, did get a lot of damage there underneath the shrapnel. They're going to take so much damage out of this. They're going to get a second kill, perhaps. Who's it going to be on? They're going to chase down Mickey. One more slow, and a shot or 2 will do the job. XM. Great start for him.
So who came out ahead out of all of that?
Well, we still have the bounty runes to go, so...
It was, the sniper, pretty much, because the first one went to Boxy, which is kind of just,
The battle begins.
know?
Yeah.
That's like whatever. But this sniper basically, the sniper ended up getting more net worth out of that than the techies did with the first one. So Ame's going to get a lot of regen burn here. Those trade out mana on Nisha, which kind of nice for mid. I mean, look at these lanes. I feel like both these off lanes should do pretty well. I think there's potential that Extreme demolish this Liquid safe lane, though. Rubik's Fen is, to me, kind of a nothing lane. I don't think this lane does anything. I don't think it ever really threatens an offlaner. I think it just opens up opportunity that this offlaner can kill the support on the side. And I think Wind Ranger is one of those supports that can always provide that opportunity. This hero is insanely strong on lane.
Yeah.
Just has crazy good spells. So there's potential XG do really well in their off lane, and there's also potential I think Liquid do really well in theirs, because I think Doom Techie should also pretty much own this lane. They should have free reign. You can maybe get some mana burn trades going out, but the Maiden's going to be pretty threatened by this Techies. This matchup is just not fun.
No. You outrange the Crystal Maiden and can beat her to a pulp, just the techies alone. Then you also have an AM who's really not going to be helping out the Crystal Maiden, kind of similar to our last game, where
I think DY is going to suffer down here. We'll see. We'll see how it progresses. I mean, XG's been playing really well, so of course when you're playing really well, matchups don't matter, but okay, yeah, maybe they do. Feeling the burn. Stunned under his tower, but no aggro. And
once again, a ranged hero versus a Dragon Knight. They have to do some weird lane pulling shenanigans.
Okay, I mean, you lose your courier versus a melee hero mid. That's a rough time, but he's doing okay. He's got his cosmetics, so he's chilling. This should be a free farm lane for kind of both heroes, though.
Well, then why was he pulling behind the tower?
Who?
XM.
He wasn't pulling behind the tower.
Yeah, he was. Did you not see him?
No, he was just trying to pull it to the side to, like, force the creeps under. He wasn't trying to dodge the entire lane, if that's what you're asking.
Sure, but I'm still saying, like, the point that he has to do something like
33.
that. 33 is just going to stand and fight, but Ame has burned out both of their mana, so he can actually run down both of them potentially and get the courier. Ame.
Big trade for them.
Slow down and free kills for Ame. Boy, I mean, he died that one time, but he comes back and, I mean, he'll eventually get this. He will miss a decent amount out of the lane.
Nah, that's mega worth for them. So much XP going their way. And that is a situation where if that Maiden dies, they maybe don't get both kills on the return around because he has to throw the grenade, he gets another Nova out. That's an unfortunate situation for Liquid. It's going to give this anti-mage a lot of breathing room down here on his way to an early regen item. Depending on what he wants to do. Could go fast treads as well and just fight it out. You don't care if you die on this hero if you get to come back and get the mana burn trade. It's not necessarily the worst exchange. We'll see. Ame might just be chilling down here after that. I think DY still might die once or twice, but if your AM gets a good start, then you don't care. Because, you know, as you mentioned, this Maiden's not going to help the AM forever. You eventually want to go play through this sniper. I think that's what the pick is designed to do.
Yeah.
Give you some hero to skirmish through. This hero can be really strong in this.
He's got a Fairy Fire still, so he's not going to die just to that, but a lot of pressure from this sniper. DY is going to get run down. I mean, it does go both ways. You say, you know, if you die in the AM, but then you come back and burn all the mana, it's not too bad. Well, now you killed the enemy off lane. They came back with full resources. They killed DY once again.
Yeah, notice that the Maiden got brought into the trees, and
I did notice that.
Yeah, so Liquid won some MMR there. And Ame skipped early regen. He just went for the fighting build, extra tangos. I can respect that. Just brawl the lane up. This lane's been pretty quiet. I still think actually had some aggressive potential on this lane. Just opting to farm it. Jin Q getting out-traded by the Rubik on the side. But they are free farming. Every core getting something in this game, but is the sniper and the anti-mage pulling ahead of everybody. And honestly, it's Nisha suffering. That start that XM had off that fight, it's just so much extra gold, so much extra stats into the sniper. He's just taking it to him, man. I mean, the CS looks okay, but you switch to the net worth here, he's like 800 up.
Yeah, he's probably had to burn through a lot of
I mean, he's bought at least 2 salves so far, right, on the side of Nisha.
Yeah, and from now, he'll be fine because he has 3 points, Dragon's Blood, 2 bracers. But damn if XM isn't having a pretty damn good game here. And not too much. That's a lot of regen for the Rubik, god man. We'll see what Nisha can do with his level 6. That's going to be a big turning point for Liquid. Do they want to bring supports to the Dragon Knight, try and gank the Sniper? I think in an ideal world, that's the kind of play you'd want to make between these 2 cores, but I don't know if they have the capability to do it here. And on the flip side, is the Sniper going to go brawl on one of these side lanes? Let's say you try and get aggressive if you're Liquid against the AM, against the Primal, you chase into a Sniper teleport with shrapnels. That's pretty hard to do.
Yeah, it is definitely one of the most dangerous heroes to overextend into, right?
So they have to be careful about the aggression on the side lanes because XM's just going to be sitting there waiting to TP. He's just going to be ready to clean these up. Well, the Maiden is on the side here. That's the green light.
It's got another Frostbite and another Blood Grenade. Boxy is...
He's got full wand.
Full wand.
No, wow. I'm telling you, Maiden in the trees, man, it's GG.
See, they're 33's gonna pop Scorch Earth and just run him down.
Yeah, he's gonna chase him down like a dog.
Dang.
They play this pensive music during these pauses, man. It's giving me anxiety.
Well, you should. Need to be on the edge of your seat. Lands a blast off. 33 does get all of his mana burned. Ame's actually slowing him down enough that he draws the attention of 33 back onto himself.
There's the TP, but it's from the Ranger.
Boxy's not going to be able to get this kill by himself, surely.
I think he just wants to trade it out, go base, come back.
Yeah.
What's the point of staying here when... I respect that play. It does open up some space mid where
Nisha, he saw the opportunity. He was support so focused on the bottom lane. He makes a dive onto the Sniper. I wonder how that got set up in the first place.
Aggressive obs. Got the D-ward, I think, as well, and just controlling the vision. Really nice individual play from Nisha. Swings that net worth back, and now he gets to pressure the tower. 7-minute Wisdom Rune as well. They're bringing both stuns for it.
Yeah, I thought there was a chance that Extreme would make this kind of move.
This is nice by Mickey. Honestly, he does not lose anything for this. He gets to cut the wave, guarantee the Wisdom Rune. That's a big win.
I've noticed a lot more carries doing this. It seems to be a nice cooperative trend. Like you give up like maybe 1 or 2 CS or something, but in exchange for securing a Wisdom Rune, that's a massive, massive W.
Oh yeah, I mean that should happen every time, in theory, if it's guaranteed, which there it was.
Yeah.
Also a product of them bringing that Ranger TP bottom. Q nowhere near the ability to contest either of those.
33 still kind of struggling here. 22 CS, man.
Yeah, but he's a Doom.
Yeah. Bullshit net worth mechanics.
I mean, we also saw him play this earlier, and he recovered very fast in that Doom game.
True, but he also got the chain lightning, right?
Chain lightning is... Yeah, that definitely helped. You just get it again, you know. Why not? This is the downside of not going for the early regen item. I mean, your survivability and fight's a bit stronger, but you get forced off the lane a bit more, but it's hard to get there. It just costs so much now. Yeah, Maiden.
I hate, one part I hate about playing Maiden is that she always does not feel great at being able to hold towers by herself.
Big shackle.
Ame joining in on this fight is kind of an interesting move here. They did need the extra damage because Nisha is still not dead. The Assassinate, it won't do it either. The power shot doesn't land from Q. Nisha managed to sidestep that one nicely. The reactive taser will protect Boxy from the Sniper. So all in all, Team Liquid will be able to weather through this fight without any losses.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Nice stuns to get him out of there. However, it's still a dragon form that you're walking to base with. It doesn't feel great. These are ideally forms you want to use to gank the Sniper and create the pressure. That's what Liquid would really want here. They're controlling the vision around mid really well too, so they have the potential for it. XM just doesn't. He just sees nothing right now.
Did he have an Arcane Rune? He's got another dragon form coming back up. So they're gonna go again.
Yeah, this is what you want. This is just GG territory, you know? This is where the mid player flames his supports and says, where's my help?
Dooms one and tries to run interference on the others. Mickey is walking away outside of vision. He goes back into it with the God Strength, challenging Q away, and he's gonna kill him.
Wait, he killed the Harpy.
Oh no, 33's recovery mechanism.
And he has a Devour up now. Does he realize what? Oh,
yeah, but he's going hand of Midas
Never mind.
instead of the, was it Tiara build?
Yeah, that makes sense. He wants more levels.
That should help.
Well, this game has swung a lot, especially off this mid lane. Sniper, who was once top of the board, is now bottom of the board, losing power runes and being very sad. It does go back to the draft. You did pick this hero blind, which...
That's a nice steal. Shrapnel.
Yeah, that's another downside of the skill build here. Pretty reliable steals for the Rubik. That is a very obnoxious spell to fight into.
I mean, not even fighting into it, I think it's great for just being able to push out that mid lane, right? You could do it from such a distance. 33 gets grabbed. The damage will be enough. Help Jin Q. Power shot from a distance away.
Damn. That's some damage right there.
Dire's top tower.
Get the hell out of my lane.
I guess they'll take the tower for it. Meanwhile, Nisha is going to be pushed in that other side of the lane, so Extreme would have to do something, well, rather extreme. They'd have to, like, massive rotate to stop this bottom lane push. I doubt they will.
Nah, this looks difficult. If your Sniper was having a better game relative to the DK, then maybe, but he kind of just needs to farm a bit. Let's see what XM opts for in this game. Shrapnel's coming down.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
For both
attack.
sides.
Counter shrapnel. Oh, they are going to mass rotate. Now that they saw some heroes mid, they know that Nisha is relatively alone here. And he got the tower, but against all of these heroes, as long as XSS can grab him, he's almost there, gets him. Now with the grab there, to allow everybody else to be able to follow up, and once you're in close range with XM, you're not really going anywhere.
Doom, the maiden. Have mercy.
Cessation.
Not the last take this time.
Evaporates into stardust.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I'm melting. I'm melting.
I mean, this is all space for Mickey, I guess. You know, it just feels like there's a bunch of random kills happening on the map, but the Sven's benefiting. Sven kind of likes these games where it's a bunch of random stuff happening and it's not on him because he pulls ahead and then he gets to play Sven Dota.
Yeah.
We'll see where Mickey gets to make his presence felt in this game.
They got a double stack in the triangle too, so.
He's just looking at an Ags, a fast Ags, Echo Ags.
Yeah, this Ags has... okay, Sven has been coming back in general, as has his Aghanim Scepter.
True.
Can you tell me why for both of those things?
True.
Thank you, Avery.
It's just the Dispel, I think. There's a lot of heroes in the meta that it gives you the extra value. The extra stats and HP aren't bad. I don't know. I'm still kind of mixed on that hero, but I still feel like a good old-fashioned blink at the right timing is nice, you know? It's reliable. The Ags on him can be hit or miss.
I feel like this sort of game, when you're trying to get on top of a sniper and jump an AM, I feel like that would be worth a blink dagger.
But he's gonna go blink, so.
Okay.
Gotcha.
It means we were right. Our analysis
I was right.
Why are you saying gotcha to me?
Got him. Easy. Another easy dub.
Why are you so antagonizing? You don't have an answer for that, do you?
What? Sorry, I stopped listening.
Oh my god.
Stopped listening after I heard dub.
9 to 10, even net worth game with the Wisdom Runes coming up. And XM wants to find some kills here.
First item BKB. You gotta make that one work when you get it. There's some stacking.
Oh my god, he almost got slammed. Insania boldly running up to
More
the ground.
stack. Battle Fury Ame with an illusion rune. A minute faster. Now the real question is, what does Yatoro have to say about this?
Quick, somebody get Yatoro on the line.
That's what we're all wondering. What would Yatoro say about this anti-mage performance here in the first 14 and a half?
He would say this is the most beautiful item build that any carry has ever gone in the history of Dota. I love you, Ame.
Why don't you ever write back? Have you gotten my letters?
Keep calling, but you never pick up.
Now, would Yatoro have had a faster battle?
If you asked Yatoro, he would say no. But in reality, yes, he would.
Okay. Just making sure we're all on the same page here. Sven finished that blink. So he's ready to rumble. He wants to join a fight that his team sets up. Stolen power shot. That's a nice one to steal.
Yeah.
That's like a finger of death right there.
With a slow. That's pretty nice.
XM considering an Ags. Okay. I mean, would end up being a bold choice. I don't think he'll end up committing, but we'll see. Everybody's just farming, man. This is a chill game. This is like an old Western European game right here.
Why are we getting these kind of chill games?
Look at that blink.
Foxy with a blast off, only going to land on DY. XXS will get away thanks to DY's sacrifice.
Why are we getting chill games?
Yeah.
Are we? I feel like the games are pretty mixed.
Dire's middle tower is
I think the Chinese teams just generally play a little slower. And when they're not garbage, they don't get run over. So then the games end up being a little longer. Last year, I think a lot of the Chinese teams were very bad relative to the European teams in terms of the matchups and construction and game.
You don't have to.
So
you don't have to back off. You can just leave it there. Just say they're very bad.
So a lot of those games just ended quickly. But I think when they're constructed well and they're on form, they tend not to get rolled. Maybe they'll lose the game, but they're going to lose it like, at 40 minutes with a support terribly with 3 Eagle songs.
God, we really set that up for a potential G2IG comeback win. Boy, we could not have been more wrong.
And is this going to be an XG comeback win? Because currently they are technically behind. But you do have an anti-mage. I think generally you're going to be behind with this hero. I think the only games where you're really ahead with him at the 15 to 20 minute mark are where he can join fights and get the big mana ult, like on Lashrak or something.
Oh, nice juke by Boxy.
Yeah,
he actually gets the blast off away. Now with Nisha joining in the fight, they can go back in.
There's no damage here, though.
They got a 33 who's not too far away. They'll blink onto him while they're going on the kill and DY at the bottom at the same time. So they actually get the BKB out of him for some TP.
What do we say, Cap? He's doomed.
He's doomed.
So it's going to be the last tick that kills him.
is under attack.
Yeah, and there it is.
Oh, it wasn't this time.
What?
9 HP.
Who is this guy? Yo, this guy's hacking, dude. Report him. Yo, observer, click on his profile.
Check
report him for hacking. Oh, geez.
Oh, no.
All right, don't actually do it. Jesus. I don't want to be reported for false reporting.
Oh, by the way, did I see that right? Rubik has, they killed the Crystal Main, and he's got freezing field.
Yeah, and he rushed
with Blink Dagger. Ooh.
So Insania is ready to party right now. This is a Rubik's dream right here. He's level 10 as well, so he's got the passive to back it up. And look at that nice Alienware logo. That is top tier product placement from a veteran captain, I must say.
Insania's been in the game for a while now. TDP's coming in. Boxy gonna lead the chart here, trying to catch whatever heroes they can. It's gonna be both supports. Though one of them slipped away with the Glimmer Cape, so it'll take a little bit.
Did he though?
To run him down.
I mean, he didn't slip far because unfortunately he has the lowest base move speed in the game. But
isn't there a hero that's slower, like Viper or Dusa or something?
Yeah, there's probably. I mean, whatever. I think Treant's slower, but he has the extra
tree walking.
That doesn't count. Well, some extra action for Mickey. I mean, he's continuing to have a very smooth Sven game here. This is the trajectory you want. Get a couple thousand ahead of the enemy carry, join fights when he's not ready to, pull even farther ahead, get Roshan's, and then just jam your net worth into the enemy.
Yeah, break apart Yanko Saber for a faster BKB, so your timing is like so much farther ahead than the enemy carry. XXS once again gonna have to use his BKB and TP out, or onslaught out.
Ooh, he's out of there. Unsuccessful gank.
But it also means if your off lane, who is all of your team fight right now, does not have his BKB.
But you're not looking to fight anyway. You have anti-mage. Ame mage.
Oh, 33 successfully scanned him. He was not going to get that Doom faster than Ame gets the spell shield, so he doesn't even try.
Good luck with that one.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Liquid's still lingering down here. I mean, they know the Doom was top, so this is... That's just a freebie. No blink out in time. Mickey looking to maybe go back in, though. He's got everything available.
Oh, the blast off landed on the two of them.
Yeah, Glimmer Cape that.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
And
attack.
because they have a Dragonite, God Strength going off. Oh, Ken actually got the Wind Ranger somewhere in the jungle there.
Yeah, he got doomed.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And because of these two cores, they'll be able to get the tier 2 tower. Looks like XXS.
No BKB.
Not going to be able to BKB onslaught off that. So XM, because of XXS's positioning, is also going to get caught on this. All of a sudden, Liquid have some serious momentum to work with. I mean, they were ahead. It felt like they were winning, but this is kind of cracks open the game quite a bit.
This is anti-mage Dota sometimes. You just need the 5th hero, but there's no way Ame can go in these fights yet. He needs Ags to be able to have impact. I think it is a very good Ags game for the AM.
Yeah.
It's going to be obnoxious going in, burning these heroes' mana. It's annoying for the Sven. Cancel his blink sometimes. But that was a value God Strength. I mean, he got the initial gank into the tower, into a secondary gank, into a cleanup sniper kill. That is just money in the bank right now as Mickey continues his onslaught in this game.
Definitely, I noticed a bit of difference here in the gameplay. It feels like Liquid's, like, they're playing a little bit more 4-man, and 33 is allowed to be his greedy, you know, like, build up the Octarine, Midas sort of deal. He can do that because you've got Mickey joining in on early fights with his Blink Dagger, because Nisha is helping the 2 cores. They also have 2 supports that can actually kind of do things, as opposed to the last time we saw with the Doom.
It does seem a lot more fluid for them.
Radiant structures are fortified.
For sure. The fact Mickey's been able to be this active early on, I mean, it's only 22 minutes, and it feels like he's joined 4 fights already.
Yeah. Good read by Insania, too. He positioned himself knowing that Ame was going to try and cut the creep wave.
Radiant's top tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I think this is the type of setup you kind of need for 33, in a way. I don't think you can be a team that relies on him joining every fight to succeed.
Yeah.
Because I don't think he will.
No.
He's going to farm, he's going to push waves out, he's going to scale. I think when he's playing the Aura builders, the Zoo, it's a bit different. I think those games you just go with him. And
yeah, naturally, those are the kind of heroes you play through.
But Zoo's been out of the meta, so you have to adapt and change it up a bit, and this is working out great for him. All 3 cores in a very solid position. We've not seen what happens when the AM joins the fight, though. That's the big question mark.
Yeah, but you never get to see that until 45 minutes when an AM is in the game. So.
Oh, this is why I banned this hero, so my own teammates don't pick it.
I feel like I've tuned into your stream several times where you are losing with an AM and you're just like, well, that's Anti-Mage Dota for you.
I mean, this hero is a menace on your team, and not in a good way. If Ame can't even win with it, I mean, what are we doing here?
XM. Wave. Pretty far out there considering the lack of towers here and no support from any allies.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
The Harpoon, you're not getting away from Mickey anytime soon.
You know what anti-mage? Anti-mage is the carry that people pick when they want to look cool and blame their team.
Yes.
They go, I was ratting, guys. What happened?
Big anime protagonist vibes from any AM picker.
Oh, I mean, of course. Yeah, the anime factor. Oh, look at a quick pick. That's something going their way. Man, when was the last kill for XG outside of Boxy right there? It's like 10 minutes or something.
It's been a minute. They picked off
20 minute mark, 5 minutes. Just nothing happened.
And then before that was another 10 minutes.
Sentry. It's
where
all
they killed
sentry
Nisha's
wards,
Dragonite.
These sentries are dropping like flies. Yeah, so they've basically gotten 2 kills in the last 10, 12 minutes of this game. They are keeping stable in that worse, I guess, but it's not been great.
And by that, you mean AM has been kind of keeping up with the Sven as much as you can expect.
I mean, he hasn't been
Everybody
getting
else
picked
is
off.
not doing great, though.
The Wind Ranger's doing pretty solid. I think Xingqiu's done a decent job finding good number in this game. He's built a Greaves. He has decent utility to offer. And again, I mean, you're okay being behind with AM, but the game just can't spiral. And right now, it's on the verge of spiraling.
We're on the brink.
Yeah, this is the brink of the game right here.
One tiny little push could send them teetering off the edge.
This Sven is in prime territory right now.
Looking forward to seeing Blink Fragment put to use by this Rubik. Haven't seen that one stolen by him before.
Yeah, it's not great, but there's worse spells you can steal.
I mean, it's kind of free vision. Break the smoke. 33 blinks back before XXS can grab him. That gives him the space to get the Roshan. Now maybe they can join in on the fight before 33 dies. Stadium tries to grab him, tries to help out, but he's joining 33 in death here through the AM, or through the Doom on the AM illusion.
That damage looked pretty good.
Not bad.
That was a lot faster than I expected. And they got Mickey with an assassinate. He had no TP anyway. Are they just gonna lose 2 lives? He has no God Strength. Yeah, this is that 2-for-1 special. Or he didn't even have the Aegis.
Yeah, that was taken by Nisha. Interesting enough. So they gave it to Nisha, I assume, because they were like, we're gonna hit high ground.
Oh, they knew Mickey was gonna get caught, so.
Oh, all part of the plan.
Yeah.
Yes.
That was a bad sequence for Liquid. I mean, you got this Roche, but I think you were guaranteed on it. Yeah, this AM, he cleans up fast, man. These illusions go out. Doom on an illusion as well.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
That stings.
Yeah, when you have so many of these illusions, when you have the Blink Fragment as well as the Manta illusions, and you get a stun on a target, they can't get off BKB or anything, you're going to work through that mana pool so damn quickly.
He is a problem in this game. It's not... This isn't a game where this AM is just, oh, he blinks in the fight and insta dies. I mean, that can happen, but if Ame plays it smart, he lets his useless sniper tank the jump. He should see something to go on.
Dire's top tower is under
Another one of those things is the sniper useless
I mean, he did
because
go
of
for
his
the
AM.
Axe. Dude, XM has some crazy ideas, man. This guy's a very unique player. I think he's one of the more unique Chinese players we've seen in a long time.
I mean,
in terms of his hero pool, the way he itemizes, the way he plays, it's like, it's very weird, you know? He has some old chicken vibes with like the Viper. Then he's got some Ori vibes with these storms and stuff, just playing crazy. He's got some old, I don't know, man. All right, bunch of other weird stuff in there.
I kind of see the synergy, though, of the assassinate into Blink Fragment illusions being thrown at whatever hero gets popped.
Yeah, it's not bad. If he gets Conda, he's going to be really annoying. And that's where this build's heading, right? You get Ags, you get Conda, you have even the Quiver on top of it. It hurts. You get smacked by that assassinated Blink Fragment on top of you, just a support's dead.
And you can't really trust Liquid to be the cleanest team to, you know, crack open the high ground before you get to this. right? Like, there's a reason that they're 1-5. Their performance not up to snuff at this tournament so far. 33 and Insania just outside. Oh, the smoke actually broke immediately, so they know that XXS is still around, but they're not going to be able to see him in time.
And this is where the AM thrives, stalling the game out, wasting your Aegis period.
Okay, the mines give him a little idea of where Ame is.
Scott, oh, it's Lincoln's done. He's even more obnoxious now. This is a tough matchup for 33.
Yeah, try landing a Doom or a Dragon Tail on this guy.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
You're either stunning yourself or hitting the Lincolns.
The real question is how much Nisha can carry this game.
Vision, 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 got him just in time. Insania lays down that sentry, but all of this hunting for a position 5 Crystal Maiden, while Ame is aggressively on your side of the map.
Yeah, Ame is
creep waves and creep camps.
Ame's gone into full Yatoro mode right now. He's turned the camera off. He's pushed the glasses down. He's in full anime mindset. Despite my teammates, I will carry this game. Carry it for you, Yatoro. My hero.
Tis mine.
Oh, aggressive go.
Real Animage showing up.
Can't do anything about it, though.
He's going to walk back into some heroes, potentially. It's going to be Boxy. Now, he's got the reactive taser. Something I'm interested to see if he gets the shard at some point to try and help other heroes against this AM.
He's just buffing up the team. Big Aura's coming out. Slower Crest Greaves. Ooh, Assassinate.
Now gets grabbed by XXS. Insania blink forward. They're just trying to catch heroes, but it does look like they have jumped themselves a little bit too far ahead. Mickey's going to jump and try and help Nisha out here with this grab onto the Primal Beast. They do finally get that kill, but XM has just kind of been sitting in the back doing a lot of damage. The reactive taser slows it down, but eventually they'll get it on this Techies. But Ame
go too deep. He
got him on the Doom. Finally got through the Lincolns and the Spell Shield, and they lock him down.
This is just like the AM in my pubs. I got the Rubik, guys. What
did you guys do?
Where's the team?
I really thought this Dragonite was dead with the way he was taking so much magic damage for a second there.
Just get Solar Crested. There's Warcry. There's Greaves Aura. So much extra armor.
Yeah.
And they got supports out of that, but you're giving up 2 cores. He still had Aegis on that DK, prevents you all ending him. Tough fights here for XGS. I mean, they're staying in this game, but it's not pretty. See if Liquid can close it out before this goes real late, gets real wacky. Usually not where Sven thrives. He wants to tempo the game out with 2nd or 3rd Roche.
Yeah, but his other 2 cores are going to scale up with him,
They will.
right? I don't feel like it's going to be the worst thing in the world. I actually don't see... Like, if it was just an AM, I feel like the Liquid would be very comfortable going late.
But it's not just an AM. It's Ame AM. Wow. You can't spell Anti-Mage without Ame.
That is true.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Also, the high ground defense is really obnoxious.
Super obnoxious. But Dragonite is the most obnoxious high ground sieger.
That's true.
Black Dragon, Illusions, watch them cliff walk their way into some free tier 3 tower damage.
Input lag.
That's...
Wait a minute.
Good job, Avery.
How do you know it's input lag?
That's what,
cue the
like
weird
it could
music.
be output lag.
What if it's just ping? What if it's brain lag? Can you
Truth is out
trust
there.
your own perception of the world around you? What if it's just screen flicker? What if the hertz drop? Was the input lag at all? Was I even lagging? Where am I?
A door appears in front of you. And any mage walks through it. You doom it. It was an illusion.
It wasn't even Ame at all. It was Yatoro, and you were playing against Team Spirit, and it's the TI Grand Finals, and you lost. Fireworks. No. Wake me up from this dream. You wake up, but you're FY. Oh, no.
Oh, no. More fireworks. Now you've lost against OG. Fade to black. But wait, no. You're SCC.
Oh, yeah,
More fireworks.
That's too mean, bro. Come on, man. Don't bring SCCC into this. That's not cool, dude. Too sad, man.
Why was that too far?
That's too sad. Come on.
I feel like that one, I think the FY one is way worse. He had a chance to win.
Okay, that was actually brutal. Ame hunting. He's done farming. Yeah.
There's the assassinate. It's a grab from XXS. Chain stun combination. But once again, it's brought the Dragon Knight low. And this time they'll be able to finish the job because no one else from Liquid is here to join in this fight.
Isha looks stunned. What the hell is an anti-mage in this game?
When did he get here?
Nobody told me that. That's a big move. You don't need much in this game to get back into it in terms of contesting that next Roche, because this AM is on par with Sven, and the matchup's not changing much. And it's going to be hard for Mickey to find Ame in the fight. He basically can't ever find him, right? It has to be Ame going in, committing on somebody, and then post Lincoln's shield, some spells get thrown out. Yeah. Maybe you doom him. At
Counterpoint,
that point,
though,
maybe you can stun him. I don't know.
I feel like a lot of the fights that have looked good have some sort of misjudgment of the go there, and now they're in trouble. Really messed this one up. Pulls him in with the harpoon on the side of Mickey, but he's just got to BKB and get out of here, I think. Make a run for it. 33, he does the same, but Mickey doesn't have the same kind of luxury. Box is trying to help him out here, and actually might have been able to do it, but the Shackle really screwing things up, and there it is, the Mana Void to finish him.
Shin-Q sets it up, and Ame dunks him down. Yo, this Sniper Axe has done some work. It's obnoxious.
What was that misread?
The Conda's online. I mean, it's another situation. Liquid just get caught. There's no DK here. This is not a team fight. And you get both BKBs, maybe you can get out, but you're not getting out from all the long-range disable, and a beautiful Shackle stops the turnaround here. So they get bamboozled, yeah.
Oh man, that is a face is 1-5 is about to become 1-6.
That's the face of watching your team fight without you.
That's the face of somebody who has won his first tournament in years, and it was a 1v1 tournament.
Jesus. What's wrong with you?
Why is it when I say these things,
dude.
you only have the reaction of, oh, you got too far?
That was
you can
too
say
far.
whatever the hell you want.
That was too far. Jesus. Like, what's wrong with you, Ash?
What's wrong with you?
That was just mean. That was just mean. I hope you apologize.
I will not.
I mean, they're back, man. They're back. You give Ame an inch, he'll take a mile.
You mean Yatoro?
That's next game. I mean, he gets Aegis here. He's
going to be here just a little bit too late. Blast off in the pit after they've already killed the Roshan and taken the spoils. 33 still going to go for the initiation, though. With the Ag's Doom, that is an answer to the AM if he could find the real one. None of these are a real AM. The real AM is long and gone with the Disperser help on to DY to get the Crystal Maiden. The movement speed he's been looking for so long. And Nisha, he thought maybe this is a free push forward, almost gets caught. Fortunately, the trees and the cliffs will help him out.
Yo, this AM's spooky right now, man.
Yeah, Aegis for 4.5 minutes.
You have 4 single target stuns and you're trying to catch an AM with Lincolns. It's the stuff of nightmares, man.
Oh, telekinesis himself. You're not making it out, though. I don't think so.
Another Glimmer Cape, a little bit more time. He tries to double back just outside of vision. No way! He had the gem too!
Damn.
Ooh, sick moves from Insania.
He gives a little yawn. No problem there, boys. Just juke the greatest carry player of all time.
Now that's Utora.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, we're gonna see that one again. Little Force Staff, little Ghost Scepter, a little Glimmer Cape action. Go back to the mines, a little blink over the mines, boom. See you later, nerds.
Back at real time. Nisha. That's such a fake yawn.
That's what I told you.
That was a 4-camera yawn if I've ever seen
This
one.
game's so easy. Oh. I wish I was playing against Yatoro right now. He would have caught me. That's all I'm saying. I wouldn't have got away from him.
Dire's bottom tower is
Still 3 minutes on this Aegis. Still debating his tier 4 item and get the feather. That's a nice pickup here. Evasion on a hero that had no business getting it. Nice Glimmer Cape reaction. Wasting a lot of time
and
here.
he got off that shard, gets the frostbite onto the Sven, controls all of these heroes. I bump him up, but he just cannot get off the spells in time.
It's a disaster.
Abject disaster once again. Insania will get away with just a couple of slick moves here and there, but it doesn't matter. Extreme are looking to maybe just close out the game. They've got 75 seconds where the Sven is dead, no buyback.
Liquid just didn't hit that third Roche, and they missed their timing with the Sven, and you end up in games like this where what is Sven supposed to do? He has to blink in the fight. He can't stun the AM, and then XXS BKB pulverizes you, and what's the counterplay, right? It's Rubik steals it. Maybe you doom the Primal, but doing the Primal just... I guess you have Ags. You could run in with Ags, but...
I mean, whatever it is, it's surely not going on the Crystal Maiden when there's a sniper in the game, right? Like, you got to get to that back line.
Yeah, it feels bad, especially when he doesn't even die. DY just way too fast there.
Oh, I actually got him on the Dragon Tail there. XXS starts pounded away. Good blast off from Boxy, but is he really doing much?
No, this AM feels invincible right now.
Yeah, well, they can poke on some of the other heroes, and that's going to be XXS.
See you later.
By Insania.
So that's one of the counterplays that is getting pretty important at this point. You can't get anybody else, man. The detection's just... It's lacking. They need Gem on the front line or something for these Glimmer Capes. Abusing the hell out of them. Stolen Pulverize is maybe the biggest spell in this game. It's absolutely huge because you counterplay the enemy Pulverize. You can set something up for your Sven in the fight. You have the extra cast range. You have the blink to use it. It's an extra stun for the AM if you somehow catch him. It's a big deal here. This is a window for Liquid. Maybe make something out of nothing right now because
once again, Nisha
they were struggling,
barreling forwards.
I mean, he knows, right? 30 seconds no Primal. You have this Pulverize to back you up. You have to play aggressive. You have to cut waves, look for something, close the map.
And as much as he knows, Extreme knows the exact same thing. They just back up to their base, don't get caught. Primal Beast is coming back up soon.
And this is one of those games where if you're Liquid, this is kind of your game plan because you played this Doom to farm. You played the Doom to scale and win you the late game if it ends up going there. And, well, it went there.
Well, we haven't seen the Doom Ags really in action. We had that Roshan fight, right, where he killed some illusions with it.
I think he needs the Shivas. He needs the slow, like stick on people. He needs the extra vision when he jumps in.
I mean, surely that's a problem if you're like 6-slotted and you're like, yeah, I just need one more item.
Well, but that's how the hero functions, right? He has bots too. He has Octarine. He has BKB Midas. He has 4 or 5 items, and none of them are real items. You know, they're just, I get even richer items. Lincoln's on Jin Q, by the way, so they're just amping up the anti-single target here, and can't blame them. There is blast off in terms of AoE. That's it. Huddling their base, 5-man smoke, straight down mid. A low probability play. Sometimes the lowest probability play catches the greatest players because they refuse to expect it.
Nisha is actually the one to break the smoke with his illusions in tow. Once again, they're going to try and grab him, but Mickey is able to follow this up a little bit faster than last time. That shackle shot is beautiful, locking down the Doom, who'd already used his Aghanim's Doom on himself. Not going to be able to catch anything in this. Once again, the illusions are going to start poking at him, and Ame jumping forward now, going to claim the life of the Sven. No problem with another shackle shot. A blast off that comes in, slowing him down some heroes, but they don't have any damage to really capitalize on it. That means that Liquid are just full out retreating. Might be able to get away on Nisha, but it looks like Insania shot down by the Assassinate.
God damn, Shinkyu.
Great stuff from the support of Extreme.
I mean, both of them, honestly, like DY face tanking this?
Yeah, every single time.
Absolutely the correct play, because he has buyback there at his base. Cost him almost nothing. Shackle wastes both of the most important cores' time here. And again, once your BKB is out on Sven, you can't do anything here.
Yeah, using it to kill a Crystal Maiden and do half HP of a Primal Beast.
It's not good enough.
It's not good enough, because the Sniper... I know we've got to carry AM and stuff, but I feel like XM is having the freest time in these fights.
He's doing work. Look at how much that Conda Ags hit does. It messes people up. It's low cooldown. Yeah, Mickey knows. I mean, it's just, I don't know. I feel for Mickey, though, because what is he supposed to do in these fights? He also doesn't have the evasion pierce. You're looking at Feather Butterfly AM now. This matchup's just a nightmare.
Yeah, he can't go toe-to-toe against the AM.
I feel like he did his job
against the Wind Ranger. Assassinate into these grabs from Primal Beast over and over again. This is going to be a Doom that will not be able to use his Aghanim Scepter Doom a single time against the enemy.
They cannot find the anti-mage, man. The illusions are just way too much right now. The mental strain. The space it's creating. This pick was brutal. They're all single target, and Ame has punished them hard here in the late game, and that's a Megas out of nowhere. Look at the poke here. It's ridiculous.
Hey, okay, there's that AU. Oh no, he's being pulled off of the AM with the shackle shot once again from Shinkyu. He has absolutely countered this to TM. Extreme.
Yeah, he
just putting on a clinic against Liquid here, making it look easy to win with an AM.
Yeah, I love watching Shinkyu play, man. His spellcasting, teamfight understanding, positioning, it's just so damn good. And honestly, it felt like XG knew what their win condition was this game. It's Ame on the anti-mage. They're going to split the map farm for him. They fall 10, 11, 12k behind, but none of that really matters if you get to that point where the AM is just too much for Liquid, and then you take that one fight that leads into that Roshan, the one pickoff that leads into that Roshan. They find Nisha once in the river, you find Mickey up top, you get Roshan, and then this game just feels impossible, right? Like, your one saving grace is you have this Ag's Doom that you can maybe find the AM on, and then even when that happens, guess what? You're getting dragged off him from the Wind Ranger, you're getting shackled, there's Glimmer Capes, there's Force Staffs, there's a BKB Pulverize that you have to counterplay with the Rubik. I think Insania had a pretty damn good game. He was making some moves, but...
He was making some moves. I mean, Mickey made some moves early that set up a lot of that lead for Liquid.
I still think Mickey played this game very well. He was rolling, he was hitting his timings, he joined all the fights, they got the first two Roshans. You're an inch away from closing this game out with a 20k net worth lead instead. It gets turned back against you and, well, anti-mage.
Well, Liquid, they gotta get something together, man. This is crazy. Going from second to last tournament to now maybe bombing out in the group stage. What do they do, panel?
It's a question that many Western European teams seem to be facing on this second half of Group Stage 2. As we saw a Chinese team trying to push the limits of what greed can be. And, well, I guess Falcons was a MENA team trying to figure out if they could put a cork in it. And yet again, we have another example of greed going unpunished. A mid-sniper carry anti-mage lineup is able to beat a Sven DK Doom.
I'm going to say that Team Liquid had a really good 30-minute game. Like, this was their timing, when they tried to like go in, try to close the game potentially. But we also did mention before this game started, after seeing the draft, that they're going to be a huge issue for them to push the high ground. You're playing against split pushing anti-mage, power shots, primal beast, and also sniper, one of the most difficult hero in the game to siege the high ground with. And they were also getting picked off. Well, you know, you're hitting your right timing. Sometimes you'll see them smoke out, which was a pretty nice move from Extreme Gaming, where they go in, they find a pick-off, they find another pick-off, and delaying the timing. It was more about just delaying the game as much as possible until AM feels comfortable coming into a fight. And same goes for Sniper, because he went for these items that doesn't really deal damage early on, you know, some Maelstrom Dragonlance, then he picked up the Aghanim Scepter into Kanda, so he was keeping the distance, and at one point of the game, you couldn't get close to him, you couldn't close the gap.
But I feel like the death of so many teams is like whenever they attempt to push high ground, whenever they're trying to go fast. But in the games that we saw against Falcons in this series, it's not even the high ground that they're failing, that Liquid all of a sudden they're out of the game. They just lose the grip at some point.
Yeah, these teams, they know that they can just stand there. You can't pop Sven ulti and siege the high ground with, because you're not gonna, like, you're gonna get stunned. There were some godlike shackles coming out from Jin Q, landing onto 2 heroes multiple times in this game, which kind of sealed the deal for Team Liquid.
You cannot go high ground, Neil. It's
Period.
impossible.
That's what it seems
I've been saying
like.
it for some time. You cannot go high ground. And I think the problem that Liquid had is, in order to be able to close this game out properly, because you saw, like you said, they had this window where everything was going great for them. They're taking all the outer towers. Fantastic. Half the outer towers. You want an outer tower? Oh no, oh, it's tier 2s. Who gives a shit? You can't get up there and get any buildings. And the problem is, in order to do that, you need to take out Sniper. You need to take out Windrun. You need to take out AM, or they're going to be hurting you more than you're hurting them. And how are you going to catch these heroes? They've got these slippery little snakes. It's like a bag of eels on the opposition team. You're trying to pick them all up at once. You can't do it. You all need to get one end of the eel. Maybe then you get one eel. But there's too many eels.
Yeah, too elusive. Yeah,
elusive.
Yeah, couldn't catch them.
Beautiful. Poetry. And I guess that also justifies the anti-mage pick, because we were wondering, what is an anti-mage offering in this draft? Especially if you know you're going to pick a sniper later on as the mid laner. And it's if you lose control of the entire half of the map, then AM can just eel away.
That pressure is horrific. You're taking your time, you're chipping away. Maybe the DK is up there, maybe the Sven is up there. Even then, Sniper just going, just peeping away at you. That's no fun. And the whole time you've got that ticking clock of AM is just doing stuff. And even how many people are you going to have to send over to catch him? He's an eel. He's a slippery snake. So the whole team has to go get him, and then you've lost all that momentum. And then there were a couple of fights. There's been, I mean, you saw the frustration. Every time we cut to a Liquid player, they're like, oh, like Nisha's like, oh.
Other than
Nikkei's
Insania's yawn, Insania had a nice juke into a fake.
That was sweet.
That was easy.
that was
Also,
sweet. They need more of that.
One of the reasons why Extreme Gaming did win this game, they were playing against Dragonite. Their off-laner didn't build into Dagon. Their position 4 didn't go for Butterfly, Diffusal Blade, Manta
Seemed
style
kind of
this
weird
time.
to me, honestly.
You know, like the other Chinese team that we've seen earlier today.
Turns out that's how you do it. Yeah.
Different forms of greed, which were paying off as now Liquid are 1-6 now, which does not mean that they're eliminated, because it seems that the bottom half of their group is a lot of 2 of 5 or 2 and 4 teams, and so they're kind of still in the mix. But this is troubling for sure. And whether or not they'll be able to dig themselves out of this hole, hopefully it can happen in this series and start splitting the series. But if they get 2 out here, it is looking very, very grim. But we also have some technical analysis underway with Kazu.
Hello guys, the tech man here, aka me. So for my Acer Predator head-to-head, I wanted to show Boxy and also Shinkyu when it came to the hero damage, because I thought, looking at the start of the game, wow, this is gonna be so easy for Team Liquid, because they were just getting off to a good start. And we'll see it in the clips that we have where, you know, Boxy is just kind of having a bit of a field day, you know, 9 minutes in, they're diving this XM. He's like, guys, anyone wants to help me? Turns out with your draft, they can't. AM is gonna farm. So Boxy is just going mid, chilling, he's diving him. Later in the game, Boxy has so many different heroes to play with, where Jinkyu, he's kind of just chilling. Like, they're just praying that at any point in this game, people will come online and like they can kind of play together. Which, luckily for Extreme, I think at some point Liquid, after like 30, 35 minutes, they dropped the ball pretty hard.
I can see the early game movement, because if there was ever a team that understands how Sniper mid has shortcomings, it would be Liquid.
Yeah.
And so they congregated a lot early on.
Yeah.
But then, like we were saying on the panel, it just seems that in the mid game, they lost their grip.
Yeah.
Also, if we're shining lights on Xingqiu, some of the best shackles I've seen in a very, very long time.
No, they really like came in together like later on as well, and we also have some clips of DY of the laning stage because I really want to show like what they're doing and like these small things that make a difference. Here he has Fairy Fire and Stick, which is like baiting Liquid to overplay. Like a lot of the times kills don't come from your aggression. It's from DY baiting and actually setting up Ame, who ends up getting like 2 kills over this clip. And a few minutes later, it's very similar again. He's like baiting, but look at his items. Fluffy Hat, Raindrop for more HP. He has a Raindrop, Fluffy Hat, he has Magic Stick again, and once more just kind of baiting and like helping his carry Ame and other teams, like his teammates, to play through their lane to like, you know, speed up the game. You know, maybe if some of these small things don't happen, maybe Ame has a later Battle Fury, and then maybe the game is easier for Liquid, but all these small things with Liquid making the mistakes they did, I think it's just their downfall. In the next game, they cannot afford to make these mistakes.
I mean, who can resist to go for a Crystal Maiden kill in that kind of context? Especially when you have an anti-mage as the carry.
Yeah.
We were wondering, we were like, was that worth it for the AM? But the experience advantage that you get from getting those 2 kills always makes it worth it.
It's just, especially because I think Liquid's lane, it's supposed to win 10 out of 10 times. So when you get baited into this misplay and now suddenly AM gets like a double kill and his timings get sped up, whereas Doom gets slowed down, it's a big difference to the entire game.
So if we ran these 2 drafts back again, do you think that Liquid will lose every single time? Or was it these early game plays like getting a double kill on anti-mage and stuff like that?
I think Liquid, with the position they were in and with this draft, in my opinion, they're supposed to win like 8 out of 10 times.
Really?
I think they are not on point right now, and I'll give credit to Extreme. I think they played very well, the team fighting is very good, and they understood what they had to do. And on Liquid, it's all over the place.
Which you had mentioned in your pregame segment as well. You were saying that it didn't seem like they were on the same page when they were trying to invade enemy territory. Only half the team is participating.
They had some good things, but I feel like after 25-30 minutes, they were starting to hesitate. Like they didn't just blink Doom and like go for the fight. I could see like the, you know, when you click in, but you're already halfway clicking out because you're not sure.
Yeah.
I feel like this is happening to them. And that's, someone needs to man up and just be clear and concise. And if it's going to turn out to be an L, take a confident L. Just give it your all and do it, because right now, it's just, it doesn't look good.
Well, at least hopefully this won't be a sign of the fact that greed is always going to win, because the second half of today, we've been seeing a lot of greed from the Chinese teams.
Yeah.
And 2 of the games that paid off, and God help me, it almost paid off in Boboka's Terrorblade game.
I mean, that one was illegal. I'm glad it didn't, because I still think that early like pressure done well will always beat greed. It is high execution, and Liquid are failing that right now, but it's time for the next game that they bring it back, because it looked good, they just made mistakes.
All right, well, let's see if they can bring it back in this game number 2. We'll be back with the final game of DreamLeague Season 22, Group Stage 2, after this. The PogChamp Pandas are closing out the night with us on the second day of group stage here at DreamLeague Season 22, where clock is ticking for Liquid. They are now 1-6 in this group stage.
Not yet. They're gonna need some,
no, they got plenty of time.
They're gonna need some copium, but I don't see their name in red yet on Liquipedia. Could be slightly biased. You know, they're like, yeah, we don't want to show that they're already eliminated because it's Liquipedia, it's their own website. But yeah, they're in a really tough spot. But the good thing is, as you mentioned, there are 3 teams with 2 and 4 score at the moment, so they still have a chance.
It will probably come down to some sort of extended tiebreaker in like the bottom half of the group. But at least at the minimum, if they do make it through, there's no, like group stage 2 will have another round robin again. So it's not like they're missing out on seeding or anything.
I mean, at least I hope that the last game, that it didn't like break them, because I think you had a fine draft. You played good enough until like 30, 35 minutes, and then things went wrong. So talk about if you get into a similar situation next time, what do you do from there instead of being like, this pick, I didn't like it, and our draft is garbage, and what the hell are you doing? Like, just, you know, chill, fix one small thing, and move forward. Just have at least some confidence in what you have been doing.
I would like to make a prediction.
Okay, let's go.
I'm going to get a little oracle here for a minute and give you the long-term prediction.
I can't
wait. This team's going to go, and I've seen this before, and this is a lot of projections that I'm putting in here. I think they are going to go out of the tournament. I think they've been playing that bad.
Right now.
Oh no.
I think they're going to go out. But I think that this is the kind of thing when you have a big change to a team like this that's been steady for a long time, has a certain way of playing, and you bring in a whole, essentially 33 is going to change their whole way of playing. They need a big bust up in a way. They need a moment that they can come together and say, all right, lads, we've got to sort this out now. What do you do?
This is the moment. During Bet Boom Dacha in Sania, I had an interview with him. He was talking about not getting his hands on Enigma 10 games in a row. It was banned every single game.
So you think this is the flip moment?
This is the something that
maybe
he's
this is
talking about coming into the next year in 2024. Enigma position 5 is the new big deal. Look at the smiles. This is what I'm talking about. He's ready to go. Even though it could still be a flex. 33 big on Enigma player. You know, he loves to play that hero, but I feel this is going to be Insania 5 Enigma.
I think that would be great.
Does
but
that
I still
change your
think they're going
prediction?
to lose. No. I'm just saying.
Unlucky.
I love these
What
guys.
can you
And I
do?
love this team. And they've been wonderful to watch. And every team has these moments where there's been a big change. And you need to rework the dynamics. You need to figure out all these things. And you kind of need a big bust up. And a big disaster leads to a big bust up. And you either survive it and get stronger because of it, or you fall apart. And knowing this team and the people behind it, I can imagine that they will absolutely survive it and grow stronger. You need that adversity, I think, to become a great team. And to become a great team, you can't just drop someone in and it all magically works. We see that all the time, the bounce effect. Someone drops in, they have a good tournament, all things looking great, but it's not a solid foundation. Because you need to get to the core of what the issues are, and everybody needs to be completely clear. And now I'm waffling, but I've made my point.
I'm with you. I mean, if the 2022 Liquid is any indication, the Matu era, every tournament that they went to besides TI was a disaster for them. The Stockholm Major was just a long list, Arlington as well, where they just could not get the Matu roster to work. Finally, LCQ and TI, they made it look amazing, but it took a long time for that magic to finally crystallize.
That's because it takes that you have to dig really deep, and to get down there sometimes and open up to what the core issues are, you have to go through a crisis. And if they go out here, though, that's a crisis. That sucks for them. That's a really bad look. You don't want to be the first team out.
Especially with EPT points on the line. What's the hashtag, Ted?
The hashtag Road to Riyadh?
Hashtag Road to Riyadh, my friends.
I can spell it correctly as well.
Lacoste, can you spell Riyadh?
RIYADH.
Well done.
Good job. There we go. Had to be focused, fully focused. Everyone look at Kezu.
Everyone be quiet.
The focus was real in his eyes.
Don't worry, I was giving you my energy.
You guys were talking about letters throughout the entire thing, so I had to have you spell. And now we can look at Extreme's draft in this game, number 2. They ban out the Chen, the Templar, the Alchemist, the Venge, and the Faceless Void. Liquid take out the Mag, the Mars, the Centaur, the Timber, and the Naga. And sure, he gets his hands on Enigma. Who was stopping Insania from getting his hands on Enigma before?
Go back to spelling. When you ask me that, I'm like, oh my god, I'm gonna pull out some Beetlejuice right now, the spelling contest. But what was the question again? Enigma?
You say that he was very eager to play Enigma as a 5 position.
Absolutely.
I don't know if anyone's been targeting his Enigma specifically. So why can't he always just pick
all
it?
of them during
it's been banned.
Dacha. It's been banned.
Okay, fun.
It's into a Rubik, though. That sucks. I mean, well, not into, but there is a Rubik now against it.
As a response.
Which always sucks.
Yeah, but luckily as a 5, it's more about... I think the hero is played a bit different now. Like your little Eidolons, whatever, your summons, they're stronger.
The Dolans.
Yeah, it will... It's a bit annoying later on, but it should be fine. I think for Extreme now, one of the hard things perhaps... Because Enigma 5, you want to punish it. You want to have like an offlaner who doesn't really care about it too much. I think a lot of those heroes have been banned though, like some Timber, Mars who just bonks the Eidolons away. I could see something like Kanka if Extreme are comfortable playing this hero. It's perhaps a little annoying when it comes to the lane against Slark, but I think it will give them great team fight. You could soft flex it to your other lanes too, because you will have last pick, because they are the second pick team.
There's still Primal Beast in the pool, good against Slark.
There you go.
Any damage on the ground paired up with this Batrider, it gives you a lot of kill threat early on. Slark, he also has been nerfed in 7.35C, so not the strongest one. His win rate right now is pretty abysmal, sitting at like 15%, maybe even lower. But one thing I did like is that Team Liquid are still not showing where this Enigma is going, because this has been one of my favorite lanes in the off lane. Enigma plus Tiny Position 4 gives you a lot of kill threat, multiple stuns, so Eidolons can deal the damage if they want to go that route. And once again, Extreme Gaming, they're not deviating too much from the hero pools for XXS.
How much can they even deviate?
That's the question.
He's got 4 heroes to his name, basically.
I mean, XXS traditionally, like in the history, he's been playing a lot of Batrider. This has been one of his signature heroes as well, but we don't see Batrider in the offlane recently. Maybe, you know, Whisper will play it. He's also going to be playing some Rubik with Dagon, but, you know, man can play anything.
I mean, they could play this Enigma maybe in the offlane, because I think when you have Batrider Primal, there's a few support heroes for me that come to mind that I feel like Insania plays very well. They would make your lane pretty garbage, but Oracle or SD are both incredible against
Oracle. It's a good hero against Primal.
It's because Ted was saying
as well.
Yep. It's because you were saying I'm gonna be an Oracle.
Oh, I see. Got you to think.
I'm also down with some Crystal Maiden in the lane. Crystal Maiden plus Slark, really good against Primal Beast. Frostbite really destroys this hero.
Yeah.
Sven, they're gonna try it. That's Sven.
Yeah.
I thought someone casted right in this venue.
You know, what says Sven is pretty good to like, if this is an Enigma tiny lane, range carries feed to this lane because you get Ava tossed, and I think most range heroes don't deal well with the Eidolon, so I feel like they're covering their bases a little bit.
You're allowed to stroke my head.
Am I?
Yes.
Because I'm old enough.
Did you say hair
I
or
like
head?
you enough.
Okay, that's good to
hear.
hear.
Did you say hair or head?
You'll be joining me soon enough.
Fair enough.
All go bald eventually. You work with me, the hair falls out, believe me.
Then
one
you
by
can stroke
one,
my head.
One by one, you will join me. And Slacks, and Avery, and T-Gov, and the rest.
Look at the top of my head.
No, you're
There's
all
a
right.
bald
He's
spot.
good. You're all right.
Very
you got a good
diabolical
few years there. Neil's hair is very lustrous.
And clock's ticking on that one. Family history does not indicate that. I better enjoy these moments on camera while I still have them.
You can grow a great beard, so
Yeah,
it doesn't
that's
really
true.
matter, trust me. I can't grow a good beard, so... Huck Band.
So is this in case of emergency pick Storm Spirit type situation, or is there actually some viability to this hero in this draft?
I mean, Bulba is in their facility, but
The spirit lives on.
I don't think he's on call right now. It is a pretty good Storm game. So luckily, Nisha has his brain activated.
Do you think as well, Kezu, that they were so horrified at not being able to catch heroes in the last game that they're like, do you know what? We'll pick a hero who could pretty much catch anybody. We're picking Storm.
Sometimes that does happen. Even though Nisha, he did play Dragon Knight last game. That hero's pretty good at it too.
Yeah, but here's the thing. A lot of those heroes, they go in, they catch someone, but then it's like, what's the follow-up?
Yeah.
Like AM and Wendy can both just get away.
Yeah, I like two heroes potentially for XM. I like OD. There's been Setsu from LGD who was playing this against Puck, against like Storm Puck matchup, where he was building into Orchid, which is good. It's a lot of save. Builds into Pike, great against Slark. The other one is Queen of Pain. This is his signature hero. Great matchup against the Storm Spirit. Builds into Orchid. Orchid has been buffed by quite a lot in this patch, so I kind of want to see that.
Yeah.
Maybe leaning towards co-op more.
Yeah, I could be down with the co-op. I think that could be good. So Extreme, take out the SD. I think Grim is actually also a pretty nice ban. I definitely overlooked that hero. You put it on the Storm. You have some dispels for like Lasso. Very nice.
There it is. Good call.
Wow. That is
it's great. Against Batrider, against Primal Beast in the lane. It's also save against Slark.
Disarm against Sven.
Yeah, but
it's a
now,
great Oracle pick.
So Co-op is out. They go Lesh. Okay.
It's also another hero that has been on the rise, but traditionally Leshrac has been really good against Storm Spirit because you are buying into Yule Scepter. I want to see pretty much first item Yules, maybe like Kaya into Yules in this one because it's a setup for your stun. You don't have like, sure, you can play off Sven later on, but you also need something to catch the Storm Spirit before Batrider gets a Blink Dagger. You also have like limited amount of things you can throw onto him, and there's also, you know, Insania that could bail him out of trouble.
Generally, also Lesh and Sven are a pretty cool like dual core because Lesh suffers against physical damage. There isn't as much, but there's Warcry and like Sven goes in for you, which like makes it easier for you to also play your game. I do think Liquid again have a cool draft. I like what they're doing. I feel like this time around, if they play the same as last game and then a little better over the last 10 minutes,
just a little. That's all they
just
need.
A little better. I said it. They need 2%. 2% better, and they'll win. They'll do it this time.
Okay. I've refused to make any kind of prediction, but I'm going to say Extreme Gaming.
Extreme Gaming. I like their offlane duo for Team Liquid. Tiny plus Enigma already said it's one of my favorite ones. I think Nisha's going to have a good time until, you know, maybe they start to get multiple items. But I also believe in Nisha Storm Spirit, 1v1 champion for a good reason at Bet Boom Dodge.
That's why I think it all set up to work perfectly.
And yet,
I'm a pessimist. I'm just saying the way things have been going.
Statistically, things are in your favor.
Yep.
This will be Liquid's second win if they are able to pull it off, and it'll be off the back of a Storm Spirit, which will be a bold thing because I have not really seen that hero pop off too much. But maybe this will be the game to change my mind. It's game number 2 with the PogChamp Pandas.
Insania was complaining about the fact that he couldn't get his hands on the Enigma, and it seems that trend is going to continue here as 33 takes it away from him.
Can't even get it from his own team.
No.
Feels bad, man. But he got his Oracle. That's even better. That's true thingy.
I mean,
well, for him it is.
He's an Oracle specialist. Let me just note, by the way, that Oracle has been so bad in so many different metas of Dota that this guy, who is an Oracle specialist, isn't even Grandmaster tier Oracle. He's level 29.
That proves, well, okay, he's close.
My point is just the hero's just been bad so often he can't even play it enough to get to level 30.
To be fair, though, it's kind of a bad pub hero, too.
That's true.
It's a better competitive hero than pub hero because you can pick it later. Like it's been picked here, you got a 5th. In a great Oracle game. This is just a damn good Oracle game. You are amazing against all 4 of the spellcasters, and you're honestly not even that bad versus Sven, because in the world where Sven is a physical hero goes in and try and burst your core and you just throw the false promise on him, it's usually enough to heal the hero or save him, and in worst case scenario, you wasted a lot of Sven's time, and you wasted his initial jump, so I feel like that matchup's not even bad. Of course, if you get jumped, it's quite sad, but that's always the case with this hero. And I think they should have enough front line to prevent that happening. You have Slark during the nighttime with the Vision, you have Storm and Tiny who can both start the fight on their terms, and you have an Enigma where if all these XG heroes jump your Oracle, Enigma just goes in and black holes them, and you only have to think about the Rubik as the counterplay, really. Which again, you have Tiny and Storm to find him. I like what Liquid have in this game. I think they're pretty favored. I think the path to teamfight victory is very clear to me. I think all their heroes serve a very good purpose. As long as they protect this Oracle, I think the damage output from XG is going to get limited to a large degree. I don't know. I think they're in a pretty good spot.
Once again, we're going to see the matchup of Leshrac versus the Slark,
Has been killed.
which I'm still not convinced by the Leshrac, but
I think it should be even harder with an Oracle.
Yeah.
Like, Fate's Edict on the Slark going in. I mean, he doesn't even need the Mage Slayer, but he'll probably buy it anyway.
I mean, in theory, Oracle is in a great spot right now, right? Not talking about this game, but overall meta. This hero's gotten some crazy big buffs.
Yeah, I feel like this is the hero I have the most faith in on paper, but it never seems to translate, and I don't know why. I think his laning is one of the weaknesses where it's not even bad, but it's just not good enough to really abuse enemy heroes. You can't, it's very rare you get to snowball a game with this hero, and when you do, it's amazing, but it honestly doesn't change a huge amount for the Oracle itself. This hero is just an enabler. And it maybe just hasn't been an enabler meta for a while, right? Like, Io's kind of dead. Even support Coddle, we don't see him. These kind of duos, I think the last enabler meta we saw was like the Pugna Storm meta, I guess. So it comes and goes like that too. But there was definitely a patch where the Oracle Leshrac combo for Liquid was near unstoppable. And when he gets rolling, he's rolling. So we'll see how much Insania can get done here, but I have high hopes for him.
Hits the pounce on Jinq with the level 3 Slark. Not quite enough damage to get the kill, but does build up some stacks. So it looks like the other side lane is also in danger for Extreme. They get the kill on DY.
This is a very strong lane as well.
Yeah.
And not a lane I think XG can really play over the long run. I don't see the Rubik Sven, a lane we saw earlier. I just don't see it standing here. The counterplay is not good enough. Sven is not an Enigma lane counter.
Oh no. He made that commitment to kill Eidolons and he only got one of them. The other two split in time.
That's the issue. If the Enigma plays it well and he plays with Eidolons behind him, he splits them, in theory you shouldn't just be cleaving through these on the lane.
Right.
It's more an answer in the fight if you can, jump Enigma, burst him. But honestly, I think this matchup is generally good for Enigma. And if 33 gets farmed in this game, I think last game he was very farmed on the Doom. He got to play his style, but that Doom AM matchup is tough. Even when you get to ads, it was not easy at all with the amount of long-range poke that XG lineup had. This game, again, it's more straightforward, right? If the Rubik gets taken out by the Storm or the Tiny, the Black Hole's pretty free. There's some like lasso pulverized shenanigans or whatever, but if he goes in, he Black Holes Ame for half the duration even in a BKB, I feel like that's good enough.
He just gave up a lot of Eidolons.
Yeah, he did. That was not the micro I was talking about, though.
What was kind of interesting, though, is that they were getting the Eidolons, but Boxy was getting every single deny on the creep wave.
I mean, Eidolons are worth a decent amount of gold. They're not insignificant.
Yeah. Same goes for experience, right? It's just like, if you're making that trade-off 1-for-1, then it's kind of fine, right? They get an Eidolon, but they get denied a creep.
It's okay. It will not reflect on the CS. It'll reflect in the net worth over, 7-8 minutes or something. That's where you're going to hope to beat Ame out. And of course, the end goal of this lane is you just kick the Sven out. And it feeds 3 more. Another 19 gold apiece. Is Ame dead here is the question.
Cuts through the trees, slams him once. Can't get him a second time, though.
Man, this is rough, though. What do you do to get back in this lane and stay on it? If Liquid can continue to regen up here.
A lot of salves.
And the flip side is, while this is like, Ame's trying to struggle to get some net worth, the Slark is pretty much free farming. Because he just has Oracle behind him. Dissuades every aggro attempt. You are never going to dive Mickey here. It's pretty hard to out-regen trade him. He even bought a Bracer for a little extra.
Especially once you get to level 4, right? Then you can Fate's Edict the Slark, and he could just fight the Primal Beast whenever he's getting trampled. He won't take any magic damage, and he's no longer disarmed by a friendly Fate's Edict.
You have to walk to base. That feels real bad. Level 3 Sven walking to base, no boots.
Nisha gonna get run down. Does have magic wand with the raindrop. Turn around. XM misjudged that one.
Damn.
Too
baited.
Much regen.
A sick bait. XM not reading the items properly. Overextends and big cleanup kill for Nisha here as he gets an arcane rune as a reward.
Oh man, that was a perfect rune to get.
I mean, perfect for him and perfect for the Lesh. It's like double the mental damage there.
Yeah.
Boxy doing a little tomfoolery, making sure Ame can't recover. 33 pressuring with the catapult, but they already brought the support. They were ready for this.
Jin-Q. This aggression is amping up. Ame doesn't have a lane to play with. They needed something to deter what was going on. It does leave XXS alone. He was doing some sort of deep creep cutting shenanigans to enable that play for the Batrider. He does end up dying for it though, as Nisha goes from level 5 almost dying to a minute later, level 7.
And that was the highest net worth core on the map. So that's a big kill for Nisha to get. Probably the most lucrative one in terms of using that arcane rune. Fight for the runes should be guaranteed here for Boxy, and it is. That's double wisdom for Liquid as well.
He's gonna die for it. Double wisdom rune plus a kill.
They're getting a lot out of this early game. And again, I think this is the most straightforward lineup I've seen from them in terms of, you know, the team fights. They look a lot easier to execute.
Yeah.
So this is a good sign. Liquid striking back, all 3 cores in a solid position. Ame continuing to struggle to find the levels in the net worth. And meanwhile, Mickey, he's level 6. You'll leave him alone. He's mad chilling. Time to play through Storm. If I'm Liquid, I'm going through Nisha. I'm getting him power runes. I'm enabling him, and I think ideally bringing him to this Enigma lane at some point. Like, just kill these supports who are lingering, right? The fact DY is sitting here is... Do not want to let this happen.
Yeah. Especially when you have an offlaner that can take the tower guaranteed off of one gank.
Right? And you know XG are going to try and respond like they did previously.
That's true.
Because that's the point that they can bring the heroes to. Bait the extension, outnumber you, and then suddenly get these turnarounds. So you just bring the numbers there yourself. You prevent these turnaround opportunities.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I'm going to look for a little... Jungle Invasion did not end up getting that rune, however. Yeah, maybe just look for the bigger prize. XXS again.
XM, he'll hit a really nice split earth on 2. They chain that stun, but they can't get the damage through. Nisha still has plenty of mana to work with, so he's going to lay that damage back onto XM. Nikkei does end up dying, but he got to join in the kill first. So he gets all the experience, he gets the stat steal as well. And they'll clean up Shin-Q. 1 for 3 exchange to the favor of Team Liquid.
Yeah, I don't think Mickey's too sad about that. He gets an Agi stack, he powers up his Storm. That's the most important part of this game for Liquid. If the Storm is strong, he can set the team fight up for the other 2 cores. And that's the power of Fake Edict, man. It is going to wreck XM's game here.
Does leave 33 alone, and Extreme Gaming gets a good response. This Black Hole is going to get at least 1 kill out of this situation. The Eidolons might be okay. The Eidolons die instantly.
That Abbott did not hit the Primal. That was honestly just a little unlucky. Right on the range. This is the downside of the ganks going into the Primal, though. You didn't send the Storm top to play through the Enigma, and it's left this opening that XG took advantage of. They brought the numbers here instead. It's XSS ganking 33 and shutting down this Summons hero who wanted to kick the Sven out of lane and take his tower, ideally.
Yeah.
So while I like the enabling of the Storm here, it did kind of prevent the game progression for Liquid a little bit. It's going to be a slower game for the Enigma. Just got to keep looking for the pickoffs. Deep jungle wards will help. Power runes will help. A fast Orchid for Nisha will also help. Increases solo kill potential, and the vision's pretty good now. They'll guarantee the haste rune for him, bring everybody mid. In fact, they'll just bring the Enigma mid.
Yeah, 33's like, okay. You guys aren't going to play to me, I'm going to play to you.
I mean, I kind of respect this move. He's got a mech. He's ready to brawl. This is the other style of 33 we talked about as well, the Aura 33.
Yep.
Here to brawl, here to fight. Get active early.
XM slowed down by the tree throw. Toss goes over, trying to make sure the Storm Spirit would die. Does result in Batrider being able to walk free.
He's going to play with invincibility this game. He knows his Oracle is always going to be there to back him up. That's a bold steal there, my friend.
Yeah, I'm not sure what DOI thought. He must have really was certain he was going to get Ball Lightning there.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Well, it's a nice move for 33. they find a way to combine those cores one way or another and gets the job done here, open up the map a bit. Another minute for another power rune for Nisha, and he's cruising to that Orchid. This is going to be a scary storm on the map. Not a lot that XG have to really defend their lane shovers. I don't know how else to phrase it. You know, if this Lesh wants to push a lane, if this Bat wants to push a lane, and the Storm jumps them, are you just sitting behind them with other heroes? Are you sitting behind them with a Rubik, or the Primal also wants to farm? You just don't really have great bait heroes. So I feel like the aggressive play from Nisha is going to be pretty open here. And they're just going to force the triangle very early, looking for the Sven on the Ancients.
Failing that, they could cut through down to bottom lane, which is currently being hit by the Edict. They know it too.
Yeah, this is a nice move from Liquid. They should be able to clean up here.
Oh yeah, especially if they get the initiation with the Orchid onto the Leshrac. First, the best target to blow up. No damage on the side of Extreme. Just full out
left away. That looked cool.
It did look kind of cool. Actually didn't look cool, it looked goofy.
This game's just cruising, man. This looks like a completely different team from last game.
I don't know what it is about this team. Their group stages, man. They just always kind of suck in the first day. And then somewhere around day 2, they start turning it around. And then they go on some sort of win streak to go from last in the group to first or second or something. Now, here, I don't have as much faith in them being able to do that. Maybe
they
they
might not have a
this
chance,
game.
too, right? They might.
Yeah,
you're just out of it, you're out of it. That's a risk.
True.
But I do think it speaks to one of the strengths of a lot of these Western European teams, at least over the last year or two, which is you're talking about recoverability. I think it goes to them being able to figure out problems quickly and solve them. They do that traditionally pretty well if they have enough time to execute it. A little Orchid Poke gets double TP, Maleficisteel, and Ame will clear out 6 Eidolons. I'm not too sad about that one. Wasn't getting much on the map. He'll take that.
Yeah, he's beginning to climb up that net worth chart. He was the least farmed core coming out of the laning phase. Now he's the most farmed on his team. Still, though, a few hundred gold behind all the other Liquid cores. Orchid follow up after the combo. Eul Scepter just got delivered. Will get rid of that, but it's still coming back to absolute hell as Nisha unleashes that firepower onto Leshrac to finish him off, and Mickey's there to back him up to make sure the Primal Beast can't do anything to threaten his mid laner. In fact, they'll run down XXS. Can't even get back to the tier 3 in time.
Actually had the damage for that.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Very early involvement for Mickey as well. Not even waiting for a defusal or second item here. He's just putting the Mage Slayer to use, and hey, it's 33, gobbling up some waves. This game just seems very comfortable for them. Similar setup to last game, though 33 is more active than he was in that game 1.
Yep.
But it's Mickey joining early fights, 33 getting to shove some waves. Playing the map a bit more structured.
And similar to game 1, Ame is just like, I gotta farm, guys.
I mean, this game he definitely has to. He's not joining in anything. And the problem is, I don't know if Sven is going to carry a late game here compared to that AM.
No.
In a comeback potential. This is not a hero that really comes back in the late game. As we saw, Mickey really struggled in those later fights, and he was fully slotted.
Yeah. And then you add into certain things late game that the other Sven didn't have to deal with. Here you've got BKB control from the Enigma. You can't burst heroes down nearly as easily when you're up against an Oracle. So Extreme are going to have to hit some mid-game timing here really hard.
I think it's got to be through XXS. I mean, we've seen his Primal pop off.
Yeah.
It's felt like his best hero this tournament so far. Maybe he can get something going with it in terms of the team fight and the damage.
Dire are scanning.
But DD Orchid Nisha is king of the map right now, and he's hunting. Smoke on smoke. They see that smoke get used. Yeah, they're just going to break it here.
Ward, but the preemptive trap set up by Liquid. A little bit too grouped up. Can't immediately get anything off of that one. Lasso jump in. Does manage to get the grab. They're going all in for the Oracle, but he got a Fate's Edict off on himself, so all the damage from the Primal Beast is for naught. Now Nisha has just enough mana to be able to zip away. They give him the False Promise just to make sure he's going to be good. He has double damage too, so it's dangerous to fight him in this period of time. Even the physical damage is beginning to overwhelm Ame as he tries to make his way back. Interrupted. XM hits the Split Earth, but it's not good enough. Mickey's hit the pounce and brought down Ame, while the rest of the team deals with XM. Now the
jump forward, toss in, 33, hits the Malphus to try and chase down XXS. He has the black hole.
He's thinking about
but
it.
He holds on to it for now. Mickey sees an opportunity to catch the Bat Rider as to charge back in. Now, Dre, oh, okay. All right, just clean up the entire team. DY's going to run in here. For what reason, I have no clue.
He stole black hole.
He did.
He'll get to use it in the grave as all 5 get wiped. That was, I don't want to say that was a desperation fight for XG, but that was one that they had to get going their way because they just committed so much for it. A Rubik buyback, they were trying to bait the black hole, but 33 was extremely patient for it. That's one of those fights where it's tempting to throw this black hole on 1 or 2 heroes. We'll see him walk in here as well. You get the Oracle jump initially, but Insania has Fate's Edict too fast. Here you could black hole, but then you open up the Rubik steal. And that's maybe the one way you lose this fight. So it's actually better to just not cast it at all here. Let the fight progress. The Slark gets to run in. Ame can't do anything in this type of engagement. Just not where the hero functions too well. And now you get to run heroes down past a tier 3 at 15 minutes. We go from Liquid trying to farm for the late game with a Midas Bot's Doom to 33 is black holing you behind your tier 3 at 15. This team is hitting every extreme in the book.
Yeah, before we're even done with replay, we're back into another fight.
Still has Mech Lotus.
Fate's Edict doesn't have the false promise, but he does have the mech, and he does have Lotus to be able to eat 33, so much heal. And now the damage is done. They couldn't finish off the Enigma. They've overextended themselves right into the arms of the rest of Liquid, who will happily claim the 4 lives, a 5th one from XXS. And that's it, GG. Wow.
God damn. I mean, this game is over. Like, this is not a lineup that is going to come back in this game, and I think it's just a straight out draft. I don't see any way around. I don't see how you can play this draft in the early game too much better because the lane's too hard. The Sven lane with the Rubik just can't win versus the Summons hero. The other lane is like kind of winnable, but you're into Oracle who can just sit there and dissuade every aggression from the Bat Rider Primal. You're not going to get too much done there. And this Storm is almost guaranteed power runes. That mid play from Nisha really just sealed the deal. If XM gets something going there, maybe this game looks a little different, but he just got outplayed and then this game just spirals. I go back to the faith that some of these teams have in Leshrac right now. Is it not misplaced, but is it overconfident, right? Because I feel like they're assuming this hero can just bail them out in terms of damage, laning, and just snowballing into the mid game, but I don't know if that's true. And you run into these games where like you have a Yule's Lesh running around in this game. He's playing against Oracle. He's playing against Mage Slayer Slark. He's playing against a Storm who's just jumping around. Enigma bought a pipe in this game, you know? Yeah, that item's still in the game.
Yeah.
I don't know if Lesh is doing anything here, even if he was snowballing pretty well. He doesn't have anybody to boost him up. There's no Isle. There's no Oracle on his side. I think that's just a straight out draft, and Liquid shows what they're made of. This, I think, was the best game from them in terms of player understanding synergy, playing fast, 33 getting active. This is what we expect from them.
This is what we would expect from Liquid, but now they're in a situation where they can't afford any more losses, being 2-6 at the end of the series. They turn around with a big blowout here in Game 2 against Extreme, but still rough road ahead for Liquid. They want to get past this group stage.
Well, at least they break a record in the process. Previously, the fastest game of this tournament so far was OG versus Falcons. That was a 27-minute and 30-second match. This one was a, 17-minute GG? That is not something that I expected, especially out of Liquid, who has been on the struggle bus this entire tournament. But by golly, they turned it on in this game number 2.
Absolutely beautiful performance coming out from the team. Just synergy. I think that Insania had, this was last pick, position 5, bear that in mind, and he was all over the place. Like, I think the big point where everything started was when he TP'd mid, saved Nisha, secured the rune, Arcane Rune, which gave them multiple kills coming out from that. And, you know, we did talk about Oracle potentially coming out. Ted called it immediately. He's like, yeah, I'm going to be the Oracle. No, you're not. It's going to be Insania. But, you know, he started this trend. They probably heard us somehow. Looked really good. One of Insania's most played heroes. Everything went pretty smooth to like the synergy between the mech. I said the lane, the off lane that they had, Tiny plus this Enigma, they kind of dominated a couple of deaths on 33, but they're also getting something out of it. Every single time he dies, they also forced Ame out of the lane relatively early on. Really good stuff coming out from Liquid.
This was more like it. I knew they had this in the tank, And like I said, they just. I'm wondering what the conversation they had between game 1 and 2 was. This was more like Liquid, and this was what I'd been expecting seeing them. And obviously, if you want to improve, if I say you're going to lose, clearly you're going to win. So I think I did my part.
What better impetus would there be for a team?
Ted doesn't rate us. Let's prove that idiot wrong. Exactly.
It worked in this game number 2. It's still an uphill battle for them to remain,
of course,
in competitive in DreamLeague Season 22, but it's a step in the right direction. And depending on how all the other teams do in the bottom half of this group, then they should be in contention to still remain, but it's tough.
Yeah, definitely. I didn't have the time to check who's they still need to play because the game ended way too quickly. We had to run.
Our series ended far before most of the other series.
Yeah, I said that Extreme Gaming might call it with the next fight, considering how things were going, but they dropped those G's in the old chat. In Nisha, he had pretty awesome game coming out from him. He was all over the place, zipping. He was playing with Insania throughout this whole time. He was behind him, using the saves whenever it's necessary, and also some of the really good black holes. You see Extreme Gaming using the buybacks, trying to salvage some of these fights, but it's not enough. And also, we didn't see something that Kezu did tell me. He's like, after seeing this draft, potentially shard from Slark onto a black hole, you can't target Enigma, Ruby can't steal it. In a 17-minute game, we're not going to see that.
Well, what we will see is an interview from one of the winning members of Liquid. We will be standing by with Boxy, who... Boxy, you're at home, which I found a little bit curious. You guys, in fact, Shopify is in your boot camp right now, but you guys are all at home. What's going on?
We got kicked out by RTC.
I knew it.
Last DreamLeague, they also boot camped, or some other time they boot camped. And I guess they thought it was too annoying to have our team there, so we weren't allowed to stay there this time.
Makes sense. What a shame. But you guys are trying to pick up the pieces for this, I guess, first 2 days of the group stage. Yesterday was rough, and today was basically the same scoreline. Was there any specific conversation between Game 1 and Game 2 of this series, or was it more of what you've been hearing for the last 2 days, where it's like, all right, guys, not a great game. Here's the plan for the next game?
I think after the first game, we were at least pretty happy with having played a good game of Dota. I think the difference from the conversation this time and all the other times was, let's be happy about us at least playing well. And then, accidents happen. You get a little unlucky. You play against Ame, you lose.
That's a good attitude to have. What's one thing that you were proud of that you did this series? How about that? Give me a positive fact about your gameplay from this series.
I picked up XP runes at 7 minutes.
I noticed.
Syncu came. He came for me. I was ready this time. So yeah, that's my the number one thing, the most important thing. I'm there this time.
It's baby steps at Boxy. That's all I can ask for, and it's a step in the right direction. I have Kezu standing by with a question for you as well, if you don't mind.
Hello, Mr. Boxy. I have a question.
I can't object.
That's true. It's too late now. You missed your window, bro. So about your laning with 3-3, I saw you ping the mid lane at like 350. Probably like, yo, Nisha, I want to help you on the water rune. But then it looked like you had to go back top because 3-3 was kind of feeding his Eidolons. Who delegates your guys' dual lane? Or is it like a back and forth? Is it more you? Is it more him?
I mean, I think as every lane, when you're playing support, you're like, I'm gonna go ward, I'm gonna go do some shit, and your offlaner is like, guys, come back, come support me. And I think at that time I just run and put a ward or something. I don't even remember. But usually, like, I'm just focused on what I know I need to do, and then he's just focused on like, okay, like this guy is gone for 20 seconds, I'll try not to die.
Yeah, and
really, it's like the simplest level of Dota. It's like support is there, and support is gone.
Yeah,
and you just have to like.
You do the balance.
Yeah.
Okay, and then secondary, from what I understand, I think your guys' drafts are good enough to play the games and like try and be competitive. But your guys' games don't really look that good. So from your point of view, I mean, obviously without going too much into details, what do you feel like is the biggest thing that's going wrong right now as opposed to in Bepum Dacha?
I don't know. Right now, everything is great. We just won a 15-minute game against Extreme Gaming. So.
How about all the games before? Let's take this series away.
I don't know. You come home from a tournament, you try and try and take some break. You lose your first couple of games.
Yeah.
Everything feels like shit. Maybe like for me, there's always a bit of a calm down after tournament, and I was feeling a little bit low. I didn't really feel like playing too much Dota. And then you get smacked by the cold hand of losing against every game, losing every game, and you get back into it, I guess.
Yep, no, that makes sense. That's all from me. Thank you.
Now, we heard a similar sentiment from Mira as well on Team Spirit, and really any team that has been spending so much time at the top that it's impossible to keep the pedal to the metal the entire time. So hopefully this is a constructive period for you. We would love to see you continue in this tournament, but teams have to get eliminated. It may be you, but you'll prove us wrong in the next 2 days, hopefully, right?
Yeah, 3 times the charm to make it out of groups in DreamLeague.
That's the spirit. Love to hear it. Boxy, thank you very much for taking the time to speak to us, and best of luck in the rest of DreamLeague.
All right, thank you. Bye-bye.
Yeah, it's a step in the right direction, but we keep hearing from every single team that it's impossible to stay at the top the entire time. There is no team that has the stamina for 5 players plus a coach plus like a manager to be at 100% constantly. That's
All these
impossible.
teams are coming for you. They see one team on the top, everybody's going to study that team, what are they doing better compared to the other teams, and you're going to get figured out. Eventually, there's going to be new fresh blood coming in who's going to be like more hungry. It's always like that, you know, when you're on top, you're getting those dubs, but you also need some time to rest. Sometimes, you know, probably after Bet Boom Dacha, as Boxy said, he needs some time to relax. The rest of the team as well might want to, you know, do something before coming into the tournament. So they were not maybe practicing as much as other teams.
You're also like not home as much, I think, especially the players, and like they're not boot camping, which you can't blame them. Every now and then you need like a bit of a break or not be with each other 24/7, which will give other teams a bit more of an edge. At least he's still pretty happy, judging from the interview. He's like, you know, we're happy we played a good game of Dota. We just won a 50-minute game, so, you know, good on them. But now still, they need to ride this wave up to stay in it.
I think there were quite a few games that were closer. Like, there were quite a few times when they were winning.
Yeah.
Yes.
And we were like, oh, they're going to win this game. And then something went wrong. And it wasn't like a huge blunder necessarily so much as they just made a small mistake. Kezu pointed out the other day in one of the games, he was like, it's just this tiny little thing.
Kezu said he just needed 2%.
They gave me 2%.
They just needed to be 2%.
I mean, they went like 200, but it's all right. 2 was enough.
Yeah, I guess it's good for morale. And Boxy was like, I feel great. We just won a game.
I mean,
and a great win.
He even talked about the first game where they played really well. He was happy about that one, but he's like, yeah, accidents happened. Ame did happen. Sometimes it is like that. They couldn't really close out the game. They were playing for the longer game, but Liquid played really good Dota in game number 1.
And the reason why we're kind of sugarcoating all of this and maybe being a little bit like, it's okay, Liquid, it's fine, it's because they're 2-6 right now. Let's take a look at the standings as we, well, I guess wrap up our mainstream of second day of group stage. Not all of these standings will be complete because there are still some games going on the secondary streams, the Storm, Earth, and Ember streams. But for right now, Group A stands with Bet Boom Team topping the charts 7-1.
This team is insane. I think we need to talk about Miro as an offlaner. This guy is a beast. Like, he is the perfect fit. I don't think if you waited for like a full year, you would not find a better offlaner because he was still popping off. Team that, you know, always have good results at the tournament, but they can never win a tournament. Always pretty much on top of the groups. And one more time, they're still doing it. 7-1 team. I think this time they might go completely and take the whole thing.
This is the one.
This might be the one.
The closest they got was DreamLeague Season 21.
Against Gaming Gladiators.
Gladiators.
3-2. It was in the grand finals. They were close to it.
Oh, wait, no, that was 20, but yeah.
People always say they will make it. You just jinx them now. They will not make it. They're going to get like top 4, like every other time.
Just to keep the tradition alive?
I'm calling it. Just like Ted is calling Liquid out, I'm calling them no better than top 3. Not worse than, you know, in between 3 and 6. That's where they're going to be.
How many traditions are allowed to continue?
I was going to say, you're meant to know what you're talking about. I'm not.
I'm just joining you, trying to make you look good. Don't drag me down.
Thank you, Kezu. Based.
We can take a look at the Group B standings as well, as there are still some games in progress, but currently, Aurora, with a stand-in right now, are topping the charts. They were one of the teams that did 2-0 Team Liquid earlier today, and currently they are 6-1.
That is
this
pretty
team,
base.
didn't do too well with Armel during Bet Boom Dacha, but they do have a new mid laner, at least for this tournament.
Yep.
This guy is a beast.
Lorenov, yeah.
Mr. Lorenov, I was telling Toonami about it in our green room. When he was playing for Level Up, I said multiple times, because I was covering a lot of their games, this guy might be like the new Eastern European superstar coming up from the mid lane, but no one picked him up in this season, so I was a little bit surprised. Maybe he doesn't have the connections, but definitely a beast of a player.
And the bottom half of this group is also occupied by a lot of other teams that have only 2 wins, which means that things aren't as dire for Liquid as they may have been in a more even group.
I mean, luckily for them, but even so, one team, I've seen a lot of games of the 1-win team, and people are like, oh, you know, they're barely gonna get 1 win. I'm sure you've made that joke. Like, they're actually very good. I've watched their games. I don't know if Liquid have played against this team yet, but 1 win, they're gonna keep upsetting some teams here and there.
With them.
They split?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I think this team, there's definitely a chance where they actually squeeze in like the upper half.
Yeah,
low chance, but they can.
I was covering them in 2 different qualifiers when they were known as Clean Sonic. All these individuals, you know, a lot of young, inexperienced players, but
what was the word you just said?
Clemsonic. Yeah, that was a team name.
And their
That was
logo
their
was
team
like
name.
a cat or something?
I think it was a pig.
It was a pig.
Don't ask me about the logo. I know their name, but it's too much lore.
Yeah, overall, great team. Like, this team could cause a lot of upsets. I thought they might do slightly better, but, you know, might need a couple of extra tournaments.
We'll give them some extra games in this tournament, as well as we can take a look at the schedule for tomorrow as we continue into day number 3 of the group stage. On the Ember stream, they'll be starting things off with Gaiman versus Falcons, followed up by Secret taking on Tundra, then Gaiman Gladiators versus Heroic, and lastly, Team Spirit versus Shopify Rebellion. That's on the Ember stream. And
I'm
then
going to
after
say
that-
it instead of Ted. Ember stream, we have 7 out of 8 logos, which are black and white, and only 1 cool green logo from Team Falcons.
You have no idea how happy I am to see like Aurora with a bright
That's
blue
true.
logo, breaking the trend, Bat Boom with the gradient. But they will be starting things off on the Storm stream with OG versus Virtus Pro, followed by Aurora against Extreme Gaming. Second half of the day will be Bet Boom Team versus G2IG, and they will be closing out the night with Aurora versus Team Secret. Then on the Earth stream, we'll have Bet Boom Team versus Heroic at the beginning of the day, followed by Team Spirit versus 1 win. Then Virtus Pro taking on Team Falcons, and lastly, Extreme Gaming versus 1 win. But on our stream, the main stream, it'll be starting things off with G2IG versus Azure Ray, a China versus China showdown, followed by Shopify Rebellion versus Team Liquid, which I don't know if we've had any Shopify games on the mainstream yet.
I don't think we.
No, I don't think so.
have,
No.
So this will be the debut of them on the mainstream. Next up, we'll have OG versus Azure Ray. And lastly will be Team Liquid going off against Tundra Esports, which
It's going to be an interesting one.
I don't know who will be the stand-in because they had a stand-in momentarily for Mind Control. It was Laze. And then I think I just saw that they have another stand-in.
How many can they even use?
I think they will have to figure one out and then use it for the rest of the tournament, would be my guess.
Maybe Mind Control's
who's
just
the
back.
least likely? It's me. Can you imagine?
That would be a
That
shocker.
would be something.
Zai unretires.
He gets in. That would probably be the least surprising, I would say.
Overall, this day has been quite surprising.
Yeah.
We will have more to discuss on that tomorrow as more information comes out, because right now it seems to be a very emotionally charged discussion. Hopefully we will have a proper resolution as time progresses. But as for right now, day 2 of Group Stage is wrapping up, and I hope you've all been enjoying the show. We will be back with day 3 tomorrow.
Feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Oh, wake up with no alarm, brand new kind of charm, and fresh hot coffee in a big old mug. Can't wait to get my face in the morning sun. Yeah. Make a list, check it out, doing only what I want. 'Cause there's nothing better than making